Ye Chen awoke to find himself unexpectedly in the nether continent. Before he could fully comprehend his situation, a system notification resonated in his mind, presenting him with a singular core task: to take on disciples and elevate himself through their growth. In the Starfall Domain's Yao City, a weary youth leaned against a bun stall, swallowing hard. System, is this really the 5th city? How much longer until I encounter the genius you promised? Host, do not fret. You are nearly there. What do you mean nearly there? Do you have any idea how far I have traveled? Each day, I go hungry and worry whether I might meet my demise at any moment. Your nearly there has led me through one city after another. Ye Chen's face contorted with dissatisfaction. Host, rest assured, are you not still alive? How can you utter such cold words? Have you forgotten the dangers I faced yesterday? A sword chi rushed toward me from afar. Had I not been exhausted and taken a moment to rest, my corpse would likely be lost by now. Then what do you propose? I demand a beginner's gift package. That is not permissible. This system adheres to principles. You must complete the disciple collecting task first. Damn system. What if I perish? Fear not. With this system in place, should you fall, I shall find another. Countless dark lines appeared on Ye Chen's forehead. I'm so hungry. He rummaged through his pockets, finding them empty. For a month, in pursuit of his task, he had traversed several cities without rest, living in constant anxiety, with the insufferable system granting him nothing but host. The target has appeared. Please proceed to recruit a disciple. Where? Ye Chen's eyes sparkled, shedding his earlier despondency. Upon glancing at the system's indicated location, he beheld a figure, filthy, with matted hair and a frail body, androgynous in appearance, clad in rags, with shoes that exposed her toes. Name, Qingli Realm, ordinary person talent, 100 background, reincarnation of the empress, practicing the 9 revolutions reincarnation technique. With each reincarnation, her foundation strengthens. This life is her final cycle. Upon merging the 9 lives, she shall transcend the emperor and achieve immortality. Reincarnation of the empress? Ye Chen stroked his non-existent beard, feeling a pang of sympathy as he observed the young girl begging. He stepped forward, blocking Qingli's path, and she merely glanced up. Yet, at the moment Ye Chen beheld her eyes, his heart quivered. Those eyes sparkled like stars, radiating a vibrant light. As Qingli attempted to leave again, Ye Chen once more obstructed her way. Big brother, what do you wish to do? Qingli's voice was soft, her gaze wary. Little girl, would you be willing to take me as your master? Ye Chen feigned profundity, hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward. Take you as my master? Qingli tilted her head, puzzled. Indeed. Then, after becoming your disciple, will I have enough to eat? Qingli gazed into Ye Chen's eyes with her clear, earnest ones. The sight tugged at Ye Chen's heartstrings. Of course, not only will you eat your fill, but you will also wear beautiful clothes and reside in a grand house. In that moment, Ye Chen resembled a charlatan luring a naive child. Listening to his words, hope blossomed in Qingli's eyes. The shopkeeper nearby looked at Ye Chen with disdain, muttering, to think he would deceive even a beggar, what a disgrace. Ye Chen shot a glare at the shopkeeper. Though he possessed nothing now, once she agreed, he would have her as a disciple. How could that be considered deceit? Qingli is willing to take Big Brother as her master, she said, bending her legs to kneel. Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting a disciple. Reward, a complete set of sect facilities. Reward, 1 Emperor Summoning Card. Reward, Chaos Reincarnation Technique. Ding. Commencing distribution of Beginner's Gift Package. Gained 1 instance of Peak Emperor Level Cultivation Infusion. Gained 1 damaged Immortal Artifact, Chaos Cauldron. Gained 1 Immortal Vein. Qingli, rise. Our sect does not encourage such acts of kneeling. Ye Chen assisted her to her feet. System, at last, you have bestowed upon me my Beginner's Gift Package. Do you know how I have endured these past days? Will extracting the cultivation rewards summon a tribulation? Rest assured, this system will eliminate all potential threats. No tribulation will occur. That is good. Then I shall proceed to use it. Ye Chen silently chanted in his heart. A colossal energy surged into his body, relentlessly transforming his frail form. In an instant, Ye Chen's aura exploded, transcending from a mere mortal to the pinnacle of body refinement, then into the gathering chi stage. The rapid breakthroughs sent tremors through his heart. But this was merely the beginning. Next came the gathering chi's 9 layers, then the saint, then the emperor. In the blink of an eye, Ye Chen transitioned from an ordinary person to the emperor realm. Everything around him felt fundamentally altered. Cultivation, body refinement, gathering chi, foundation establishment, essence condensation, spirit transformation, saint, saint king, supreme, semi-emperor, emperor. Anyone who could approach him would perceive the swirling Tao rhythms around him, and his aura was terrifyingly potent. Feeling the surge of power within, Ye Chen was filled with awe. Is this the strength of an emperor? He felt formidable beyond measure. With a mere thought, the void before him began to warp and collapse. Come, I shall take you to procure some attire. Ye Chen grasped Qing Li's hand, vanishing from sight. What on earth? Just moments ago, a beggar and that youth disappeared. The shopkeeper scratched his head in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Ye Chen and Qing Li reappeared in front of a shop named Immortal Garments. Little Qing Li, let us enter. Ye Chen surveyed the surroundings with his formidable spiritual sense, reaching into the void to produce a small ring. Dear sir, do you require anything? A young maiden approached with a smile. Do you have any clothes for her size? Ye Chen pointed at Qing Li. Indeed. How about this green one, or perhaps this pink one, or this white one? The maiden enthusiastically presented options. Wrap them all up, Ye Chen said grandly. And have her take a bath as well. He inquired, how many spirit stones for this? Esteemed customer, the total is 151,300 spirit stones. You may pay 150,000. Here, Ye Chen handed over the substantial sum. Very well, esteemed customer. The maiden was taken aback by Ye Chen's generosity. She had only witnessed such extravagance from the sons of nobility, and she was relieved she hadn't chased them away earlier. Come along, little sister, she urged, as Qing Li hesitated, glancing at Ye Chen. After receiving an assuring look from him, she bit her lip and followed the maiden. Half an hour later, Qing Li emerged with a ponytail, a faint lotus mark on her forehead, adorned with 9 petals, and clad in a flowing green dress. Ye Chen gazed at the transformed Qing Li, momentarily speechless. Though she remained petite and appeared malnourished, compared to her previous filthy state, she now resembled a delicate fairy. Little Qing Li, you look stunning. Ye Chen could not contain his admiration. Qing Li blushed, softly replying, Thank you, master. Now, let us return to the sect. Chapter 2 Awakening. After several months away, had his return truly transpired in an instant? The hardships endured during this journey now felt worthwhile, Ye Chen mused. For he had faced numerous trials, yet he was finally back at the sect, rendering everything meaningful. Master, where's the sect? Qing Li surveyed her surroundings with unbridled curiosity. But all she could perceive was a dilapidated thatched cottage and a winding path, flanked by weeds that towered higher than a person. Ye Chen, witnessing her bewilderment, donned a sheepish smile and hastily clarified, Ahem, this is merely an illusion. Close your eyes and then open them again. Though puzzled, Qing Li complied. The moment her eyes fluttered shut, Ye Chen concentrated his thoughts. In an instant, a miracle unfolded. The rickety cottage vanished, replaced by a magnificent edifice that now graced her sight. The surrounding weeds disappeared as if they had never existed. In their stead emerged a square paved with pristine jade stones, each emanating a gentle luster, as though narrating the glorious history of the sect. Moreover, various other structures sprang forth like bamboo shoots after rain, harmoniously distributed around the square. These edifices varied in style, some solemn and elegant, others exquisitely intricate, each reflecting the profound heritage and strength of the sect. At that moment, a celestial vein manifested, burrowing into the earth, and in an instant, a misty aura began to pervade the entire sect. The quality and quantity of spiritual energy multiplied exponentially, creating an enchanting paradise that captivated all who entered, rendering them reluctant to depart. Even the flora began to flourish wildly. Master, is this the sect where we will live in the future? I feel so comfortable here. As if something is burrowing into my being, Qing Li exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder, as if she were in a dream. She cautiously touched and felt everything, marveling at the strangeness of it all. Indeed, you shall reside here from now on. Ye Chen, equally astonished by the transformation, gazed in awe, having anticipated merely ordinary architecture. To his surprise, each structure rivaled Imperial artifacts, exuding a rich aura of Tao, especially the plaque at the entrance inscribed with the characters for Celestial Palace, exuding an air of dominance. Truly, the products of the system are of unparalleled quality. Regaining his composure, Ye Chen regarded Qing Li with a serene demeanor. Little Qing Li, I shall impart to you the supreme cultivation technique. Henceforth, you shall want for nothing. Devote yourself to your training. I understand, master, she replied. Initially, she appeared lackluster at the first part of his words, but upon hearing the latter, her spirit soared. No one knew the trials she had endured over the years, fueling her insatiable desire for sustenance. Ye Chen pressed a finger to her forehead, and the technique was imprinted directly into her mind. As he observed Qing Li assimilating the memories, Ye Chen suddenly posed a question to the system. If the reincarnation empress awakens her memories, will Qing Li still be Qing Li? No. Qing Li will be consumed by the memories of the reincarnation empress, and she will cease to exist. Upon hearing the system's response, Ye Chen's heart sank. Is there a way to prevent this? Yes. What is the method? As she awakened, the consciousness of the reincarnation empress was either sealed or transferred to another body. Indeed, as the great emperor, sealing an unawakened consciousness was a trivial matter. Ye Chen slapped his thigh and approached Qing Li, extending his finger to establish a seal within her consciousness. After completing this task, Qing Li slowly opened her eyes. Master, is it true that cultivating this chaotic reincarnation technique can grant immortality? Qing Li gazed up at Ye Chen, her face filled with hope. Indeed, he affirmed. That's wonderful. I can indulge in countless delicacies. Now, I shall teach you to cultivate. After half an hour, Qing Li bypassed the ordinary body refinement stage and directly ascended to the qi gathering stage, and not merely at its inception. She reached the 6th level of qi gathering. Ye Chen murmured to himself. Suddenly, a powerful force emanated from Qing Li, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into her body in an unending stream. Master, I feel overwhelmed. It's so difficult, Qing Li exclaimed in distress. Do not panic. Let me see, Ye Chen reassured. Taking her small hand and probing her body with spiritual energy to observe the changes within. What he beheld was astonishing. At her dantian, there blossomed a magnificent lotus. This lotus had 9 petals, each brimming with boundless vitality and mystery. However, to his further astonishment, there was one newly formed petal quietly growing. As the spiritual energy approached this enigmatic lotus, an unexpected event transpired. The lotus effortlessly absorbed the energy. How is this possible? Ye Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. How could even a trace of an emperor's spiritual energy be so easily consumed? What on earth was this lotus? As Ye Chen grappled with his doubts, the lotus within Qing Li suddenly erupted in a dazzling radiance. The light, akin to the blazing sun, enveloped her entirely, rendering her almost unviewable. Within that resplendent glow, indistinct figures began to emerge. Upon closer inspection, Ye Chen counted 9 distinct silhouettes. Although they bore close resemblance to one another, subtle differences revealed their unique qualities and charms. This is Qing Li's 9 reincarnations. Ye Chen's heart jolted with realization. He suddenly comprehended that if Qing Li could successfully cultivate to the level of emperor, this amalgamation of 10 lifetimes would undoubtedly elevate her cultivation beyond the emperor realm. Just as Ye Chen was lost in astonishment, a mysterious and icy female voice unexpectedly resonated from the lotus. Who dares to pry into my essence? Ye Chen's heart tightened, and he replied calmly. If I desire your Tao fruit, you will find yourself with no power to resist. Upon hearing this, the mysterious voice paused, and moments later, a figure identical to Qing Li emerged, exuding an aura that commanded distance, evoking an impression of unattainability. My friend, may I inquire as to why you have placed a seal upon her? The enigmatic woman furrowed her brow, casting a wary gaze upon Ye Chen. She could hardly fathom that anyone would overlook her Tao fruit. Having traversed through 9 lifetimes, every emperor she encountered had coveted her Tao fruit. And were it not for the means she had left behind before her reincarnation, it would have long been seized by those emperors. Moreover, this was her final life. If she could merely endure until its end, she would become the first being to transcend the emperors in countless millennia. Such a prospect compelled her to exercise utmost caution. Chapter 3. The reconstruction of the body. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in your Tao fruit, Ye Chen remarked, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the mysterious woman, whose stature surpassed that of Qing Li by a fraction. However, your reincarnated self is now my disciple. She possesses her own independent consciousness, and I do not wish for her to transform into someone else for any reason. Do you understand? The woman's countenance darkened instantaneously. Her gaze fixed intently upon Ye Chen, a flicker of barely perceptible apprehension crossing her eyes. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. Her voice icy and laced with a hint of threat, as if warning Ye Chen against meddling. Yet, in the face of her inquiry, Ye Chen displayed no sign of retreat. He offered a slight smile, asserting, my disciple is not to be harmed by anyone. The mysterious woman's expression grew increasingly grim, clearly displeased with Ye Chen's response. Internally, she pondered the formidable measures she had left behind, not to be taken lightly, even by a powerful emperor. Just as she wrestled with strategies to ensure her reincarnated self's safe departure from this place, an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from Ye Chen, only to vanish as swiftly as it appeared. A jolt of alarm surged through the woman as she sensed the sheer terror of this presence. In an instant, her face turned grave, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. This is the aura of an emperor, and not merely an initiate, she exclaimed, her voice imbued with disbelief and shock. Her pupils contracted as she stared fixedly at Ye Chen, as if attempting to peer through his very being to uncover the unfathomable source of his power. How can this be? She murmured, her expression one of utter incredulity. Only just awakened, and she encounters an emperor. Her mind swirled with confusion, rendering her momentarily unsettled. Ever since that incident, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had plummeted. making it utterly impossible for an emperor to roam freely upon the nine-nether continent. In the current state of the world, it was no longer suitable for emperors to act on the nine-nether continent. Emperors were left with but two choices: to seal themselves away and await a significant change in the world before emerging, or to face the inevitable decline of their cultivation and the exhaustion of their lifespans. Yet the undeniable reality before her compelled the mysterious woman to reevaluate this seemingly impossible situation. Could it be that emperors could now emerge at will? A battle raged within her heart, torn between the Tao fruit she found hard to relinquish and the unknown power of the emperor before her. At the moment of her hesitation, Ye Chen spoke once more. "I can assist you in reshaping your body." The mysterious woman was momentarily taken aback. Having realized that she was akin to a fish on the chopping block, she questioned why he would go to such lengths to aid her. Just moments ago, the system had issued her a time-sensitive quest. Quest issued: reshape body. Accept. Reward: 9 heavens essence. Reward: purple gold thunder array. Decline. Reward: 10,000 chi gathering pills. Upon seeing the rewards, Ye Chen's mind was set. After all, for him, elixirs could easily be procured with a sufficient amount of spirit stones, and these were merely low-tier pills. System: I accept, Ye Chen silently affirmed. No sooner had he thought it than a portion of 9 heavens essence and an array materialized within the system's space. While the mysterious woman was still lost in contemplation, Ye Chen's will conjured an object into his hand. This object resembled black jade, its surface shimmering with a hazy glow, as if it contained boundless mysteries. "Is this the 9 heavens essence?" the mysterious woman exclaimed in astonishment. Her face was a canvas of shock. She had not anticipated that Ye Chen possessed such a treasure. This was indeed a supreme item capable of reshaping bodies and nurturing divine medicines. If she were to acquire a body fashioned from this 9 heavens essence, even without the fruits of reincarnation, it would be nearly equivalent in quality. Ye Chen gazed at her. "Should you agree to my terms, I shall use the 9 heavens essence to aid you in reshaping your body." "Very well, I accept your terms, but you must hold true to your promise," the mysterious woman replied, her teeth clenched. Ye Chen smiled faintly as the mysterious woman emerged from Qing Li's body. Ye Chen summoned the chaos cauldron. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of dominion enveloped the surroundings, as if the very world trembled beneath its might. With a grave expression, Ye Chen placed the 9 heavens essence into the chaos cauldron, then closed his eyes, channeling all his strength into the cauldron to commence the refining process. The mysterious woman watched with wide eyes, fixated on the pitch-black cauldron radiating an aura of ultimate power, her astonishment beyond words. "Is this truly a cauldron forged from chaos stone?" Her voice quivered with disbelief. It is known that chaos stone is an exceedingly rare and precious material. Even the slightest incorporation into a weapon would greatly enhance its potency. Yet, this cauldron before her was entirely crafted from chaos stone, its value immeasurable. Just as the mysterious woman was lost in her astonishment, the refining process within the chaos cauldron neared its conclusion. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the cauldron, and a flawless body materialized before their eyes, akin to a masterful work of art. This body was as immaculate as jade, its skin translucent and unblemished, seemingly sculpted from the purest materials of heaven and earth. It lay there quietly, devoid of any attire, resembling a slumbering beauty, serene and enchanting. "Step inside." Ye Chen's voice resonated at the perfect moment, interrupting the mysterious woman's awe. The enigmatic woman, as if awakening from a dream, transformed effortlessly into a streak of flowing light, penetrating the body lying before her. In an instant, the lifeless form on the ground seemed to be infused with vitality, its eyes snapping open with fervor. With her revival, a tempestuous aura erupted from within her, soaring into the heavens. This overwhelming presence caused the very heavens and earth to shift, as winds roared and thunder clapped. The entirety of the star domain felt the resurgence of a formidable force. Ultimately, this energy only began to recede after reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of the semi-emperor realm. The mysterious woman gradually rose to her feet, stretching her limbs and savoring the strength and vigor bestowed upon her by this new vessel. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she gently waved her hand, and a black robe, as dark as ink, enveloped her, concealing her exquisite figure entirely. "Thank you, fellow cultivator. I am Yun Shu." She introduced herself, her cheeks slightly flushed. Chapter 4. The Tremor Fellow Cultivator. "May I inquire where we are?" Yun Shu asked curiously, now fully aware of her surroundings. She could distinctly sense the unique energy here. The spiritual essence was so rich that a mere breath could allow an ordinary person to transcend their limits. Even the architecture was extraordinary. Surely even an emperor could not afford such numerous imperial treasures. Yet, Recalling that Ye Chen's life-bound divine weapon was forged from chaotic stone, she deemed it all quite reasonable. "Oh, this is my established sect, the Heavenly Palace," Ye Chen replied casually. "The Heavenly Palace?" Yun Shu whispered to herself, then continued. "I wonder if I may join the Heavenly Palace?" She had a premonition that she might never reclaim the accumulations of 9 lifetimes. Yet here she sensed the potential for greater opportunities. Moreover, the abundant chaotic stones indicated that the Heavenly Palace was far from ordinary. Upon hearing her words, a smile graced Ye Chen's face. "Of course, you may. The Heavenly Palace has always welcomed talented individuals, and we are in need of personnel. You shall henceforth be an elder of our Heavenly Palace." Yun Shu's heart surged with joy, and she promptly bowed. "Thank you, Palace Master." Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively. "You should take some time to familiarize yourself with the environment of the Heavenly Palace." At that moment, Qingli also awakened, her aura suddenly surging. Her cultivation had broken through to the peak of qi gathering, just a half step away from foundation establishment. It was remarkable to think that just a few hours prior, she had been an ordinary person, and now she stood at the pinnacle of qi gathering. If others were to learn of this, they would surely be left astounded. "Master, what has happened to me?" Qingli inquired, touching her abdomen. The discomfort she had felt now entirely vanished. "A minor issue, now resolved," Ye Chen replied kindly. "By the way, this is Elder Yun Shu." At this juncture, Qingli turned to her side and noticed a woman who bore a striking resemblance to herself. "I have met Elder Yun," she remarked, puzzled. "I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity with you. Do we know each other?" Yun Shu cast a complex glance at Qingli and then replied, "Yes, you may call me Sister Yun." "Very well, Sister Yun. Master, we shall take our leave now," Qingli joyfully said, taking Yun Shu's hand and leading her outside. As they departed, Ye Chen produced a card-like object in his hand. In the next moment, as the entity gradually faded away, a swirling vortex emerged in its place. From this vortex stepped forth a woman clad in a flowing white gown, exuding an aura of terror. Her gaze was icy, and the energy radiating from her caused the very fabric of the void to begin cracking. Yet, in the next moment, all that energy retreated. Name, by Luo Chu. Cultivation, Emperor, level 9. Background, a peerless genius from the celestial spirit continent, rare for millennia, possessing a celestial spirit physique. In a forbidden area, she was ambushed by her senior brother, gravely wounded, and ultimately perished, harboring a profound aversion towards men. "I pay my respects to the Sect Master," Bai Luochu said with a gentle smile, her voice soft. Ye Chen looked on in confusion, puzzled by the discrepancy between her demeanor and the system's introduction. As if sensing Ye Chen's bewilderment, the system clarified, "Host, the individuals summoned by this system are unwaveringly loyal. They possess their own thoughts, not mere puppets, and having their own ideas is entirely normal." Understanding the system's explanation, Ye Chen nodded. "You shall henceforth serve as the Vice Sect Master of the Heavenly Palace. Thank you for your kind regard, Sect Master. I shall take my leave." Not far from the Grand Hall, Yun Shu sensed the terrifying aura and turned her gaze towards the direction of the sect's main hall, her eyes filled with astonishment. An Emperor-level late-stage powerhouse. Indeed, the Heavenly Palace is extraordinary, boasting 2 emperors as guardians. Could it be that the Heavenly Palace is a sect with a lineage that has endured for countless years? The thought flickered in Yun Shu's mind, especially upon noticing the colossal dragon slumbering beneath the Heavenly Palace, its scales glistening and emanating a rich celestial spirit energy. Heavens, I was not mistaken. This Heavenly Palace is undoubtedly a force with a legacy spanning countless ages. The essence of this celestial vein, she had only read about in records within a forbidden area. According to legend, during the primordial era, the world was suffused with celestial spirit energy, and all beings were born as emperor-level powerhouses, capable of ascending beyond with minimal cultivation. The energy they now practiced was merely the dregs of that era. She never imagined this could be true. At that moment, the leaders of various sects and holy lands within the Starfall domain suddenly seemed to sense something, all trembling in unison. Their gazes converged towards the direction of the Heavenly Palace. Streams of divine consciousness intertwined in the void like lightning. The owners of these thoughts radiated a faint imperial might, clearly indicating they were all at the quasi-emperor level. If this scene were to be witnessed by others, it would surely leave them astounded, for quasi-emperor powerhouses are rarely seen. Yet here, 6 appeared at once. The aura emanating from them was that of peak quasi-emperors. This presence felt unfamiliar, as if they were not from our Starfall domain. "Let us hope they do not come seeking to contest our resources," the crowd silently pondered, for resources were limited, and with more individuals to share them, their own portions would inevitably diminish. However, just as their discussions swirled, a presence more terrifying than before flashed past. The thoughts that once communicated in the void, upon sensing this formidable aura, were instantly filled with terror. their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. This is the breath of an emperor-level powerhouse. Furthermore, it emanates from that direction. We have already transcended the limits of our intervention. It is best not to provoke this presence. Before they could take action, the sealed ancestors within the various sects began to stir. Inside a coffin, a bony hand slowly emerged, and in the next moment, the coffin exploded, revealing a stooped figure before them. This hunched figure was an ancestor of a major sect, sealed for many years, though his aura was weakened. He still possessed the cultivation of the early emperor stage, the aura of an emperor. The elder gazed toward the heavenly palace, his eyes filled with shock and vigilance. Yet a hint of excitement glimmered within. It seems a grand era is upon us. He had been trapped at the early emperor stage for over 100,000 years, with his lifespan dwindling to less than 10,000 years. Yet now, he discovered a trace of celestial essence wandering through the world, a precious boon. If it were even slightly denser, he could break through to the fourth level of the emperor stage. Meanwhile, the ancestors of other sects also awakened in succession, issuing orders to rouse their slumbering prodigies to contend for the fortunes of this grand age. They sensed that this world felt different, imbued with an indescribable resonance of the Tao. In an instant, while the Starfall domain roiled with hidden currents, other realms also stirred restlessly. At the heart of it all, Ye Chen reclined in a vine chair, acquired from unknown origins, comfortably resting with closed eyes. Chapter 5. The Legacy of the Semi-Emperor? 7 days later. Master. I have broken through to the 6th level of Foundation establishment. Can you teach me that delicious hot pot recipe now? Qingli tugged at Ye Chen's sleeve, her voice dripping with charm. Ever since she had heard Ye Chen casually mention the delight of hot pot a few days prior, the little girl had been yearning for it. She promptly produced a heap of ingredients, both meaty and vegetarian. The meat consisted of first-tier demonic beasts, while the vegetables were primarily various herbs that had flourished within the sect. Ye Chen gazed at the sizable array of ingredients and the pot before him, a wry smile forming on his lips. Since you have prepared everything, I shall teach you. With a flick of his hand, a small cauldron appeared, and in an instant, it expanded several-fold as flames ignited, and he poured in spiritual water. Within moments, the pot began to emit a tantalizing aroma. He sliced the meat into thin pieces and added them to the pot, and then it was ready to eat. After watching Ye Chen's demonstration, Qingli eagerly attempted it herself. So hot, she exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes. Delicious. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Su Qingyao. Obediently submit to our sect, surrender your imperial weapons and legacy, or I shall eradicate your immortal sound sect. A diminutive man, his gaze shrouded in shadows, spoke with a fierce demeanor. Su Qingyao furrowed her brow tightly. She and the elders had ventured into a semi-emperor's secret realm, where everything had been proceeding smoothly until she discovered that the third elder was a traitor planted by the Wind Spirit sect, who revealed the secret realm to them. Upon exiting the realm, they encountered an ambush, and he had stealthily attacked the Grand Elder and the Second Elder from behind, resulting in their demise, leaving her as the sole survivor, gravely injured. Do not even think of escaping. Feng Yi cast a glance, and the dozens of individuals behind him surrounded Su Qingyao, cutting off her escape route. Su Qingyao regarded Feng Yi with a cold stare. Feng Yi, how audacious of your Fengling sect to dare make a move against me here. To slay an elder of the Xianyinzong. Do you not fear the wrath of my sect's ancestors descending upon you, obliterating your Fengling sect? Feng Yi sneered. As long as we annihilate your Xianyinzong, there will be no witnesses left to testify, who will know that it was the Fengling sect that acted. His gaze greedily lingered on the azure longsword in Su Qingyao's hand. This was an imperial weapon. The Fengling sect did not possess even a Saint King. However, if they could obtain the legacy of the quasi-emperor and the imperial weapon, what would it matter if the Fengling sect were to be destroyed? Hearing this, Su Qingyao's eyes dimmed as she slowly raised the longsword. Suddenly, Feng Yi's heart raced, sensing an impending danger, his complexion shifting drastically. Quick, gather close, he shouted. As they drew near, Feng Yi hastily shielded the third elder of the Xianyinzong and his own sect's elder in front of him, retreating incessantly. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of sword light shot forth from the sword in Su Qingyao's hand, as if the void itself had been cleaved in twain. The heavens and earth seemed to be consumed by this strike. Under this sword, the crowd felt as though they bore the weight of 1,000 stones. Sectmaster, no? Sectmaster, I have already pledged allegiance to the Fengling sect. Save me. We are one of our own. The cries of several individuals echoed in anger. Yet their movements did not falter as they summoned their most potent life-preserving techniques. The sword light surged forth, instantly reducing several elders of the Fengling sect to mere dust. A mist of blood swirling in the air. Feng Yi's face turned pale, horror-stricken at the sight before him. He exerted every bit of spiritual energy he could muster, producing various life-saving artifacts. As the last flicker of sword light connected with these artifacts, a cacophonous sound erupted. The artifacts cracked, splintering into shards. A figure was violently hurled from the blood mist, crashing against the stone wall behind him. After this singular blow, Su Qingyao also turned ashen, teetering on the brink of collapse. She immediately retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it to stabilize her injuries. It had not yet recognized its master, and forcing it to unleash its power certainly diminished its potency. Otherwise, even a peak saint would have been reduced to mere vapor by that strike, Su Qingyao mused. Glancing at the Feng Yi she had sent flying, a surge of frenzied energy suddenly erupted, and Feng Yi, disheveled and wild-eyed, staggered out from the stone wall. His presence chaotic yet imbued with madness. Su Qingyao, today I shall rend your body to pieces to alleviate the hatred in my heart. Feng Yi bellowed, his spiritual energy surging around him. At this moment, his aura had diminished considerably. To exert even a third of his former strength would be an extraordinary feat. Su Qingyao, summoning her remaining strength, gripped her longsword tightly, her gaze fixed warily upon Feng Yi. Though his aura was erratic, the madness in his demeanor left her no room for complacency. Are you not afraid of death? She challenged, waving the Imperial weapon in her hand. Feng Yi's eyes burned with fervor. I do not believe you can swing that sword again. Su Qingyao, choosing silence, simply lifted the longsword. This action prompted him to hurriedly retreat, fearing that even a second strike, devoid of the earlier might, could still obliterate him. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao turned and fled without looking back. Feng Yi, regaining his composure, laughed in rage at Su Qingyao. Do you still think you can escape? Today, you shall find no refuge. With that, he pursued her despite his grievous injuries. Master, I cannot consume any more. I must return to digest, said Qing Li, adjusting her round belly, which radiated a faint glow. Go ahead, digest well. Ye Chen waved his hand, confident that with such a formidable master, he could produce equally impressive disciples. He couldn't help but feel a sense of self-admiration. Is someone there? The Heavenly Palace? What sect is this? Su Qingyao stood at the foot of a mountain, gazing up at the enormous gate, feeling a jolt at the overwhelming aura emanating from it. Nowhere to run. A figure swiftly followed closely behind. Su Qingyao gritted her teeth and steeled herself, sprinting toward the gate of the Heavenly Palace, with Feng Yi hot on her heels. Just as Feng Yi was about to catch up to Su Qingyao, a figure suddenly appeared before them. The unexpected arrival of Ye Chen startled both of them, compelling them to halt abruptly. The Heavenly Palace? An unknown sect. It would be wise to avoid entangling ourselves. Feng Yi scrutinized Ye Chen with caution. The youth before him appeared to be no older than 20, yet he exuded no discernible aura. Either he possessed some treasure to mask his presence, or his strength far surpassed Feng Yi's. Regardless, being in front of someone else's sect would likely yield no advantages. Young friend, this matter is between my Fengling sect and the Xianin sect. I kindly ask you not to interfere. Feng Yi said with what he believed to be a congenial smile. Ye Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he glanced at Su Qingyao, then at Feng Yi, already discerning much. I am not concerned with your feud. Leave this place now, Ye Chen replied coolly, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Young friend, we shall depart at once. Feng Yi responded, a hint of displeasure creeping into his tone. Had he been aware of the Heavenly Palace's true power, he would have made it clear that such words would invoke the weight of a saint's pressure. Just as Ye Chen prepared to leave, Su Qingyao called out, young friend, I possess the legacy of a quasi-emperor and Imperial weapons. Save me, and I shall willingly submit to your sect. At her words, Feng Yi's expression changed dramatically. Young friend, do not be deceived by her. She is cunning, and her claims of quasi-emperor legacies and Imperial weapons are nothing but fabrications. Ye Chen regarded the two with indifference. To him, the so-called legacy and Imperial weapons held no value. Young friend, behold this Imperial weapon, Su Qingyao said, presenting a green longsword to Ye Chen. The blade emanated a subtle pressure, with a faint green glow swirling around it. Feng Yi, in a fit of agitation, warned, boy, I advise you not to meddle in this matter. You may find yourself dead before your elders arrive. Su Qingyao smiled gently. Young friend, I am willing to surrender it, only hoping that the elders of your sect can eliminate this vile rogue. Ye Chen looked at the longsword, which exuded a subtle pressure, feeling unfazed. Just as he was about to take it, Feng Yi suddenly erupted, unleashing a saintly pressure directed at Ye Chen. Boy, hand over the Imperial weapon, or do not blame me for being ungracious. Feng Yi roared with a face twisted in rage, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing throughout the space. However, in the face of Feng Yi's menacing threat, Ye Chen merely cast a languid glance at him, a gaze so icy that it exuded an overwhelming pressure. Feng Yi felt a terrifying force bearing down upon him, as though an invisible hand had ensnared his body, rendering him utterly immobile. His complexion turned ashen, drenched in cold sweat, as if confronted by an unspeakable horror. Moreover, the sound of his bones cracking under the weight of this pressure echoed ominously, suggesting they might shatter at any moment. In a state of sheer terror, Feng Yi cried out, "Senior, spare my life." His voice was laced with fear and despair, starkly contrasting his earlier arrogance. How formidable was Ye Chen's power? Feng Yi could scarcely fathom it. He had believed his peak saint-level strength was formidable enough. Yet before Ye Chen, he felt as insignificant as an ant. What was Ye Chen's true strength? Was he perhaps a Saint King? Or even a Supreme? Doubt and dread filled Feng Yi's mind. He questioned whether he would leave this place alive. With a resounding boom, Feng Yi, once suspended in the void, suddenly exploded, transforming into a crimson mist, akin to a blood flower blooming and gradually diffusing in the air. This shocking scene unfolded so abruptly that Su Qingyao was left utterly stunned. After a considerable pause, she regained her senses, her body trembling involuntarily as she stammered, "As senior, this is a legacy." Her voice was infused with disbelief and terror. Who could have imagined that the seemingly youthful figure before her possessed such terrifying power, capable of effortlessly annihilating a peak saint? Ye Chen, expressionless, regarded the legacy in his hand. A mere glance revealed its utter uselessness to him, and he casually tossed it back to Su Qingyao. Seeing this, she hastily caught the legacy, internally relieved. With this legacy, their Xianin sect could ascend to the ranks of a top-tier sect, and perhaps even a super sect was not beyond reach. She cautiously glanced at Ye Chen, noting that he appeared unperturbed, and summoned the courage to inquire, "Senior, are you dissatisfied with this legacy?" Yet, Ye Chen did not respond to her query. Instead, he simply stated, "You may leave. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. I shall take my leave now." Su Qingyao could hardly contain her eagerness to exit the heavenly palace, eager to share this momentous news with her ancestors. The legacy of the semi-emperor. How many had fought tooth and nail for it, only to discover that it was deemed unworthy by others. Within the Xianin sect, in a grand hall, the sect master, Lin Tian, the venerable Saint King, exclaimed in shock, "Are you saying that all the saint elders within the sect are dead?" His words struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving him in disbelief. His already aged visage paled further, trembling slightly as he struggled to absorb the staggering news. Lin Tian widened his eyes, fixating intently on Su Qingyao, as if attempting to discern the truth behind her words etched upon her face. How could this be possible? Those venerable elders were the very pillars of our Xianin sect. Su Qingyao, feeling the weight of Lin Tian's gaze, experienced a tightening in her chest. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady her voice. "Ancestor, although only the two of us remain as saints, the pinnacle Saint Feng Yi of the Wind Spirit sect and several elders have perished. The Wind Spirit sect now faces its own peril, especially with our acquisition of the quasi-emperors' inheritance. Indeed, it is time to annihilate the Wind Spirit sect." Lin Tian's tone was frigid, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. That very afternoon, Lin Tian and Su Qingyao, accompanied by disciples of their sect, swiftly conquered the Wind Spirit sect. By the time they arrived, chaos had already erupted within. The elder, who had once guarded the sect at the first level of saint, fled with resources upon learning of the demise of the sect master and elders. The remaining disciples, lacking in strength, were swiftly eradicated in their futile resistance. "Sect master, you mentioned that to the west of Tianqing City lies a sect known as the Heavenly Palace. Is it truly that formidable?" Lin Tian inquired, his face etched with skepticism. Given his current cultivation at the third level of Saint King, he realized that mere inheritance would not suffice for further breakthroughs. What he lacked were the resources necessary for his cultivation, and regrettably, the resources within the sect seemed insufficient to support his path. Su Qingyao regarded Lin Tian seriously and nodded in affirmation, responding, "Indeed, ancestor, that senior possesses unfathomable strength." With but a glance, he vanquished the pinnacle Saint Feng Yi. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's expression transformed into one of astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "A mere glance can slay a pinnacle saint? Does this not imply that he possesses at least the strength of a supreme realm, or perhaps even that of a quasi-emperor?" Overwhelmed by excitement, Lin Tian could no longer contain his fervor and urged, "Quickly, sect master, time is of the essence. We must hasten to pay our respects to that esteemed senior." Without waiting for Su Qingyao's reply, he eagerly grasped her hand, and together they sped towards the direction of the Heavenly Palace. Within the Heavenly Palace, Ye Chen lounged in his rocking chair, engrossed in examining the system. The system had just undergone an unexpected update, revealing a new wheel, upon which nothing was discernible. Save for the cryptic, how one might acquire a chance to draw was a mystery to him. At that moment, outside the Heavenly Palace, an elderly man and a young one appeared at the foot of the mountain, looking disheveled. Such grandeur! This entrance is several dozen times larger than our Xianin sect. I wonder what marvels lie within. Bang. Ouch, is this a formation? Lin Tian rubbed his forehead, having struck it quite hard, resulting in a sizable bump. Chapter 7. I can guard the gate. The instant they made contact with the formation, Ye Chen had already manifested outside the sect. Upon seeing Ye Chen, Yun Shu and Bai Luo, Chu merely cast a fleeting glance before turning their attention elsewhere. A surge of fear welled up within Lin Tian. A profound reverence for absolute power, as if the entire world paled in comparison to this formidable force. However, unbeknownst to Lin Tian, had it not been for Ye Chen's timely arrival, he would have been obliterated into mere fragments the moment he made contact with the formation, leaving not a trace behind. Lin Tian steadied himself, inhaled deeply, suppressing the fear within, and respectfully bowed to Ye Chen, saying, "Senior, I am Lin Tian from the Xianin sect. Here to pay my respects." Ye Chen's gaze remained calm. "Xianin sect? What brings you here?" Lin Tian straightened his posture, determination evident in his eyes. "Senior, my sect wishes to join your esteemed organization as a subordinate." Beside him, Su Qingyao was taken aback. She wondered why such a significant decision had not been discussed with her, given that the higher-ups of their sect had suffered severe casualties. Seeking a powerful ally seemed a reasonable course of action. In that moment, countless thoughts raced through her mind. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had not overthought the matter. Upon his first encounter with the formation, the idea had struck him. The existence of a sect's formation spoke volumes. The overwhelming presence he felt could only be that of a supreme realm formation, beyond which he had not contemplated. After all, who would establish a sect in the barren state, where spiritual energy was scarce and the strongest beings merely reached the pinnacle of the Saint King realm? With no supreme realm experts in sight? Now, with the sect in dire straits and his own lifespan dwindling, he was in dire need of a stronghold. Hidden task. As an Imperial-level force, how could there be no subordinate factions? Agree to recruit. Reward, Heartstone. Reward, 1,000 holy pills. Reward, 1 lottery draw. The Heartstone suppresses any with malicious intent or disloyalty towards the Heavenly Palace, subtly influencing others to remain loyal. The higher one's cultivation, the lesser the influence. Ye Chen was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated triggering a task. Who does not enjoy a free reward? Come in. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Rewards have been distributed. Thank you, Sectmaster. A shimmering veil parted, creating an opening tall enough for a person to pass through, and a wave of rich spiritual energy surged forth. As Lin Tian and the others stepped into the Heavenly Palace, they were immediately astounded by the dense aura surrounding them. The stagnation in their cultivation began to wane. This level of spiritual energy was unheard of in the barren state. Each building exuded a faint Imperial might, and the materials beneath their feet could very well be the essence used to forge Imperial weapons. Were even those Imperial-level forces merely comparable to this? If I were to remain here, would I still need to worry about resources? The purpose of a cultivator's journey is to grow stronger, and strength is sought to prolong life. Now, with such an opportunity to enhance his power laid before him, Lin Tian would not let it slip away. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he envisioned the path ahead. Su Qingyao followed closely behind Lin Tian, her curiosity piqued by everything around her. She marveled at the grandeur of the architecture and the richness of the spiritual energy, which was hundreds of times more potent than that of the Xianin sect, appearing even purer. Upon entering the inner sanctum of the Heavenly Palace, Lin Tian and his companions were further astonished by the breathtaking scene before them. The spiritual energy flowed like a pristine spring, continuously nourishing their bodies and souls, empowering them at every moment. Ye Chen led them to the council hall and spoke slowly. "If you wish to become an affiliate of my Heavenly Palace, you must abide by our rules. Should you dare betray us, do not say, 'I did not offer you a chance.' I am Ye Chen." Lin Tian quickly nodded in agreement, responding, "Rest assured, Senior. My Immortal Sound sect will strictly adhere to the Heavenly Palace's regulations. However, I have a question. Why does it seem that there are so few people within the sect?" Although the Heavenly Palace was grand and rich in spiritual energy, it appeared to lack a certain vitality. Ye Chen maintained his calm demeanor and explained, "Currently, there are only 4 individuals in the sect, 1 disciple and the rest are elders and the vice-sect master. Just 4 individuals, 1 disciple, along with elders and a vice-master. Could it be that this was a hidden sect intending to emerge in the wild continent, with Ye Chen serving as the guiding stone? Lin Tian could hardly contain his excitement and eagerly addressed the master. "Master, it seems we are lacking a guardian at the gate. May I take on that role?" However, Su Qingyao, standing behind Lin Tian, was utterly stunned, her face reflecting bewilderment and uncertainty. How could their ancestor voluntarily propose to become a mere gatekeeper? This was simply unfathomable. It was well known that within the wild continent, A holy king was a true figure of significance, revered and admired by countless individuals. Yet now, their ancestor was willing to lower himself to such a position, which was perplexing. Nevertheless, as Su Qingyao contemplated the myriad miracles exhibited by the heavenly palace, her doubts gradually dissipated. Perhaps the heavenly palace represented her own opportunity. Thus, she steadied her resolve and mustered the courage to speak to Ye Chen. Master, do you require any servants? I can play the zither. Might there be a chance for me to remain here? As she spoke, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, clearly a sign of her shyness. After all, within the Immortal Sound Sect, she was the unchallenged leader. Who could have anticipated that she would reveal such a side of herself? Guarding the gate, playing the zither? After a moment of contemplation, Ye Chen spoke with gravity. I cannot be too stingy. Lin Tian, this bottle of elixirs is for you. And what is your name again? Master, the servant is Su Qingyao. Ah, Su Qingyao. Take this weapon home with you. And also this bottle of elixirs. Ye Chen tossed her the Imperial weapon, the Qingyan sword, along with the elixir bottle. Lin Tian and Su Qingyao received their rewards, their faces flushed with excitement, and they hurriedly knelt in gratitude. Lin Tian held the elixir bottle in both hands and opened it to take a look. Is this a holy elixir? Or perhaps a premium holy elixir? He was astonished to find 9 premium holy elixirs within the bottle, worth a fortune in the wild continent. After all, each holy level alchemist held a position of great prestige, especially one capable of producing premium holy elixirs. This bottle of elixirs was undoubtedly the key to breaking through his limitations. Su Qingyao caressed the Qingyan sword, feeling a surge of powerful energy coursing through her, invigorating her spirit. It had recognized her as its master instantly. Why? When she had desperately sought to bond with it before, had it resisted so stubbornly? Ah, indeed, one must have a strong backing to grow stronger more swiftly. Thank you, Master. The two individuals expressed their gratitude once more before departing to arrange matters concerning the disciples of the Xianyin sect, uncertain if they could return. Go ahead, was the response. Chapter 8. It is utterly hilarious that a venerable ancestor would abandon his esteemed position to serve as a menial worker. The Wuxin stone is placed at the foot of the mountain, along the mandatory path of the sect. With a mere thought, a colossal black stone, towering 100 feet high, descended from the heavens and struck the ground with tremendous force, inscribed with the 3 characters of Wuxin stone. Subsequently, the system was activated, leading to the lottery page. The wheel spun incessantly, yet the contents remained concealed. Each rotation was a gamble, igniting both excitement and anticipation. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared. Acquired the Enlightenment tea tree. The Enlightenment tea tree is a rare treasure that enhances comprehension and brings about sudden insights. Upon reaching the rear of the Grand Hall, Ye Chen planted the Enlightenment tea tree beside his recliner. This tree, towering over 10 meters, had a trunk as thick as a barrel. Unsure of its flavor, he poured a cup of water and plucked several leaves from the tree, placing them within. Instantly, a rich, fragrant aroma wafted forth. The scent invigorated his mind and stimulated his thoughts. It was delightful, yet its effects on him seemed minimal. Meanwhile, within the Xianyin sect, the elders and disciples implored, Ancestor, sect leader, if you leave the Xianyin sect, what shall become of us? Who will lead us? We beseech you to stay. The urgency in their voices resonated throughout the hall. Su Qingyao and Lin Tian exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that they could not reveal that one would be guarding a door while the other served as a servant. Silence. We are departing for the heavenly palace to cultivate. Do not disturb us. Henceforth, the Xianyin sect will be an affiliated sect of the heavenly palace. When the heavenly palace recruits, you too may have the opportunity to join. Su Qingyao's icy voice resonated, starkly contrasting her demeanor while in the heavenly palace. She then proceeded to unveil the myriad mysteries of the heavenly palace to the assembly. From this moment forth, Chen Chong shall serve as the acting sect leader of the Xianyin sect. For any matters, contact him. We shall take our leave now. Having organized the affairs of the sect, Su Qingyao, accompanied by Lin Tian, ascended into the air with their belongings. Observing the 2 figures soaring above, the nearby minor factions and sects were left bewildered. Look to the sky. The one adorned with the pattern of the celestial zither appears to be from the Xianyin sect. Why are they carrying so many items? Are they fleeing? Impossible. The Xianyin sect has just annihilated the Fengling sect. Who could possibly intimidate the Xianyin sect? Unless it involves those powerful factions. Hasten, inquire further if something significant is about to transpire in our wasteland. The leaders of various factions were filled with anticipation, pondering whether the departure of such a colossal entity with so many possessions heralded a fortuitous event. Report to the sect leader, we have gathered some intelligence. A relative of mine is associated with the Xianyin sect and has just informed me that their ancestor and sect leader are heading to a place called the Heavenly Palace for cultivation. The response from other minor sects was one of disbelief. It has been said that the ancestor of the Xianyin sect is a first-order saint king, nearing the end of his lifespan. It is astonishing that he would wander about, unafraid of perishing on the journey. Furthermore, what sort of maneuver is it for a sect leader to abandon his own sect to join another? Hours passed. An elderly man and a young boy arrived at the foot of the Heavenly Palace sect, laden with their belongings. Lin Tian produced a jade token, and the two entered the formation. After paying respects to Ye Chen, he arranged for them to settle at the base of the mountain. Finding a comfortable spot, he placed his backpack down and immediately took up his post, vigilant at the gate, fearful of any potential theft. In the days that followed, Lin Tian visibly appeared to be rejuvenating, although his face bore the signs of over 90 years. There was a remarkable transformation as strands of black hair began to intermingle with his once white locks. His aura also intensified significantly compared to before. Although he held the position of a mere gatekeeper, akin to that of a lowly servant, Ye Chen still bestowed upon him a vial of holy elixir each month. This generosity invigorated Lin Tian, prompting him to dedicate time each day to clean the sect and remove weeds. Although labeled as weeds, these plants were comparable to third or fourth tier medicinal herbs, imbued with rich celestial energy. The remainder of his time was spent either guarding the gate or cultivating. Observing his diligence, Ye Chen specially promoted him to the position of elder servant, allowing him to continue his role as gatekeeper while relieving him of cleaning duties when unnecessary. This elevation filled Lin Tian with elation. In such a brief time within the Heavenly Palace, his cultivation had soared to the third level of the Holy King realm. For millennia, he had been stagnated at the first level, believing it would be the pinnacle of his existence. Yet, fortune smiled upon him, granting him the legacy of a quasi-emperor and the status of elder servant. Henceforth, the Xianyin sect truly became part of the Heavenly Palace. Years later, when inquired how the Xianyin sect established its foothold within the Heavenly Palace, the response would be that it was due to the tireless efforts and loyalty of their venerable ancestor, Lin Tian. However, the actions of both the ancestor and the sect master had rendered the Xianyin sect a source of ridicule among countless factions. Many had secretly followed in Lin Tian's footsteps, witnessing him at the foot of the mountain, either guarding the gate or cleaning the sect's premises. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao had taken on the role of a servant girl, serving tea and water. Consequently, these two, along with the Xianyin sect, became fodder for gossip among many. What they failed to comprehend was that Su Qingyao had already reached the pinnacle of the holy realm, mere steps away from becoming a holy king. In just a few days, she had made successive breakthroughs, a feat that typically took ordinary holy beings years or even decades, with some lacking the talent to ever advance. Yet, she seemed to ascend a realm daily. If outsiders were aware of this, they might think that simply serving tea and performing menial tasks could simplify the path to breakthrough. But those ignorant of the truth would not entertain such notions. Have you heard? The venerable ancestor and the sect master of the Xianyin sect have deigned to serve as menial workers and maidservants in a third-rate sect, a disgrace to the dignity of holy beings. An esteemed elder, having lived for millennia, forsaking his own sect to play the role of a servant. The Xianyin sect must be finished. I had considered joining, but now it seems wiser to align with the Xinqing sect, where their holy beings do not lower themselves to such menial positions. Ha ha ha. The laughter directed at the Xianyin sect echoed through the ranks of various factions. The entire sound of Immortality's sect was enveloped in an atmosphere of desolation. The disciples were bewildered by the actions of their leader and the elder, unable to fathom the reasons behind such decisions. Yet their objections proved futile. Little did they know, in due course, there would be saints clamoring to join, all vying for a mere position as a menial worker. Even those at the pinnacle of supremacy yearned for such an opportunity. It was only then that they would realize the absurdity of their current predicament. As 7 days swiftly passed, Ye Chen reclined on a chaise, savoring the spiritual fruits handed to him by Su Qingyao while relishing her gentle massage. Master, there lies a secret realm that opens once every century. Should we take Qingli along for the journey? He pondered. It is time to venture forth. Otherwise, what purpose does my cultivation serve? After stretching his limbs, Ye Chen sent a message to Qingli, informing her of their departure the following day. Over the course of the past half-month, Qingli had reached the first level of essence consolidation at the tender age of 15. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Ye Chen, accompanied by Qingli and Su Qingyao, tore through the void, heading towards the illusory Moon Mountain range. The moment they departed from the sect, Ye Chen distinctly sensed that the heavens and earth seemed to influence those of Imperial strength, albeit minimally. Chapter 9. You shall protect her. This secret realm, known as the White Dragon Secret Realm, opened once every century and permitted entry only to those under the age of 30. It was said to be formed from the remnants of a true dragon of supreme status that perished during a great battle. Yet, over the years, no one had uncovered anything related to dragons within its confines. At this moment, the entrance to the secret realm was teeming with people. Ha ha ha. Is that not the esteemed sect leader Chen of the Sound of Immortality? What? Does your sect lack even a single saint now? The leader himself has only attained the peak of spirit transformation. How do you expect to compete among the top sects? The speaker was none other than Xiuzhe, the sect leader of the ocean-covering sect, a 7th-level saint. Chen Chong clenched his fists tightly, so forcefully that his knuckles turned white, as though he were channeling all his strength into that one punch. Ultimately, however, he released his grip, refraining from unleashing his anger. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself before turning away, choosing to disregard those who had provoked his ire. Upon returning to his sect's residence, the crowd parted for him, not daring to obstruct his path. After all, regardless of their circumstances, the Sound of Immortality sect was not one to be trifled with lightly. The entourage following Chen Chong wore expressions of discontent and fury, clearly disturbed by the recent events, but under the current circumstances, they could only swallow their grievances. As Chen Chong continued his distance, it appeared that this farce was drawing to a close. With no spectacle left to witness, the crowd began to disperse, shifting their conversations to the matters concerning the secret realm. Let me tell you, several top-tier forces have arrived for this White Dragon secret realm. Is that so surprising? They have entered in the past. What is there to make a fuss about? Distinct, entirely distinct. Previously, while disciples from top-tier forces did gain entry, they were solely from the ranks of the saintly powers. However, this time is different. It involves several factions that possess a saint king. Of course, the Xianyin sect does not count, for their ancestors' breakthrough was fraught with peril, a desperate exploitation of latent potential, and unless an extraordinary opportunity arises, they may very well be on the brink of demise. What I refer to are the Shirin Mountain, the Wuxiang sect, and the Linglong merchants, the 3 supreme forces, whose ancestors rank as the most formidable figures in our wasteland, standing at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. Is that truly the case? Where did you hear such news? Surely you jest. I have friends within these 3 sects who affirm this. Indeed, I have also heard it. Consider the Shirin sect's Shiling Tsong, the Wuxiang sect's Wushuan Bodhisattva, and that so-called god of wealth from the wasteland, the young master of the Linglong merchants, Shang Tian. It seems several have also caught wind of this, and the crowd appears to be convinced. Could it be that the White Dragon's secret realm harbors some extraordinary treasures? Something that even the top-tier forces covet enough to dispatch their strongest disciples? The last individuals who entered the secret realm spoke of a peculiar valley that manifested within, containing a deep pool known as the Transformation Dragon Pool. Rumor has it that this time, the contention is for the opportunity to access the pool. The Transformation Dragon Pool? This is a rare phenomenon, formed under the unlikely circumstances of a true dragon's demise, reputed to enhance one's physique and refine one's talents. The Shirin sect's Shiling Tsong. Those bald heads belong to the Wuxiang sect's Wushuan Bodhisattva, and that chubby fellow is Shang Tian. They have just materialized from the void, overhearing the conversations of these individuals. Su Qingyao wore an expression of indignation, leading Ye Chen towards the Xianyin sect's encampment. Upon arrival, the disciples of the Xianyin sect approached Su Qingyao, lamenting their grievances. Were it not for Ye Chen's presence, she would have sought to confront those factions with her fists. Master, do you think the Transformation Dragon Pool in the White Dragon secret realm is edible? Qing Li inquired, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Ye Chen. Stop fixating on consumption. It is meant for immersion, Ye Chen replied, a vein of exasperation appearing on his forehead. Look, those dark figures are from the Shirin sect. Suddenly, an unidentified voice rang out from the crowd, prompting everyone to turn their gaze. There, upon the ground, appeared a dozen figures clad in black, their faces pallid, followed by various kinds of undead. In the sky, several elders hovered protectively. Curse those wretched leeches. That is my grandfather, and they have audaciously stolen him. Someone exclaimed with fury. The Shirin sect, infamous for their nefarious deeds, specializes in the theft of corpses. Had it not been for an elder of the Shirin sect possessing a celestial corpse, they would have faced extermination long ago, before the crowd could erupt in anger. A soothing Buddhist chant resonated from the horizon, calming their restless spirits. A colossal warship appeared, ancient and weighty, stretching 1,000 feet in size. Standing at its edge were dozens of dignified and benevolent elders, evidently powerful figures from the sect, personally escorting the vessel. It is no wonder, as it is said that Wushuan possesses the potential of an emperor, making the Wuxiang sect quite protective of him. Whether this is true remains uncertain. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from another direction as a 100-foot-long flood dragon emerged, trailing behind it a 3-tiered palace, surrounded by 10 terrifying auras, surveying the assembled crowd. The entrance was imbued with an air of grandeur, rivaling even that of the Wuxiang sect. This was undoubtedly a reflection of the immense wealth possessed by the Linglong Merchant Association, whose warships were magnificently grand. Presenting itself was the cherished beast of the Grand Elder. Shang Xianfeng, a thunder dragon. My goodness. The Grand Elder of the Linglong Merchant Association has personally arrived. How incredibly impressive. The dragon, pulling a palace, must surely house the illustrious Shang Tian, the most formidable young master in the history of the Linglong Merchant Association. No wonder the Grand Elder made the journey himself. Such a prodigy must be safeguarded by any sect. Yet what significance does such a grand entrance hold? I, too, am accompanied by an emperor-level protector. Have I uttered anything untoward? Such matters are beneath our sect. A dragon should be savored rather than flaunted. One day, I shall prepare a dragon stew for you. Qingli nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Thank you, master. Perhaps we should refrain from postponement. I have heard that dragon liver is delectable. And if we were to cook it in a hot pot with a spicy broth, would it not be even more delightful? She gazed at the dragon above, wiping away an unwelcome tear from the corner of her eye. What was the matter with the thunder dragon? I seemed to shiver. Suddenly, Ye Chen lifted his gaze toward a particular direction, as if he were observing something. Qingli, I must step out for a moment. You shall accompany Yao Yao. Yao Yao, keep an eye on Qingli. Yes, we shall see master and the sect leader off, the two replied. Ye Chen nodded, his figure merging with the void, disappearing from sight. Gather around. This is Qingli, the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Palace. Once inside, ensure her safety. Su Qing Yao instructed the members of the Xianin sect, pointing at Qingli. The crowd exchanged glances. Qingli, with her youthful visage, appeared merely 14 or 15 years of age, yet she had already attained the first level of the condensation realm. In contrast, those older than her found themselves lacking in cultivation, save for the eldest senior brother, who was slightly superior at the second level. So, who was truly safeguarding whom? Understood. Sect Leader. Chapter 10. Princess, there is no escape for you. In a secluded forest several hundred miles from the secret realm, there stood a girl of around 20. Her features were exquisitely fair, adorned in a form-fitting gown that accentuated her alluring figure as if it were tailored specifically for her. Particularly, when she breathed gently. The subtle rise and fall of her chest was captivating, as if it danced to an enticing melody. However, this beautiful sight was ensnared by a group of cloaked figures, enveloping the scene in an atmosphere both tense and eerie. Qin Luoxue, do not even think of fleeing. It is wiser to surrender. One of the masked figures cackled ominously, his voice echoing through the tranquil forest, sending chills down one's spine. The figures were all cloaked and masked, obscuring their true identities. Yet, based on the voice of the speaker, Qin Luoxue could discern a hint of their affiliation. A slight smirk appeared on her lips, revealing her disdain. You are agents of the Xian King, are you not? I am surprised that my father yet lives, yet you are so eager to instigate rebellion. Your impatience is quite evident. Haha, the princess is indeed astute, having deduced our identity with such remarkable speed. The figure clad in black appeared unperturbed by Qin Luoxue's mockery and continued, Yet, knowing our intentions for rebellion, you still dare to venture alone from the palace to the White Dragon's secret realm. Your audacity truly knows no bounds, princess. Do you truly believe that as a mere girl at the 7th level of the condensation realm, you can contend with one of my caliber? A being of the transformation realm? Upon hearing Qin Luoxue's pointed inquiry, the leader could not suppress a cold smile that curled at the corners of his mouth. And without hesitation, he removed his mask. When Qin Luoxue finally beheld his face, the serene expression she had worn vanished in an instant, replaced by profound disbelief and shock. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, Wang Yang, is it you? However, before Qin Luoxue could finish her sentence, a light chuckle echoed, He is not alone. I am here as well. Accompanied by this laughter, another figure swiftly removed his mask, revealing his true identity. Qin Luoxue was taken aback once more. For this individual was none other than Wang Feng, another formidable subordinate of the Xian King, also a powerful practitioner of the transformation realm. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Qin Luoxue's expression grew grave. She had never anticipated that the Xian King would dispatch such a formidable contingent to confront her. With her mere 7th level of the condensation realm, coupled with the presence of 2 transformation realm experts and over a dozen of their condensation realm subordinates, she found herself in an insurmountable predicament. Nonetheless, Qin Luoxue endeavored to maintain her composure. Gripping her long sword tightly, she feigned nonchalance and remarked, Is it truly necessary for 2 transformation realm practitioners to pursue a single girl at the 7th level of the condensation realm? Am I truly that formidable? Do not presume we are unaware. You must possess secret techniques to elevate your prowess, they countered. There is no need for further dialogue. Simply capture her and deliver her to the prince. Kill. With that command, they hesitated no longer. summoning their inner energy to conjure two colossal hands that lunged toward Qin Luoxue. Startled by the sudden assault, she quickly regained her composure, realizing that even this secret had been revealed to them. A bitter smile graced her lips as she lamented inwardly. Yet, just as the hands were about to grasp her, Qin Luoxue suddenly cried out, "Divine transformation!" With that exclamation, her aura erupted like a volcano, breaking free from her constraints and propelling her into the transformation realm. The formidable power surged within her, altering her demeanor from one of distress to one of commanding presence. With a swift gesture, she sent her long sword hurtling forth, shattering the two hands. In the next moment, she vanished like a wraith into the depths of the mountain forest, disappearing from their sight in the blink of an eye. The divine transformation was a serendipitous acquisition during one of her outings. Although it could forcibly elevate her strength, it exacted a considerable toll, leaving her in a state of extreme weakness for a time afterward. Nevertheless, at this moment, Qin Luoxue was beyond caring. If she could merely escape the pursuit of these two individuals, everything would be worthwhile. Indeed, as the investigation had suggested, she possessed the formidable prowess of the spirit transformation realm. One of her pursuers, gazing intently in the direction where Qin Luoxue had vanished, spoke in a grave tone. "She must not be allowed to escape. We must capture her." The other gritted his teeth in agreement. The two hunters exchanged a glance and instantly sprang into action. Meanwhile, Qin Luoxue cast a defensive formation behind her while consuming the elixirs she had prepared for this expedition into the secret realm. Seeking to restore a modicum of her spiritual energy, it pained her to discard the array plates, for they were purchased with great effort. While the potions were concocted by her own hands, as she was a second-tier alchemist, this venture into the secret realm was of utmost importance to her, for she sought the rare materials necessary to craft the sacred pill. Should she succeed in procuring these materials, she could venture to the Linglong Merchant Guild for assistance in refining them. Initially, she had hesitated to risk leaving the palace, but the increasingly frequent movements of Prince Xian had compelled her to act. If she remained passive, she would surely face a dire fate. Prince Xian's power was on par with that of her father, and acquiring a sacred pill might prove pivotal in suppressing him. Regrettably, this secret technique, once obtained, came with restrictions that prevented her from imparting it to others. Otherwise, gifting it to her father would have swiftly quelled Prince Xian. Upon learning that the secret realm was about to open and that it contained the necessary herbs for the sacred pill, she made the resolute decision to stealthily exit the palace. Although this choice was fraught with peril, she deemed it worth the risk. However, she never anticipated that Prince Xian would uncover her secret of sudden strength augmentation and seek to eliminate her. As Qin Luoxue navigated through the dense forest, she abruptly halted. Ahead, two figures barred her path. Sensing their formidable auras, she felt a surge of trepidation. "Ah, two more from the spirit transformation realm. It seems Prince Xian truly regards me highly. You cannot escape," they declared, standing firm as mountains, quietly awaiting the arrival of their comrades. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Qin Luoxue swiftly drew her longsword and launched a fierce strike at one of her assailants. Chapter 11. Qin Luoxue Boom. A crescent moon coalesced beneath her blade, soaring high into the sky, and with her movement, it descended upon her foe. The adversary quickly conjured a barrier to defend against it, yet he underestimated the might of her attack. Crack! The barrier shattered upon contact with the crescent moon, before Qin Luoxue could make her escape. The other pursuer suddenly raised his hand, manifesting a colossal pagoda to suppress her. She had no choice but to defend herself. Boom! The pagoda crumbled in response, sending clouds of dust swirling. Just as she intended to seize the opportunity to flee, the brothers Wang Yang and Wang Feng emerged, hot on her trail. However, both of them were covered in dust, clearly indicating that the formation merely hindered their progress without inflicting any harm. In an instant, four individuals at the spirit transformation realm surrounded Qin Luoxue. At that moment, Qin Luoxue felt her aura waning, reverting to the condensation realm. Could it be that death was imminent? A sudden chill gripped her heart. She was utterly devoid of strength. "Die!" one of them exclaimed, conjuring a colossal handprint that ruthlessly descended upon her. Just then, an unfamiliar figure materialized abruptly before Qin Luoxue. The handprint vanished before it could touch him, as if it had never existed at all. His sudden appearance startled everyone. "Who are you? Please do not interfere in the matters of the Xian King," Wang Yang inquired with a grave expression. Yet, Ye Chen paid them no mind, instead smiling warmly at Qin Luoxue. Name: Qin Luoxue. Realm: 7th layer of condensation. Talent: 100. Physique: myriad medicine, immortal body. Background: Princess of the Great Qin Dynasty, searching for materials to refine the sacred pill. Unfortunate enough to be discovered by the Xian King. Indeed, the myriad medicine immortal body is an excellent candidate for alchemy. Ye Chen's satisfaction grew as he perused Qin Luoshua's information. Become my disciple, and I shall assist you in overcoming your current predicament. Qin Luoshua gazed in bewilderment at the young man who had suddenly appeared before her mind awash with questions. The 4 spirit transformation realm cultivators shared her confusion. Who is this person? Is he not afraid to recruit disciples here? Silence enveloped the group, for Ye Chen's entrance had been exceedingly peculiar. Appearing silently amongst them and neutralizing a full-force strike from a spirit transformation realm cultivator, rendering them cautious. Oh, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. Noticing their lack of reaction, Ye Chen recalled his failure to present himself and continued, I am the master of the heavenly palace. Should you choose to become my disciple, I can help you eliminate these nuisances. Boom. At his words, everyone was taken aback. The 4 spirit transformation cultivators instantly became vigilant. What kind of power is the heavenly palace? Why have we never heard of it before? Could it be some obscure minor force? Otherwise, how could they be so unaware? And to call them nuisances? They were the strongest beneath the saints, each capable of establishing a first-rate power. Are the heavenly palace's members truly that formidable? Disregarding even the spirit transformation realm, the atmosphere turned particularly strange. Qin Luoshua observed the young man before her. Recognizing that his ability to withstand that attack was no ordinary feat, desperation led her to consider him her only hope. Nodding eagerly, she said, Senior, I am willing. As soon as she spoke, she knelt before him, bowing her head and declaring, Disciple Qin Luoshua, pays respects to Master. 3 resounding bows echoed through the air. From Ye Chen's perspective, he could just glimpse the white of her attire. Good. From now on, you shall be my second disciple, he replied with satisfaction, nodding. Qin Luoshua lifted her gaze to Ye Chen, her cheeks flushing as she followed his line of sight. Congratulations to the host for recruiting a prodigious disciple. Reward, true understanding of alchemical arts. Reward, 10,000 bottles of the Imperial grade rejuvenation elixir. 9-turn revival pill. Reward, 1 Imperial grade summoning card. The 9-turn revival pill ensures that, regardless of the severity of one's injuries, as long as there is a breath left, one can be restored to their former self. Ye Chen stepped forward to assist her, then cast a glance at the 4 individuals nearby, casually remarking, Since you are now my disciple, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate them. The 4 were taken aback by his words. The several practitioners of the condensation realm in the distance dared not approach, cautiously retreating instead. However, as a formidable presence in the spirit transformation realm, one would typically be a notable figure, yet the uncertainty of the individual's strength before them prompted caution. One among them spoke up. Since you have taken her as your disciple, let today's events be forgotten, shall we? Such noise disrupts our reunion, Ye Chen replied, shaking his head before slowly raising his hand. Instantly, the members of the Xian Wang became even more alert. Wang Yang could no longer contain his fury, exclaiming, You are rather presumptuous. We of the Xian Wang are at the 8th level of sagehood. Before he could finish, a piercing scream erupted from him. Ye Chen had merely gestured in the air. In an instant, the voices of the 4 practitioners in the spirit transformation realm, along with all surrounding practitioners of the condensation realm, erupted into a cacophony of explosions. Boom, 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 boom. They vanished, reduced to mere blood mist, as if they had never existed. Gasp! Qin Luoshua inhaled sharply. Heavens! With just a wave of his hand, and without even releasing any pressure, he annihilated 4 initial-stage spirit transformation experts? Even my father could scarcely achieve such a silent obliteration. Could it be that he is a sage king? In that moment, admiration began to glimmer in Qin Luoshua's eyes. She had not anticipated that a mere outing would lead her to apprentice under a sage king. What did she have to fear from the Xian Wang now? Moreover, her master was remarkably handsome, youthful, and powerful. She recalled illustrated tales filled with such figures, and inexplicably, her cheeks flushed. How peculiar. Could this disciple be harboring some hidden injury, given her rosy complexion? Ye Chen took Qin Luoshua's frail hand to examine her condition. This action startled her. Master, what is it? She inquired, lowering her gaze. Oh, I noticed your flushed face and feared you might be injured, Ye Chen responded, producing a vial of elixir and offering it to her. Take this. It will hasten your recovery. All right. As she opened the vial, the fragrant aroma enveloped her, bringing a sense of comfort. Is this an Imperial elixir? It must be, given its remarkable efficacy, Qin Luoshua mused, consuming one of the pills. Immediately, her aura stabilized, and the after-effects of her prior ordeal were completely dispelled. Seeing her aura regain stability, Ye Chen pointed, This is a technique I have prepared for you. Practice it diligently. Boom. The true understanding of alchemical arts encompassed countless recipes and techniques from antiquity to the present, providing a direct pathway into the realm of alchemy. Qin Luoshua covered her mouth in disbelief. Does such a technique truly exist in the world? Qin Luoxue pondered deeply, questioning her own worthiness. Even if such a profound technique existed, bestowing it upon a newly accepted disciple, especially one as precious as Dan, left her feeling utterly inadequate in her ability to reciprocate. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, her master spoke. Disciple, allow me to introduce you to your senior sister. Of course, master, she replied, nodding eagerly. Ye Chen then tore through the fabric of the void, transporting them to the residence of the Xianin sect. The two emerged gracefully from the ethereal realm, unnoticed by others, though a few figures had gathered nearby. Chapter 12. Within the Secret Realm Master. Qingli exclaimed, her voice brimming with surprise and anticipation. Her gaze quickly shifted to the young woman beside Ye Chen, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Ye Chen smiled warmly at her, nodding gently as he introduced, "This is my new disciple, Qin Luoxue." His tone remained serene. He then continued to introduce Qin Luoxue to Qingli, saying, "She is your senior sister, Qingli. When the secret realm opens, you two should enter together and look after one another." His eyes shifted back and forth between them, hinting at an unspoken understanding. Qingli and Qin Luoxue exchanged a glance, each performing a respectful salute in unison, declaring, "Yes." They then began to assess one another. Qingli thought to herself, "This junior sister appears slightly older than me. I wonder how she has developed." Her eyes scrutinized Qin Luoxue's appearance and demeanor. Simultaneously, Qin Luoxue assessed Qingli, noting that the latter seemed younger than herself, yet her cultivation had already reached the primordial consolidation stage, which compelled Qin Luoxue to regard her with newfound respect. An air of silence enveloped them, thick with a subtle tension. Suddenly, a magnificent beam of light erupted from within the secret realm, soaring skyward. The emergence of this radiant pillar instantly stirred a commotion among the crowd. Some could no longer contain their excitement, shouting, "The secret realm has opened. Let us rush in. All the treasures are surely mine. I'm headed to the dragon transformation pool. I shall soar to greatness and become an unparalleled powerhouse." In an instant, countless cultivators ascended like birds, eagerly racing towards the mysterious light, desperate to seize the opportunity before others. However, a closer examination revealed that most of these eager souls were scattered cultivators or disciples from minor sections. The true elite from renowned sects remained still, refraining from an immediate rush into the secret realm. Indeed, they were biding their time, waiting for the vanguard to enter the realm and scout the way. After all, this secret realm was unlike any before. It concealed a valley within, and no one could anticipate the potential perils and uncertainties it harbored. "Go forth, my disciples. Pursue your ambitions without hesitation. I shall support you from behind," Ye Chen encouraged with a smile, gradually retracting his gaze and extending his hand to imbue both young women with his essence. "Yes, master. We shall go now," they affirmed, and in the next moment, they soared into the air, racing towards the enigmatic beam, vanishing within its luminous embrace in the blink of an eye. With a gentle smile, Su Qingyao addressed the members of the Xianin sect, inviting them to join her, assuring them that they could follow her lead. Suddenly, the elite from the top-tier sects finally made their move. Among them were 3 individuals radiating an overwhelming aura, instilling a sense of awe in those around them. The crowd gasped and looked up in astonishment, recognizing these formidable figures as the most exceptional geniuses from the 3 leading powers, Shiling Song, Wu Xian, and Shang Tian. Behind them trailed their respective disciples, creating an impressive spectacle that commanded attention. The appearance of these 3 was akin to a thunderclap, instantly electrifying the atmosphere. Everyone was captivated by their presence, instinctively halting their activities to gaze at these prodigies. However, to everyone's surprise, these top-tier talents did not direct their gaze towards the crowd below, but instead exchanged glances with one another, as if engaged in a silent contest of strength. Their eyes met, sparking with intensity as they seemed to gauge each other's prowess. After all, in this desolate realm, few could rival them, and the individuals before them were undoubtedly their most formidable competitors. After sharing a brief look, they, accompanied by their disciples, set forth towards the valley within the secret realm. Once Ye Chen saw his disciples enter, he turned to leave with Su Qingyao. Having finally achieved the cultivation of an emperor, he felt compelled to relish his newfound status by exploring the world rather than remaining idle. Since he had already taken on disciples, he was indifferent to other matters. As for venturing into the secret realm for exploration, it was unnecessary. The moment he arrived outside, he had already discerned everything within. If he wished, he could even claim the secret realm for himself. Instead of wasting time, he preferred to immerse himself in the local culture of the city. Soon, Ye Chen arrived at a city named Mountain City, where he took Su Qingyao to a renowned establishment called the Wanhua Pavilion. They settled into a window-side position on the 2nd floor, enjoying the performances below while indulging in Su Qingyao's soothing massages and delightful cuisine. thus commencing a day of leisurely enjoyment. Time passed. Within the secret realm, countless battles erupted over a single herb. Kid, that's the blood-condensing herb I have my eye on. Hand it over. Huh. If you have the capability, come and take it. No need for whining. Seeking death. Are we? Is anyone interested? I have the location of a heavenly soul fruit tree, which boasts over 100 fruits, albeit guarded by a peak condensation realm beast. We can split the spoils. You're still searching? No need. Someone just killed that beast and uprooted the heavenly soul fruit tree. What? Impossible. That was a peak condensation realm beast. How could it have happened so swiftly? Could it be that the 3 top-tier sects intervened? No. I've seen them with the Sect. It must be one of their members. There's a woman among them who can unleash the aura of the spirit transformation realm and annihilated that beast with a single sword strike. Damn it. My heavenly soul fruits. To their astonishment, the Sect had produced a genius even stronger than those from the 3 leading powers, one who, like Shi Song and the others, had also attained the spirit transformation realm. Younger sister, there are a total of 330 heavenly soul fruits here, which we shall divide equally. In the forest, Qingli produced the spiritual fruits, allocating half to Qin Luoxua, yet she retained 30 for herself. The members of the Xianyanzong looked on enviously as they divided the fruits, their mouths watering, but none dared to approach. At that moment, Qingli stepped forward, gesturing toward the remaining 30 heavenly soul fruits on the ground. You may divide these among yourselves, she declared. Are these for us? The Xianyanzong members inquired, pointing to themselves and then to the fruits on the ground. They had done nothing but follow her, and now they were to receive a share. As if in a dream, the heavenly soul fruits were indeed invaluable for enhancing one's soul power, particularly since the Xianyanzong's techniques incorporated soul power attacks, making it essential. Thank you, esteemed sisters. The members of the Xianyanzong expressed their gratitude, not feigning humility, for they would not refuse what was beneficial to them. Chapter 13. I shall transform you into corpses. Just as the group had secured the spiritual fruits, a haughty voice suddenly rang out from behind them. The heavenly soul fruits, and indeed the members of the Xianyanzong, are right here. The Xianyanzong members were startled and turned to see a group of ominous figures shrouded in dark energy, each accompanied by strange creatures of various forms, some humanoid, others beastly, and even some half-human, half-beast. It was undeniable that some among them emanated a presence akin to that of the condensing origin realm, while the leader exuded an aura of the spirit transformation realm. Indeed, it was the members of the Sect, led by Shilingling, who was manipulating a corpse. With a sinister smile, he remarked, You 2 beauties would be ashamed to transform into corpses. Hand over the heavenly soul fruits, and I shall spare the lives of those behind you. Instantly, Qingli and Qin Luoxua felt a wave of revulsion, while the Xianyanzong members stood ready behind them, poised to charge at a moment's notice. To be frank, neither of the 2 had ever encountered such unabashed confidence. How could one utter such brazen words without a hint of shame? What audacity! Qingli scoffed. You appear quite pitiful, yet your tone is remarkably bold. I wonder how long your partner will remain loyal. Perhaps they will end up as a widow. Shilingling's gaze turned icy. The members of the Sect, due to their practices involving corpses, bore a certain pitiful appearance, which was a source of great embarrassment for them. I was initially inclined to let you go, but since you seek death, I shall turn you into corpses for my amusement. He leered at Qingli and Qin Luoxua. He had intended to keep them as servants, a means to relieve his frustrations during cultivation. As for the Xianyanzong, a sect with only one early-stage Saint King, what could they do even if they were to kill these individuals? Could they seek revenge against my Sect? In that case, let them all perish. Lingsong's gaze was cold and ruthless, as the shadowy corpse beside him lunged forward. Despite being merely at the 7th layer of the condensation realm, they dared to resist. Let me show you what it means to be forged into a shadowy corpse, subjected to relentless torment day and night. Junior sister, you must retreat. Allow me to handle this, she urged. No, senior sister, you are still young, and your cultivation is only at the 1st layer of the condensation realm. Qin Luoxua quickly grasped her arm. Young? Hardly, Qingli scoffed. Besides, when has a junior sister ever protected her senior? In that instant, a colossal lotus flower suddenly materialized behind Qingli, ethereal and radiant, exuding a gentle luminescence. The emergence of this lotus brought forth an overwhelming aura of terror, making the very world tremble. This pressure far exceeded the capabilities of a mere condensation realm practitioner, instilling profound dread in all present. The once ferocious shadowy corpse found itself utterly powerless against this terrifying force, crushed into submission, its struggles rendered futile. Under this immense suppression, the previously formidable shadowy corpse began to fracture, cracks rapidly spreading until it was completely shattered. With a spurt of blood, Shi Lingsong's face turned ashen, devoid of color. He gazed at the lotus in horror, a wave of deep unease surging within him. Wasn't the Xianyin sect primarily focused on melodies? What is this power before it? I feel like a mere insignificant insect, he murmured, his voice trembling with disbelief and fear. Even the members of the Xianyin sect were left astounded, unable to fathom the strength of this young girl, who was so many years their junior. I never anticipated my senior sister to be this formidable. Even if I were to intervene personally, I doubt I could dispatch that shadowy corpse so effortlessly. Qin Luoxue reflected, her understanding of Qingli's prowess deepening. Junior sister, the remainder is in your hands, Qingli said, gritting her teeth, her complexion pale. Clearly, the previous move had taken a significant toll on her. She retrieved a pill from her pocket and quickly swallowed it. As the warmth surged through her, her pallor gradually brightened. A crescent moon, conjured from her will, bore down fiercely upon Shi Lingsong, as Qin Luoxue responded with action. Protect the young master. The members of the Shirin sect quickly regained their composure, hastening to shield him. Their primary offensive relied on the shadowy corpse. Without it, their power would significantly diminish. As the crescent moon descended, disciples surrounding Shi Lingsong summoned the shadowy corpses to defend him. However, the might of the crescent moon proved overwhelming. Many shadowy corpses were flung away, some even cleaved in two by the force of the strike. The Xianyin sect members also advanced to assist, employing their respective offensive abilities, specializing in melodies. Their attacks carried the weight of soul force. In an instant, the battle erupted, with both sides' assaults intertwining like a torrential downpour. The Xianyin sect's melodic attacks, infused with soul energy, left the Shirin sect's members struggling to cope. Although the soul power attacks could be resisted by the members of the Corpsine sect, they nonetheless disrupted the connection between them and the Yin corpses, resulting in a lack of fluidity in their control. Surely, they do not believe this will secure their victory. With eyes reddened, Corpse Lingsong felt an increasing sense of unease. As the corpse energy surged within him, a torrent of corpse energy emanated from all the Yin corpses on the battlefield, converging towards Corpse Lingsong. This is bad, exclaimed Qin Luoxue, her expression dramatically altering. Divine transformation, crescent moon triad, rebirth lotus suppression. The group unleashed a barrage of attacks, relentlessly converging towards Corpse Lingsong, interrupting his continuous accumulation of corpse energy. No, I refuse to accept this, he cried out, a violent tremor shaking the earth. A deep pit appeared. The members of the Corpsine sect fell silent. Sister, we must leave, otherwise, we shall let others claim the treasures. Qin Luoxue nodded hastily, and the disciples of the Immortal Sound sect followed suit. The two senior sisters would feast, while they would merely savor the broth. Subsequently, they pressed deeper into the forest. Not long after their departure, several slower cultivators arrived in the vicinity. However, upon witnessing the signs of battle surrounding them, they immediately slowed their pace and became vigilant. Look, could there be treasures hidden within? Suddenly, one cultivator reached the edge of the pit and discovered it filled with severed limbs and dismembered bodies, paling at the horrifying sight. As others gathered around, their faces turned ashen upon witnessing the gruesome scene. Chapter 14. You flee, I pursue, you can't escape at that moment. The pit was filled with the most gruesome corpses, telling tales of a horrific battle that had transpired. Could this be the work of the Yin Corpse sect? Indeed. Unmistakably so, they bear the unmistakable signs of their weakness. Goodness, is that Corpse Lingsong I see? Look at that pile of mangled flesh. Isn't that the head connected to it? Alas, it truly is. Could it be that some rare treasures appeared here, prompting Wu Xuan and Shang Tian to join forces in a massacre? The thought sent shivers through the crowd, causing them to jump in alarm. Let us depart. Lingering here could lead to us being tainted by corpse energy, and we would be misunderstood by the Yin Corpse sect. Yes, let us retreat. In an instant, many cultivators fled in all directions, leaving only a few scattered practitioners behind. Among these practitioners, both men and women recognized that their companions had not fled and understood each other's intentions. One proposed, fellow Taoists, shall we agree that whatever is found belongs to the one who discovers it? Agreed. I concur. The others expressed no objections. With that, they leaped into the pit to search for rings among the corpses. Suddenly, Corpse Lingsong opened his eyes. I didn't kill anyone. Don't blame me. What has happened? A few bewildered individuals gathered around, startled. Corpse Lingsong opened his mouth, and a dark energy coalesced within. Astonishingly, this dark energy flew forth. After expelling the dark energy, Corpse Lingsong fell silent once more. Is he dead? A cultivator cautiously prodded him with his sword. No response came. Damn, that scared me half to death. At that moment, Master Houghton let out a sigh of relief and continued to rummage through the rings of others. Although this would inevitably taint him with the aura of the deceased, potentially leading the disciples of the Yin Corpse sect to misunderstand him. One must pursue wealth in the face of peril. After all, how could one expect to reap riches without encountering danger? After several searches, the scattered cultivators quickly fled this perilous place, fully aware that overlooking an opportunity could lead to missed fortunes. Master, it is grave news. The young sect master and all other disciples are dead, exclaimed a man, strikingly similar to Enlightenment song, his voice laced with malice. Who has slain my son? I shall transform him into a Yin corpse, ensuring he is eternally bound to this realm. This man was indeed Shi Jinhua. At that moment, a black mist emerged from the void. Shi Jinhua furrowed his brow and absorbed the dark energy. Curse that Xianyanzong. I shall eradicate them, he declared. Send a message. Anyone who kills them shall be rewarded with a peak-level Yin corpse and 1,000,000 spirit stones. An hour later, the atmosphere within the secret realm became charged with excitement. Everyone knew that by slaying the members of Xianyanzong, they could not only acquire a peak-level Yin corpse, but also a bounty of spirit stones. Groups began to form, seeking out the disciples of Xianyanzong. In the depths of the secret realm, Qingli, Qin Luoxue, and the members of Xianyanzong were enshrouded in bloodlust. Despite the hundreds of corpses littering the ground, relentless pursuers continued to close in. These wretched souls must perish. They chase us for a mere Yin corpse and spirit stones. Big brother, little Chun has fallen. One disciple lamented. Big brother, Tao has also perished in battle. The air was thick with murderous intent as the disciples of Xianyanzong had never felt such fury before. Rest assured, the sect master will avenge them. Gather their storage rings and follow the two senior sisters, Big brother reassured them. In the following days, they were either engaged in slaughter or traversing the path of violence, as if the entire secret realm had succumbed to madness. Yet, each person adorned their fingers with numerous rings. They pressed deeper into the secret realm. However, it was not long before their presence was discovered once more. Quick, the members of Xianyanzong are here. Come quickly. With this cry, the previously tranquil mountains erupted into chaos. Whoosh! A streak of azure light blazed through the air like lightning, instantly cleaving the shout's originator. Yet, that scream had already attracted countless attentions. In an instant, thousands of cultivators surged from the mountains like startled birds taking flight, rushing towards Qingli and her companions en masse. Run! Faced with this sudden twist of fate, everyone was taken aback, wasting no time in accelerating their flight with all their might. Quick, let us catch them. The males are for the Yin Corp sect, and the females we will take for ourselves. Someone in the crowd shouted, sparking a chorus of agreement. Ha ha. It has been ages since I've had the pleasure of dealing with exceptional female cultivators. Another boasted, his words dripping with lewdness. In an instant, a massive force of over 1,000 appeared in the sky, darkening the horizon like a cloud of locusts. Led by a group of formidable cultivators at the condensation realm. Those of lesser strength felt emboldened by their presence. They consumed the meat while sipping their broth, which seemed entirely reasonable. After all, the Xianyin sect lacked formidable beings in the spirit transformation realm, consisting primarily of practitioners at the condensed origin realm, along with numerous foundation establishment disciples. Even if their adversaries possessed greater strength, such a multitude could certainly wear them down. In no time, everyone converged, transforming from a mere handful into thousands. Ahead, the eldest disciple of the Xianyin sect spoke. Sisters, to our right lies the territory of the red-eyed rabbit demons. Venturing that way may lead to our demise. The red-eyed rabbit demons? Perfect. We can lure this rabble into the territory of the beasts and let them contend with the rabbit demons. Let's hasten. In the outside world, the red-eyed rabbit demons are regarded as the lowest tier of beasts, forever incapable of surpassing the foundation establishment realm. Yet, within the confines of the white dragon secret realm, the most powerful among them had reached the pinnacle of the condensed origin realm. Their appearance, however, diverged significantly from that of their external counterparts, sporting a single horn atop their foreheads. My sincerest apologies. I shall compensate your clan for the losses incurred, he uttered, expelling the rabbit meat from his mouth and retrieving various pills from his storage ring. At that moment, within the territory of the rabbit demons, a man knelt, incessantly pleading for mercy, offering an array of pills in a desperate bid for his life. He had presumed these rabbits were akin to those outside, seeking to slay one for a taste. Little did he know, he was the prey. Upon being brought into the realm of the rabbit demons, he found himself confronted by a large cauldron, within which several practitioners were already bathing, their flesh nearly disintegrated. Surrounding him stood a throng of beings, indistinguishable from humans save for their pair of rabbit ears and single horn. They licked their lips, gazing at the meat in the pot as if it were a sumptuous feast. Human flesh, how delectable. Alas, it takes a century to savor it again. Grumbled the leader of the red-eyed rabbit demons, contemplating whether they could domesticate these humans, allowing for indulgence at their whim. As native beasts of the secret realm, They once bore no distinction from their external kin. A chance discovery of a spiritual spring within their current territory had changed their fate. Drinking from the spring not only bestowed them with horns, but also shattered their bloodline shackles, enabling them to cultivate to the condensed origin realm. However, this very blessing had trapped them, confining them within a 100-mile radius, and that spring had long since been depleted. Chapter 15. I desire to raise a human as a slave chief. We've struck gold. This time we can feast, exclaimed a young demon. Having spotted a dozen human practitioners approaching. Only a dozen? That hardly suffices. Surround them. Do not let them escape. Understood. In an instant, dozens of rabbit demons soared into the air, blocking the path of the Sect's members. Rabbit demons. It seems we have arrived. Let me present them with a grand gift. Qing Li unleashed a sword strike, and the others followed suit, launching their assault. Terrifying musical notes transformed into various blades and swords, hurtling towards the rabbit demons. This was the first encounter for the rabbit demons with human practitioners who wasted no time in initiating combat, prompting a hasty retreat and leaving a gap for escape. As the rabbit demons were momentarily distracted, they had already breached the blockade and headed into the distance. Had the clan leader and the others fled? These detestable humans had denied them even a chance to speak. Should we pursue, esteemed leader? Observing the retreating figures of more than a dozen individuals, the rabbit demons were enraged, as they had always been the ones to toy with others. The clan leader, seething with frustration, exclaimed, "What are you standing there for? This is our sustenance. If you don't wish to feast, then hurry and give chase." With that, the leader prepared to charge ahead. At that moment, a young demon cried out in alarm, "Leader, look behind." "What is it?" The leader replied. To his astonishment, a massive dark cloud was drifting towards them. "Isn't it merely rain? What is there to fear?" The leader questioned, perplexed. "No, leader. It appears to be humans." One subordinate exclaimed excitedly. "Many of them. Each of us could take several home." They laughed. "I shall raise a human servant, and when hunger strikes, I shall feast upon a slice of flesh." The demons buzzed with anticipation, sensing a fortuitous turn of events, each sharpening their claws in preparation for the impending battle. But the clan leader wore a grave expression, for he sensed that among them were several at the pinnacle of their cultivation. Such a force approaching could surely spell their doom. "Is it so wrong for us to devour a few? We have survived for thousands of years this way. Why must we face such peril now? Is the heavens determined to extinguish us? No, we cannot simply await our fate." The clan leader turned to pursue the direction in which the disciples of the Sect had fled. The bewildered rabbit demons exchanged confused glances. "With so many humans, we could feast for quite some time. Why is the leader headed that way?" "Oh, I understand. The leader must intend to capture those who just fled. If we seize them, we can have a grand banquet tonight. Indeed, the leader is invincible. Let us go forth and capture them. That tender one shall be reserved for me. I wish to savor it in slices." Hundreds of rabbit demons, seemingly oblivious to their danger, believed that the more humans they encountered, the more jubilant they should feel. But in a single encounter, they suffered heavy casualties. "Run. These are not foes we can withstand." The remaining demons finally comprehended why their leader had fled so hastily. These rabbit demons were doomed, having allied themselves with the disciples of the Sect. Let us pursue and annihilate them. In an instant, a vast throng surged through the sky, a chaotic chase unfolding. At the forefront were dozens from the Sect, followed closely by hundreds of rabbit demons, with a formidable force trailing behind. They ran for an unknown distance until the rabbit demon leader collided violently with an invisible barrier, tumbling to the ground. The other rabbit demons soon arrived, and upon seeing their leader halt, they understood this was the boundary, and they could not escape. Just then, the pursuing force closed in. "Leader, what shall we do now? What can we do? We shall fight. Kill. After all, if they were to perish regardless, it was better to strike first." Thus, hundreds of rabbit demons charged towards the throngs of thousands. Damn it, it is indeed these rabbit demons. They are truly allied with the Sect. Kill. With our numbers, a single mouthful from each of us could drown them. The male rabbit demon must be slain, while the female rabbit demons shall remain. I have yet to savor the flavor of a rabbit demon. Haha, take me along. These female rabbit demons appear rather substantial. Boom. Boom boom. In an instant, hundreds of rabbit demons clashed with a massive army of tens of thousands. Countless cultivators surrounded the scene, comprising several hundred from the condensation realm, including members of sects and independent practitioners. As the condensation realm cultivators engaged, the rabbit demons found themselves utterly powerless, suffering injuries and casualties. One, too, alas. Some human cultivators also perished in the fray. What a pity. I wish to spare a few. Shall we seize the moment? The scene shifted. At this moment, Qin Luoxue and Qing Li had arrived in a valley filled with cultivators. As they ventured deeper, the crowd thinned. Upon nearing the innermost part, a vast water pool came into view, flanked by two factions. Leading them were Wushuan and Shang Tian. The crowd deliberated, wary of approaching the so-called dragon transformation pool. Having just tested the waters, it was clear a beast resided within. Should we not join forces? Otherwise, none shall claim the dragon transformation pool, Shang Tian proposed. Agreed. My sect, the Wuxiang sect, claims half of the pool's water. The two reached an understanding and struck. Boom. Various attacks relentlessly bombarded the dragon transformation pool, raising towering splashes of water. Roar. A figure suddenly erupted from the pool, measuring 100 feet in length. This beast was none other than a flood dragon. Sensing its aura, the onlookers slowly retreated several dozen miles. Yet, some fearless souls sought to seize the opportunity. Although a flood dragon could not compare to a true dragon, it was still a treasure. Its scales could forge armor, its horns could be crafted into weapons, and a sizable flood dragon could provide sustenance for quite some time. I wonder what it tastes like, Qingli mused, fixating on the colossal figure above. This flood dragon is merely at the spirit transformation stage. Could I too possess a magnificent steed? Shang Tian exclaimed joyfully, dragon binding rope, take. A chain shot forth, wrapping around the flood dragon. Haha, success. Submit to me, and I shall lead you out. Just as Shang Tian reveled in his triumph, the flood dragon violently swung its tail, shattering the binding rope and sending a tremendous strike towards Shang Tian. Caught off guard, he was hurled away, crashing into distant rocks, blood spilling from his mouth. His fate uncertain. Young master. Witnessing their leader being struck away, the members of the Linglong merchants quickly surrounded him, aiding in his escape. With Shang Tian's departure, Wushuan felt elated. Now both the flood dragon and the dragon transformation pool were his. Foul beast, how dare you act ferociously here? Quickly return to the Buddha's domain and ascend to paradise. He bellowed. However, the flood dragon remained unfazed by Wushuan's admonition, merely rolling its eyes in apparent disdain for his words. As Wu Xian beheld the scene, the flames of fury within him surged with intensity. He let out a fierce shout, his hands weaving intricate gestures, and a brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth. With his movements, a formidable artifact emanating a potent aura ascended into the air, racing towards the flood dragon like a shooting star. Sensing the threat posed by the artifact, the dragon opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a deafening roar. Immediately, a colossal wave of water erupted from its mouth, surging forth like a torrential flood, aimed directly at Wuxian's artifact. A thunderous crash resounded as the wave collided with the artifact, sending countless droplets flying. Astonishingly, under the impact of this deluge, the powerful artifact shattered into innumerable fragments, scattering across the ground. In that instant of destruction, Wu Xian felt as though he had been dealt a grievous blow. Spurting a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion turned as pale as parchment, and he involuntarily staggered backward several steps. Umipa. Wu Xian gritted his teeth against the pain and called out to the disciples of the Wuxiang sect behind him. Disciples of Wuxiang sect, quickly form seals. Yes. The disciples of Wuxiang responded in unison. They hurried to Wu Xian's side, their hands clasped together, reciting Buddhist scriptures. As their chanting resonated in the air, a mysterious force began to permeate the atmosphere. This energy rapidly coalesced, forming a towering Buddha statue that loomed several hundred feet high. The statue, with its hands joined in prayer, exuded an overwhelming aura of majesty that sent shivers down the spine. Its eyes fluttered open slightly, seemingly imbued with boundless wisdom and compassion. The Buddha statue gently extended its palm towards the flood dragon, descending with an imposing presence that felt as if it could crush the very world beneath it. The flood dragon, sensing this immense pressure, roared in fury. You are truly courting death. Its body writhed violently in the air, its aura escalating rapidly, scales shimmering with an ethereal glow as it confronted the massive palm. Upon the collision of the white dragon and the hand, a deafening explosion erupted. Powerful energy waves radiating outward, causing fissures to form in the surrounding space. What is this? Fall back. The realization struck that this dragon was not at the first level of spirit transformation, but at the ninth, perilously close to becoming a saint. With a resounding impact, the colossal Buddha's phantom vanished into the void. The disciples of Wuxiang were sent hurtling backward, some flying as far as 100 meters. Those who could not escape in time coughed up blood, and those below the foundation establishment level were utterly annihilated. Quickly flee, this is beyond our reach. With this dragon present, who can hope to claim the dragon transformation pool? If we do not depart, we may very well lose our lives. Who can break through to the peak of spirit transformation before 30? This is merely an opportunity to behold, not one to seize. Heavy-hearted and disheartened, the crowd frantically retreated. For the flood dragon had commenced its rampage, devouring the monks without mercy. Crunch, crunch, one after another. It was terrifying to witness. The taste is rather mediocre, the dragon remarked disdainfully after a few chews. As the sight of everyone fleeing unfolded, two individuals unexpectedly soared towards him, sparking his curiosity. Approaching him, she gently parted her crimson lips and inquired, "Dragon, could you spare a piece of flesh for me to taste?" Upon hearing this, the dragon was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the language of humans? What did she mean by asking for a taste of its flesh? He thought to himself, "I would also like to sample your meat. Would you consent to that?" Then, with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, filled with rage, he bellowed, "Impudent human! How dare you covet my corporeal form?" With a violent sweep of his massive tail, akin to a bolt of black lightning, he aimed at Qing Li and Qin Luo Shui. The force of this strike tore through the air with a piercing sound. "Sister, be cautious." The disciples of the immortal sound sect felt a chill run down their spines. If struck, the aftermath would be catastrophic. Meanwhile, those who were fleeing in the distance gradually came to a halt. These were the people from that sect, so audacious that they dared to approach. They had witnessed those who feared for their lives, but never those who sought their own demise. A mocking glee spread across their faces as they anticipated the unfolding spectacle. Just as the dragon was about to deliver a devastating blow upon Qing Li and her companion, he suddenly found himself immobilized by an unseen force, rendered utterly powerless. Who could this be? A wave of unprecedented terror surged within the dragon. At that moment, he was incapable of even the slightest movement. It was known that this secret realm was an embodiment of his very essence, accessible only to those under 30 years of age. Yet now, he found himself effortlessly subdued by a mysterious entity, leaving him utterly astonished. Unless the opponent's cultivation vastly surpassed his peak, it was inconceivable that he could be caught off guard in such a manner. As this realization dawned upon him, cold sweat began to pour down his body. Trembling in fear, however, as the dragon sank into panic, a shadow emerged slowly from Qing Li's form. This apparition exuded a chilling aura, and just a single glance sent the dragon into a state of alarm, his hair standing on end, cold sweat pouring from his brow like a torrential flood. "Master!" Qing Li and Qin Luo Shui rushed forward with reverence, calling out. Their master had once assured them that no matter the circumstance, they need not fear, for he would always stand behind them. "Master, did you not wish to taste the dragon? I believe this one is quite suitable," Qing Li said, her large eyes sparkling as she sweetly addressed Ye Chen, occasionally glancing at the dragon pinned in the void. "Please spare my life. My flesh is foul and unpalatable." The dragon cried out in terror, his voice filled with despair and pleading. "Are you the white dragon?" Ye Chen inquired, hands clasped behind his back, observing the young dragon before him. "Indeed, I am called Long Yuxuan. I beseech you, esteemed one, grant me mercy and do not consume me. I am of use. I can serve as a mount or guard, and in my prime, I was at the pinnacle of supremacy," Long Yuxuan implored desperately. Ye Chen furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Acknowledge her as your master." Glancing at Qing Li, Long Ye swiftly addressed, "Senior, might we consider a different option? I would willingly acknowledge her as my master." Long Yuxuan gestured towards Qin Luo Shui. Sensing Leaf Dust's apparent discontent, he realized he lacked the bargaining power and could only submissively relinquish his dragon soul. "Master," Long Yuxuan declared with an ingratiating expression. Once the bond of recognition was completed, Leaf Dust's ethereal form re-entered Qing Li's body. In the distance, the onlookers were astounded. What have I just witnessed? What is that ethereal form that compelled the dragon to acknowledge a master? Quickly, spread the word. From now on, you shall be named Xiao Bai, Qing Li commanded, hands on her hips. "Master, I possess a name. I am Long Yuxuan." Long Yuxuan quietly protested. "I insist you be called Xiao Bai." "But, master, I am Xiao Bai." "Please stop." Long Yuxuan cried out in anguish, reflecting on her former grandeur when countless demons vied to be her servant, only to find the tides of fortune had turned against her. "Senior sister, this is the transformation dragon pool. It must be the dragon's corpse beside you that has transformed, and it appears to have seized a serpent's essence to begin its metamorphosis into a dragon," she mused. Hearing this, Long Yuxuan cast a glance at Qin Luo Shui, surprised by her insight. "Junior sister, let us immerse ourselves in the waters. Everyone, come join us." "Thank you, senior sister," the members of Xianin Sect expressed their gratitude. Is this the benefit of having a powerful ally? Previously, although Xianin Sect was significant, it was always beneath the three great sects, and such advantages were beyond their reach. But now, they could partake in these benefits. Who would dare speak ill of the heavenly palace? "I shall ensure they meet a grim fate," the senior brother thought, acknowledging the opportunity bestowed by his senior sister. This transformation dragon pool is only effective upon the first visit. Thereafter, its potency diminishes. Chapter 17, Seeking an Exit. Payment for protection days passed without a soul daring to approach the vicinity of the transformation dragon pool. They understood the opportunities here were not theirs to claim, and the rumors of the dragon being subdued went unheeded. Having finally gained entry, they sought to scour the entire secret realm, for they might not have the chance again, as age would soon become a limiting factor. Within the transformation dragon pool, radiant hues filled the air. Senior brother, I have broken through to the condensation realm. I was stuck at the foundation establishment stage for half a year, and now I have finally advanced. I have unexpectedly broken through 2 minor realms, reaching the 6th level of condensation. I feel extraordinarily powerful, capable of withstanding my former self's full force without harm. As the group shared their joy in their breakthroughs, suddenly, from the depths of the transformation dragon pool, 2 figures exuded a rising aura. Their smiles froze, tension mounting as they gazed into the depths of the pool. Unlike the ordinary waters of the pool, the 2 were absorbing golden water. The deeper one ventured into the pool, the water transformed into a golden hue. Those who could endure the pressure would reap boundless rewards. Yet, Qingli and Qin Luoxue were at the deepest point, absorbing the essence as if the oppressive force held no harm for them. Boom! A cascade of golden liquid was continuously absorbed by 2 individuals, transforming their physical forms. The majority was consumed by the lotus flower within Qingli, which subsequently emitted pure spiritual energy that coursed through her meridians before returning to her dantian. Qingli's cultivation level surged from the 1st to the 6th stage of condensation. With her current physique, she felt capable of vanquishing that feeble man with a single punch. Satisfied, she nodded and gazed upon the colossal dragon bone beneath her. Perhaps she could take it back and brew a hearty bone soup. Fortunately, Xiaobai was absent, otherwise, she would have been utterly astonished by her master's insatiable desire for dragon flesh. Meanwhile, Qin Luoxue had reached the 9th stage of condensation, just a step away from the realm of transformation. Those surrounding them watched in awe and envy at this spectacle. Just then, the secret realm trembled. Time had elapsed, and they were now able to exit the domain. At that moment, figures began to emerge from the entrance of the secret realm. Senior sister, we haven't found any rare treasures during our time here. Doesn't that feel a bit disappointing? One queried. Not at all. Having this is more than enough. Qingli replied, shaking her hand, which now held the diminutive Xiaobai. Sensing her master's mischievous smile, Xiaobai suggested, Master, I believe we could approach it this way. Upon hearing Xiaobai's idea, the 2 exchanged glances and shared a cunning smile. You may go ahead. Qin Luoxue turned to the members of the Xianin sect and instructed. The senior brother of the sect understood his limitations in aiding them and led the others out of the secret realm. Once they exited, the 2 positioned themselves at the entrance, erecting a sign to demand a toll for passage. A practitioner at the 9th stage of condensation paid them no heed and soared past them. Suddenly, a burst of sword energy intercepted his path. Who dares to obstruct me? Seeking death? He bellowed, summoning his weapon, ready to engage in combat. Xiaobai, teach him a lesson, Qingli commanded, tossing the now shrunken dragon outwards. Yes, master. Upon breaking free from Qingli's grasp, Xiaobai expanded dramatically. With a roar, the 100-foot-long dragon's eyes, as large as lanterns, fixated on the intruder. Feeling the dragon's overwhelming presence, the practitioner faltered and plummeted from the sky. Spare me. I am willing to pay the toll, he pleaded, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Qingli smirked. If only you had been this sensible from the start. Xiaobai, retract. Xiaobai obediently shrank back to Qingli's side. The practitioner hastily retrieved his storage bag, exclaiming, Miss, here are some of my treasures. I hope you will accept them. Qingli accepted with satisfaction, taking half of the contents before waving her hand dismissively. All right, be on your way. The practitioner felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and scrambled away in fright, vowing to steer clear of her in the future. Following this, several others attempted to pass through, but were similarly halted by Qingli and her companion. The atmosphere at the entrance of the secret realm was filled with grievances, yet none dared to retaliate. Those who had once hunted Qingli and her companions now bowed their heads in silence, presenting their storage rings and bags. It was only after the secret realm was devoid of others that they finally made their exit. Sister, this method is truly excellent. We need not search for it ourselves, which saves both time and effort. However, do you think our actions might bring considerable trouble to our sect? Qin Luoxue felt a twinge of anxiety, for they had slain a member of a top-tier sect and plundered all within the secret realm. It could be said that they had offended the entire wasteland, now surrounded by enemies. Do not worry. You must trust the sect, and above all, have faith in our master, who stands firmly behind us. Qingli replied nonchalantly. At that moment, outside the secret realm, as the 2 emerged, they were immediately encircled by a throng of individuals. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that they were members of the 3 major sections. It was clear they were aware of the events that had transpired within the secret realm. "You have killed our sect's young master," intoned an elder from the Corp sect, his expression devoid of emotion. Instantly, a hush fell over the crowd. Most were unaware of why the Corp sect sought these two, but now they comprehended that it was due to the death of the young master. Many small sects and rogue cultivators lingered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. After all, who could resist a spectacle? Qingli and Qin Luoxue felt a wave of tension wash over them, for at the forefront stood the elders of the top-tier sects, each of formidable cultivation. None beneath the realm of saints. "You old fool, that young master was a lecher. Even if we had not killed him, he would eventually have met his demise at the hands of a woman. We merely expedited the process," Qingli scoffed. As a disciple of their master, one could not display cowardice, especially not in front of her junior sister. If her elder sister was unafraid, then she too must remain steadfast, Qin Luoxue resolved inwardly. "Seeking death. It is a blessing that the young master took notice of you," the grand elder of the Corp sect said darkly, raising his hand to seize them. However, at that moment, an elder from the Wuxiang sect stepped forward, saying, "Please wait a moment, fellow Taoist." The grand elder of the Corp sect cast a glance at him and halted. Subsequently, the elder from the Wuxiang sect adopted a benevolent demeanor. "Ladies, surrender that dragon. It must repent before the Buddha." At this juncture, Xiaobai suddenly transformed into its true form, blocking the path before the two. That elder was a quasi-emperor. As long as they safeguarded her, they might very well secure the favor of that esteemed individual and possibly reach the pinnacle of their own power, or even surpass it. "You bald monk, repent for what? I detest your sanctimonious kind," Qingli retorted. Looking upon the white dragon, its bloodline of true dragons was exceptionally potent. Given that this secret realm was named the White Dragon Secret Realm, it could be surmised that this white dragon might be a descendant of that true dragon, a being of the supreme realm. If they could subjugate it, their sect would possess a supreme realm powerhouse. Who would dare defy them then? As the white dragon accompanied them, it was likely to carry the legacy of the supreme realm. A glimmer of greed flashed in the elder of the Wuxiang sect's eyes. "You wretched beast, with your mere spirit transformation strength, you cannot contend with me. Come back with me to repent. This dragon is destined to be with our Linglong Merchant Association. I have a male dragon, perfectly suited for breeding." The members of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce were equally unwilling to concede, eager to seize a share of the spoils. In an instant, the three foremost powers began to vie for dominance. However, the onlookers were left in a state of confusion, wondering how the conflict had escalated to such an extent. "How about this? Let us return together to the Corp sect, and we can uncover the truth and settle this inheritance matter soon." The grand elder of the Corp sect proposed a solution. After all, if a clash were to ensue, it would be beyond his capacity to suppress them. Moreover, with the demise of the young sect leader, failing to bring the instigator back would be difficult to justify. Now, with a potential supreme inheritance emerging, bringing it back would not only absolve them of punishment, but also earn them rewards. Thus, the two major sects reluctantly acquiesced. After all, this ancient being was formidable, and a real confrontation could very well result in them becoming mere pawns for others. Once the three elders reached a consensus, their gazes shifted toward the two individuals and the dragon. "How infuriating. In the past, I could have obliterated this mere peak sage with a single breath," one remarked. Anger etched upon Xiaobai's face. "Are you not afraid that the heavenly palace will annihilate you all?" Qin Luoxue interjected. Each of them held life-preserving trump cards. Should they face a life-and-death crisis, the contingencies left by Ye Chen would activate. The heavenly palace? Huh, what a trivial sect. I have never even heard of it. The grand elder of the Corp sect scoffed. "Come with us, and should you withhold the truth, even the sect behind you shall be destroyed. All transformed into corpses, allowing you to reunite." With that, the grand elder waved his hand, conjuring a massive palm that lunged toward the people from the heavenly palace. The two and the dragon felt their pupils constrict. They were utterly powerless against such a formidable sage. Yet, at that moment, a voice suddenly resonated, shattering the gigantic hand with a forceful presence. "Who dares to turn me into a corpse?" The voice thundered. Instantly, the two were filled with joy, calling out to the sky, "Master!" As the voice echoed, a figure materialized before them, tall and composed. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by Su Qingyao, observing the crowd with an indifferent gaze. In an instant, the assembly furrowed their brows, unable to suppress their inquiries. "Sect leader Su? Are they from your Xianin sect?" To them, this youth exuded no trace of cultivation, suggesting he was of low prowess, likely masked by some artifact. Given that these individuals were with the Xianin sect, they presumed the heavenly palace was merely a facade, and they hailed from Xianin sect. "Ah, you are mistaken. The Xianin sect has already submitted to the heavenly palace," she declared. Noticing her sincerity, They turned their attention to Ye Chen. Who are you, young man, that you can command the Xianin sect's allegiance? One inquired. An An is unworthy of knowing my name, Ye Chen replied coolly. Seeking death. To refer to oneself as an emperor. I shall see if you possess such strength, another retorted. Ye Chen merely raised his gaze toward him, slowly lifting his palm and pointing into the void. A surge of ethereal energy sped forth toward the elder of the Encorp's sect. Boom. Instantly, one of the elders from the Taiyin sect was reduced to fine powder, scattered in the air. Gasp. In that moment, all cultivators present inhaled sharply, their pupils narrowing to the utmost degree. What had just transpired? Why had the elder from the Encorp's sect vanished? Did you see that blood mist? That is the manifestation of sheer power. Who exactly is the master of this heavenly realm, capable of annihilating a sage of the third level with but a mere gesture? Could he possibly be a Sage King? The Sage King represents the pinnacle of strength in the desolate continent. If a sect were to produce a Sage King, it could undoubtedly forge a formidable force of its own. Yet now, all the cultivators are utterly astounded by the scene before them, scarcely daring to breathe, compelled to witness the unfolding events in silence. Particularly affected are the two elders from the Encorp sect and the Wuxiang sect, who are visibly shaken. However, as esteemed elders of top-tier powers, they are accustomed to the presence of Sage Kings, and not merely one. Thus, despite their underlying fear of Ye Chen, they would not easily show weakness. Your actions are rather excessive, are they not? Our esteemed forces are not without their own Sage Kings, spoke the elder of the Encorp sect, his expression dark with displeasure. Nevertheless, Ye Chen regarded his words with utter disdain, a scornful smile gracing his lips. Is that so? Then your fate is equally sealed. Ye Chen's voice was chilling and ruthless. Before his words could fully resonate, an imperial pressure emanated from him, cascading down like an avalanche, targeting solely the elder of the Encorp sect. Under this terrifying force, the elder felt as though he had been reduced to a mere insignificant insect, struggling to find his voice. In an instant, he was utterly crushed beneath that overwhelming weight. Once again, the onlookers were rendered speechless by this unfathomable display of might. It was no jest. They had not even witnessed how he struck. However, they had clearly seen the elder of the Encorp sect explode. Elder, it's all a misunderstanding. We merely wish to converse with your sect's disciples. Yet before he could finish, he noticed his feet vanishing, rapidly ascending into nothingness. He experienced no pain as he disappeared from this realm. Run. The members of the three major sects scrambled in panic. Yet, no matter how they fled, their bodies began to dissipate, entirely devoid of suffering. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd, permanently etching the name of the heavenly palace into their memories. Yao Yao, where are the three major sects located? Ye Chen inquired. At this, the crowd fell silent. Did he intend to challenge the three top-tier sects? Was that not a death sentence? Indeed, having already offended all three sects, he likely sought to leave the desolate continent, hence his inquiry regarding their locations to escape in the opposite direction. The expressions on their faces conveyed an understanding. Master, they are situated in these locations, Su Qingyao indicated towards the void. In the next moment, an ancient cauldron emerged from within Ye Chen, soaring upwards and arriving above the Encorp sect in mere breaths. What is happening? Why has the sky darkened? Oh no, something is about to fall. Quickly escape. However, under the oppressive might of the supreme imperial weapon, those of lesser cultivation found themselves utterly immobilized, helplessly watching as the colossal cauldron descended. Was this to be the end? I could not accept such a fate. I had transformed my beloved into a spirit corpse, only to meet my demise so soon, as everyone awaited their doom. The venerable ancestor of the Encorp sect, a formidable being at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, appeared beneath the chaotic cauldron, endeavoring to halt its fall. With a thunderous roar, the scene unfolded. Ah, it is the ancestor and his innate heavenly corpse, we exclaimed, yet before we could utter another word. The moment the heavenly corpse made contact, it was obliterated into mere fragments. One must understand, this heavenly corpse boasted a physique comparable to that of a supreme being. Yet it disintegrated as if made of paper upon impact. The ancestor of the Encorp sect immediately spewed blood, frantically pleading, "Which esteemed elder has descended? Please show mercy. I am willing to offer all treasures of my sect." Yet, his entreaty was destined to go unanswered. With a single strike, a massive pit formed within 100 miles around the Encorp sect, and the grand cauldron vanished once more. Simultaneously, both the Linglong Chamber of Commerce and the Wuxiang sect were reduced to ashes. On that day, the wasteland was ablaze with chaos, and fear gripped the hearts of all. Various factions speculated on the identity of the unseen powerhouse responsible, and rumors spread like wildfire across the wasteland. Have you heard? The three top sects of the wasteland vanished on the same day, uprooted entirely. Indeed, it is terrifying. Even the Saint Kings could not resist. Could it be that some hidden powerhouse in our wasteland found them intolerable and annihilated them? It is possible. The Wuxiang sect claims to be of the Buddhist order, yet they are merely false monks. I once witnessed a cultivator attempting to pay homage, only to be slain by a male counterpart, leaving the female to her fate. And what of the Incorpse sect? They either steal corpses or capture the living to forge spirit corpses. Their demise is only just. Meanwhile, disciples, let us depart. Ye Chen declared after vanquishing the obstructing saints, turning to his companions. Master, look over there. Is that not a dragon? Perhaps we should capture it to feast upon. Little White suggested, glancing at the dragon in the sky with a mischievous glint. With this dragon, Master might no longer desire to feast upon us. How astute of me. Yet, this was merely the beginning of calamity. Once he savored the dragon's flesh, he found himself unable to stop, either carving flesh or being carved. Master, master, the dragon. Suddenly, Qingli tugged at his robe, pointing towards the distant dragon. Marvelous. Truly worthy of being my disciple. I nearly forgot. Ye Chen exclaimed, nodding in acknowledgement. Raising his hand to smite the spirit realm dragon, discarding it at the feet of his maid. Su Qingyao hastily gathered it up, as a servant. One must possess keen insight. She had intended to act, but her master was swifter. Subsequently, Ye Chen tore through the void with his companions, leaving countless cultivators in a state of bewilderment. Did they just seize the Linglong Chamber of Commerce's dragon as well? It appears so. If this were in our sect, we would surely enshrine it, for it is a spirit realm beast. TSK, it seems that the Linglong Chamber of Commerce is on the verge of madness. Soon, the ancestors of the three major sects will join forces, and even the top sects may face obliteration. Indeed, it appears the Heavenly Palace and the three paramount sects have reached an irreconcilable point. The cultivators expressed their astonishment and discussion, gradually dispersing. As they left, the reputation of the Heavenly Palace began to spread beyond its confines. Hey, have you heard of the Heavenly Palace? This sect is invincible. Its disciples have slain even the formidable Si Ling Tsang and subdued a spirit-transforming dragon within the secret realm, robbing everyone in sight. Hiss, is that true? Could it be that they have reached the spirit transformation realm before turning 30? Haha, not quite. But the Heavenly Palace is no insignificant sect. It is said to be an ascendant hermit sect, with its leader being a powerful sage king, possessing unfathomable abilities, capable of vanquishing anyone with a mere glare. Moreover, the Xianyin sect has long since submitted to the Heavenly Palace. What? The Xianyin sect has surrendered? Even if the Heavenly Palace boasts two sage kings, it cannot withstand the united might of the three major sects, can it? Haha, you are mistaken. It appears the three major sects may no longer retaliate. Someone has witnessed their stronghold completely laid to waste. Indeed, the three major sects have offended a supreme being and have been annihilated. Heavens, who could it be? What does it matter to us? We must continue living our lives as we always have. In the royal palace of the great Qin dynasty, as Ye Chen and his companions just landed, they were immediately surrounded by a group of cultivators clad in dark robes, the elite guards of the great Qin dynasty. Upon seeing the princess among them, the captain of the guards immediately admonished, "Who dares to kidnap the princess and intrude upon the royal palace? Release her at once." "Captain Chen, how dare you? They are my senior sisters and elders, and this is my master who has come to assist me in resolving some troubles." Qin Luoxue quickly interjected, rebuking him. Upon hearing that these individuals were the princess's peers and master, Captain Chen was momentarily taken aback and instinctively glanced towards Ye Chen. However, he sensed no aura emanating from him, though the elder exuded an air of danger. After all, as the captain of the guards, a being of the fourth layer of spirit transformation, he only became aware of their sudden presence in the palace. This indicated that had they not appeared, he would have remained utterly oblivious. It was clear their strength was formidable. Recently, King Xian's increasingly erratic behavior had heightened his concerns regarding whether the princess's master was aligned with King Xian and had been deliberately placed within the palace. Thus, everything seemed suspicious. Consequently, Captain Chen did not allow the crowd to disperse. Instead, he clasped his fists and addressed Ye Chen. "Senior, I sincerely apologize. The palace has been somewhat unsettled of late, and I am here under Imperial decree to protect it. I hope you can understand that I cannot withdraw." It was evident that Captain Chen harbored suspicions regarding Ye Chen's identity. Although his tone was exceedingly courteous, Qin Luoxue felt quite displeased. After all, she had personally invited her master to resolve the issues at hand. Yet now, upon their arrival home, her master was met with skepticism from the palace guards, which was quite embarrassing. "Master, do not mind him. I will take you to meet my father." She feared her master's wrath, for she had witnessed his extraordinary power. Even sages were no match for him. Ye Chen nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent. However, the Commander Chen followed closely behind, mirroring her every step. In the Imperial garden, Qin Luoxue excitedly linked her arm with Qin Anyun, playfully declaring, "Father, this is my master." Suddenly, a jolt of alarm surged through Qin Anyun, his back dampening with sweat. To him, the individuals before him could potentially be deceivers. How formidable could they truly be? Yet, upon exchanging a mere glance with Ye Chen, he felt as if he were gazing upon the resplendent sun in the sky, rendering him unable to meet their gaze and even igniting a desire to kneel. Junior Qin Anyun pays his respects to the esteemed elder, he said, stepping forward with utmost reverence, no longer daring to harbor any semblance of disrespect. Although he was already at the 7th level of sagehood, he felt utterly powerless before this presence, which could only belong to a pinnacle sage or higher. Thus, he concluded that his daughter's master must indeed be a powerful sage king. Chapter 20. This is not submission, but an opportunity. With this thought in mind, Qin Anyun's gaze sharpened. He spoke with a calm demeanor, "You may all withdraw." As his words echoed, the captain of the guards, as if granted a great pardon, bowed deeply and promptly turned to leave, executing the motion seamlessly without a trace of hesitation. Once everyone had retreated, Qin Anyun shifted his attention to Qin Luoxue, allowing a gentle smile to grace his features as he slowly asked, "My dear, have you returned to bid farewell?" Seeing this, Qin Luoxue stepped forward, responding earnestly, "Father, I have come back to take my leave. I wish to accompany my master to the Sect for training and may not return to the palace for quite some time." Qin Anyun nodded slightly in understanding. He spoke earnestly to Qin Luoxue. To have the opportunity to follow an esteemed elder for training is a tremendous fortune. However, as night has fallen, it would be wise for you to stay the night and depart tomorrow. Furthermore, your absence may be prolonged, and your mother will surely miss you dearly. With that, Qin Anyun turned his gaze to Ye Chen, a flicker of expectation in his eyes. After all, whether Qin Luoxue could stay ultimately depended on Ye Chen's decision. Qin Luoxue understood her father's intentions as well. She turned to Ye Chen, her voice sweet and coaxing, "Master, it is indeed quite late. Why not stay the night? This way, I can extend my hospitality and properly entertain you. What do you think?" As she spoke, Qin Luoxue swiftly approached Ye Chen, wrapping her arms around his and gently swaying, the implication of her playful demeanor unmistakable. "Ahem. Then let us stay for the night," Ye Chen said with a light cough. After all, the sect was filled with skilled individuals, and he had little pressing matters to attend to. Even if something arose, the deputy master would manage it. There was no need to rush back. "Thank you, master," Qin Luoxue exclaimed, tightening her embrace around Ye Chen's arm, causing it to sink into her softness. Ye Chen thought to himself, "I must admit, it is quite soft." Only when Qin Anyun cleared his throat as a reminder did she come to her senses, realizing her ungraceful behavior. Her hand clutched tightly onto Ye Chen's arm, resembling an octopus in its grip, as if she feared he might suddenly vanish. "Ahem, Xiao Shui, do not be impolite. Quickly escort your senior and young friend to rest," Qin Anyun admonished upon witnessing the scene. Hearing her father's words, Qin Luoxue's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She hastily released Ye Chen's arm, fumbled to adjust her sleeves, and lowered her head, too shy to meet anyone's gaze, as she hurriedly led the way for everyone. "Master, elder, senior sister, I shall guide you to rest," Qin Luoxue murmured, her voice barely audible, akin to the hum of a mosquito, evidently still flustered from the previous embarrassment. Observing her bashful demeanor, Ye Chen shook his head in exasperation, yet a hint of a doting smile crept onto his lips. He thought to himself, "This little girl is truly endearing. Let us proceed," Ye Chen said softly, and he leisurely followed behind Qin Luoxue. In his eyes, treating his disciple as one would a child, and being close to her as a master was entirely natural. Before long, under the guidance of Qin Luoxue and Qin Anyun, they arrived at a serene courtyard. "Master, please rest well. I will go bid farewell to my mother," Qin Luoxue said gently. "Senior, I take my leave." Qin Anyun also bowed to Ye Chen before turning to depart alongside Qin Luoxue. On the way, Qin Anyun murmured to himself, "It seems Luoxue has taken on a formidable mentor. I wonder if he will lend a hand out of consideration for her." He sighed, "No need to overthink. If trouble arises, I trust the senior will not turn a blind eye." Within the courtyard, as night fell, Qin Li bid farewell to Ye Chen, having taken over 100 pounds of dragon flesh from Su Qingyao before leaving. Only Ye Chen remained, reclining on a lounge chair in the courtyard, while Su Qingyao stood beside him, fanning him, enjoying the moment. "Yao Yao, you have been at the peak of the Saint realm for quite some time. It is time for you to break through to the Saint King level," Ye Chen remarked, observing her tireless efforts at night, and subsequently handed her a bottle of elixirs. Su Qingyao gratefully accepted the elixirs. "Thank you, master, but if I break through now, who will attend to you?" "Go ahead and break through. It is not something that can be accomplished in a moment," he replied. As you command, master. Once everyone had departed, Ye Chen's thoughts drifted to the rewards he had received for his last disciple acquisition. He decided to use the summoning card. In the next moment, a figure gradually materialized before him, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. Name: Dan Mo. Realm: Emperor level 7. Background: an Emperor-level alchemist who knows only the art of alchemy. Viewing it as life itself, the elixirs he concocts are not only consumable, but also combat-ready. Old One: Dan Mo pays respects to the Sect Master. Ye Chen beamed with joy at the sight of Dan Mo, pleasantly surprised to have summoned a master alchemist at the Emperor level 7. Dan Mo, from now on, you shall be responsible for alchemy within the sect, Ye Chen instructed. Dan Mo respectfully replied, rest assured, Sect Master, as long as sufficient materials are provided, I shall surely forge top-tier elixirs. Very well, return to the sect, Ye Chen commanded. As you wish, Sect Master. No sooner had he spoken than Dan Mo tore through the void and departed. I have heard that several new individuals have appeared within the royal palace. A man clad in an imperial robe sat upon the dragon throne, gazing down at the assembly below. Indeed, one cannot conceal matters from your majesty's keen eyes. It appears we have visitors today. A eunuch with a voice reminiscent of a duck wiped the sweat from his brow. It seems we can no longer delay. Hesitation may lead to unforeseen changes, he murmured. You may withdraw for now, the emperor replied. As you wish, your majesty. That evening, the emperor donned his armor. Prepared for battle, sword directed toward the palace. This is dire news, your majesty. The prince is approaching with an army of 50,000. Upon hearing this, Qin Anyun's eyes sparkled with determination. With the presence of his esteemed mentor, he felt emboldened. Laughter escaped his lips. Fear not, swiftly informed Shuer. Outside the noon gate of the palace, he declared, Your Majesty, open the city gates yourself, and I shall grant you a swift end. Should I breach the gates, I shall not be so lenient. A cold smile crept upon the prince's lips. With the throne secured, he believed he could ascend to the rank of a sage king. After all, if a mere waste could utilize the resources of an entire dynasty to reach sainthood, then surely he could achieve the same with access to such resources. Go ahead, you may try. Panic surged as Qin Luoxue rushed to Ye Chen, her face etched with concern. Master, someone has breached our defenses. Please save my father. At that moment, an overwhelming aura, more potent than that of a sage, enveloped the entire palace. The combatants outside the noon gate halted abruptly. Inside, the presence of a sage king was palpable. The prince realized the gravity of the situation. It was indeed a disaster. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared on the battlefield, producing a zither and playing a gentle tune. The princess forces fell in disarray, unable to mount any defense. Her music was not merely for listening. It possessed lethal power. Thank you, celestial being, for your timely intervention. May I inquire if you are the esteemed Su Zhongzhu? Qin Anyun bowed respectfully to Su Qingyao. She remained silent, merely nodding before returning to Ye Chen's side. Before others, she was an ethereal celestial being. It was indeed Su Qingyao of the Celestial Sound Sect. Recent rumors suggested they had submitted to a third-rate power. He found it hard to believe that such a minor force could compel a top-tier power to submit. Moreover, he knew that Su Zhongzhu had only recently attained sainthood, yet now she was a sage king. This was no mere submission. It was clearly a fortuitous opportunity. Chapter 21. What does the master favor? With the prince's demise, Qin Anyun swiftly eliminated the remaining rogue generals like a whirlwind. The survivors, witnessing the demise of their leaders, were paralyzed with fear, lacking even the will to resist. They collapsed to the ground, as if their spines had been severed, discarding their weapons and kneeling in surrender. Qin Anyun's expression was as cold as ice as he surveyed the kneeling adversaries, his heart devoid of any emotion. He turned to his subordinates, issuing brief commands. And like a specter, he vanished from their sight in an instant. The dynasty had been established merely a century ago, yet as the founding emperor, Qin Anyun understood a profound truth. His innate talents were limited, and his foundation lacked depth. Otherwise, how could he have been so easily betrayed? Fortunately, there exists a commendable daughter, suggesting the potential for further progeny. As for the present, esteemed elder, my Qin dynasty is willing to submit, offering half of our annual earnings. Qin Anyun approached Ye Chen with utmost deference, devoid of any imperial demeanor. However, Ye Chen spoke softly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the long-term task. Expansion of the sect. Reward: 1 lottery draw. This illustrates Ye Chen's rationale for accepting subordinate forces, albeit selectively. Lottery draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 sets of mother-child teleportation arrays. Mother-child teleportation array, comprising subarrays and a mother array. The subarray is a small-scale formation capable of transporting up to 100,000 individuals to the mother array, regardless of distance. The Mother Array, as long as it has a coordinate, can transport millions at once. A remarkable treasure, the ability to teleport with coordinates. Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with interest. This formation, once utilized, could facilitate travel to the Heavenly Palace. Thank you, esteemed elder. Qin Anyun accepted the mother-child teleportation array, his gaze filled with reverence and gratitude. This seemingly modest formation would serve as a lifeline for their Qin dynasty. Let us depart. Ye Chen, with a stoic expression, stepped outside. Upon arriving in the courtyard, Qing Li and Qin Luo Shui awaited their arrival. With a grand gesture, Ye Chen conjured a spatial rift, and they stepped through it together. In mere moments, Ye Chen led them to the entrance of the sect. The protective formation of the sect had opened a breach. Senior sister, is this the sect? The spiritual energy is so dense. I can scarcely absorb it all. This must be a paradise reserved for those of Imperial caliber. Xiaobai was astounded by the scene before him. Although he had encountered Imperial-level forces before, this was a stark contrast, akin to the heavens and the earth. Which sect has such an abundance of spiritual energy at its entrance? Surely, this is sheer extravagance. Such richness is typically found only within the abodes of formidable figures. At that moment, Lin Tian appeared nearby, diligently sweeping the grounds of the sect. Upon noticing Ye Chen and the others, he hastened to meet them, still clutching the broom tightly. In recent days, not only had he advanced to the 7th level of the Holy King realm, but his heart had also found a measure of tranquility, enabling his rapid progression. Thus, he was filled with excitement, realizing that he had previously been living like a mere dog. I welcome the sect master back to the sect. He greeted them politely before surveying Qin Luo Shui and Xiaobai. Upon meeting his gaze, Qin Luo Shui immediately felt a sense of restraint. Although he appeared to be merely a sweeper, his cultivation seemed far superior to that of her father. Such a person could desire for nothing. The Heavenly Palace employs such powerful beings to sweep at its entrance. The strength is indeed formidable. In contrast to Qin Luo Shui, Xiaobai discerned clearly that the individual before them was a late-stage Holy King. Gasp. It is worth noting that Holy King practitioners are not commonplace. Even within an immense entity like an Imperial sect, they could easily ascend to the status of an outer elder. However, it is truly astonishing that such a formidable Saint King should merely serve as a humble janitor in this place. One cannot help but wonder about the strength of the other formidable figures within the sect. Ye Chen offered a slight nod to Lin Tian in acknowledgement before striding forward, casually inquiring, "Have there been any notable occurrences in the sect during our absence?" Lin Tian, upon hearing this, promptly clasped his fists in a respectful greeting and replied, "Returning to the sect master, all is well within the sect, with no abnormalities to report. However, in recent days, a powerful individual has arrived, claiming to be an elder of our sect. Oh, this elder is named Dan Mo, and he serves as the alchemy elder. Should one wish to concoct any elixirs, he is the person to consult. Thank you, sect master. I had not anticipated that Elder Dan Mo would be an alchemist. It is quite possible that the elixirs we seek are of his creation. In the future, I shall endeavor to engage with him and cultivate a good rapport. Xiaoli, please accompany Xiao Shui and help her familiarize herself with the sect." "Understood, master." After giving his instructions, Ye Chen turned with his maid Su Qingyao and gradually disappeared from sight. Qing Li then smiled at Qin Luo Shui and began to enthusiastically introduce their sect. "Junior sister Luo Shui, our sect boasts a rich history and is an ancient hidden lineage." Qing Li's voice rang clear and melodious, akin to a celestial song. Qin Luo Shui listened intently, her eyes widening with curiosity as she asked, "Is that true? How many members does our sect have?" Qing Li chuckled softly, continuing, "In truth, there are not many members. Aside from the sect master and the two of us disciples, the others are all elders." Qin Luo Shui was taken aback, her mouth agape, for she had initially envisioned a sect brimming with disciples. Seemingly attuned to Qin Luo Shui's thoughts, Qing Li quickly explained, "Though the number of disciples is few, our sect is home to many hidden talents. There are several emperors within, though they are not currently present." "Emperors?" Qin Luo Shui exclaimed in astonishment. While she had heard of their existence, she had not anticipated that her own sect housed several. Seeing Qin Luo Shui's earnestness, Qing Li became even more animated in her descriptions, sharing everything she knew about the sect. Some details, Qing Li felt, might have been embellished, yet astonishingly, they all proved true. Qin Luo Shui was left in a daze, feeling as though she had stepped into an entirely new realm. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she eagerly asked, "Senior sister, do you know what master favors?" Qing Li pondered for a moment before responding. "I believe master appreciates those who are talented and diligent in their cultivation, as well as those who aspire to great heights." Qin Luo Shui's eyes sparkled, as if she had discovered her path forward, resolutely declaring, "Is that so?" Chapter 22. Expanding the sect to accept disciples. This is the Wan Yao immortal body. I cannot believe I have encountered the Wan Yao immortal body. A flicker of surprise and fervor flashed in Dan Mo's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the young girl before him. The immortal body of 10,000 medicines is indeed a rare and extraordinary constitution. Those who possess this physique exhibit an unparalleled affinity and comprehension of elixirs, significantly enhancing the success rate of alchemical endeavors while also augmenting the potency of the resulting potions. After paying their respects to the elder, Qing Li and Qin Luo Shui spoke with deference. Are you interested in learning the art of alchemy with me? But I have already taken the sect leader as my master, she replied, feeling hesitant about seeking another mentor. Haha, that is of no consequence. I shall teach you the art of alchemy without requiring you to formally acknowledge me as your master. Dan Mo replied with a hearty laugh. He was determined not to forfeit the opportunity to cultivate such a remarkable alchemical physique, for it might prove beneficial in future discussions of Tao. Very well, I am willing. This elixir is for you. It will aid your transformation from a flood dragon to a true dragon. Dan Mo discerned that this flood dragon had undergone a reincarnation. Its body suffused with the potent bloodline of a true dragon, merely a step away from completion. Thank you, Elder. In the following days, tranquility reigned within the sect, and the disciples steadily progressed in their cultivation. The flood dragon was consumed entirely by the sect members, leaving only the remaining little white dragon in a state of perpetual anxiety, as it had ingested the transformation dragon pill, evolving into a true dragon with its cultivation breaking through to the saint level. Consequently, every few days, Qing Li would extract a portion of flesh from it, justifying her actions by claiming that her master had a fondness for dragon meat. Her cultivation soared as well, reaching the 3rd level of transformation, nearly matching Qin Luo Shui's 5th level. This remarkable progress was attributed to the Tao Enlightenment tea simmered with flood dragon meat, a daily feast of fruits, and an abundance of natural spiritual energy. Were outsiders to witness such extravagance, they would surely label them as prodigal. Which family would use Tao Enlightenment tea leaves as sustenance? Typically, one would brew a pot with great care, seeking a tranquil spot to contemplate the Tao. Meanwhile, Qin Luo Shui's alchemical skills also surged significantly. She even mastered the unique alchemical techniques devised by Elder Dan Mo, a method that could transform elixirs into weapons. Holding an elixir in her hand, she hurled it into the distance. Boom! A vast crater spanning 500 meters materialized. Is this the innovative alchemical technique of Elder Dan? Its power rivals that of a peak condensing origin realm strike, and this is merely a 3rd-tier elixir. What might the 9th tier produce? Could it rival the strikes of an emperor? This revolutionary technique in alchemy was astonishing, capable of crafting explosive elixirs from the very essence of natural spiritual energy, not for consumption, but for detonation. Imagine a battle where one throws such an elixir. Would the unsuspecting catch it? And if so, would it explode? As this thought crossed her mind, Qin Luo Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Remarkable. In just 3 days, I have mastered this technique and can produce 3rd-tier explosive elixirs, surpassing even my own creations. Truly, the immortal body of 10,000 medicines is extraordinary. Task release. Open the mountain gate. Prepare for the battle across the heavens. Rewards. 10 lottery draws. Rewards. 10 summoning cards for the semi-emperor. Rewards. Extreme Path Emperor weapon. The Desolate Tower. Rewards. 100 million identity tokens. Rewards. Within the Heavenly Palace. All individuals' talents and comprehension will automatically enhance over time. Desolate Tower. The tower consists of 9 levels, each with a time flow rate that doubles. In the first level, 5 days inside the tower are equivalent to 1 day outside. In the second level, 10 days inside correspond to 1 day outside, and so forth. Identity token. A symbol of status within the Heavenly Palace. Possessing this token allows free entry and exit. In the face of danger, one can unleash a supreme strike with full strength, recharging every 3 days. Unexpectedly, the good days were coming to an end so soon. Ye Chen chuckled helplessly. For the past few days, he had been either lounging on a rocking chair or resting on the maid's lap, living in utmost comfort. Yao Yao. Summoned the deputy sect master, Ye Chen instructed. Yes, sect master, Su Qingyao replied as she rose to leave. Soon, 2 figures appeared before him. Greetings, sect master. Bai Luochu said respectfully. Go spread the news to the outside world. Announce that the Heavenly Palace has emerged and will be recruiting disciples in a month. All eligible cultivators are welcome to come, he commanded. With Bai Luochu's departure, news regarding the recruitment by the Heavenly Palace swiftly spread throughout the desolate continent, reaching even the nearby continents. Son, this journey to the Heavenly Palace is long, but you must ensure you join the sect, even if it means becoming a servant disciple. This is the only true top-tier sect in our desolate continent, one that even the Xianin sect must bow to. Father, take care. I shall go. Daughter, There is no need to leave the desolate continent. Return quickly. The Heavenly Palace is recruiting disciples. It is our top sect. Madam, remember not to be deceived by the young individuals within the Heavenly Palace. You must remember that your husband is waiting for you at home. Young master, quickly. This is the family-approved elixir. You must enter the inner sect and not bring shame to the family. As the news of the Heavenly Palace's recruitment spread, countless forces, families, and solitary cultivators stirred into action, all heading towards the Heavenly Palace. Even individuals from beyond the desolate continent made their way there. At this moment, outside the Heavenly Palace on the desolate continent, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of individuals flowed in like a tide. The numbers were likely no less than 1 million. Some came alone, while others were escorted by powerful family members. However, with over half a month remaining until the official recruitment began, such a massive crowd had already gathered outside the sect. This clearly indicated the overwhelming number of individuals eager to join the Heavenly Palace. Sect Master, the number of cultivators outside the mountain is increasing daily. Yunshu reported gravely while cupping his fists. Some are carving caves into the mountain walls, while others have even begun to seize the lairs of demon beasts. The atmosphere in the main hall was tense as Ye Chen sat in the main seat, his expression as somber as water. He listened quietly to Yunshu's report. Moreover, private duels have already begun to emerge among these crowds. Yunshu's voice slightly rose. Sect Master, should we intervene? Ye Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Private duels could significantly disrupt the order of the Heavenly Palace. After all, where there are people, there are conflicts. If the rules are not strictly enforced, managing such a vast crowd becomes an arduous task. One cannot simply resort to slaughter, for he is no bloodthirsty maniac. Within the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Palace, maintaining its order is paramount, and private dueling is utterly intolerable. Ye Chen's voice, though steady, carried an undeniable weight. Any who defied the decree and acted recklessly would be expelled from the borders of the Heavenly Palace, never to return. His words, though softly spoken, exuded an authority that left no room for dissent. Yunshu accepted the command and departed. At that moment, she had wholeheartedly embraced her role as a member of the Heavenly Palace, harboring no lingering doubts. This transformation was largely attributed to the wondrous heart-seeking stone, which not only perceives the human heart, but also subtly alters one's innermost feelings. Look, someone is emerging from the Heavenly Palace. Are they to commence the sect entrance examination ahead of schedule? You all, cease your fighting. The elder wishes to speak. It would be wise to wait until the elder has concluded before resuming your skirmishes. In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd, akin to the hushed anticipation in a classroom before a teacher poses a question. Chapter 23. The underworld emerges. Yunshu's figure appeared above the Heavenly Palace, soon followed by a cold and piercing voice. Within the confines of the Heavenly Palace, private dueling is strictly prohibited. Violators shall face death. The voice resonated like thunder, echoing through the heavens, and millions of cultivators heard it clearly. In that moment, some engaged in dueling were so startled that they halted immediately. Following this, an overwhelming pressure swept through, leaving everyone feeling as though they had traversed the gates of the underworld, their faces pale. Fortunately, this pressure was not directed at any individual. Otherwise, their pallor would have been the least of their concerns. Under such terrifying oppression, no one dared to disobey. Was this the formidable pressure of a Saint King? It was not aimed at anyone in particular, yet it instilled a deep-seated fear within the gathered millions. A young man muttered to himself, "Brother, it was my fault earlier. This prime spot shall be yours." One youth gestured towards a cave below. "Brother, I too was in the wrong. You discovered it first, so it rightfully belongs to you." "Haha, splendid. We shall share it and expand later." In that instant, those who had been fighting ceased their altercations, embracing one another like brothers. They had traversed thousands of miles to seek a mentor, not to meet their demise. Yunshu glanced down, feeling quite satisfied. Then, her figure vanished from above the Heavenly Palace. However, at that moment, Yunshu gazed into the distance, her heart ablaze with fury. Once again, it was those loathsome individuals. Suddenly, a blood-soaked youth appeared on the horizon, resembling a specter as he hastily approached the Heavenly Palace. Initially, the crowd assumed he was like them, come to partake in the trials of the Heavenly Palace. They paid little heed, thinking he had merely encountered formidable beasts or bandits along his arduous journey, explaining his disheveled state. Yet, in the next instant, 3 figures appeared, moving with such swiftness that they closed the distance to the youth in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, an uncanny sensation surged within the hearts of the onlookers. As the 3 figures drew nearer, their attire gradually became clearer, causing the crowd's pupils to involuntarily constrict. Clad in voluminous black robes that obscured their faces, an aura of chilling coldness emanated from them, piercing through the fabric. Furthermore, the robes bore inscriptions of the underworld. A gasp erupted from the crowd, The underworld. This exclamation reverberated like thunder, igniting a wave of panic among the onlookers. Faces exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. The previously tranquil atmosphere became tumultuous in an instant. It was indeed the people of the underworld, relentlessly pursuing the youth. What could their intentions be? The underworld? What kind of power is that? Why does it seem everyone harbors such trepidation towards them? You don't even know about the underworld? You should never claim to be a cultivator. The underworld is one of the most transcendent forces across the 9 nether continent. Their influence pervades the entire land, infiltrating every nook and cranny, yet no one can definitively pinpoint their headquarters, nor can anyone ascertain the number of formidable beings they possess. Wow, how astonishing. Moreover, the denizens of the underworld specialize in the path of the soul, mastering it to an unparalleled degree. Any soul that captures their interest is utterly doomed to escape. This is incredibly formidable. Could it be that the youth harbors a particularly unique soul, thus attracting the underworld's attention? The crowd gasped in awe, for the presence of the underworld is not something one encounters casually, and wherever they appear typically signifies the existence of a powerful soul. In an instant, curiosity about the youth's identity surged among the crowd. Everyone was eager to uncover who he was and why the underworld had mobilized so vigorously. As he approached, the onlookers could finally discern his condition. The young man was grievously wounded, with blood seeping relentlessly from his injuries, indicating he had sustained severe harm. Grandfather, will the heavenly palace help us? Jian Jinghong's heart raced with urgency as he desperately propelled himself forward, inwardly questioning. Child, this is our last hope. I never imagined. After a century away from the sword domain, they would still find us, replied his grandfather's voice, resonating from within him, tinged with age and resignation. However, the heavenly palace is the foremost sect in the wasteland, presided over by a holy king. Today is the disciple recruitment event. They should not allow the underworld to disrupt it. Although his grandfather's words offered Jian Jinghong a modicum of reassurance, his pace did not falter, as worry still gripped his heart. After all, the might of the underworld was overwhelmingly formidable. No ordinary top-tier force would dare to contend with them. Forget it. I shall resign myself to fate. I will distract them while you hide. Amidst this multitude, they surely cannot find you. Just ensure that Qi is well concealed. Jian Wuwang's voice bore a hint of desolation. Jian Jinghong promptly interjected, No, I shall not abandon my grandfather. At present, you are my sole remaining kin. Without you, what meaning does my existence hold? Jian Jinghong's voice resonated with unwavering determination. Before he could react, 3 formidable figures from the underworld descended, encircling Jian Jinghong. He, Jian Jinghong, and the old wretch within you. Come with us, intoned the underworld warriors, their voices echoing like whispers from the abyss, imbued with an unsettling chill that sent shivers down one's spine. No sooner had he spoken than the chains in his hand lashed forth like venomous serpents, propelled by a fierce momentum towards Jian Jinghong. Feeling the imminent threat, Jian Jinghong's heart tightened, and his pupils constricted sharply. He immediately raised his sword, bracing himself for the impending strike. Yet, before he could make a move, a frigid voice interjected. Were you not aware that today is the day our heavenly palace accepts disciples? The Grand Elder has just declared a prohibition on private duels. And you dare to defy the rules? Boom. The 3 chains hurtling towards the youth shattered instantaneously. The underworld figures turned their gazes toward the entrance of the sect, where a middle-aged man emerged slowly. It was none other than Lin Tian, appearing before them with a mop in one hand and a cloth in the other, his demeanor strikingly unassuming. Do you intend to meddle in our underworld affairs? One of the underworld figures queried darkly. Lin Tian, maintaining a stoic expression, coldly commanded, Leave at once, or face merciless retribution. He was well aware of the underworld's reputation, a band of despicable fiends who had harmed countless souls for their own gain. Moreover, since arriving at the heavenly palace, the sect master had bestowed numerous benefits upon him, and it was now time to repay the favor. Chapter 24. The authority of the heavenly palace shall not be violated. Those who defy it shall perish. The underworld warriors exchanged glances, their eyes widening in disbelief as a wave of fear surged within them. Particularly striking was the realization that their weapons had been shattered in an instant, making them acutely aware of the vast chasm in power between themselves and the heavenly palace. They were unquestionably no match for their adversaries, faced with such formidable opposition. Although the underworld figures felt a twinge of resentment, they recognized that remaining here would only lead to their demise. One of them scoffed. The heavenly palace shall remember this grievance today. No sooner had he spoken than the trio leaped into the air, intent on fleeing this perilous location. We shall summon our esteemed master to annihilate this audacious heavenly palace. However, at that very moment, a chilling voice resonated from within the heavenly palace. All underworld denizens deserve death. This voice carried an aura of immense authority, instilling dread in those who heard it. In the next instant, an ethereal hand, akin to a bolt of lightning, shot forth from the heavenly palace, seizing the fleeing trio with blinding speed. In an instant, that phantom hand crushed them as effortlessly as one would squash an ant, leaving not even a trace behind. By the order of the sect master, the dignity of the heavenly palace shall not be provoked. Execute them. With the chilling command issued, Lin Tian promptly responded, "Yes, Grand Elder." Lin Tian pondered silently, realizing that he had yet to fulfill his duties adequately, which explained the dissatisfaction of the sect leader. However, unbeknownst to him, this discontent was not truly linked to the leader. The actual cause lay in the profound enmity between Yun Shu and a powerful emperor of the underworld. In her previous incarnation, it was one of those emperors who sought her Dao fruit and ruthlessly attacked her. Unfortunately, she had just reincarnated, her strength diminished. Had it not been for her contingency plan, she might have been imprisoned within the underworld long ago. Now, upon encountering the denizens of the underworld once more, an overwhelming tide of wrath and murderous intent surged within her. These underworld beings had inflicted untold suffering and torment upon her. Now that an opportunity for vengeance had finally presented itself, she was determined to make them experience the taste of oppression. Are they truly going to kill? This is the underworld. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. I'm leaving. I refuse to die in this place of chaos. Another cried in terror, turning to flee from this site of turmoil. However, not all were as timid as they. Some were deeply impressed by the heavenly palace's audacity, believing it embodied the true spirit of cultivators, swift in revenge and unyielding in their pursuits. Equally astonished was Jian Wuwang, who understood the might of the underworld all too well. For his family had once produced an emperor. Yet, now they were in decline, leaving behind only fragmented memories and a solitary key. The strongest remaining in his family was merely him, a saint, and they had suffered the tragedy of extermination. It appeared that this sect was indeed remarkable, as even the most menial of servants were formidable figures at the saint realm. Jian Wuwang marveled inwardly, his interest in this sect growing ever more profound. At that moment, visions of his family's former glory flashed in his mind. It was a resplendent era, where his kin displayed exceptional talents across various domains, their names echoing throughout the continent. Becoming legends in the eyes of many, Jian Wuwang seemed to witness his relatives, vigorous and spirited during their zenith, their faces radiating confidence and pride. That unparalleled glory stirred his heart with tumultuous emotions. Was my clan ever like this? He murmured, his voice tinged with a melancholic resonance against the wind. Yet, the glory of his family had long since faded. Now, Jian Wuwang was but a solitary wanderer. Grandfather, I have made my decision. I shall join the heavenly palace and seek vengeance, Jian Jinghong suddenly declared, breaking the reverie of Jian Wuwang. The determination in Jian Jinghong's gaze was unwavering, fixated upon the grand edifice of the heavenly palace, as if he believed it held the path to his aspirations. Jian Wuwang looked at Jian Jinghong, feeling a swell of pride within. He recognized that this child had matured, possessing his own thoughts and resolve. Indeed, this sect is indeed commendable. Even the cleaners possess remarkable strength. Joining the heavenly palace should be a wise choice. Jian Wuwang nodded in agreement. Although he had become a mere spirit, his insights remained keen. He could discern that Lin Tian's cultivation far surpassed his own, suggesting that within the heavenly palace, he might find greater opportunities for advancement. Moreover, the celestial palace, as a formidable sect, undoubtedly boasts stringent security measures. Remaining within its confines not only ensures safety, but also provides access to abundant resources and guidance. As the days pass, the influx of visitors to the celestial palace grows exponentially. In just half a month, the number of individuals here has surged to an astonishing 70 million. How could there be so many? Historically, even the foremost sects have not attracted a fraction of this crowd. You mentioned that it is a prestigious sect, but this is a premier sect, the pinnacle of the wasteland, and gaining entry is a source of immense pride for one's family. At that moment, even if I were to disrespect the elders, they would laud my prowess. Inside the celestial palace, it is eerily tranquil. Indeed, the palace is vast while the number of inhabitants is sparse, resembling a solitary individual residing in an expansive garden spanning thousands of square meters. Qing Li continues her cultivation, simultaneously preparing various gourmet dishes, ensuring she consumes dragon meat daily. Though poor Xiao Bai suffers in silence. While Xiao Bai is not in danger, enduring daily solitude is a burden, leading him to vent his frustrations by hunting beasts within the sect. Aside from a couple of adversaries, the mere gaze of others can intimidate him into submission. Qin Luo Shui diligently practices her cultivation while also learning alchemy, having already achieved the ability to concoct sacred pills at an impressive pace. Nevertheless, both have not lagged in their cultivation, each having ascended a minor realm. Ye Chen remains as laid-back as ever, relishing the attentive care of Su Qingyao. Remarkably, her cultivation has now surpassed that of Lin Tian. Suddenly, while savoring the delicacies fed to him by Su Qingyao, Ye Chen is startled by a voice resonating in his mind from the system. Ding! A genius with a 100-star aptitude has been detected in the eastern region. Muzhou Spirit City. Please proceed to recruit the disciple. Master, are you alright? I'm fine, Ye Chen retorted, exasperated with the system that typically remains silent, yet suddenly interjects at critical moments. Another prodigy with 100 aptitude. I shall step out for a while. Master, may I accompany you? If you grow weary, you can rest your head upon my lap. No need. The eastern region, Muzhou, lies millions of miles from the wasteland. At this moment, Mu Chun lies in bed, pale and drenched in perspiration. Child, it is my ineptitude that brings you suffering. A middle-aged man grasps Mu Chun's hand, his face etched with concern as he observes the dire condition of his son. 3 days prior, Mu Chun was a remarkable genius. At just 18 years of age, he had successfully crossed the threshold of the 6th level of qi condensation, a rarity among his peers. That day, Mu Chun practiced cultivation in the back mountains as usual when he suddenly felt the ground beneath him tremble violently, followed by an unexpected collapse of the earth. As the dust settled, Mu Chun was astonished to discover a hidden chamber revealed by the collapse. Curiosity compelled him to enter, only to find the contents of the chamber had decayed beyond recognition, as if they had endured the passage of countless years. Yet amidst the ruin, a single orb remained remarkably intact. Mu Chun cautiously cradled the orb in his hands, examining it closely, as night fell quietly upon the land. Upon returning to his chamber, Mu Chun reclined on his bed, tightly grasping the enigmatic orb, and unknowingly drifted into slumber. Yet, as he succumbed to deep sleep, the orb seemed to awaken with a life of its own, slowly burrowing into his being. In an instant, a tempestuous energy unleashed itself within Mu Chun's body, rampaging like a wild stallion, wreaking havoc and fracturing his meridians with each tumultuous surge. Father, do not worry. Mu Chun struggled to suppress the excruciating pain, attempting to reassure his anxious father, but before he could finish his words, he violently expelled a mouthful of crimson blood. The blood splattered onto the ground, forming a shocking stain. Mu Chun's complexion grew increasingly pallid, as if he might collapse at any moment. At that moment, a figure materialized in the void, observing the unfolding scene with quiet intensity. Name, Mu Chun. Realm, ordinary person. Talent, 100. Physique, dragon phoenix. True body, awakened, energy too immense, leading to ruptured meridians. Background, a fortunate ordinary individual. Upon seeing this, Ye Chen's form appeared directly before Mu Chun and his father. Who are you, sir? Mu Feng regarded the youth with a wary gaze, internally astonished at how this individual had silently infiltrated his home. In response to Mu Feng's inquiry, Ye Chen did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he offered a faint smile and spoke softly. Are you willing to take me as your master? I can heal your son. Mu Feng was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by Ye Chen's proposition. He widened his eyes, scrutinizing the youth, hoping to glean some insight from his expression. After a brief silence, Mu Feng regained his composure and urgently pressed, Can you truly heal my son? In recent days, he had sought help far and wide, nearly exhausting every alchemist in the city, yet all had responded with nothing but sorrowful shakes of their heads. Those alchemists stated that a terrifyingly profound energy resided within his son, and without the intervention of a Saint King-level expert, his son would forever be estranged from the path of cultivation. Ye Chen seemed to perceive Mu Feng's thoughts, and with a slight smile, he nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Mu Chen's eyes sparkled with hope. If he could be healed, who would wish to remain a pariah? Taking a deep breath, he valiantly stifled the tumult within him and, with great difficulty, knelt before Ye Chen, respectfully bowing deeply. Master, please accept your disciple. However, before he could finish his sentence, another violent fit of coughing seized him, and he erupted with another spray of blood, staining the ground anew. Witnessing this, Mu Feng's heart raced with urgency, and without hesitation, he knelt, exclaiming, Senior, I implore you, save my son. As long as you can heal him, my son and I will serve you loyally, without complaint. Ye Chen, observing the scene, smiled gently and raised his hand. A soft yet potent energy enveloped Mu Feng, lifting him gently to his feet. There is no need for such formality. Having decided to accept him as my disciple, I shall naturally preserve his life. Ye Chen's voice was calm and gentle, yet it carried an undeniable authority that was impossible to resist. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Ye Chen waved his arm, unleashing a stream of ethereal light that shot forth from his fingertips like a shooting star, swiftly penetrating Mu Chen's body with the swiftness of lightning. This surge of spiritual energy seemed to possess an extraordinary enchantment, as the once rampant and chaotic force gradually transformed into a docile one, akin to a tamed wild stallion. Mu Chen's complexion, which had been as pale as parchment, began to regain a hint of color, life returning to his visage. It works, it truly works. Mu Feng's eyes widened, his face etched with concern. However, an even more astonishing phenomenon was yet to unfold. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from Mu Chen's body, akin to a volcanic eruption, filling the entire room in an instant. Following this, a colossal dragon phoenix apparition erupted from within Mu Chen, vividly alive. As if it possessed its own spirit, it spiraled above Mu Chen's head, emitting a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the chamber, its grandeur leaving all in awe. Simultaneously, the brilliant radiance emanating from the dragon phoenix illuminated the room as brightly as day. Mu Feng stood captivated, utterly astonished, his mouth agape, rendered speechless by the overwhelming spectacle before him. He had never anticipated that his son harbored such terrifying power. It was simply beyond belief. Standing beside him, Ye Chen's eyes glimmered with a flicker of delight. He had evidently foreseen Mu Chen's extraordinary constitution. Yet witnessing the manifestation of the dragon phoenix in reality still moved him deeply. With the emergence of the dragon phoenix apparition, Mu Chen's meridians began to mend themselves autonomously, his cultivation rapidly recovering. In an instant, his prowess soared, reaching the third level of transformation. Outside, the immense dragon phoenix apparition appeared in the void, capturing the attention of the townsfolk. Look, what is that in the sky? A dragon phoenix phenomenon. Could it signify the emergence of a priceless treasure? Or perhaps, that direction leads to the Mu family? Let us go. Perhaps the Mu family has stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. Moments later, Mu Chen slowly opened his eyes, exuding an overwhelming aura, his cultivation now at the third level of transformation. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Mu Chen rose, bowing respectfully to Ye Chen. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward: Dragon Phoenix Celestial Scripture. Reward: Primordial Emperor Mountain. Reward: 10,000 Realms Martial Arts Pavilion. Primordial Emperor Mountain, an ultimate Imperial weapon, forged from an entire celestial gold vein. 10,000 Realms Martial Arts Pavilion, comprising 3 levels, housing countless martial arts and divine abilities. Chapter 26. Then die. You have reached the third level of transformation? Mu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling with shock. He himself had only attained the 5th level of transformation after many years of cultivation, yet his son had effortlessly approached the 3rd level. How could this be? All his years of hard work now seemed insignificant in comparison. Thank you, esteemed elder. Mu Feng steadied himself and hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Ye Chen, inquiring about the sect to which the elder belonged. Ye Chen offered a gentle smile and replied, from the southern domain, the heavenly palace. The southern domain? Mu Chen murmured softly, that is a place exceedingly distant from here. The nearest sect is at least 100,000 miles away. Ye Chen nodded, seemingly unconcerned by this fact. He turned his gaze toward Mu Chen, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. Disciple, you possess the true body of the dragon phoenix. This particular cultivation method is perfectly suited for you. Before his words could fully settle, Ye Chen suddenly extended a finger and gently pressed it against the center of Mu Chen's brow. In an instant, a golden light shot forth from Ye Chen's fingertip, penetrating Mu Chen's mind. Mu Chen felt a surge of immense power flooding into his consciousness, and soon after, a dazzling tome of the Dragon Phoenix Celestial Scripture materialized before him. This cultivation method seemed to harbor boundless mysteries. Merely gazing upon it filled Mu Chen with a profound sense of its terrifying Tao rhythm. Thank you, Master, Mu Chen exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. He perused the scripture and discovered that only those with the Dragon Phoenix true body could cultivate it. Upon reaching completion, one's physical form would surpass that of both the Dragon and Phoenix clans, and even at the Sacred Realm stage, one could contend with the Supreme. Meanwhile, outside the Mu residence, the ethereal image of the Dragon Phoenix had just vanished. Perhaps it is some extraordinary treasure. Let us demand it from the Mu family, someone suggested, pointing at the Mu family's entrance. Indeed, what significance does the Mu family hold? I heard their son is near death, and soon they will have no descendants left. It would be a waste for such a treasure to remain with them. Better it be entrusted to us. Others chimed in, fanning the flames of mockery. Mu Feng, come out. We have matters to discuss. A brash voice suddenly boomed. The crowd turned to see a tall man with a brutish visage standing before the Mu family gate. It was Wang Yi, the head of the Wang family. That is Wang Yi, the patriarch of the Wang family. They have arrived as well, someone whispered. Haha. The old fossil of the Wang family arrived quite early. At that moment, a derisive voice emerged from another direction. The crowd parted to reveal an elderly man in splendid attire, his expression dark and foreboding. "Ah, it is the old wretch from the Zhou family," Wang Yi remarked with a scowl, his demeanor darkening. Inside, Mu Feng heard the ruckus outside and furrowed his brow, pondering to himself, "These individuals bear ill intentions." After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to step outside. He opened the door and strode forth. "What brings so many to my Mu family's doorstep?" Mu Feng's heart sank as he surveyed the gathering, already sensing the nature of the situation. "Mu Feng, surrender the treasures you have acquired, and we can let bygones be bygones," Wang Yi declared. "Treasures? What treasures?" Mu Feng feigned ignorance. "The anomalies that just manifested in your Mu family. Do you dare to deny it? What? Is it wrong to awaken my true physique?" At that moment, Mu Chun and Ye Chen emerged. The physique? Merely an excuse. Hand it over, or face dire consequences. With that, Wang Yi swiftly advanced, appearing before Mu Feng in an instant. The prowess of the spirit transformation pinnacle was vividly displayed, its formidable strength causing even the void to tremble, evoking a sense of awe. Should that punch land upon Mu Feng, it would surely obliterate him instantaneously, sealing his fate without doubt. However, in that heart-stopping moment, an unexpected event transpired. As Wang Yi charged forward, mere inches from Mu Feng, he was suddenly struck by an unseen force, causing his body to erupt violently into a crimson mist, splattering in all directions. "Patriarch, what sorcery has Mu Feng employed?" A furious voice erupted, belonging to the elder of the Wang family, whose cultivation stood at the 7th level of spirit transformation, a force to be reckoned with. His face contorted with rage as he fixed a gaze of disbelief upon Mu Feng. At that moment, Mu Feng was equally perplexed, entirely unaware of what had transpired. While he sensed a powerful force, it was not emanating from him. Yet, a vague suspicion began to form within him. His gaze gradually shifted to Ye Chen, who stood a short distance away, his demeanor unperturbed, as if the preceding chaos bore no relevance to him. However, Mu Feng understood that Ye Chen must have intervened. "Leave." Ye Chen's voice resonated coldly, devoid of any emotion. A formidable aura radiated from him, rendering others unable to meet his gaze. The faces of the Wang family members turned ashen upon witnessing this scene. They had not anticipated that the Mu family possessed such a formidable ally. "Senior, this is a matter between our families. I kindly ask you to refrain from intervening," the elder of the Wang family implored, his expression grave and a sheen of sweat forming on his brow, though he maintained a facade of composure. A cold smirk curled upon Ye Chen's lips. "My disciples' affairs are my own. If you are wise, you will quickly distance yourselves. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise." His voice was frigid and merciless, instilling dread in the hearts of those present. Instantly, the crowd erupted in fury, unable to comprehend Ye Chen's audacious arrogance, dismissing their esteemed families with such disdain. It was imperative to note that several elder-level figures were present, each possessing commendable strength. Could they truly be intimidated by a single individual? Nonetheless, Ye Chen appeared disinclined to engage in further discourse. He emanated an oppressive aura, akin to a mountain looming over them. Though this pressure was but a mere fraction of his power, it was sufficient to instill a profound sense of peril within all present. In an instant, their faces turned pale as parchment, their bodies trembling involuntarily, as if they beheld a specter of death. Eyes wide with terror, they were gripped by the sight of something utterly horrific. "Disciple, let us depart," Ye Chen stated calmly, his tone as serene as if nothing had transpired. "Yes, master." Mu family's disciple promptly responded, his voice still tinged with lingering fear. Ye Chen ceased his idle chatter, deftly producing a small, intricate formation from within his robe. With a gentle toss, the formation soared like a shooting star into the courtyard of the Mu family. Immediately thereafter, a blinding white light erupted, and the figures of Ye Chen and the Mu family disciples vanished without a trace, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers, paralyzed with fear and disbelief. Chapter 27. The encounter. Upon witnessing Ye Chen and his companions depart, the Wang family members were engulfed in rage, yet they dared not reveal their sentiments. The prowess of the individual they had just encountered was unfathomable. Merely the weight of his presence had subdued them so thoroughly, indicating that his cultivation was at least at the saint level, far beyond what their modest Wang family could contend with. The elder of the Wang family, summoning all his courage, approached Mu Feng with an obsequious demeanor, saying, "Dear Patriarch Mu, we acknowledge our grave misjudgment this time. We sincerely hope you can show magnanimity and not hold our transgressions against us." The head of the Zhou family hastily echoed, "Indeed, Patriarch Mu. It was our inability to recognize the gravity of the situation that led to this offense. We implore your forgiveness." Internally, he felt a wave of relief, grateful that he had not acted as recklessly as the Wang family, lest he too have met a dire fate. Observing the once arrogant leaders of noble clans groveling before him like obedient hounds ignited an indescribable thrill within Mu Feng. Let bygones be bygones. I shall not hold this incident against you. You may take your leave, he declared, waving his hand with a gesture of generosity. Yes, yes. We are eternally grateful for your magnanimity, Patriarch Mu. We shall take our leave now, the elder of the Wang family responded, as if liberated from great peril. The head of the Zhou family nodded in agreement, and then turned to those still lingering at a distance, barking, "What are you all waiting for? Depart at once." Once the crowd dispersed, Mu Feng returned to his study and retrieved a book from the far right of the bookshelf. A hidden compartment in the wall revealed an illustration, a token, and a pill. If Mu Chen were present, he would recognize this as the image of his deceased mother. "Qing heir, our child has grown. It is time to seek you. Await my arrival," he murmured. As the pill entered his body, his aura surged dramatically, propelling him into the saint realm, filling him with newfound confidence, dispelling the despondency that had previously enveloped him. It is noteworthy that he was not yet 40. In the heavenly palace, Mu Chen trailed behind Ye Chen, his eyes wide with wonder at the marvels surrounding him. Ye Chen summoned the Grand Elder, Yin Shu. "Greetings, Sect Master." Yin Shu bowed respectfully. Ye Chen nodded and addressed Mu Chen. "This is the Grand Elder. You will accompany her to the All-World Techniques Pavilion to select some skills and techniques." "Yes," Mu Chen replied eagerly, then bowed to Yin Shu. Mu Chen pays his respects to the Grand Elder. Yin Shu conveyed telepathically, "Where is this All-World Techniques Pavilion, Sect Master?" Although she was exceedingly familiar with the Heavenly Palace, she had yet to encounter the All-World Techniques Pavilion. "Oh, it lies to the southeast. You will see a tower when you arrive," Ye Chen relayed, his expression unchanging. "Let us proceed." Yin Shu smiled gently, radiating warmth towards Ye Chen's disciple, shedding her former icy demeanor. Mu Chen followed Yin Shu's footsteps towards the pavilion of universal techniques. Ye Chen arrived beneath the Enlightenment tea tree, reclined in a rocking chair, and summoned Su Qingyao. "Master, are you comfortable?" Su Qingyao cheerfully offered a massage to Ye Chen. It's quite pleasant," Ye Chen replied, promptly accessing the system to place the pavilion of universal techniques in the vacant land to the southeast. Having completed this task, Ye Chen transmitted a message to Qing Li and Qin Luo Shui, informing them of a new junior disciple and sharing the location. Engrossed in her culinary endeavors, Qing Li merely responded with an acknowledgement. It seemed they had gained yet another companion to share food with. She glanced at the little white figure nestled in the corner, which, sensing something, shivered slightly. Qin Luo Shui also cast a glance, replying in kind before resuming her alchemical journey. Outside the pavilion of universal techniques, tranquility reigned. Mu Chen walked slowly, captivated by the surroundings. The Sect's facilities and the rich spiritual energy left him utterly astounded, though this astonishment gradually morphed into numbness. Strange. Was there always such a pavilion here? Yin Shu murmured as she observed the structure. "All right, let's go in," she said with a smile, stepping into the pavilion. Mu Chen followed her into this enigmatic edifice, and upon entry, he was awestruck by the sight before him. The pavilion boasted 3 levels, each suffused with a gentle radiance. Countless specks of light floated around, akin to the stars in the night sky. These points twinkled softly, seemingly whispering the secrets they contained. Mu Chen and Yin Shu stood still, gazing at the luminous dots, and suddenly, a profound understanding surged within them. Without hesitation, Mu Chen extended his hand and waved gently. 3 beams of light rushed forth like shooting stars, piercing directly into his sea of consciousness. In that instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind. Great Wilderness Finger. A supreme technique capable of manifesting a colossal finger to strike foes, wielding astonishing power. Upon reaching perfection, 5 fingers unleashed could obliterate the heavens and earth. Prison Sky Palm. Another supreme technique could create a domain at its pinnacle, causing the very heavens to tremble with a single strike. Heavenly Claw. A divine ability that could bypass an enemy's defenses and extract any organ directly. However, this power bore limitations. Should there be a vast disparity in cultivation levels, it could easily be detected by the opponent. Incredible. These are indeed supreme techniques and divine abilities. Mu Chen marveled, having thought the Dragon Emperor's Immortal Sutra was remarkable, only to discover an array of formidable techniques within the sect. His excitement was overwhelming. He had never imagined such a day would come. The cultivation methods at his disposal were effortlessly supreme, while the earthly level techniques he had practiced in the Mu family were once considered extraordinary. With his father having cultivated such methods, Yin Shu, too, wore an expression of disbelief as she realized she had acquired the 9-character secret technique. Composing himself, Mu Chen prepared to seek his master. Just as he pushed open the grand door, 2 graceful figures approached him suddenly, startling him. Upon his arrival, He had noted the scarcity of people within the sect. Rather than being few, it felt as if there was no one at all. Had he not encountered his revered master and the Grand Elder, he might have doubted whether this place was a forbidden zone, devoid of any inhabitants. The sudden appearance of the two individuals who fixated their gaze upon him made him somewhat uneasy. Instinctively, he glanced towards Elder Yinshu. These are your two senior sisters. You may converse at your leisure. With that, Yinshu vanished in an instant. At that moment, Qingli and others also approached, initiating their greetings. You must be the new junior brother. Greetings, I am Qingli, and this is a gift for you. With that, she produced a bowl of dragon meat stew from her ring and handed it to the newcomer. Hello, Sister Qingli. I am Ye Chen. You are too kind, he replied. Accepting the offering. I am Qin Luoxue, she said, nodding expressionlessly, as she presented her newly refined pill. I see your cultivation is at the initial stage of spirit transformation. This explosive spirit pill can severely injure those at the 9th level of spirit transformation. Thank you, sister. Mu Chan expressed his gratitude while holding the various items they had given him. Well, Qingli and I have matters to attend to. You may explore on your own for now. After saying this, the two entered the pavilion of 10,000 techniques. Instantly, several beams of light swiftly penetrated their consciousness. The devouring divine ability, capable of consuming all things. The secret preceding the divine ability revealed astonishment on their faces. Outside, as the day for disciples to join the heavenly palace drew nearer, more cultivators gathered to participate. Not far from the palace, a city had emerged. Large enough to accommodate millions, and it continued to expand. Finally, the day arrived when the gates of the heavenly palace swung open. Ye Chen, accompanied by 3 disciples and numerous elders, approached the palace's entrance. With their appearance, a wave of excitement swept through the crowd. It's open. We finally made it. Brother, rise and shine, don't sleep. The heavenly palace is starting to accept disciples. If we delay, we want to know where we might end up in line. Jinghong, wake up. The acceptance has begun. Ah, has it started? In an instant, countless cultivators gathered at the foot of the heavenly mountain, gazing at the figures before them. Except for Lin Tian, the janitor, none were familiar to them. Look, isn't that the princess of our great Qin dynasty? It truly is. I had no idea she had become a direct disciple of the sect leader. Did you see? That is our ancestral elder, Lin Tian. Indeed the one who serves as a deacon. How fortunate. You have an elder at the heavenly palace. Once inside, you can look after me. Absolutely, count on it. With billions of cultivators filled with excitement, Ye Chen raised his hand. A colossal black mountain materialized before the crowd, expanding continuously, spanning hundreds of miles across the void. Its towering height piercing the clouds. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the mountain, billions of cultivators fell silent. Ye Chen then spoke. This is the primordial emperor mountain. Your first trial. The higher your talent, the lighter the pressure, but those who persevere may climb to 40 zhang. The mountain rises to a height of 100 zhang, a feat achieved under Ye Chen's influence. Ascending 40 zhang grants entry into the sect as a servant, 60 zhang allows one to become an outer disciple. 80 zhang elevates one to the status of an inner disciple, and 90 zhang qualifies one to be personally mentored by the elders. Reaching the pinnacle allows one to become the disciple of the sect leader or to be taken under the wing of any elder of one's choosing. Once the first test is passed, the second phase will automatically activate, paving the way for sect entry. With that, Ye Chen cast the heart-questioning stone onto the summit. His voice resonated in the ears of every present cultivator, eliciting expressions of disbelief among them. They did not find the test daunting. Rather, they deemed it excessively simple. Climbing a mountain? How trivial. What does perseverance even mean? Must we charge forward without hesitation? Hope surged within them. Having visited many sects where they were deemed inadequate, lacking talent and connections, they felt that the heavenly palace was their true sanctuary. It's merely a mountain. What is there to fear? Watch my performance. They murmured, gazing at the imposing black mountain suspended in the void. Observing the commotion, Ye Chen chose to remain silent. Begin. Boom. The resounding noise echoed like a clap of thunder in the ears of the cultivators. Just as Ye Chen's words fell, the atmosphere ignited like a powder keg. Erupting in an instant, countless cultivators, who had long been poised and eager, surged forth like a disturbed swarm of bees, launching themselves towards the black mountain as if arrows released from a bow. Charge! This mere black mountain cannot obstruct our path. Let us go, brothers. Today, we shall unite our efforts and conquer the summit. The air filled with shouts and battle cries, a cacophony of enthusiasm. Thousands of cultivators surged like a torrent towards the black mountain, each fearing that if they lagged even slightly, they would be swept far behind by the rushing tide. However, as soon as these cultivators crossed into the mountain's vicinity, an uncanny scene unfolded. Those who had been racing through the sky like lightning suddenly seemed to lose their support. plummeting one by one from the air. Oh my. Thankfully, I wasn't flying too high. Look out below. Who is the blind fool sitting on my head? When was the last time you took a bath? Amidst cries of surprise and curses, those falling cultivators landed in various states of disarray, some crashing to the ground, while others collided with one another, creating chaos at the scene. Meanwhile, in the heavenly palace courtyard, a figure meticulously arranged the seating. She carefully displayed various rare spiritual fruits and fragrant Enlightenment tea on the tables, evidently preparing for the arrival of Ye Chen and his companions. Once everything was in order, Su Qingyao stood quietly to the side, awaiting Ye Chen's arrival. Shortly thereafter, Ye Chen, surrounded by a throng of admirers, arrived at the clearing. With a serene smile, he gracefully approached the main seat and slowly settled into it. The others, adhering to a prearranged order, took their places one by one. Within the Black Mountain, all the cultivators sensed an invisible pressure, glancing at one another, as numerous as cattle and horses. Thousands of practitioners began their ascent of the Black Mountain. And in the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands had surged forth, reaching a distance of 10 zhang with astonishing speed. Look, the young master is the fastest. Already in first place, with the second close behind, exclaimed a voice. Wonderful. Today, I am elated. When we head to the city, each person will receive a stipend of 10,000 for meals. Eat at will. The young master has already climbed into the top 30. He is bound to enter the heavenly palace, another chimed in. Indeed, as long as he can enter the heavenly palace, he can do as he pleases. I shall no longer interfere in his affairs. In that fleeting moment, time appeared to stand still. Countless family members who accompanied their children focused intently on the scene ahead, their hearts racing in tandem with their offspring's swift movements. The exhilaration they felt as they watched their children dart ahead like arrows was beyond expression. Yet, amidst this jubilation, some families experienced starkly contrasting emotions. They anxiously searched for their own children, yet found nothing, or they helplessly witnessed their offspring lagging far behind. Their anxiety and anger erupting like a volcano, particularly when they realized that their own sons were outpaced by their rivals. Where has my son gone? Why can't I see him? A father shouted in desperation, his voice piercing through the crowd. A nearby servant hastily reassured him, My lord, do not fret. Look down below, perhaps the young master is there. Upon hearing this, the father quickly glanced down and indeed spotted his son among the throng. However, upon observing his child's position, he was instantly consumed by fury. Damn it, what a useless wretch. Is this truly my progeny? Others are nearing 40 zhang. And he is still at the 10th? Curse it, let him be as if I never had this bane. Chapter 29. The beast-eared maiden and the sword of astonishing elegance. The previously orderly scene was suddenly engulfed in an uncontrollable chaos. Shouts and curses intertwined like a raging torrent, creating a cacophony of deafening noise. Despite nearing a height of 40 zhang, the vast crowd still surged forward, a dense throng of cultivators striving towards the Black Mountain. Their figures twinkled like distant stars, flickering with a faint glow in the darkness, seemingly unceasing. Just then, a cry pierced through the crowd. Look! That lad pursued by the underworld has surpassed 40 zhang and has taken the lead. This exclamation reverberated like thunder, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. People raised their heads, their gazes fixed with intensity upon the young man who had drawn the attention of the underworld. He soared like a nimble bird, effortlessly ascending to a height of 40 zhang. Indeed, it is him. Someone gasped, exclaiming that he would be a perfect match for my daughter. After the test concludes, we shall see if he desires a companion. Quite impressive. This lad possesses extraordinary strength. I must invest in him and cultivate a favorable connection, another person chimed in. In that moment, countless gazes converged upon the young man, who had been pursued by the underworld, rendering him the focal point of the gathering. This was primarily due to his distinction as the first to meet the Celestial Palace's minimum requirements for entry, an undeniably remarkable achievement. Standing behind him was a maiden, drawing the attention of the crowd towards her as well. The reason was simple. Atop her head sprouted a pair of fluffy beast ears. Who could this girl be? How could she possess such ears? Could she be a transformed beast? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. It is indeed plausible, for beast ears are not characteristics typical of humanity. Another person concurred. However, I believe she resembles a half-beast. Yet another voice offered a differing perspective. While both half-beasts and transformed beasts share certain animalistic traits, significant distinctions exist between the two. Half-beasts are beings infused with a portion of human blood, whereas transformed beasts are those that, through cultivation or unique means, have entirely altered their appearance to resemble humans. It is worth noting that such transformations are feats only attainable by sages, though some rare materials may facilitate early transformation. Thus, it is evident that the maiden could not have been a transformed beast. This was merely the inaugural recruitment of disciples by the Celestial Palace. Yet the turnout was unexpectedly large, even featuring transformed beasts, far surpassing our expectations. Particularly, the two individuals on stage, leading the pack, exhibited prowess that was clearly superior to that of other cultivators, as if they existed on an entirely different plane. Meanwhile, within the dark mountains, the figure of the girl with beast ears darted through the landscape like a bolt of lightning. Her steps were light and swift, seemingly melding with the surrounding forest. Before long, she caught up to Jian Jinghong, who was focused intently on his forward dash. Suddenly, sensing an unusual presence, he glanced back. This fleeting look left him utterly astonished. There stood a girl, exuding an aura of fresh elegance and stunning beauty, gracefully trailing closely behind him. Her countenance was strikingly ethereal, with large, expressive eyes that sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, captivating all who beheld her. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently swaying with her movements. Most captivating of all were her petite, adorable beast ears, quivering slightly, as if whispering secrets. Noticing Jian Jinghong's gaze, the beast-eared maiden's lips curved into a playful smile. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, she surged ahead like an arrow released from its bow, leaving Jian Jinghong in stunned disbelief at this unexpected turn of events. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Celestial Palace's recruitment of disciples indeed attracted numerous prodigies. However, I shall not yield the first position. With this thought, Jian Jinghong immediately quickened his pace, engaging in a thrilling chase with the beast-eared girl. Their figures darted swiftly through the forest, a relentless pursuit, as if they were embroiled in a life-and-death struggle. Their speed surpassed the imagination of all onlookers, leaving everyone far behind in the blink of an eye. This scene astonished the crowd, who stared in disbelief at the two phantoms. For some struggled to ascend even a mere 10 zhang, their legs trembling as if burdened by an immense weight. Meanwhile, others bounded effortlessly through the dark mountain, running with remarkable agility. At this moment, the two competitors had already surged past 60 zhang. It is worth noting that no one had even reached 50 zhang, and only a scant few had managed to climb to 40. These two geniuses had clearly distanced themselves by 20 zhang from the rest, leading the way, signifying their exceptional talents. It was evident that those who could stand out in this recruitment were truly extraordinary. What? This beast-eared girl is so strong. I must invest in her. I cannot believe she is this formidable. Brother Jinghong must be the most powerful. He is merely in second place for now. He will surely claim the first position. Yet, amidst the joy, there was sorrow. Has one truly reached a standstill at merely 23 zhang? I am a genius of my family. Yet now I can scarcely reach this paltry height, while even the discarded scion of the neighboring clan has achieved 30 zhang. This is unacceptable. I absolutely cannot give up. A dissatisfied cultivator shouted, his voice echoing through the dark mountain, as if it were a form of self-encouragement. How exhausting. Another cultivator gasped for breath. I have already reached the peak of the condensing yuan stage and am considered outstanding among my peers. Yet why can I not advance further? Is 55 zhang truly my limit? No, I refuse to accept this. I have yet to show that old fool my true potential. I absolutely cannot concede defeat. Sister, do not mind me. Climb as high as you can. The hopes of our family rest upon you. Hurry up. You must enter the Celestial Palace. A young cultivator shouted to his sister. Even though he was utterly exhausted, he still mustered the strength to encourage her. 59 zhang. Just one step away. If I can advance another zhang, our family will be secure. A cultivator fixated on the height before him, silently praying as sweat trickled down his forehead. Falling onto the dark mountain. Master. The young master has reached 60 zhang. He has become the third. A servant rushed over to report to his master, his voice brimming with joy. Hiss. Upon hearing this news, the master could not help but gasp in astonishment. Then a euphoric smile spread across his face. My son has actually secured a place in the Celestial Palace? Splendid. Absolutely splendid. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed through the dark mountain for a long time. Chapter 30. Is this truly where my journey ends? As an increasing number of individuals successfully surpass the minimum entrance requirements of the Heavenly Palace, the atmosphere grows palpably tense. Both those hailing from the Black Mountain and those residing beneath it fixate intently on this moment, their hearts heavy with anticipation. Especially those who have ascended to the height of 60 zhang, whose excitement manifests in exuberant gestures, as if they have lost their sanity. Onlookers, bewildered, might even assume they have succumbed to madness. Wow, that beast-eared girl has already reached 90 zhang. Her aptitude is astonishing. Someone exclaimed in awe. Hiss, another gasped. The first inner disciple is a woman. Could it be that we men truly pale in comparison? What of it? Are you belittling women? A lady retorted, her anger palpable. I meant no offense. I was merely expressing my astonishment. The man hastily clarified. Humph. The woman clearly remained unconvinced, turning away in a huff. A nearby youth, observing the scene, wiped the sweat from his brow, silently reflecting, "This woman is truly formidable." Just then, a sudden gasp rippled through the crowd. "Look! Jian Jinghong has also reached 90 zhang. The second inner disciple has emerged, igniting anticipation among the spectators. They wondered if these individuals would ultimately succeed in reaching the summit and become disciples of the sect leader. Whispers circulated among the crowd. It's hard to say. Each step they take now seems increasingly arduous, a stark contrast to their earlier ascent, as if they are nearing their limits, another remarked in agreement. At that moment, a voice cried out, "Hey, someone has reached 70 zhang." The crowd turned to see a figure struggling upward. Alas, my son, with the potential of a great emperor, should be sought after by countless sects, yet he has only managed to ascend to 60 zhang before succumbing. What a pity, someone lamented. In the square, Ye Chen, who had been leisurely sipping tea, lifted his gaze upon hearing the news of achievements at 90 zhang. Indeed, both the beast-eared girl and Jian Jinghong had successfully entered that height. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the beast-eared girl's pace was considerably slower than Jian Jinghong's. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Jian Jinghong swiftly surpassed her, reclaiming the position of first place. Below 90 zhang, two others also reached 80 zhang, and astonishingly, they were a pair of twins. Curiosity piqued, Ye Chen accessed their personal information to learn more. Name, Jian Jinghong. Realm, fourth stage of spirit transformation. Aptitude, 90, gradually improving. Physique, sword bone. Background, ancient sword clan. Possessing a key to the Imperial tomb of the sword clan. Following the demise of their emperor in ancient times, the clan faced a purge and fled here. Recently, their lineage was discovered by the denizens of the underworld, who demanded the key. Jian Wuwang refused, incurring the wrath of the underworld, leading to the annihilation of his clan. Now, Jian Wuwang's lingering spirit resides within Jian Jinghong's body. Name, Su Lingwei. Realm, spirit transformation level 2 talent. 90, slowly improving. Background, the daughter of a son of the emperor and an accidental union with a three-tailed fox. She has been unaware of her father's identity since childhood, and her mother was recently slain by other beastly creatures, leaving her to face peril from them as well. Name, Li Zhixiao. Realm, spirit transformation level 1 talent. 85, slowly upgrading. Physique, in spirit body. Background, hailing from the Li family of the celestial domain. She came to witness the rumored recruitment of disciples by the heavenly palace. Both she and her twin possess a unique talent, allowing for a shared sensory experience. When one cultivates, the other has a chance to elevate as well. Name, Li Nianxiu. Realm, spirit transformation level 1 talent. 85, slowly upgrading. Physique, in spirit body. Background, coming from the Li family of the celestial domain. She too was drawn by the whispers of the heavenly palace seeking disciples. Like her twin, she shares the extraordinary talent of sensory connection, enabling mutual enhancement in cultivation. Soon, their information appeared before Ye Chen. Upon reading it, Ye Chen fell into a contemplative silence. These individuals were somewhat extraordinary, yet not entirely out of reach. Did Jian Jinghong possess the fabled sword bone? And what of the daughter of an emperor? Furthermore, the twins with their shared senses, would they remain unmarried? Or would they take spouses? If one experienced a sensation, would the other not feel it too? Moreover, as one improved, so did the other. Did this not mean they cultivated at double the rate? As Ye Chen observed, all individuals pushed themselves forward with fervor, as if attempting to draw his attention. Jian Jinghong, in particular, had already reached a height of 96 zhang. At this moment, however, the immense resistance was palpable, causing him to tremble with each step. Yet he pressed on. Especially upon sensing Ye Chen's gaze, he felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that the sect leader was astonished by his potential? No, this was insufficient. He must ascend further. He must leave the sect leader in awe and make the name Jian Jinghong resonate throughout the world. Underworld, await my vengeance. In 30 years, the tides will turn. I shall annihilate you. Just 4 more levels remained to reach the summit, and he was determined to conquer it. At the base of the Black Mountain, a bystander marveled. Is this truly a human? I struggle at 30 zhang, feeling as though my bones might shatter. I cannot fathom the pressure he endures. Fool, it is your own weakness. Look at that lad next door, with talent akin to yours, already nearing 40 zhang. Though he crawls upon the ground, he persists, while you falter. As the frustration grew, a middle-aged man produced a whip from seemingly nowhere and struck down mercilessly in public. Father, what are you doing? If I continue, I might perish. Do you wish for your only son to meet his end here? Humph, you wretched child. I refuse to believe I cannot sire you a younger brother. Upon the Black Mountain, Jian Jinghong was now in a state of delirium, his consciousness fading, yet sustained by an unwavering will as he clawed his way upward. 97 zhang. 98 zhang. 99 zhang. Only 1 zhang remained. 1 meter, 2 meters, yet only a final step remains. However, no matter how fervently he endeavors to lift his foot, it remains immovable, and even his head feels entrapped, as if his entire being has succumbed to rigidity. An overwhelming pressure envelopes him, suggesting that should he dare to take another step forward, he would be cast into the depths of hell. Am I to be confined to this point forever? Chapter 31. The Rooster's Head? The Phoenix's Tail? Am I truly destined to halt here? Jian Jinghong stood atop the mountain, gazing down at the swirling mists below, a wave of loss and reluctance surging within him. His voice resonated in the wind, seemingly questioning himself, yet also inquiring of the vast universe. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Jinghong, stop. You're risking your life. Halt immediately. It was Jian Wuwang's voice, filled with urgency and concern. Jian Jinghong's body trembled slightly. He recognized the truth in his grandfather's words. In his current state, advancing even a single step could lead to his utter destruction. Nevertheless, a deep-seated obsession within him prevented him from halting. Grandfather, I wish to try, he murmured through clenched teeth. As his words fell, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, his body convulsing violently, as if every bone were shattering at that moment. With each minuscule movement, a chilling crack echoed from his bones, a sound so eerie it seemed his body might disintegrate at any moment. Enough. Stop. Your body cannot endure this. Your aptitude merely dictates your limits, and your talent is already considerable. Jian Wuwang's voice reverberated in his mind again, this time tinged with a hint of righteous anger. He truly feared that Jian Jinghong might recklessly charge forward, the consequences of which would be unimaginable. While perseverance is vital in cultivation, there are moments when prudence must prevail. After all, only those who live can be deemed true victors. It is akin to a battlefield, where one knows defeat is imminent, yet presses on regardless. The only outcome is a futile demise. Thus, with this realization, Jian Jinghong finally relinquished his fixation on that final step. He inhaled deeply, as if exhaling all his reluctance and obsession, and resolutely turned away. His gaze fell upon the towering black mountain behind him, a peak that now appeared achingly distant. Yet, he felt no longing, only a graceful determination as he descended the mountain. His steps were light, yet steadfast, each footfall a farewell to the black mountain. His long hair danced in the wind, resembling a cascade of black silk, flowing and unrestrained. In the sunlight, his figure loomed large, as though the entire world made way for him. In that instant, the crowd erupted once more. People marveled at Jian Jinghong's decisiveness and elegance. His departure garnered as much attention as his arrival. At that moment, not only did the onlookers beneath the black mountain stir with excitement, but even Su Lingyue, Li Zhixia, and Lin Yanxiu, who had also reached 90 zhang, could not help but be astounded. He was merely a step away from the summit. Impressive, exclaimed Su Lingyue, her eyes wide in disbelief. Li Zhixia and Lin Yanxiu nodded in agreement. Although the three of them had already ascended to heights surpassing 90 zhang, it was only upon truly reaching such altitudes that they comprehended the immense pressure exerted here. With each additional zhang climbed, the pressure escalated exponentially, akin to a corpulent individual suddenly embarking on a rigorous exercise regimen, resulting in a struggle for survival. It was indeed astonishing that such a multitude of prodigious talents had converged here. Those who could ascend to 90 zhang were indisputably endowed with the exceptional capabilities of a supreme emperor. The sudden emergence of 4 such individuals in this realm hinted at the impending arrival of 4 emperors in the heavenly palace. The middle-aged man standing at the foot of the black mountain fixed his piercing gaze upon the 4 figures atop the peak, as if he were intent on indelibly etching their silhouettes into his memory. The birth of 4 emperors within a single sect was undeniably a mark of unparalleled honor and an emblem of staggering strength. At this very moment, those undergoing the test upon the black mountain paused in their ascent. They were acutely aware of their limitations, recognizing that their current height represented the pinnacle of their capabilities. However, what was truly remarkable was the staggering gap of 20 zhang between the 4th and 5th contenders, a chasm as formidable as a vast divide, seemingly insurmountable. This distance of 20 zhang loomed like an uncrossable gulf, starkly separating them. Ye Chen observed the unfolding scene in silence. Upon realizing that no one could ascend even 1 more zhang, he turned to Bai Luochu and subtly nodded, signaling that they could proceed to the next phase of the test. Bai Luochu understood the implication and reciprocated with a nod, calling out loudly. All those who have reached 40 zhang and above may remain to continue the next test. Those who wish to depart may do so at their discretion. With a resounding thud, as soon as he finished speaking, someone declared, I cannot ascend to the heavenly palace, so I bid you farewell. A figure departed with a sense of discontent, internally muttering, Humph, how could my talents be relegated to that of a mere servant? I am at least an outer sect disciple. Once the first voice was raised, a second followed suit. I would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Thus, I too shall take my leave. Brother, wait for me. Let us depart together. A cacophony of voices erupted among the crowd at the base of the Black Mountain, with discussions and complaints rising in a tumultuous chorus. If it were me, I would sooner join another sect than toil as a servant here. Someone exclaimed indignantly. For everyone understood that servants were relegated to menial labor and had access to scant resources. Indeed, another chimed in, isn't this blatant bullying? As time passed, more and more individuals began to leave, with tens of thousands departing, until finally, no one else chose to exit. Is there anyone else who wishes to leave? Bai Luochu's voice rang out once more, its calm demeanor rendering it difficult to discern whether he felt joy or anger. Silence enveloped the scene. An eerie stillness devoid of responses. If no one speaks, I shall assume you all consent, Bai Luochu stated, his tone remaining composed. The next phase would be the introspective inquiry. As his words fell, the crowd atop the Black Mountain instantly grew tense. Yet, they had no time to prepare. For the heart question stone suddenly activated without warning. In an instant, it radiated a blinding light, enveloping everyone within its glow. Under this illumination, the innermost worlds of each individual were laid bare, revealing whether they were human or specter with crystal clarity. Bound to the heart question stone, Ye Chen was acutely aware of everything these individuals were experiencing. Look, has the heart question segment begun? Someone asked. It should have started. Yet we cannot discern what is transpiring with them. Indeed, I yearn to observe their actions, another echoed, as more voices expressed their curiosity. A slight smile curved Ye Chen's lips. In the next moment, Chapter 32, Malicious Intent, the effect of the heart question stone, unfolded. Ye Chen conjured a spell to communicate with the heart question stone, which magnified the thoughts and desires harbored within people's hearts. The heart question experiences of the cultivators were projected across the heavens. At that moment, an unexpected scene materialized before the assembly of cultivators. One individual, harboring ill intentions, suddenly appeared before the crowd without forewarning. He gazed with wide eyes as the celestial palace was besieged by a throng of figures emanating dark energy. More astonishingly, he had assumed the guise of a disciple, leading these marauders with audacity. Before long, the once solemn celestial palace lay in ruins. Former comrades and elders sprawled haphazardly on the ground, blood staining the earth as if the very palace had been soaked in crimson. Ha ha ha. The man cackled with satisfaction. At last, I can join the underworld and ascend to greatness. His laughter echoed menacingly through the blood-soaked scene, sounding particularly jarring. Yet, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a beautiful junior sister, still clinging to life on the ground. Junior sister, do not perish so quickly. Allow me to explore your depths. He leered, rubbing his hands together, a depraved smile creeping across his face. If you were to die, it would be quite dull. Having said that, he eagerly approached her, his greedy demeanor inciting revulsion in onlookers. Witnessing this, Ye Chen's expression darkened profoundly. He could scarcely believe his eyes. The eliminated cultivators and their families were equally shocked and speechless at this spectacle. This fellow is utterly outrageous. Someone exclaimed indignantly. He is clearly a sinister cultivator. How could such a person pass the first trial? Indeed, why was I not successful? Another lamented, clearly frustrated by their own failure. Amidst the murmurs of discontent, a crisp and resolute voice rang out from the crowd, disqualified. The crowd fell silent, turning to see Bai Luochu, her expression impassive and her gaze cold as she regarded the judged disciple. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the disciple seemed to be struck by an invisible and immense force, his body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. Alas! The disciple let out a pained cry as he crashed heavily to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. Where has my little junior sister gone? Someone suddenly exclaimed. She was just here disrobing, and now she has vanished in the blink of an eye. That little junior sister. Individuals of her ilk are utterly despicable and ought to be dealt with severely, another person indignantly remarked. At that moment, the disciple who had been flung away gradually began to recover from the excruciating pain. Bewildered, he scanned his surroundings and soon realized that what he had just experienced was merely an illusion. His face flushed with embarrassment. He hastily covered his visage with his hands and bowed his head, scurrying away like a mouse crossing a street, anxious to avoid the gaze of others who might witness his shameful predicament. As he departed, the crowd's attention slowly shifted elsewhere. Everyone, come quickly. There is something even more amusing here. Someone suddenly shouted. The onlookers turned their gazes to see a plump figure stealthily approaching the pavilion of techniques. The rotund individual clearly harbored a guilty conscience, glancing furtively around to ensure that no one was watching before tiptoeing into the pavilion. Upon entering the pavilion of techniques, the chubby figure's eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured, "Ha ha, Is this the legendary Emperor's technique? At last it is mine. However, when he finally grasped the so-called Emperor's technique, he abruptly froze. Wait a moment, what kind of Emperor's technique is this? I have never heard of it before. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice echoed ominously, "Thief, perish." Upon hearing the voice, the little chubby one, whether from guilt or fear, felt his legs weaken, and he collapsed to the ground. Please don't kill me. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to take a look. As he spoke, a puddle of yellow liquid appeared on the ground. In the next instant, he was astounded to discover that his surroundings had transformed in an instant. As he focused his gaze, he realized that he had not entered the pavilion of techniques at all, but was still within the depths of that dark, ominous mountain. As various thoughts swirled among the crowd, an array of astonishing scenes unfolded before their eyes, eliciting gasps of disbelief. What a shocking turn of events. Who would have thought, Elder, that you would meet such an end? Now that you have lost all your cultivation, truly, fortune turns like a wheel. And now, it is my time to repay you. What sort of celestial palace is this? It's nothing more than a dilapidated place. There's nothing here, merely a heap of refuse. What a waste of my precious time. Wait, has the underworld come for me? Good heavens, run. No, wait, I should grab something valuable first. Perhaps I can exchange it for some spirit stones. What? I have become the sect leader? Ha ha ha, this is simply marvelous. You there, and all of you. Listen well, from now on, you must line up obediently every day and come to my room one by one. Wow, what a delightful aroma. Everyone, gather around. I have discovered a peculiar one. It is he, stealthily filching our garments. How amusing. I am indeed a disciple of the celestial palace. You lowly beings dare to request spirit stones from me. My presence here is a favor to you. Hurry and pay the protection fee. However, before these individuals could revel in their moment of triumph, Ye Chen sent them sprawling as if they were mere playthings. They were all of dubious character, harboring ulterior motives, consumed with thoughts of how to exploit others to satiate their own desires. To make matters worse, some of the family elders, witnessing the disgraceful behavior of their descendants, were seething with indignation, their rage threatening to erupt. These elders had hoped their progeny would achieve greatness and bring honor to the family. But now they were confronted with such disgraceful behavior, a source of profound sorrow. This wretch must be dealt with upon returning. One elder bellowed in uncontrollable fury, lamenting the disgrace of his family's reputation due to such thievery. His voice reverberated through the air, laden with boundless anger and disappointment. Chapter 33. Through the assessment, the scene abruptly shifted, revealing a breathtaking tableau that captivated the attention of many. By a secluded pond outside the celestial palace, a man and a woman were engrossed in an intimate act, a sight that could render anyone flushed and breathless. Lin, be gentle, will you? After this, can you truly help me enter the sect? Even as a mere servant would suffice, the woman's delicate voice conveyed a hint of anticipation and pleading. Rest assured, as long as you cooperate, I will surely devise a way for you to gain entry, the man responded, his voice heavy with impatience. That is wonderful. I've recently learned a few special moves. The woman's words were laced with playful insinuation. Unbeknownst to them, concealed among the trees surrounding the pond were 2 or 3 individuals, engrossed in the vivid spectacle unfolding before them. Master, perhaps we should avert our gaze. This may not be appropriate. Su Qingyao, standing behind Ye Chen, whispered shyly, her voice barely above a murmur, as if fearing eavesdroppers. After all, such an indecorous display in public could tarnish one's reputation. Just then, the figure of the disciple suddenly vanished into the pond, as if he had never been there at all. The mesmerized onlookers, struck by shock, began to lament their missed opportunity, each expressing regret. Who would have thought he could play so cleverly, with endless tricks? Indeed, I bet he wouldn't last 3 minutes. I wager he'll last only a minute. Amidst the bustling chatter, Ye Chen's gaze gradually shifted, ultimately resting on the scene of the 4 disciples standing at 90 zhang. In the image, Jian Jinghong stood alone, sword in hand, poised before the celestial palace. Beneath his feet lay the remains of numerous former comrades, their bodies strewn haphazardly, and the ground was soaked in crimson, presenting a scene of unparalleled brutality. Opposite him stood a group of members from the underworld, cloaked in black robes, casting a shadow that obscured the heavens. They appeared as phantoms, exuding an aura of dread that sent shivers down the spine. If the denizens of the underworld wished to invade the heavenly palace, let them first tread upon the corpse of my sword, Jinghong. The voice of Jinghong resonated within the illusion, hoarse yet resolute, imbued with an indomitable spirit that embraced death without fear. Witnessing this scene, Ye Chen could not help but smile with satisfaction, murmuring to himself, this young man possesses a righteous character, valor, and wisdom, truly a talent worth cultivating. Having said this, his gaze gradually shifted towards Su Lingyue. seemingly anticipating her forthcoming actions. Within the illusion, a figure materialized suddenly before Su Lingyue, obstructing her path. I will not accompany you. You caused my mother's demise. And I shall ensure your end, she declared through gritted teeth, her body trembling slightly from rage. At that moment, Su Lingyue appeared significantly weakened, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Nevertheless, her resolve remained unyielding, showing no signs of retreat. I am your father. If you do not follow me, you cannot escape with your fellow disciples, unless you abandon them. The middle-aged man's voice carried a tinge of menace. Yeah, you must go. I am but a burden now. Flee, and later, avenge me, urged Su Lingyue's comrade, whose injuries surpassed those of Su Lingyue, rendering her unable to continue. No, I will not forsake you. Bloodline, ignite. Su Lingyue bellowed, and a powerful aura suddenly emanated from her. Behind her, 8 tails began to materialize, with one tail yet to fully take shape. These 8 tails blazed like flames, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Without hesitation, Su Lingyue leaped into the void, instantly vanishing from sight. Indeed, 8 tails. I had not anticipated she possessed such a bloodline. Though I am a son of the emperor, I am not the sole one. And he cannot claim to be a guaranteed emperor. Yet, my daughter will undoubtedly ascend to such heights. If I were to inscribe the mark of servitude, the middle-aged man murmured, his gaze ablaze with fervor as he seemed to resolve himself to a certain decision. A 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline? Although one tail is still lacking, it remains promising. Subsequently, Ye Chen's attention shifted once more to the twins. At that moment, both sisters found themselves within the same illusion. Hee. Who would have thought 2 unparalleled beauties, twins no less, would be here? Serve me well, and I shall grant your master freedom. Sister. The 2 exchanged glances, focusing on their master behind them. Master, take care. Hand in hand, they resolutely stepped forward. No, you mustn't go. To oblivion with you. The atmosphere around them surged as they prepared for a mutual demise. In the illusion, all that transpired was met with Ye Chen's lackluster interest. Upon witnessing the illusions of the 4 disciples from the inner sect, Ye Chen merely tilted his head back slightly and comfortably reclined in his chair. Su Qingyao took the initiative to approach and massage him for relaxation. However, time flew by, and the temperament assessment continued unabated. As one cultivator after another was expelled from the illusion, the number of individuals present steadily diminished. Ultimately, only 98 cultivators remained. It is noteworthy that among the millions who had arrived, a mere handful, slightly over 90, managed to pass the test. Observing the unchanging expressions of those before him, Ye Chen expressionlessly waved his hand. In an instant, those still immersed in the illusion seemed to be brushed by a gentle breeze, awakening abruptly. They glanced around, astonished to discover several vacant seats beside them. These empty spots served as silent admonitions, reminding everyone of what had transpired. The crowd exchanged glances, quietly astonished. Each had genuinely come to seek guidance and learn, yet they had not anticipated that amidst this seemingly tranquil assessment, so many harbored ulterior motives and lacked resolve. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, broadening the Sect's gates, preparing for the battle across the heavens. Rewards, 10 lottery draws. Rewards, 10 Emperor summoning cards. Rewards, the extreme Dao Emperor weapon, the Desolation Tower. Rewards, 1 billion identity tokens. Esteemed ones, you have successfully passed the Heavenly Palace assessment. From now on, you shall be members of the Heavenly Palace and may proceed to claim your disciple identity tokens. Ye Chen's voice immediately roused the disciples in their meditative states. Once they regained their composure, joy swiftly replaced their initial bewilderment, and they excitedly queued to receive their tokens. Chapter 34. Elders of the Outer Sect are all supreme beings. Each identity token was unique. Those of the Sect Master, Deputy Sect Master, or cultivators who had reached the Emperor realm were in vibrant colors. The tokens for direct disciples and inner sect elders were crafted from jade, with the front depicting a golden hall of the Heavenly Palace and the back inscribed with their name. Inner sect disciples and outer sect elders received purple tokens. Outer sect disciples and deacons received blue tokens, while miscellaneous workers possessed green tokens, and miscellaneous elders bore tokens that were a blend of blue and purple. Among the 98 selected, the majority were miscellaneous workers, numbering 60, followed by 34 outer sect disciples and 4 inner sect disciples. As Ye Chen gazed at the 10 lottery draws he had just acquired, he wondered what treasures awaited him. He focused on the lottery interface and began to click. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 Supreme Spirit Stone Veins. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Divine Source Pool, a pool that continuously generates Divine Source water. Beneficial for refining essence and breaking through cultivation bottlenecks, among other advantages. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Burial Weapon Valley, a place buried with countless weapons of cultivators. From yellow grade to Emperor weapons, all available. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Supreme Summoning cards. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 sets of automatic restoration-made outfits, which will restore themselves the following day after being damaged. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Death Trial Tower, a place for disciples to enhance their combat experience. It consists of 10 levels. And disciples who perish within will not truly die, but will experience the most authentic sensation of death. The odds of winning are decent. But what use is a made outfit? It would be better to receive something else. With more people around, it is fortunate to have the summoning cards. In the future, the Supreme will be the Outer Sect Elders, while those at the level of quasi-emperors and above will become Inner Sect Elders. System, summon for me, Ye Chen silently contemplated. His voice barely a whisper, yet filled with anticipation and urgency. In the next moment, a fissure appeared in the void, and 10 Supremes along with 10 quasi-emperors stepped forth before Ye Chen. These individuals exuded a repressed aura, forming 2 neat rows. They must maintain composure, lest they inadvertently overwhelm the multitude of cultivators outside the heavenly palace. Among them were both men and women, young and old, each radiating an air of authority. We pay our respects to the sect master. The elders spoke in unison, their voices resonant and harmonious, as if forged through countless trials. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction, a surge of pride swelling within him as he regarded these elders, all summoned by him. Their formidable strength instilled confidence that rewards would come effortlessly with their support. Very well, you on the left, from now on, you shall be the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect, responsible for matters concerning the outer disciples. Proceed to take charge. Ye Chen instructed one elder with a slight nod. The elder, named by Ye Chen, promptly bowed again and turned towards the gathering of outer disciples. His gait was steady and powerful, each step seemingly imbued with boundless strength. As the Grand Elder approached, the outer disciples grew tense, previously engaged in hushed whispers. They instantly stood upright, their gazes fixed intently on the Grand Elder's figure. Upon reaching the outer disciples, the Grand Elder and the assembly of elders were met with a synchronized salute from the disciples, who chorused, "We pay our respects to the esteemed elders." The Grand Elder nodded, his tone warm and benevolent. "From now on, we shall oversee your affairs within the sect. Come with me." With a swift motion of his arm, an invisible force surged forth, astonishingly sweeping up the 34 outer disciples at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the disciples were whirled up as if caught in a powerful whirlwind, rotating rapidly in the air before being repositioned behind the elder in an instant. This sudden spectacle left all present in awe, particularly the outer disciples, who barely had time to react before finding themselves positioned behind the elder. Such a technique of instantaneous movement was utterly astonishing, bordering on the terrifying. A gasp of astonishment escaped someone's lips, exclaiming, "How formidable! How did he accomplish that?" Another, visibly shocked, inquired, "Surely, this is a feat only a sage could achieve," twisting the void. Someone speculated, "Could it be that this esteemed elder is indeed a sage?" Another voice echoed in disbelief, "I believe it is more than that. Consider that elder of the miscellaneous disciples. He is the ancestor of the celestial sound sect. A veritable sage king," one pondered. "Thus, the cultivation of this outer sect elder must at least be that of a sage king," someone analyzed. "What of the other inner sect elders? Could they also be of sage king caliber?" Another gasped in horror. They dared not speculate further, for in their lifetimes, encounters with sages were exceedingly rare, let alone with beings of sage king status. To even conjecture about a sage king was their boldest assumption. In that moment, astonishment enveloped them all. This was no mere top-tier force, but rather a superpower, perhaps among the most distinguished within the realm of superpowers. Aspiring to join a top-tier sect, they found themselves welcomed into a super sect instead. How prestigious this return would be. They could hold their heads high when conversing with others. As for the remaining disciples, they were to follow Yun Shu, the esteemed inner sect elder and sect leader. Turning to Yun Shu, they acknowledged, "We have met the great elder." "Yes, follow me. We shall welcome those disciples," she responded. Lin Tian approached the miscellaneous disciples. "Greetings, Elder Lin." The crowd bowed in respect. "I never expected to have the responsibility of overseeing others," Lin Tian declared generously, yet he reminded himself not to be complacent and to strive even harder. Once, facing a dwindling lifespan, he had come here as a desperate gamble. Little did he know that this was where his transformation began. "Henceforth, you shall all work diligently. Let it be known, once you enter the heavenly palace, even as miscellaneous disciples, the living conditions here surpass those of other sects. And your future achievements shall at least reach the spirit transformation realm." "What? Spirit transformation? My ancestor has yet to attain that level. And I possess the potential for spirit transformation? Does that mean I could eventually surpass the sage?" On another front, observing the later cultivators, none could reach the 40 zhong mark. Ye Chen glanced at the sun, waving his hand to signal Bai Luo Chu to conclude the day's trials. Bai Luo Chu nodded and addressed the cultivators outside the heavenly palace. The testing for today is over. Those wishing to test must wait until tomorrow. Those who trespass upon the endless Emperor Mountain shall bear the consequences. With that, Ye Chen rose to depart, followed by the elders and newly admitted disciples. Leaving behind millions of cultivators, their eyes filled with frustration as they gazed at the heavenly palace. Chapter 35, A Celestial Sect? The cultivators who failed the trials watched Ye Chen return to the sect, erupting into a clamor. Why? I was just a step away from becoming a miscellaneous disciple. How could my brother gain entry to the heavenly palace? He should be unable to enter just like me. Humph. Being merely a miscellaneous disciple is an affront to my identity. Indeed, those who enter as miscellaneous disciples would be better off in a first-rate sect. At least they would be inner disciples. In an instant, some departed, some suffered, and others, unable to bear the sight of another's fortune, began to malign their peers. Among the countless cultivators, some continued to wait, while others turned away in disdain. Yet, all of this bore no relevance to the celestial palace. Within the celestial palace, as new disciples entered, the density of spiritual energy stirred the hearts of all present. They had never before encountered such an abundant concentration of spiritual essence, a notion they scarcely dared to dream of. Upon entering, the disciples fell silent, closely trailing behind the elders. Ye Chen walked at the forefront, instructing Bai Luo Chu beside him to establish a contribution system for the sect. He stipulated that future access to the Wilderness Tower, the Divine Source Pool, and the Sword Burial Valley would be granted based on their contributions. Furthermore, these newly arrived disciples would be given a fortnight to attend to matters at home and procure some basic cultivation resources for their training. If there were any additional points to address, he urged Bai Luo Chu to supplement them. Understood, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Bai Luo Chu responded with a bow. Very well, let Yin Shu handle tomorrow's assessments, Ye Chen declared, and with that, his figure vanished without a trace. Most of the resources within the sect remained inaccessible to the new disciples until they achieved a higher level of cultivation. Now that all instructions had been conveyed, it was time to contemplate more significant matters and seek rest. Watching Ye Chen depart, Bai Luo Chu turned to those behind him and spoke. Now that our sect is in its nascent stage, there are certain matters I must impart to you, which I urge you to take to heart. As the Vice Palace Master began his address, all stood attentively. Bai Luo Chu continued, Firstly, as of today, you are all disciples of the Celestial Palace. You may return home to settle any outstanding affairs. You have a fortnight to do so. Secondly, within the Celestial Palace, betraying your fellow disciples or the sect is strictly prohibited. Thirdly, while disciples may engage in combat, intentional harm is forbidden. Offenders will face expulsion from the sect and the forfeiture of their cultivation. In severe cases, they may be executed on the spot. Fourthly, the auxiliary disciples are granted 7 days to enter the Wilderness Tower for training, while outer disciples have a fortnight. And inner disciples and direct disciples may use it without limit. The Wilderness Tower can alter the flow of time. You may utilize the first 2 levels freely, provided you possess sufficient confidence in your abilities. Do not enter if you lack the means to exit. The 3rd level will require contribution points, the method of which you will soon learn. Additionally, locations such as the Sword Burial Valley and the Divine Source Pool allow each new disciple 1 complimentary entry. Thereafter, additional access will necessitate contribution points. Lastly, contribution points can be exchanged for any desired items, such as Enlightenment tea, among others. I hope you will serve the sect diligently. Betrayal will result in the reclamation of what has been granted to you. Each month, the sect will distribute premium spirit stones and various tasks. Successful completion will yield contribution points, while failure to complete tasks will result in expulsion, for the sect does not sustain idleness. The sect refrains from provoking trouble. But if trouble finds you, it must be repelled. Among peers, should one be slain, it is a matter of skill disparity. If the strong prey upon the weak, the sect will provide protection. Yes, we shall diligently remember the teachings of the sect. The crowd quickly erupted in a unified cheer, their excitement palpable. After all, the words of the Vice Sect Master had sent tremors through their hearts, rendering them dizzy as if caught in a dream. They were well aware of the rules and would never dare to disrupt them. Thus, upon hearing the Vice Sect Master's discourse, not a single soul harbored doubts. Regardless of the sect they joined, an array of regulations would invariably accompany it, and they had no objections. What truly exhilarated them was the revelation of the remarkable treasures present here, the Enlightenment tea, an extraordinary artifact capable of altering the flow of time, the Wilderness Tower, and so forth. What kind of sect was this? Could it be a celestial sect sent from the heavens? The resources mentioned earlier would make even the Imperial sect green with envy, willing to go to any lengths to seize them. Yet here, they could acquire them with ease. It seemed that even the menial workers within this sect possessed advantages over the true disciples of the Imperial sect. In that moment, the disciples clenched their fists in silent determination, vowing to diligently cultivate and serve the sect. Elder Lin Tian, you and a few outer sect elders shall procure some lower-level cultivation resources that are lacking within the sect. Elder Yin Shu, you will oversee the entry examination tomorrow. The remaining inner sect elders will be responsible for establishing a contribution point system. Now, let each of you take your disciples and depart. With that, Bai Luo Chu left the premises. With the increasing number of people, it was time to delegate tasks to those below. After Bai Luo Chu's departure, the elders led their disciples away. Within the heavenly palace, aside from the main peak of Master Ye Chen, there were several smaller peaks. Each elder selected a peak and brought their disciples to occupy it. Regardless of location within the sect, the spiritual energy was extraordinarily abundant. Some individuals found their internal spiritual energy surging upon entering the sect, while others, who still required half a month to break through, unexpectedly achieved breakthroughs mid-stride. As effortlessly as quenching their thirst, these scenes continually stimulated the crowd, filling them with hope for the future. Some disciples, having just moved into their rooms, eagerly settled into a meditative posture to cultivate. Remarkably, within just a few hours, some experienced breakthroughs. This prompted them to reconsider wasting the half-month homeward journey. Who could predict the realms others would reach in that time? The disparity in cultivation levels would be as vast as heaven and earth. Let us not cultivate just yet. We should visit the 10,000 Realms Technique Pavilion within the sect first. Let us acquire techniques suited to ourselves, one suggested. I believe the earth-level techniques are quite formidable. Mastering the transformation of spirits will be a breeze. It's merely a transformation of spirits. Come along. Without further ado, they tugged one another toward the 10,000 Realms Technique Pavilion. Outside the pavilion, one exclaimed, "Haha, I have unexpectedly obtained a high-tier heavenly technique. Becoming a sage is now within my grasp. Who would have thought I would achieve such success? From now on, my Lu family shall be a lineage of sages." This proclamation drew envious glances from those nearby. I have also acquired a mid-tier heavenly technique. I too have obtained an Imperial-level technique. Laughter and joy radiated from all. Let us hurry, we must not fall behind. Presenting their identity tokens, the doors of the 10,000 Realms Technique Pavilion creaked open slowly. Are these luminous orbs all techniques of the sect? Within the hall, countless points of light shimmered, resembling a vast sea of stars. A few disciples, brimming with excitement, lunged toward these luminous orbs, eager to procure a cultivation technique suited to their needs. Yet, not all were fortunate in their endeavors. Some reached out to grasp the lights, only for them to dissipate in an instant, transforming into wisps of azure smoke. Chapter 36. The Divine Source Liquid in exchange for basic cultivation resources outside the Heavenly Palace. The crowd fixated on each disciple adorned with an identification badge as they streamed forth, their faces alight with exhilaration and anticipation, as if the entire world rejoiced in their achievements. "Haha, this is splendid. Our Wang family has finally produced a genius," exclaimed a man, his voice brimming with pride and joy. "When I meet my old friends, I shall boast about this." With eagerness, he retrieved a communication stone from his pocket, intent on sharing the joyous news with his acquaintances. "Hello, is this old Zhang? Let me tell you, my son, who was rather unremarkable, has finally joined a sect. Yes, it is no ordinary sect. He has entered the Heavenly Palace." The man shouted into the stone, unable to conceal his elation. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the crowd. The leader and the young master are coming out. Families of the disciples surged forward, eager to reunite with their children. The atmosphere was charged with emotion, encapsulating the poignant essence of farewells. "My boy, you are truly the pride of our family. Come home with me. I shall treat you to a feast." A father beamed, embracing his son with warmth and affection. However, his son appeared somewhat impatient, quickly extricating himself from his father's embrace. "Father, please don't do this. You're wasting my time. I came here to bid you farewell. As for the promised feast, I shall forego it. I must hurry to cultivate, otherwise, I will fall too far behind." "What do you mean? You just entered the sect, and already you wish to forsake your father? How could you forget the sacrifices I made to raise you? Now that you have joined a prestigious sect, you begin to exhibit ingratitude." The father gazed at his son in disbelief, his heart heavy with disappointment and anger. "Oh, father, that is not what I meant at all," the son explained, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "Then tell me, why won't you come back with your old man for a proper meal?" The father replied, patting his round belly, as if to suggest the sumptuous feast his son was missing. "Time is of the essence. Every moment wasted could mean falling behind others. You surely don't want your son to lag behind, do you?" the son urged, his eyes fixed ahead, envisioning the other disciples diligently cultivating, widening the gap between them. Is it really that dire? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy a meal of braised pig's trotters and stir-fried spirit shrimp in the nearby city? The father chuckled dismissively, attempting to entice his son with the allure of delicious food. Father, I must speak candidly, the son declared, his countenance grave, his eyes reflecting an ardent desire and unwavering determination for cultivation. Within the heavenly palace, it resembles a realm of enchantment. Some individuals, while merely walking, achieve breakthroughs. Thus, as I converse with you, it is possible that others may ascend, and I have come to bid you farewell. The surrounding onlookers were struck dumb. As if struck by lightning, their expressions frozen in disbelief, scarcely able to fathom his words. They murmured amongst themselves, how can this be? Who can simply walk and suddenly attain a breakthrough? For cultivators, such an achievement is of paramount significance and exceedingly arduous. Typically, a breakthrough necessitates extensive periods of training, contemplation, and introspection within a tranquil, undisturbed environment where one can fully grasp the profound mysteries of the universe. Yet, this young man appeared to attain such a feat with astonishing ease, truly unfathomable. At that moment, another father-son duo emerged. Father, I have come to bid you farewell. Do not dwell too much on my absence. Should I desire to return, I shall naturally do so. Rest assured, do not seek me unnecessarily. Before his father could respond, he darted away with the swiftness of a gust of wind, soaring back to the heavenly palace. Finally, the onlookers regained their composure and hurriedly addressed the leader. Leader, has the young master departed already? The leader, still in a state of shock, snapped back to reality upon hearing his subordinate's words and muttered to himself. This lad certainly departs with remarkable speed. I wonder what allure the heavenly palace holds that makes him so eager to return. One by one, disciples bid farewell to their loved ones, each departure marked by haste and urgency. The formidable presence of the heavenly palace reverberated once more through the words of its disciples, leaving the crowd in awe. Indeed, the life within the heavenly palace is beyond the imagination of us mere mortals, someone mused. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, having organized the chores for the disciples, approached the divine source pool and filled a vessel with divine source water before hastily departing the sect to visit the transcendent force known as the Wanbao Tower. The Wanbao Tower, renowned throughout the continent for its unimaginable wealth, had left no survivors among those who dared to covet its treasures. Its overseer was rumored to belong to an imperial lineage. Upon learning that an elder from the heavenly palace was present, the Wanbao Tower's branch manager extended a warm welcome. Once, the region had 3 major powers, but for reasons unknown, they had been eradicated, leaving the heavenly palace as the strongest, especially with the arrival of a Saint King. Pray tell, how many low-level resources could this item procure? Lin Tian inquired, placing a vial of divine source liquid before the manager. The manager merely opened the vial to inhale its essence, his expression shifting dramatically. Please hold on. I shall summon our branch master. The Wanbao Tower boasts numerous branches, each led by masters of at least the transformation realm, with some even approaching the status of quasi-emperors, a testament to its formidable strength. In the presence of the esteemed Ye Luzhu, Elder Lin Tian from the Celestial Palace had come to procure resources. He was the venerable ancestor of the Xianin sect, and I found his cultivation level inscrutable. Moreover, he had produced a vial of superior cultivation resource, seemingly the divine source liquid, to report upon. Outside Ye Luzhu's chamber, the responsible party reported with utmost reverence. Upon learning of the resource procurement, Ye Luzhu felt a flicker of irritation. Such trivial matters did not warrant reporting. Did they not possess the authority to decide? However, upon discovering it was from the Celestial Palace and involved divine source liquid, her interest was piqued. She was acutely aware that the Celestial Palace had only recently come to her knowledge, and the eradication of the 3 premier sects was undoubtedly linked to it. After all, it was these very sects that had offended the Celestial Palace, leading to their immediate downfall, a coincidence too improbable to overlook. Oh, accompanied by a tone of astonishment, Ji Lingwei's voice floated in, laced with curiosity. The ancestor of the Xianin sect, no, rather, the elder of the Celestial Palace, remains beyond your discernment? And he has even presented divine source liquid? How intriguing. The responsible individual, also a formidable Saint King, possessed a cultivation level of merely the 5th tier. Chapter 37. I only drink this, take me there. Ji Lingwei's mellifluous voice resonated. Certainly, please follow me. The responsible party replied with deference, turning to lead the way. Ji Lingwei followed closely behind, traversing a lengthy corridor until they arrived at an elegantly adorned tea room. Inside, Lin Tian sat leisurely at a finely crafted tea table, savoring fragrant tea. Observing this, Ji Lingwei's lips curled into a subtle smile, and she gracefully approached him, softly stating, I am Ji Lingwei, the master of the Wanbao building. It is truly an honor to receive your esteemed presence today. Though Ji Lingwei held the position of master, she was acutely aware of her modest cultivation. Merely at the pinnacle of the transformation spirit realm, faced with this Saint King, she naturally refrained from arrogance, humbly presenting herself as a junior. Lin Tian, upon hearing her words, waved his hand dismissively, stating nonchalantly, "I am Lin Tian. There is no need for such formality, Ji Luzhu." However, beneath his composed exterior, Lin Tian's thoughts churned. Typically, such a title as master would be held by someone of significant cultivation, yet here the circumstances were reversed. Ji Lingwei had not yet reached the saint level, yet commanded a Saint King as her subordinate. This anomaly caused Lin Tian to regard her with newfound respect, contemplating that she must possess extraordinary qualities to have attained such a position at a tender age. Ji Lingwei then turned to the responsible party and gently instructed, "Please fetch our finest Qingxin tea for the esteemed guest to enjoy." Her voice was as melodious as a lark's song. Just then, Lin Tian interjected, "Use this for brewing." Ji Lingwei and the responsible party found their gazes drawn to him as he gently uncapped a vial, releasing a surge of potent spiritual energy. "Is this divine source water?" Ji Lingwei exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. Lin Tian merely smiled faintly. Ji Lingwei and the person in charge exchanged a glance, both taken aback by the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. The rarity of what lay before them was nearly beyond articulation. To their utter disbelief, Lin Tian was using divine source water to brew tea, an act that bordered on sacrilege. Yet, Lin Tian appeared blissfully unaware of this transgression, stating with an impassive demeanor, "I shall only drink tea brewed with divine source water. I find other waters unpalatable." In truth, Lin Tian's heart was already bursting with joy. He reminisced about the days when he first encountered this clear heart tea, brewed with spirit water, which he had once deemed a rare treasure. Now, being able to brew it with divine source water was a testament to his remarkable progress. Ji Lingwei could not help but exclaim, "Your esteemed sect is indeed powerful. It is truly admirable. May I inquire what specific resources you wish to procure during your visit, esteemed senior?" Internally, she marveled. When the person in charge had briefed her earlier, she had held some doubts, but witnessing it firsthand left her with no choice but to believe. Simultaneously, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Ji Lingwei's eyes. "There is no need for such politeness, sect leader Ji. Simply prepare according to the resource standards set by the most formidable forces on the continent," Lin Tian replied with a tranquil expression. He then added, "Moreover, I would appreciate a swifter pace. The air here is somewhat difficult for me to breathe." As his words resonated, it was as if thunder had struck in their ears. To request resources on par with the continent's elite standards was tantamount to demanding what was reserved for Imperial-level forces. My heavens, a top-tier sect requires such resources? Are your disciples accustomed to such luxuries? And what could possibly reside within the heavenly palace that makes you utter such sentiments? I am curious how your esteemed sect intends to conduct this transaction, Ji Lingwei inquired, suppressing her astonishment. As Lin Tian sipped his tea, he casually responded, "Is this sufficient?" With a grand gesture, dozens of pounds of Enlightenment tea leaves and thousands of bottles of divine source water materialized before them. The sight left both individuals utterly stunned. Even Imperial-level forces could scarcely produce such quantities of Enlightenment tea leaves and divine source water. These resources could be deemed the pinnacle of rarity, coveted even by the mightiest of factions. After all, both were exceedingly precious and hard to come by, particularly divine source water, which had little chance of regeneration, diminishing with every use. Enlightenment tea leaves, too, could only be harvested from the elusive Enlightenment tree, a wondrous entity that was not easily found. Unbeknownst to them, the Heavenly Palace not only possessed Enlightenment tea trees, but also a continuous supply of divine source water. Should this information reach the Imperial-level forces, they would undoubtedly rush to seize it without hesitation. After all, such invaluable resources would tempt anyone's desires. Indeed, the Heavenly Palace's profound heritage and boundless wealth were evident. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Lingwei swiftly collected these resources, which could incite envy among Imperial-level forces. Esteemed senior, your needs for such quantities may require a few additional days. At present, I do not possess such a substantial inventory and must arrange for shipments from other sources, Ji Lingwei expressed with a hint of regret. It is of no consequence. This is merely a deposit. Whatever quantity you can procure, I shall require, Lin Tian replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Rising from his seat, he produced a metal stone inscribed with intricate runes from his pocket and handed it to Ji Lingwei. This is my communication stone. Once you are prepared, you may contact me directly through it. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Tian's figure vanished like a wisp of smoke, as though he had never been there at all. As she watched Lin Tian fade from sight, Ji Lingwei found her excitement increasingly difficult to contain. Taking a deep breath to steady the tumult within, she resolutely commanded her subordinate, immediately establish contact with headquarters and all major branches. Understood, the subordinate replied, not daring to delay, and promptly turned to execute the task. Ji Lingwei slowly returned to her chair, her emotions still in disarray. With trembling hands, she gently opened her spatial ring, her heart swelling with joy as she examined the divine source water and martial tea leaves contained within. Upon seeing the bottles of divine source water and the vibrant green martial tea leaves safely nestled in the spatial ring, an indescribable delight surged within her. She could not help but smile, as if all of this were a splendid dream. However, this elation was swiftly subdued. Ji Lingwei scrutinized the martial tea leaves, noting their freshness, which piqued her curiosity about whether the Celestial Palace possessed a martial tea tree. If such a tree truly existed, the Celestial Palace's strength would likely far surpass its apparent simplicity. Chapter 38. The Sage, the Supreme as the cultivators who had not entered the Celestial Palace departed. The reputation of the palace ignited like a powder keg, swiftly stirring a new wave of enthusiasm across this vast continent. Particularly, the news that the position of the Elder of Miscellaneous Affairs was held by a sage-level powerhouse struck like a thunderbolt, instantly reverberating through the surrounding regions. People gaped in astonishment as they discussed this revelation, treating it as if it were an unfathomable myth. Simultaneously, whispers of the Celestial Palace's environment began to circulate. Some claimed it was akin to a paradise, with spiritual energy so dense it was astounding, and the resonance of the Tao wafting through the air like morning mist, even allowing one to unexpectedly break through their realm while walking. These rumors grew increasingly fantastical, painting the Celestial Palace as a land of miracles. Those who had previously been indifferent to the Celestial Palace or hesitant due to the distance were now stirred by these tales. Their hearts aflame with desire to personally visit the palace and partake in the trials, eager to uncover the mysteries of this enigmatic sect. Hey, have you heard? The Celestial Palace is a paradise, suffused with ethereal energy. People excitedly discussed in the streets and alleys. Of course I've heard. It is said that the new disciples who entered yesterday experienced a sudden breakthrough upon entering the sect, as if enlightened. Is that for real? That sounds exaggerated. Even Imperial-level forces may not be so extraordinary. Indeed, it seems so. There are rumors that in the Celestial Palace, only those who have reached the Holy Realm can attain the status of Elder. What? I must sign up and discern the truth for myself. As the news spread, countless cultivators crossed domains to join the throng. When does the vessel to the Celestial region set sail? What? We are not heading to the Celestial region, but rather being dispatched directly to the Starfall Wilderness, departing once full. Hurry aboard the vessel. The route to the Starfall Wilderness is nearing capacity, and those wishing to embark must act swiftly. Wait for me. I have yet to board. Sir, do not wait. The vessel is overcrowded, and I am nearly lifted off my feet by the crowd. Such scenes unfolded not only in the Starfall region, but also in several neighboring domains. 500 miles from the Celestial Palace, where once stood a multitude of peaks and verdant forests, now only towering structures remain. The city is under constant construction, expanding tirelessly to accommodate millions. Many have relocated their entire families here, while others have established businesses and settled down. Naturally, all activities here have been reported to and sanctioned by the Celestial Palace, receiving their protection in return. As long as an elder is stationed to oversee this city, a steady influx of resources flows in. Although these resources may be of little use to Ye Chen, who could ever have too many. This city is known as the Heavenly City. At this moment, vessels continuously arrive at the outskirts of the Heavenly City. At last, has he truly felt the sensation of standing on solid ground? This young cultivator weeps bitterly, no one aware of the hardships he endured on his journey. How could such a grand city develop here? I shall enter and familiarize myself with the Celestial Palace's assessment system before proceeding. Many shared this sentiment as they gathered at the city gates. Each paid a spirit stone to enter. Do not miss out. I have all the information regarding the Celestial Palace assessments. Sir, I would like one. Me too, please. Certainly. The vendor beamed with delight. Look here. This is our Night Sect's finest tranquility pill, guaranteed to ensure you shine during the Celestial Palace assessments. I also have images of Celestial Palace beauties. Past buyers have praised their allure, claiming they are worth every spirit stone. Is it genuine? Please give me one to discern its authenticity. Do not misinterpret. I merely wish to familiarize myself with my future senior sisters. Having paid the spirit stone, he vanished in a hurry, eager to admire his purchase. Days turned into weeks. Each day witnessed the arrival of new disciples, while many departed with a sense of regret. Soon, half a month had passed, and today marked the final day for disciples to be accepted by the Celestial Palace. That afternoon, Yin Shu announced the conclusion of the recruitment, ushering the new disciples into the Celestial Palace. Upon witnessing this, Those who had missed the opportunity felt profound disappointment. Has it ended so soon? I felt that in just a couple more days, I could enter the celestial palace and become a servant disciple. Indeed, your aspirations are quite lofty. You do not understand. I was once stuck at 10 zhong, but now I have reached 29 zhong, only 1 zhong away from my goal. I have resolved to remain in Tian City, awaiting the next opportunity to accept disciples. This endeavor proves to be exceedingly arduous, comparable to the standards set by Imperial-level powers for recruiting apprentices. No, it is even more challenging than that. The recruitment at the Heavenly Palace has concluded. Quickly, let us seek patrons. A young man beside him nudged another who was yawning. Is there anyone returning to Liuzhou? 500 spirit stones per person. Returning to Shangzhou. We shall depart once we are full. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Palace. Congratulations, host, on the expansion of your sect. Rewards, 10 lottery draws. Rewards, 100 emperor's pills. Yin Shu stood respectfully before Ye Chen, meticulously reporting the details of this recruitment endeavor. Sect Master. This recruitment lasted a full 15 days. After rigorous selection and stringent assessments, we successfully enrolled 21 inner disciples and an astonishing 2,031 outer disciples, with the number of miscellaneous workers reaching an impressive 5,765. Ye Chen listened to Yin Shu's report with an impassive expression, yet his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. In his mind, the system's voice resonated repeatedly. Ye Chen responded faintly, indicating his acknowledgement. He then suddenly continued, Yin Shu, it has been a while since you attained the status of a quasi-emperor, has it not? Yin Shu felt a twinge of apprehension, uncertain why the sect master had suddenly broached this topic. She promptly replying to the sect master. I have indeed achieved the status of quasi-emperor for some time now. Ye Chen smiled slightly, casually waving his hand as an emperor's pill flew into Yin Shu's grasp like a shooting star. This emperor's pill is a gift for you. May it assist you in breaking through to the realm of the great emperor swiftly. Yin Shu's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the emperor's pill in her hand. This was an exceedingly precious elixir capable of aiding a quasi-emperor in overcoming bottlenecks and significantly reducing the time required to ascend to the status of great emperor. Her voice trembled with excitement as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master, for your generous gift. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will strive diligently to cultivate and break through at the earliest opportunity. Ye Chen smiled and nodded, signaling for Yin Shu to withdraw. Filled with delight, Yin Shu exited the sect master's chamber, tightly clutching the emperor's pill as if it were the key to her path toward becoming a great emperor. As she gazed at the pill, her eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. She was acutely aware of the value of this elixir and understood how fortunate she was to have received it. Though she was a reincarnated soul with memories and experiences from her past life, breaking through to the realm of quasi-emperor remained an exceedingly daunting task. Even though she had already reached the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status, achieving a true breakthrough would necessitate a prolonged period, potentially spanning decades, centuries, or even millennia. Nevertheless, joining the Heavenly Palace had indeed presented her with a fortuitous opportunity. Here, she received the sect master's recognition and cultivation, as well as the chance to obtain such a precious emperor's pill. Yin Shu took a deep breath, reminding herself to remain grounded in her aspirations. She believed that as long as she diligently practiced, this body, unlike one burdened by the weight of 9 lifetimes, would ultimately pave the way for her to transcend into the legendary realm of immortality. System, initiate 10 consecutive draws. In the next moment, the spinning will begin to whirl. Thank you for your patronage. 10 Saint Realm summoning cards, capable of summoning saints to the Saint King realm. Thank you for your patronage. 1 Semi-Emperor summoning card. 10 Supreme summoning cards. Thank you for your patronage. Aside from the summoning cards, there was nothing of value. It was all merely expressions of gratitude. Ye Chen let out a dissatisfied huff. He utilized all the cards. In an instant, 10 figures of the Saint Realm, 1 Semi-Emperor, and 10 Supremes coalesced in the void. The moment they appeared, they immediately clasped their fists in a salute, saying, We pay our respects to the sect master. Yes, you may go find Yin Shu. She will arrange everything for you, Ye Chen said, merely waving his hand. Understood, sect master. We take our leave. Chapter 39. A competition of ambition with a soft creak. The grand hall's door slowly opened, as if awakening a slumbering giant. As the door swung ajar, a graceful figure floated in like a celestial being. Her steps were elegant, each movement resembling a beautiful dance. This enchanting figure was Su Qingyao, delicately carrying a steaming cup of tea, treading carefully to avoid spilling it. Upon reaching Ye Chen, she slightly bowed and gently inquired, Master, would you like to relax a bit? Her voice was clear and melodious, akin to a heavenly melody. Ye Chen nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. He retrieved a maid outfit from a nearby cabinet and handed it to Su Qingyao, saying, "Change into this attire. And then give me a full-body massage." Su Qingyao took the garment, scrutinizing it with curiosity. This maid outfit was vastly different from her usual attire, featuring a black and white design akin to trousers, yet exceedingly thin, which piqued her interest. "Master, what is this black and white, very thin item?" Su Qingyao asked, her large eyes blinking in confusion. Ye Chen chuckled softly, explaining, "Oh, this is called stockings." "Stockings?" Su Qingyao seemed unfamiliar with the term and continued to inquire. "What is it? How does one wear it? Could you possibly teach me, master?" As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she bit her lip, appearing somewhat bashful. Noticing her demeanor, Ye Chen felt a stir within, yet he endeavored to remain composed, replying, "Well, you simply put it on your legs. Go and give it a try." Su Qingyao hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded, softly saying, "All right, master, I will go try it on. But please, do not peek." With that, she hurried into the side hall like a startled deer. Once inside, she quickly shut the door and leaned against it, taking several deep breaths to calm her racing heart. Gradually, she removed her clothing, revealing skin as fair as snow. Then, she picked up the stockings, examining them closely before carefully pulling them on. The fabric felt incredibly soft against her skin, a sensation that was unfamiliar yet oddly delightful. After donning the stockings, Su Qingyao changed into the maid outfit. The design of the ensemble was exquisite, accentuating her figure in a more graceful and alluring manner. As she stood once more before the shimmering curtain of ethereal water, she could not help but marvel at her new appearance. She had never imagined that donning such an attire could render her so enchanting. A flicker of anticipation surged within her as she pondered how Ye Chen would react. Moments later, Su Qingyao emerged from the side hall, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Her graceful figure was accentuated by a white maid dress, which contrasted beautifully against her snow-like skin, while the black and white stockings snugly enveloped her elongated legs, adding an alluring charm. Ye Chen's eyes widened slightly, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. "Come here." He beckoned in a voice tinged with a low timbre. With a hint of shyness, Su Qingyao approached Ye Chen and gradually knelt beside him, beginning to massage his shoulders. Ye Chen's hands, too, grew restless. "It feels slippery, master, it's ticklish." Days turned into weeks, and the new disciples of the Heavenly Palace experienced breakthroughs. Each disciple surpassed at least 5 minor realms, with some even achieving a significant breakthrough. Yet, they remained humble, for they recognized that those with superior talents were working even harder. It can be said that within the Heavenly Palace, no one prompted you to cultivate. However, if you relaxed for a single day, those at your level could easily surpass you by 1 or 2 minor realms. Nevertheless, it was said among the disciples that among the 3 disciples of the sect leader, particularly the eldest and second eldest sisters, were neglecting their duties. One was perpetually engrossed in culinary pursuits, while the other was devoted to alchemy. Only Mu Chun spent his days immersed in the trial tower, diligently cultivating. Yet, upon learning that one was 16, the other 19, with one at the 7th level of spirit transformation and the other at the pinnacle of it, the disciples fell silent. Undoubtedly, these 3 individuals were the paragons that every disciple aspired to emulate, casting long shadows over their peers. This instilled a fierce competitive spirit among the disciples. Some chose to cultivate quietly within the quiet tower, steadily solidifying their foundations and gradually surpassing their limits, while others boldly entered the trial tower, seeking the exhilarating thrill of life and death experiences to awaken their latent potential in pursuit of breakthroughs. Although the trial tower did not present genuine mortality, the sensation of narrowly escaping death was eerily akin to the reality of dying. On one fateful day, a chilling aura suddenly erupted from the 6th level of the trial tower, reminiscent of a violent torrent sweeping through the entire structure. In the wake of this ominous presence, shadowy figures of a dragon and a phoenix flickered outside the tower. This breathtaking spectacle left the disciples within the tower speechless, and even those preparing to enter were taken aback, halting in their tracks, gazing upwards with expressions of sheer disbelief. After all, to reach the 6th level of the trial tower, one must possess at least the combat prowess of a saint. At that moment, Jian Jinghong, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, "Heavens! This aura is terrifying. Could it be that senior brother Mu Chun has already broken through to the saint realm?" Beside them, Su Linghua quickly shook her head in denial, stating, "No, I saw him yesterday, and at that time, his cultivation was merely at the 5th level of the spirit transformation stage." Upon hearing Su Linghua's words, Li Zhixia thoughtfully analyzed, "So, does this imply that senior brother Mu Chun possessed the combat prowess of a sage even during the spirit transformation stage?" Indeed, the direct disciples of the sect master are not ordinary individuals, Li Ningxiu exclaimed. having heard that senior sister Luo Shui has also reached the pinnacle of the spirit transformation stage, likely on the verge of breaking through to sagehood. Faced with such formidable peers, the four could do nothing but harbor feelings of envy as they silently made their way toward the trial tower. At that moment, Elder Lin Tian's voice resonated in everyone's ears. All disciples and elders, please gather at the Sect square to receive your disciple robes. As soon as these words were spoken, the practicing disciples emerged from their cultivation spots, heading toward the square, while numerous elders approached from various corners of the Celestial Palace. Within the Celestial Palace square, Ji Lingwei had already been waiting. She was completely awestruck by the surroundings, her thoughts adrift. Although she had heard tales of the Celestial Palace, described as a realm akin to paradise, suffused with ethereal mists, witnessing it firsthand was a different experience altogether. Chapter 40. The joyous moment of Celestial Palace disciples. When she finally arrived at the Celestial Palace, a wave of astonishment surged within her. What lay before her was nothing short of a celestial realm, breathtakingly beautiful. The architecture here was grand and majestic, enveloped in a mist that made one feel as if they were in a dream. Merely stepping into this enchanting place, she felt a potent spiritual energy wash over her, akin to a refreshing spring invigorating her body and soul. Even more astonishing was that the shackles that had long hindered her breakthrough to sagehood began to tremble ever so slightly in that moment, as if they could be shattered at any instant. Yet, despite the overwhelming desire and impulse within her, she restrained herself from diving into cultivation immediately. After all, her purpose for coming here was to deliver items, not to train. Upon completing the exchange of resources with Lin Tian and receiving the final payment, a sudden thought crossed her mind. She wished to remain here. Once this thought emerged, it spread through her heart like wild grass, impossible to contain. Ji Lingwei glanced at the storage ring in her hand, which was overflowing with resources. However, the mere thought of leaving this extraordinary place filled her with a profound sense of reluctance. The environment here surpassed her branch of the Wanbao building by countless degrees, both in the richness of spiritual energy and the grandeur of the architecture, which left her utterly captivated. Finally, summoning her courage, she humbly addressed Lin Tian, Senior. May I inquire if your esteemed sect is in need of additional hands? I would gladly serve, even in a menial capacity. As she spoke, her voice dipped slightly, betraying a hint of yearning. To work as a mere servant? Abandoning the position of a building master to do menial tasks? Surely, she does not seek to usurp my position as the elder of servants. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian found himself in a quandary. Such matters were beyond his authority. He would have to consult the sect master. Ultimately, should we refuse and incur the displeasure of Wanbao Tower, would it not adversely affect the development of our sect? Thus, I shall first seek the counsel of our sect leader before providing you with a response. Upon hearing this, Ji Lingwei could hardly contain her joy, her face radiating a beaming smile as she expressed her gratitude to the esteemed elder before her. Thank you, Senior. Her voice was infused with heartfelt appreciation. At that moment, the elders who had come to collect resources also began to arrive on the scene. When Lin Tian beheld Bai Luochu, he immediately bowed respectfully and said, Deputy Sect Leader Bai, I have completed the tasks you entrusted to me. Here are the resources purchased, please have a look. Bai Luochu nodded slightly in acknowledgement and replied, Well done. You shall be responsible for distributing these cultivation resources this time. As you command, Deputy Sect Leader Bai, Lin Tian responded with utmost reverence. Time passed swiftly, and the disciples gradually gathered in the plaza. As the crowd swelled, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, teeming with people. When the disciples beheld the mountain of resources piled in the square, their eyes widened in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. For them, these resources were nothing short of priceless treasures. However, amidst the throng of excited disciples, only Qing Li, Qin Luoxue, and Mu Chun appeared remarkably composed, as if these resources held no novelty for them. The others could hardly contain their excitement, whispering and exchanging murmurs about the precious resources. Each item here was considered an extraordinary gem in their eyes. For instance, the sect's attire was crafted from golden silkworm silk, a magnificent garment. Each piece not only bore the inscription of the heavenly palace, but was also intricately adorned with formations. Such exquisite clothing was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also possessed formidable protective capabilities. Unless subjected to extensive damage, these garments could automatically restore themselves, making them indispensable for both home and travel. Moreover, I wonder if our servant disciples have designated attire. I do not seek the luxurious garments, but would be content with a simple robe. This privilege seems to be reserved for those in the outer and inner sections. I have yet to see any ordinary clothing, suggesting that our servant disciples are without. The servant disciples whispered cautiously among themselves, their eyes brimming with envy, utterly unaware that the sect's greatest abundance lay in wealth, thus making these items rightfully theirs. Core disciples came to claim their share, each receiving 10 sets of top-tier heavenly garments and a top-tier heavenly weapon. Inner Sect disciples received 8 sets of high-tier heavenly garments and a mid-tier heavenly weapon. Outer Sect disciples were allotted 5 sets of medium-tier heavenly garments and a low-tier heavenly weapon. The servant disciples each received 2 sets of low-tier heavenly garments and a low-tier heavenly weapon. As the words fell, apart from Qing Li and the other 2, the rest seemed ignited with fervor, eagerly lining up to claim their belongings. These were no ordinary items, but heavenly-grade garments and weapons. For anyone, they were coveted treasures. Thus, no one was devoid of excitement. Serving as a mere servant in the heavenly palace, one can unexpectedly acquire such bountiful resources. It is akin to manna falling from the heavens. In contrast, disciples within the Imperial Sect likely find that only the inner disciples receive similar privileges as those bestowed upon these humble servants. Before long, all the resources were distributed. Each individual gleefully clutched their precious garments and weapons, their faces radiating an uncontainable excitement. Furthermore, with these distinct attires, the various ranks of disciples could be better distinguished, rendering the entire heavenly palace more orderly. At that moment, Bai Luochu suddenly spoke. From now on, in addition to the fixed monthly allocation of resources, any additional resources must be earned through your own efforts. The means to obtain these resources will rely on the contribution points you accrue. He paused briefly before continuing. There are numerous ways to acquire contribution points. For specific details, you may visit the Mission Pavilion, where various methods of obtaining contribution points and their corresponding rules will be meticulously outlined. No sooner had he finished speaking than Bai Luochu's figure vanished like a wraith, leaving no trace as if he had never been there. Let us venture together to discover how to earn these points. Take me along, someone urged. Meanwhile, Lin Tian accompanied Ji Lingwei to meet Ye Chen, who was resting beneath the Enlightenment tea tree. Is this truly the master of the heavenly palace? What should I do? I feel so nervous, Ji Lingwei thought as she caught sight of Ye Chen from afar. Yet she failed to realize that the tree before her was the Enlightenment tea tree. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by Ye Chen. As they approached, Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes, a sharp aura emanating from his gaze. Chapter 41. The Avatar upon meeting Ye Chen's penetrating gaze. Ji Lingwei quickly lowered her eyelids and bowed, saying, I am the junior Ji Lingwei, pleased to meet the sect master. Observing Ji Lingwei's anxious demeanor, Ye Chen scrutinized her for a moment. She possesses a mature allure, while Su Qingyao carries a contrasting presence. Thus, upon encountering Ji Lingwei and considering her cultivation level, Ye Chen refrained from outright rejection and merely inquired, what brings you to serve as a servant in my sect? Feeling a tightening in her chest, Ji Lingwei experienced a sensation akin to being questioned by an elder. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to speak truthfully. I have discovered that your esteemed sect is rich in spiritual energy, akin to a celestial realm, and thus wish to remain here to cultivate. Upon hearing her words, Ye Chen accessed her information panel. Name, Ji Lingwei, a fragment of the soul of the Azure Moon Emperor reincarnated. Realm, pinnacle of spirit transformation. Talent, 98. Background, one of the avatars of the Ji family's Azure Moon Emperor. She is a reincarnation of a fragment of divine soul. Once Ji Lingwei's cultivation reaches a certain height, the Azure Moon Emperor will manifest to consume her, seeking to transcend into the Emperor realm. As a remnant soul reincarnated from the esteemed Emperor Qingwei, encountering the main body of the Emperor imposes considerable restraint, rendering her unable to defy its will, having previously consumed over 9 such remnants. The absorption of one more carries a significant probability of transcending to the level of a semi-mortal, simultaneously positioning her as one of the great emperors behind the realm of the underworld. Upon perusing the information regarding Ji Lingwei, Ye Chen swiftly comprehended the situation. In essence, Ji Lingwei is merely a manifestation of the Emperor Qingyue's Dao fruit. Once her cultivation reaches a sufficient level, she will emerge to absorb this Dao fruit, thereby augmenting her foundation in pursuit of that elusive opportunity for transcendence. This act of devouring Dao fruits is reminiscent of his previous encounter with the reincarnation empress, Yin Shu, which he had deftly resolved. This instance, too, is inconsequential. As the foremost individual beneath immortality, as long as one has not achieved the status of an immortal, no one can pose a challenge to him. Consequently, Ye Chen informed her of her identity as a manifestation of the Emperor Qingwei. Upon hearing this, Ji Lingwei trembled, utterly taken aback by the revelation of her predetermined fate. It became clear why, despite being a collateral branch, she was brought into the main family before her talents could even be assessed. Her beauty, undeniably remarkable, still could not shield her from the family's warnings against suitors, which ranged from light admonishments to severe punishments, including death. Moreover, the family had unconditionally funneled all resources towards her, even in the face of internal dissent. After years of cultivation, what was the purpose? Was it merely to serve as sustenance for the ancestor? In an instant, Ji Lingwei found herself engulfed in confusion. Her Tao heart fracturing, her eyes devoid of life. I can save you. From now on, you shall serve as my attendant. Are you willing? Ye Chen's calm voice echoed. Ji Lingwei abruptly lifted her head, a glimmer of hope igniting within her gaze. She knelt and bowed deeply, fervently pleading, I beseech the Sect Master to save me. I am willing to follow you for life, to toil for you without reservation. She was still young and unready to embrace death. She had yet to savor the beauty of this world. Living was of paramount importance. Ye Chen nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Once you enter my sect, I shall certainly lend you my support. However, to sever the connection between you and the main soul, some unique methods will be required. Before he finished speaking, Ye Chen suddenly raised his right hand, pointing towards Ji Lingwei from a distance. In an instant, a formidable imperial aura surged forth from his fingertips like a tidal wave, directly assaulting the location of Ji Lingwei's soul. This imperial breath, akin to the thunder of the heavens, was awe-inspiring. As it passed, the very void seemed to be rent asunder. Ji Lingwei, witnessing this, was struck with horror, paralyzed with fear, lest she inadvertently provoke this terrifying imperial breath. However, the speed of the aura was astonishing, striking her soul like a bolt of lightning in the blink of an eye. Ji Lingwei felt an unparalleled force wreaking havoc within her soul, as though it sought to tear her very essence apart. Unable to contain herself, she emitted a low groan, her body involuntarily tensing. The imperial aura was undeniably overwhelming. Ji Lingwei felt as though she were but a fragile blade of grass in a tempest, liable to be swept away without a trace. However, fortunately, this imperial essence inflicted no tangible harm upon her. After wreaking havoc within her spirit, it swiftly discerned the connection between her and her main soul, severing it without hesitation. With the departure of the imperial aura, Ji Lingwei experienced an unprecedented sense of liberation. It was as if a heavy shackle had been unfastened from her spirit, rendering her ethereal and light. In that fleeting moment, all causal connections between her spirit and the external world were entirely obliterated, as if they had never existed. In a realm beyond perception, the channel that originally linked her to her main soul was instantaneously blocked by the impact of the imperial essence, rendering it impassable. At this juncture, Ji Lingwei finally extricated herself from the constraints of her main soul, truly becoming an independent entity. Simultaneously, within the northern mountains, a figure strikingly similar to Ji Lingwei opened her eyes and coughed up blood. The connection with that avatar has been severed. Which emperor has discovered this secret? Humph. Once I recover, I shall seek retribution. My avatar is not so easily obtained. Within the celestial palace, Ji Lingwei knelt in ecstatic gratitude, bowing her head repeatedly. As she bent, her form inadvertently presented a captivating sight, yet there was no one to admire it. Ye Chen, with unwavering focus and an impassive demeanor, lifted her gently from the ground. Rise, your cultivation is too feeble. We shall discuss matters further once you transcend to the Saint Realm. Take these vials of elixirs to aid your breakthrough. At these words, Ji Lingwei trembled with astonishment. Was she still weak in the transformation stage? Must she attain the Saint Realm to accompany her master? Indeed, within the celestial palace, even servants like her were required to be saints. She realized she had perhaps joined an organization far more formidable than the ancient aristocratic families. Overwhelmed with excitement, Ji Lingwei hurriedly expressed, Thank you, master. I shall not disappoint your high expectations. Meanwhile, Lin Tian stood at a distance, utterly bewildered. He was oblivious to the events unfolding between the sect master and Ji Lingwei. Witnessing her oscillate between tears and laughter while kneeling and addressing Ye Chen as master. However, upon seeing Ye Chen present vials of elixirs to Ji Lingwei, his eyes widened. These were potions capable of facilitating breakthroughs. I take my leave, Ji Lingwei said, grasping the elixirs tightly before bowing and departing. One must understand that these were saint elixirs, and even her Ji family possessed very few saints. A single saint elixir could enable a peak transformation practitioner to easily ascend to the saint realm. Due to ancient events that had caused upheaval in the world and fractures in history, the number of individuals capable of refining saint elixirs was exceedingly scarce, and the art of alchemy had nearly vanished. Thus, saint elixirs were invaluable resources for cultivation. I also take my leave, Lin Tian said, clasping his fists as he exited. Chapter 42. The Key to Inheritance in the Celestial Palace. The task pavilion was already teeming with individuals. The walls were adorned with numerous tasks. Collect 1 pound of century-old ginseng for 1 contribution point, and collect 10 pounds of white moon vine for 1 contribution point. After vanquishing the third-tier demonic beast, the dream butterfly, one acquires half a pound of butterfly powder and 50 contribution points. Resources can be submitted to the sect, whether they be legacies or offerings of secret realms, in exchange for contribution points. Isn't this contribution too meager? Someone muttered discontentedly. Indeed, though these points are scant. Consider what they can procure, another retorted. Where can one see that? A voice inquired curiously. Present your identity tokens and infuse them with spiritual energy, then you shall behold. The individual explained. The crowd complied, and soon exclamations of astonishment filled the air. Good heavens, just one contribution point can be exchanged for a bottle of essence pills. How exceedingly valuable. Moreover, the third-tier spirit transformation pills require merely 5 points. I also glimpsed the Emperor Ascension pills, attainable for only 100,000 contribution points. But can you even cultivate to the semi-emperor realm? Someone poured cold water on their enthusiasm. Listening to the discussions, Jian Jinghong, intrigued, infused his token with spiritual energy to take a look. I wonder if there exists a pill for body reconstruction or a treasure to restore the soul here. Jian Jinghong pondered inwardly. After a thorough search, he finally discovered what he had been seeking. I have found it, the body-shaping pill. It allows a remnant soul to consume it and materialize a body, and paired with the soul reinforcement pill, it can enhance the spirit, thus reviving my grandfather. Jian Jinghong exclaimed excitedly. He gazed intently at the pill before him, contemplating. This body-shaping pill costs 500 contribution points, while the even rarer soul reinforcement pill demands 800 points. What shall I do? His brow furrowed in distress. It is important to note that currently, the mission rewards from the task hall are lamentably meager. Accumulating a total of 1,300 points is akin to scaling the heavens. Nevertheless, Jian Jinghong was not daunted by the daunting challenge ahead. He inhaled deeply, encouraging himself. But if I persevere, I shall surely achieve it one day. With this thought, he turned his gaze to his grandfather, who lay in peaceful slumber, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Jian Jinghong felt a pang of sorrow at the faint fluctuations of his grandfather's spiritual energy. Grandfather, you must hold on, he whispered softly, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. Subsequently, he glanced at the key nestled within his storage ring. I wonder how many contribution points this key might yield. I hope my grandfather will not be displeased upon learning of it. Could this be the legacy key? You truly intend to exchange it for contribution points. Elder Yun Shu's gaze fixed intently on Jian Jinghong, as if attempting to penetrate his exterior and uncover his innermost thoughts. At that moment, Yun Shu's aura was subdued. A powerful emperor would recognize that he, too, was an emperor. Jian Jinghong met the elder's scrutiny with unwavering resolve, nodding firmly in affirmation, I am certain. Elder Yun Shu frowned slightly, seemingly perplexed by Jian Jinghong's decision, yet he refrained from further inquiry, simply stating, very well. This key can be exchanged for 2,000 contribution points, though you may also redeem it should you wish. The key requires the bloodline of Jian Jinghong to unlock the Imperial tomb and obtain the inheritance. Jian Jinghong's heart swelled with joy. 2,000 contribution points were more than sufficient. As long as he could revive his grandfather, nothing else mattered. Moreover, redemption was still possible. The inheritance key held little significance for him. Elder, I wish to exchange these contribution points for body refinement pills and soul condensation pills, Jian Jinghong continued. A flicker of surprise crossed the elder's eyes, but he soon grasped Jian Jinghong's intention. He spoke slowly. You wish to save the remnant soul within you, do you not? Jian Jinghong nodded eagerly, a glimmer of urgency in his eyes. Indeed, Elder, that remnant soul belongs to my grandfather. The elder fell silent for a moment, ultimately refraining from further comments. With a wave of his hand, 2 vials of pills appeared before Jian Jinghong. Take them, the elder's voice remained calm. Jian Jinghong cast a grateful glance at the elder, carefully stowing the vials away. He then bowed respectfully and said, Thank you, elder. I shall take my leave. The elder nodded slightly, signaling Jian Jinghong to depart. After bowing once more, Jian Jinghong swiftly exited the room. Upon returning to his residence, Jian Jinghong burst into the room like a gust of wind, his heart racing and his hands trembling slightly. He awakened Jian Wuwang. When Jian Wuwang's gaze fell upon the 2 vials in Jian Jinghong's hands, his eyes widened in astonishment, joy radiating from his face. Jian Wuwang took the pills, examining them closely, delight evident in his expression. However, as he basked in this joy, he suddenly lifted his head, fixing a penetrating stare on Jian Jinghong. Jinghong, where did you acquire these pills? Jian Jinghong hesitated for a moment before divulging everything to Jian Wuwang. Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Jian Wuwang's face, replaced by an expression of despair and hopelessness. His voice grew hoarse, as if drained of all strength. I have failed my ancestors. Now that I have lost the inheritance key, how can I face them? How can the Jian family ever reclaim its former glory? Seeing this, Jian Jinghong felt a pang in his heart, and quickly offered words of comfort. Grandfather, please do not say that. The future of the Jin family cannot rely solely on an inheritance key. Your revival is the greatest fortune for our family. Moreover, as long as we strive together, the Jin family shall undoubtedly rise to prominence once more. Jin Wuwang slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with reluctance and pain. Yet, upon meeting Jin Jinghong's resolute gaze, some of the heaviness in his heart seemed to dissipate. Very well. After swallowing the 2 pills, Jin Wuwang's spirit began to solidify, and his physical form was astonishingly reconstituted. In mere moments, an elderly man with white hair, yet vibrant spirit appeared before Jin Jinghong, Jin Wuwang. Jin Wuwang moved his limbs, savoring the power of his restored body, tears shimmering in his eyes. Jinghong, thanks to you, I can once again experience this world. Grandfather, there cannot be outsiders in the heavenly palace. I will take you to the city below the mountain. Very well. If there are any tasks within the sect, you may assign one to me. I shall earn contribution points while you focus on your cultivation within the sect. Grandfather, just as Jin Jinghong was about to utter another word, Jin Wuwang had already departed from the celestial palace. Chapter 43. Should the celestial palace be annihilated? In a secluded valley 500 miles from the celestial palace, sunlight was obscured by dense foliage, casting an air of dimness over the area. Yet, amidst this tranquil setting, 4 figures abruptly materialized in the sky. Cloaked in flowing black robes, they set forth in a singular direction, instantly stirring the nearby cultivators. These cultivators, who had been lingering around the celestial palace, widened their eyes in astonishment upon witnessing the 4 figures clad in black. Look, those are individuals from the underworld. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. What brings them here? Could it be to avenge their previous grievances? Another voiced his apprehension. Thank heavens I did not enter the celestial palace. Otherwise, I might have met my demise within. A third lamented. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the 4 figures remained indifferent to the gazes directed at them, striding confidently toward the celestial palace. Their speed was astonishing, akin to a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye, they approached the mountain gate of the palace. Hot on their heels, a throng of cultivators followed, evidently drawn by curiosity about the dark-robed figures' intentions. Upon reaching the outer precincts of the celestial palace, the silhouettes of the 4 individuals became fully visible to all. Each emanated a formidable aura, reminiscent of surging waves, evoking a sense of reverence among the onlookers. Is this the presence of a holy king? Such a terrifying aura. It feels as though a great mountain is pressing upon my chest, one marveled. Indeed, this aura is overwhelmingly powerful. I have never before encountered such an imposing pressure. Another concurred. As the crowd continued to marvel at the might of the 4 figures, someone suddenly noticed a peculiar detail about them. Look, why is the holy king of the underworld surrounded by black mist? What is so strange about that? The underworld cultivators practice a different kind of martial arts, naturally displaying some unique characteristics, an individual explained. Shoo, quiet down. The celestial palace's personnel are emerging, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The grand gates of the celestial palace slowly opened, revealing an elder clad in ceremonial robes who stepped forth with measured grace. His face was as inscrutable as water, and his cold gaze swept across the 4 figures before him. In a calm yet authoritative tone, he inquired, "What brings you 4 here?" However, before he could finish his sentence, one among the 4 let out a chilling laugh. Huh, old man, you are not worthy to converse with us. Quickly summon your sect leader to come forth, offer us an apology, and hand over those from the underworld whom you have pursued. Perhaps then we might let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, the existence of the celestial palace will be rendered unnecessary. His words dripped with arrogance and disdain, clearly dismissing the elder of the celestial palace entirely. The tone he employed revealed an utter contempt for the celestial palace, as if this once magnificent sect had diminished to the status of mere insects in his eyes. The other 3 stood beside him, their faces similarly adorned with cold smirks, clearly in agreement with their companion's bold proclamation. These 4 individuals were the most formidable holy kings in the underworld, each having reached the pinnacle of their power, their strength unfathomable. In their eyes, a sect like the heavenly palace was utterly insignificant. They had come with the intention of flattening it to assert the might of the underworld. They imagined that a mere desolate land would be utterly terrified at the arrival of 4 peak holy kings, likely causing them to dissolve their sect and surrender all their treasures in fear. However, the words of the 2 had failed to intimidate the elder of the heavenly palace, who merely furrowed his brow in response. Such audacity to insult the sect leader was a grave mistake. Upon hearing the taunts, the outer elder's expression darkened significantly. His brow knitted tightly as a powerful aura surged forth from him. Without affording the adversaries a moment to react, a brilliant light flashed in his hand, revealing a long sword that radiated a chilling gleam. With a swift motion, he swung his arm, and and the sword cleaved forward like a bolt of lightning. Its speed akin to a tempest, producing a fierce sound that tore through the air. This unexpected turn of events left the four completely astounded, their faces reflecting disbelief as they stared at the sword in the elder's grasp. "What is happening? We were merely speaking, and yet you raise your hand to strike?" One of them exclaimed with wide eyes, incredulous. "This is utterly dishonorable. You are ambushing us." Another protested indignantly. However, those were merely their final thoughts. A thunderous roar erupted as the sword light struck them with the ferocity of a tempest. In an instant, a blinding radiance enveloped the scene, as if the entire world were illuminated by that singular sword. Accompanied by this deafening sound, the bodies of the four holy kings were instantly torn asunder. Their very souls fragmented into countless pieces, falling like rain upon the ground. In the blink of an eye, the four had met their demise, truly returning to the underworld, with not even a sliver of resistance offered. Even the sky above split open under the force of that strike. They perished without comprehending why their opponent had acted with such decisiveness, nor could they fathom the terrifying power of that sword, their souls disintegrating as if made of paper. It is worth noting that their souls had been cultivated over a long period, rendering them immensely powerful. Even a surprise attack from a fellow holy king of equal standing could not have obliterated their souls so swiftly. Alas, it was far too late for any words. They had met their final end, and all that transpired was now beyond their reach. Meanwhile, on a distant peak, the onlooking cultivators were left utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. Could the heavenly palace truly possess such strength? A single sword capable of annihilating four holy kings, wielded by merely an outer elder? Were the claims of the disciples of the heavenly palace indeed true? In the inner sanctum, even the least accomplished elder possesses the stature of a saint. Does this not imply that within the celestial palace, formidable beings of the saintly realm are ubiquitous? We must depart swiftly, otherwise, we may be mistaken for allies of the underworld, and our demise would be in vain. In an instant, the once tranquil assembly of cultivators atop the mountain was enveloped in trepidation. Initially, they had anticipated witnessing the downfall of the celestial palace or observing the battle of saints for their own enlightenment. Yet they were unprepared for the abrupt demise of the underworld saints. Even a mere ordinary strike was beyond their endurance, leading them to question the authenticity of these so-called saintly warriors. Had they perhaps employed some artifact to simulate the aura of a saintly king? Chapter 44. Who awakens me in the eastern domain? A vast expanse of desolation lay, seldom trodden by human feet, enveloped in silence, as if forsaken by time. Suddenly, this stillness was shattered. The fabric of space trembled violently, and a colossal rift, akin to a monstrous beast gaping its bloodied maw, materialized in the void. Through this chasm, one could faintly discern a cluster of awe-inspiring palaces, reminiscent of a hellish realm. Within one of these grand halls, the lord of the underworld stood before a row of statues, his figure appearing somewhat nebulous under the dim light. These statues were vividly lifelike, each radiating powerful auras, as if embodying the might of the underworld's historical titans. At that moment, the hurried sound of footsteps echoed, followed by an elder of the underworld violently thrusting open the hall's door. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his grip tightening around a shattered soul tablet. His face etched with terror as he reported to the lord of the underworld. "My lord, a grave situation has arisen. The soul tablets of the four saintly kings have shattered." "What?" The lord of the underworld was struck as if by lightning, his body quaking violently. He instinctively turned to fixate upon the broken soul tablet in the elder's hand, his eyes instantly clouded with despair. The celestial palace is indeed formidable, capable of slaying four of our saintly kings. His voice was deep and stifled, as though forced through clenched teeth, brimming with rage and bitterness. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. But do they truly believe the denizens of the underworld are easy to slay? The lord of the underworld's voice grew increasingly sinister. "If that is the case, then I shall have no choice but to awaken our ancestor." His words echoed throughout the vast hall, reminiscent of a malevolent specter roaring from the depths of the abyss, instilling fear in all who heard. Is the lord finally prepared to awaken the ancestor? His voice trembled slightly, as if sensing a colossal storm poised to engulf the nine nether continent. Amidst his trembling, the lord's voice resounded like thunder, reverberating in his ears. "Hear my command. Immediately summon all saints to join me in awakening the ancestor. The nine nether continent. It is time for a change of fate. Our underworld must also tread upon the continent, lest the world forget our might." This command bore the weight of a mountain, nearly suffocating him. Nevertheless, he dared not waver for an instant, promptly responding, "Yes." With his affirmation, a formidable aura erupted from his being, his body trembling slightly, clearly shaken by the Lord's imposing presence. Yet he resolutely suppressed his inner fears, turning away to carry out the orders of the Lord. His steps were hurried and somewhat frantic, as if a terrifying presence were pursuing him from behind. As he walked, he silently recited in his heart, "The nine nether continent is about to undergo a transformation." The elder of the supreme realm moved with the swiftness of lightning, dispersing the ominous blood mist that enveloped the sky, revealing a clear expanse above. His gaze, sharp as a flame, swept across the surroundings. Once he confirmed there were no oversights, he propelled himself forward like a shooting star, racing towards the Sect. Within the Sect, Yun Shu was seated calmly in a tranquil chamber, her eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, a faint knocking at the door interrupted her, and she slowly opened her eyes. Softly inviting, "Come in." The door swung open, and the elder of the supreme realm strode in briskly, bowing respectfully before Yun Shu, then proceeded to recount the events that had transpired in detail. Yun Shu listened intently, her expression betraying no emotion. Upon hearing that the elder had dispatched 4 Saint Kings from the underworld who had come to provoke them, she merely nodded slightly, indicating her acknowledgement of the matter. The death of a mere 4 Saint Kings was hardly a cause for concern. Her voice was as calm as a still lake, as if this were but a trivial affair. Having restored her cultivation to the Emperor realm, her strength was unfathomable, and within the Sect, there were many formidable beings whose prowess far surpassed hers. However, the underworld had audaciously sought conflict. How to address this matter would require the Sect leader's decision. Yun Shu mused softly, adding that the individuals from the underworld had dared to insult the Sect leader, a grave act of disrespect. After a moment of contemplation, she rose and declared, "I shall report this matter to the Sect leader myself. You may leave now." The elder complied and departed, while Yun Shu immediately made her way to the Grand Hall of Bai Luo Chu. Yun Shu detailed the underworld's transgressions to Bai Luo Chu, placing particular emphasis on the humiliation inflicted upon Ye Chen by the underworld's Saint Kings. Bai Luo Chu merely nodded, indicating her understanding and signaling that Yun Shu could withdraw. Subsequently, Bai Luo Chu approached Ye Chen to convey the news. Upon hearing the account, Ye Chen's expression darkened slightly, though he quickly regained his composure. "The underworld, you say? Then let it be annihilated." His voice was unassuming, yet it carried an irresistible authority. His words rang like a verdict, sealing the underworld's fate. "Yes, I will attend to this immediately," Bai Luo Chu replied respectfully before turning to leave. Yun Shu, having received the order, stated, "The Sect leader has decreed the eradication of the underworld. You shall proceed." Bai Luo Chu sought out Yun Shu to affirm this command. Understood. In an instant, Yun Shu tore through the void. Her figure, like a flash of lightning, swiftly traversed the expanse, departing from the Sect. After countless cycles of reincarnation, Yun Shu harbored profound enmity towards the underworld, a hatred that had reached the point of irreconcilability. She was intimately aware of the underworld situation, knowing not only its precise location but also that its true powerhouses did not reside within the 9 nether continent. At most, there were peak quasi-emperors lying dormant within the underworld. Now was the perfect opportunity to obliterate the underworld. On a desolate mountain in the eastern domain, Yun Shu emerged from the void. Standing atop the barren peak, her consciousness surged forth like a tumultuous tide, expanding endlessly outward. Her consciousness was extraordinarily powerful, swiftly enveloping the vast expanse of desolate mountains stretching for countless miles. She found it. A faint smirk played at the corners of Yun Shu's lips, revealing a hint of cold amusement. Were it not for this fissure, it would have required considerable effort to locate it. Her gaze was firmly fixed upon the grand, ancient edifice of the underworld that lay nestled within the crack. Without hesitation, she raised her hand, the sword within glinting ominously. Her fingers moved with the swiftness of lightning, accurately targeting the headquarters of the underworld. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a thunderclap, as a dazzling beam of sword light surged forth towards the headquarters, cascading like a river of stars. Wherever the sword light traversed, the void was rent asunder, creating a lengthy black fissure. In an instant, the sword light shone with the brilliance of the sun, illuminating the previously shadowy crevice and laying bare the headquarters of the underworld. Within the headquarters, the atmosphere was heavy and solemn. The awakening of the ancestor had quietly commenced, resembling a mysterious ritual that captivated the gazes of countless denizens of the underworld. In a vast plaza stood an altar with a diameter of 100 meters. At the very center of the altar lay an uncovered coffin. Inside it rested the ancestor of the underworld, lying still as if in a slumber that had endured millennia, devoid of any vitality. The coffin was positioned at the heart of the altar, securely resting atop a labyrinth of intricate and numerous ravines. These ravines interwove like the veins of the earth, seemingly concealing endless secrets. Many inhabitants of the underworld surrounded the altar, busily preparing for the ritual. They held various strange liquids in their hands, cautiously pouring them into the altar. As the fluids were continuously added, they flowed along the ravines toward the center where the coffin lay. Suddenly, the ancient and heavy coffin quivered slightly, as if stirred by an invisible force. Following this, an aura of profound antiquity surged forth from the coffin like a torrent. This essence, reminiscent of a bygone era, was imbued with the weight of time and the marks of ages past. It evoked a sense of the relentless passage of time, as if a mere whiff of this essence could age one's heart and lungs to dust in an instant. Who awakens me? A deep, authoritative voice resonated from within the coffin, seemingly transcending the bounds of time and space, echoing throughout the plaza. The occupant of the coffin slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing the darkness like a bolt of lightning. Yet, just as he began to comprehend the external circumstances and realized his resurrection, a sword light, as thick as 100 miles, flashed before his eyes like a startled phoenix. In that moment, the man within the coffin felt his pupils constrict sharply, bewildered. Who, pray tell, was the fool who dared to awaken me? Chapter 45. The silent disappearance of the underworld at that very instant. As the corpse within the coffin had just opened its eyes, still unacquainted with the joy of revival, an overwhelming sword light surged forth like lightning, ready to obliterate all in its path. The sword radiated with a brilliance akin to a tempest, its force reminiscent of thunder, as though it sought to rend the very fabric of the world asunder. Faced with such a terrifying display, the lifeless corpse could scarcely muster a reaction, even failing to conjure a fleeting thought of resistance, promptly shutting its eyes once more and relinquishing all will to fight. It mattered not that he had only just revived and was bereft of his former strength. Even at the height of his power, he would have been no match for the emperor. Simultaneously, all present felt an overwhelming sword intent emanating from the heavens, piercing their bodies like 1,000 arrows, inflicting profound agony upon them. In terror, they gazed upwards, witnessing a beam of sword light so radiant it could have reduced them to dust, illuminating the entire netherworld. Wherever this sword light traversed, it consumed all in its path, causing the miniature world to collapse and chaos to erupt within the void. All who were ensnared within it inevitably transformed into crimson mist. Master of the mansion, flee. A few saints and 3 sovereigns, terror-stricken by this horrifying spectacle, felt their souls take flight. Their eyes were filled with dread as they frantically dashed in all directions, desperate to escape the horrific sword light. Yet, it was already far too late. The entirety of the void had been sealed beneath the weight of that sword, rendering their attempts to tear through the fabric of reality futile. They could only witness the sword light plummet like a meteor. In an instant, the heavens and earth erupted with a deafening roar, a sound akin to the thunder of the ninth sky, or the howling of the abyss, echoing throughout the netherworld. The original realm of the netherworld appeared as if an unseen hand had forcibly erased it from existence, taking the small world along with it, leaving behind only a gaping fissure in the void, as if the world had been torn asunder. The netherworld, once a bastion of countless legacies, was now utterly obliterated. The cultivators who had resided within it were reduced to naught but ash in an instant, leaving no trace behind. They perished in silence, never having the chance to utter a scream or a sigh. In that fleeting moment, their existence was erased, as though they had never graced this world at all. Yunshu stood quietly upon a distant peak, her gaze cold and impassive. She observed the vanished small world and the slowly sealing void fissure without a flicker of emotion. Then, she turned and melded into the void, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, beyond the 9 nether continent, in an expanse of boundless chaotic void, there existed neither the concept of time nor space, only endless darkness and emptiness. Within this chaos, a shadow clad in black robes flickered into existence, seemingly merging with the surrounding darkness, rendering its presence nearly imperceptible. However, at a certain moment, this figure abruptly opened its eyes, unleashing a formidable aura that surged forth like a tempest. This power was as thunderous as a mighty storm, shaking the very fabric of the chaotic void, causing the surrounding darkness to recede. The figure in black was engulfed in a violent upheaval of energy, as though it were enduring a fierce internal struggle. Who dares to annihilate my netherworld? The voice of the figure cloaked in black resonated like an echo from the depths of the netherworld, imbued with boundless wrath and murderous intent. Yet, despite his formidable strength, he could only discern a vague silhouette, elusive and difficult to grasp in its true form. The black-robed man scoffed, clearly dissatisfied with this outcome. Humph, were it not for the critical nature of this moment, I would never relent. He gritted through clenched teeth. Though his heart brimmed with resentment, he understood that he could not afford to leave hastily at this juncture. Taking a deep breath, the black-robed figure forcibly suppressed the fury within him and resumed his focus on the task at hand. His hands moved in a rhythmic dance, each motion accompanied by a brilliant flash of light. Beside him, a collection of peculiar stones, radiating an otherworldly luminescence, was gradually being unearthed. These stones exhibited a chaotic hue, adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns, indicating their extraordinary nature. If Ye Chen were present, he would surely be astonished to discover that the black-robed man was extracting the legendary chaos stones. Have you heard? The ancient secret realm is about to emerge. What? Are you referring to that legendary ancient secret realm? The one that can only be entered by those under a century old with cultivation not exceeding the Saint King level, and whose emergence remains uncertain. Indeed, it is said that the last individual who ventured within received the supreme inheritance, propelling their family to the status of a superpower, greatly enhancing their strength. This is the supreme inheritance. Even the time-honored Imperial-level forces would not dare overlook such an opportunity. Precisely, the Grand Era has commenced, and several Imperial-level forces have already begun to mobilize. They are awakening the peerless talents sealed away in ancient times, preparing for these extraordinary individuals to enter the ancient secret realm for trials, hoping they might seize opportunities within and gain renown in the Starfall domain and throughout the entire Netherworld continent. Goodness, these Imperial-level forces have actually roused the ancient talents? What a bold move. Indeed, it seems the emergence of the ancient secret realm may very well be intended for these awakened prodigies. After all, they possess unparalleled gifts and potential, and might truly uncover tremendous fortunes within. Legend has it that the ancient secret realm is a manifestation of a celestial artifact, perpetually seeking a suitable heir. Each time it surfaces, it bestows opportunities upon those with extraordinary luck, talent, and intellect, allowing them to soar to greatness and become unrivaled powerhouses. Of course, the realm is fraught with peril, filled with illusions and various demonic beasts. The most treacherous element, however, is humanity itself. The human heart is inscrutable. One can never know if someone might strike from behind for the sake of fortune. Upon receiving this news at the Heavenly Palace, Ye Chen promptly issued an edict. Anyone below the transformation realm was strictly forbidden from entry. Those who reached the transformation realm could choose freely. Yet entry into the secret realm required reporting to the elders. Upon the announcement of this decree, there were no objections from those below the transformation realm. After all, within the sect lies the Trial Tower, which enhances combat experience, as well as the Wilderness Tower, providing a venue for cultivation. Thus, for those of lesser cultivation, remaining within the sect for training is undoubtedly the most effective path to progress. Chapter 46. The Enchantress of the Hahuan Sect, the day before the secret realm opens. Within the inner sect, all individuals have reached at least the first level of spirit transformation. They gathered together, and Jian Jinghong, wearing a smile, addressed the assembly. Dear junior brothers and sisters, what are your thoughts on our impending expedition to the ancient secret realm? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Lingwei raised her hand without hesitation and exclaimed, I wish to venture forth. Although we can acquire various resources within the sect, if we do not explore the outside world, we will remain unaware of the numerous talents that exist beyond our walls. Moreover, should we obtain rare treasures within the secret realm, we could exchange them for points with the sect, which could then be used to acquire items we desire. Her words resonated with many, and Li Zhixia and Li Nianxiu exchanged glances before declaring in unison, we will join as well. Soon after, several others voiced their agreement. One asserting, I concur. It is said that this expedition to the ancient secret realm will not only include disciples from our sect, but also prodigies nurtured by Imperial-level forces. I wish to measure my skills against theirs and prove that although I, Wang Teng, am merely an inner sect disciple, my strength is certainly not inferior. Wang Teng's declaration ignited a fervor among the gathered crowd. Observing their enthusiasm, Jian Jinghong nodded in satisfaction and proclaimed, excellent. Since everyone is so spirited, we must make a name for ourselves in the ancient secret realm and not bring disgrace to our master. He paused, then added, now, with just 21 of us in the inner sect, we must unite, support one another, and progress together. I firmly believe that we will reap abundant rewards in the ancient secret realm. Meanwhile, the 3 direct disciples were also preparing for their journey to the ancient secret realm. During this period, as Qin Luoxue was the first to enter the sage realm, Mu Chen soon followed suit, prompting Qin Li to strive to catch up. Even foregoing her favorite dragon meat, she felt that as an elder sister, her cultivation could not lag behind that of her juniors. While Qin Luoxue and Mu Chen sought out their master, she retreated into seclusion, determined to break through to the sage realm before venturing into the ancient secret realm. Regarding Qin Luoxue and Mu Chen's expedition to the ancient secret realm, she displayed a demeanor of calm indifference, as if it were of little consequence. She merely advised, do not bring shame upon me. Although brief, her words conveyed an unspoken expectation and trust. Qin Luoxue and Mu Chun understood their master's meaning and promptly assured her that they would not disappoint her, vowing to achieve significant accomplishments in the ancient secret realm and bring honor to their master. After making their promises, the two returned contentedly to continue their cultivation, clearly filled with anticipation for the forthcoming ancient secret realm. Simultaneously, the entire Starfall domain buzzed with excitement at the imminent opening of the Divine Void secret realm. Countless cultivators are diligently preparing, hoping to acquire invaluable opportunities and treasures within this enigmatic realm. After all, the emergence of the ancient secret realm in the Starfall domain represents a rare opportunity, one that no one wishes to miss. According to customary tradition, all cultivators under the age of 100 will receive a mysterious summons when the time arrives. As long as they do not intentionally resist this call, they will be automatically drawn into the ancient secret realm. This undoubtedly presents a magnificent opportunity for the younger generation of cultivators, granting them the chance to unravel the mysteries of the ancient secret realm. Moreover, numerous powerful individuals from foreign realms are also arriving, drawn by the allure of the ancient secret realm, eager not to miss this life-altering chance. The arrival of these external powers has made the already bustling Starfall domain even more tumultuous, and an intense competition seems inevitable. Given the urgency of time, the sudden appearance of the secret realm has caught many factions off guard, leaving them unable to arrive in time to partake in the event. Thus, this expedition into the ancient secret realm has undoubtedly become a stage for the cultivators of the Starfall domain. Here, they will showcase their strength and charisma within this mysterious and ancient domain. In this era of upheaval, the cultivators of the Starfall domain are indeed fortunate. They have the rare opportunity to personally experience the opening of the ancient secret realm and explore its secrets and treasures. However, they are also unfortunate, as the number of prodigies emerging in this age seems to surpass that of any previous era, akin to mushrooms sprouting after a spring rain. The strength and talent of these prodigies are astonishing, indicative of a revival of the ancient cultivation era. In such a fiercely competitive environment, the cultivators of the Starfall domain face immense pressure and challenges in their quest to stand out. On this day, the entire Starfall domain is engulfed in a sleepless night. As dawn breaks, beams of light descend from the void. Countless cultivators enter these luminous trails. Qin Luoxue and Mu Chun are naturally among them, transforming into specks of light that vanish from their original spot. Soon, as their vision shifts, they find themselves within the ancient secret realm. All around them are throngs of people, alongside countless points of light descending in unison. With a whoosh, as the light points touch the ground, they solidify into their original forms. Is this truly the ancient secret realm? It feels rather mundane, lacking the rich spiritual energy of our sect. Indeed, I feel the same. The two engage in casual conversation as they proceed forward when, suddenly, dozens of blinding white lights streak across like lightning, followed by the abrupt appearance of numerous figures on the ground. The emergence of these figures is akin to a giant stone being thrown into a serene lake, causing a stir among the surrounding cultivators. They instinctively yield space, as if these newcomers are beings not to be trifled with. The reason is simple. Those who arrive in droves often hail from a formidable force, likely comprising significant talents within that power. Such individuals typically venture out alone, yet are shrouded in the protective veil of many. Their backgrounds and strengths are far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. However, when the crowd discerned the true nature of the several figures, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. For among these figures, without exception, the majority were women, and their attire was strikingly provocative, bordering on indecent. Their thighs revealed tantalizing glimpses, and with each smile or frown, it seemed they might inadvertently expose themselves. Amidst this group of women stood several young men. These men appeared pallid and frail, evidently suffering from exhaustion. Could these be the enchantresses of the Hawan Sect? Someone whispered in awe. How pitiful, to be marked by the Hawan Sect. They may be drained dry. Heh, I wouldn't mind if they drained me a little. Another remarked with a sly grin. At that point, a regression in cultivation is the least of your worries. Just don't let these enchantresses suck you dry, lest you meet your end. Someone scoffed. What do you understand? To die beneath the peony is to be a spirited ghost. An elder retorted dismissively. Old fellow, with age, you should return to embrace your grandchildren. Young ones, what do you know? A man remains youthful until death. The crowd buzzed with discussion, yet none dared to approach. Just then, one of the female disciples spoke up. Saintess, we should head in that direction. Upon hearing this, Murong Xiaoxiao surveyed her surroundings, her gaze swiftly landing on the retreating figure of Mu Chun. In that instant, her eyes widened slightly, as if captivated by some unseen force, her pupils dilating. The overwhelming vitality exuding from Mu Chun was an irresistible allure for her, rendering her unable to divert her gaze. This sensation mirrored that of a man entranced by a beautiful woman, unable to blink. Let us proceed in that direction. Murong Xiaoxiao finally regained her composure. Extending her finger towards the diminishing silhouette, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The female disciples followed her pointed direction, their faces reflecting a hint of surprise. Yet they refrained from questioning, obediently trailing behind Murong Xiaoxiao as they moved toward that path. Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, he had become the object of their pursuit. His thoughts remained solely fixated on the road ahead. Meanwhile, not far behind him, Murong Xiaoxiao's gaze was magnetically fixed upon him, as if the formidable vitality he radiated was an undeniable temptation, intensifying her urgency. At that moment, Murong Xiaoxiao and her companions suddenly took to the skies, resembling ethereal fairies gracefully ascending into the heavens. This act immediately captured the attention of many onlookers. Some individuals, catching sight of the group of female cultivators clad in light attire from a distance, couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "Wow, look over there. That group of elegantly dressed female cultivators appears to be from the Hahuan Sect. Indeed, I see them too. The one at the forefront must be the saintess Murong Xiaoxiao. Hahuan Sect? If I recall correctly, that's a significant power from the eastern region. I never expected them to arrive here. Is this truly the legendary Hahuan Sect? They are undeniably captivating. Come, let us follow them and see what they are up to. Perhaps a romantic encounter awaits us. Wait for me, I want to join too." A few bolder cultivators eagerly took flight, trailing after the Hahuan Sect, albeit from a safe distance. Hesitant to draw too close due to the sect's notorious reputation, no one knew the true intentions of these female cultivators. Above the mountains, Qin Luoxue and Ye Chen soared like birds, but they had not flown far before they keenly sensed a formidable presence rapidly approaching from behind. In unison, they turned to glance back. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, they grasped the situation behind them. Without hesitation, they altered their course and descended like shooting stars onto the summit of a towering mountain. Almost simultaneously with their landing, the relentless group of female cultivators appeared before them, as if a swarm of delicate butterflies had gracefully alighted. Among this gathering of female cultivators, one woman stood out remarkably. She possessed a graceful figure and striking beauty, her captivating eyes fixed intently on Ye Chen, conveying an indescribable meaning, as if countless words lingered on the tip of her tongue yet remained unspoken. Observing this scene, Qin Luoxue's lips curled into a playful smirk as she teased, "It seems that junior brother Ye Chen is indeed quite fortunate in matters of romance. Just stepping in, and already a horde of female cultivators is flocking to him like moths to a flame." Ye Chen, feeling a touch of embarrassment, scratched his head awkwardly and replied with a wry smile, "Senior sister, please don't tease me. I am unfamiliar with these women. Who knows what their intentions might be? There could be some hidden schemes at play." Just as the two conversed, the woman who had been intently watching Ye Chen, Murong Xiaoxiao, could no longer contain herself. She elegantly stepped forward, her delicate movements exuding grace. Parting her cherry-like lips, she spoke in a soft, melodious voice that seemed capable of melting hearts. "Young master, I am Murong Xiaoxiao of the Hahuan Sect. To meet you today is indeed a stroke of fortune." She continued, "Might you be inclined to engage in dual cultivation with me, to experience the ultimate pleasures together?" Though the Hahuan Sect was often labeled as a demonic sect, its disciples never coerced others into dual cultivation. It was always a matter of mutual consent. Yet, to say it was not a demonic sect would be misleading, as those who engaged in dual cultivation often faced a decline in their cultivation levels, and there could be peril to life itself. Throughout the ages, the holy maidens have sought only one partner for mutual cultivation, dedicating their lives to that individual. Thus, once they have made their choice, they commit wholeheartedly. It is evident that Murong Xiaoxiao has taken a liking to Ye Chen's vitality, and engaging in dual cultivation with him would undoubtedly benefit her greatly. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's brow furrowed slightly, and he was about to decline when he noticed Qin Luoxue swiftly positioning herself in front of him like a specter. With her brows furrowed and a glint of coldness in her beautiful eyes, she huffed disdainfully, "Humph, we are well aware of the tactics employed by the Hahuan Sect. Do not attempt to dazzle my junior brother with your insidious charms." Murong Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a subtle smile, her cherry-like mouth concealing a melodious laugh that resonated like silver bells. "Dear lady, there is no need for such tension. While our Hahuan Sect may operate somewhat differently from other sects, we would never coerce anyone into doing anything against their will." Her voice was crisp and enchanting, reminiscent of a warbler emerging from the valley, captivating all who heard it. However, Qin Luoxue dismissed her words with a scoff, her face marked by disdain. "Humph. Who would believe your nonsensical babble? Spare us your glibness. You might wish to inquire about our Hahuan Sect to discern the truth of our claims." Ye Chen nodded beside Qin Luoxue, urging her to remain calm. He then stepped forward and clasped his hands in respect, addressing Murong Xiao. Thank you for your kind offer. But I have no intention of engaging in dual cultivation. I kindly ask you to seek another. A flicker of disappointment crossed Murong Xiao's eyes. Yet she quickly regained her charming demeanor. Are you not afraid of missing out on such a splendid opportunity? Engaging in dual cultivation with me would not only offer you unparalleled pleasure, but would also significantly benefit your cultivation. Ye Chen smiled faintly. I have always relied on my own efforts for cultivation and have no desire to enhance it through such means. I will not give up, she declared resolutely. At this proclamation, the male cultivators surrounding them turned envious, their faces tinged with jealousy. They longed to step forward and agree, knowing that each holy maiden of the Hahuan sect is of an extremely keen constitution. Engaging in dual cultivation with her would not only prevent regression in their cultivation, but also elevate both parties through exquisite enjoyment. How infuriating. Goddess. I am willing. I would give anything for you. Look at me. I am willing. I too am willing. He may be handsome, but we are not unattractive either. I can support you from behind, goddess. Let us unite. The onlookers dared not raise their voices, whispering among themselves, fully aware of the formidable reputation of the Hahuan sect. Murong Xiao was rumored to have already reached the pinnacle of the spiritual transformation stage, with unfathomable power. Ye Chen's brow furrowed, and he said nothing, instead turning to leave. Just then, a voice emerged from the crowd. Xiao, since he declines, why not come with me instead? The crowd parted, revealing a man clad in luxurious attire. His expression somewhat gloomy. Yonglin, from the Yang family of the Eastern region's superpower. The Yang family. It is indeed that Yang family, which last ventured into the ancient secret realm and obtained the supreme inheritance. The onlookers displayed an attitude of eager anticipation. Some bewildered individuals, their faces marked by skepticism, inquired, are Yonglin and the saintess of the Hahuan sect well acquainted? Immediately, someone interjected, of course. This is common knowledge in our eastern region. The Yang family has sought a marriage alliance with the Hahuan sect for Yonglin countless times, yet each attempt has been met with unyielding rejection from the sect. Moreover, did you know? This saintess is exceptional. She possesses the rare extreme divine body, akin to the constitution of the sect's founding ancestor. Such a physique harbors the potential of an emperor, promising boundless achievements in the future. Thus, how could she possibly find interest in the newly ascendant Yang family? Only the scion of an imperial lineage could be deemed worthy of her. Indeed, Yonglin, do not presume to reach for the unattainable. It is time you relinquished this futile hope. Despite the derisive remarks, Yonglin's smile remained undiminished, adorned with what he considered a charming demeanor. Though a glimmer of malice lurked within his gaze, he turned towards Murong Xiao and proclaimed, Xiao, my Yang family is now a formidable power in the eastern region. Not to be underestimated. If you were to join me, together we could ascend to great heights, crafting a tale of glory. However, Murong Xiao regarded his words with complete indifference, even displaying a hint of disdainful laughter. Yonglin, we are not familiar enough for such intimacy, and spare your breath. I will never be interested in you. In an instant, Yonglin's countenance darkened ominously. He abruptly pivoted, fixing a piercing glare upon Ye Chen, his eyes shimmering with a frigid intensity, as if he wished to consume him whole. He bellowed at the Yang disciples beside him, you lot. Seize that pretty boy and the woman with him at once. The woman shall be your reward. Murong Xiao must not suffer any mishap. With her assistance, I may breach the threshold of quasi-emperor and even glimpse the realm of the emperor. Upon receiving Yonglin's command, the four disciples behind him responded without hesitation, pouncing upon Qin Luoxue and Ye Chen like hungry wolves, leaving them no time to react. This sudden turn of events left the surrounding cultivators aghast, their mouths agape in disbelief. Is this not utterly unreasonable? They have yet to express their intentions, and here we are, ready to resort to violence. Should they acquiesce, their fate would be even grimmer. One lamented indignantly, such is the world of the survival of the fittest, might dictates right. If you are dissatisfied, what can you do? Another sighed in resignation. In the midst of this discourse, someone suddenly seemed to recall something, exclaiming in astonishment, wait, why does that man and woman seem so familiar? Have I encountered them before? I remember now. They are disciples of the Celestial Palace. During the previous assessment at the Celestial Palace, I encountered them, but regrettably, I did not pass their evaluation. The esteemed disciples of the Celestial Palace? Even so, they are surely no match for Yonglin, who is a formidable powerhouse at the pinnacle of spirit transformation. Someone gasped in astonishment. What? The pinnacle of spirit transformation? Such power is simply overwhelming. Another exclaimed, their expression one of disbelief. Indeed, this is a true top-tier genius. At merely 30 years of age, they have already attained the realm of spirit transformation, an existence akin to a prodigy. Can you imagine someone like this not being terrifying? Another echoed. It is indeed terrifying. Those two from the Celestial Palace are doomed. The crowd shook their heads in dismay, seemingly envisioning the tragic fate awaiting those two. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the four figures, like phantoms, surged forth from four different corners with lightning speed, directly targeting Qin Luoxue and Mu Chun. However, in the face of such fierce adversaries, Qin Luoxue and Mu Chun displayed no fear. When out in the world, one cannot bring shame to their sect and master. Seeking death, Qin Luoxue shouted furiously, raising her hand like a bolt of lightning, striking fiercely at the four. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted, as if the very fabric of space had been torn asunder by her strike. The four had yet to react when they caught a faint whiff of a delicate fragrance. Yet, this mere scent would become their final memory. Their heads exploded like ripe watermelons under the might of her blow, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering everywhere. In that moment, the headless corpses collapsed, devoid of support, as if their very souls had been extracted. The onlookers gasped in shock. How powerful! These four possessed cultivation at the pinnacle of essence gathering in the early stage of spirit transformation, yet they could not withstand even a single slap. This is impossible. How could she be so strong? Is it possible she has become a sage? That is even more improbable. She is barely in her 30s. Achieving sagehood is not so easily attained. I am 99 years old, still at the pinnacle of spirit transformation, and I have been stuck on the threshold of sagehood for over a decade. In that moment, the crowd was engulfed by panic. They had not anticipated that four cultivators, not inferior to themselves, could perish with a single strike. This is utterly terrifying. Chapter 49. A heap of mud witnessing his disciples perish so easily. Yang Lin was consumed by a blazing fury. How dare you? You have the audacity to kill even those from the Yang family. Truly, you are courting death. Today marks your demise. His voice thundered, reverberating as if to rend the heavens. With that, Yang Lin's figure flickered, darting towards Qin Luoxue and Mu Chun like a specter. His speed akin to lightning streaking across the night sky. His target was clear. He aimed to subdue these two in one fell swoop, to vent his pent-up rage. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Turning around, he found it was Murong Xiaoxiao. She wore a grave expression, her gaze sharp as she swept her hand, unleashing a formidable wave of force that surged towards Yang Lin like a torrential tide. This sudden onslaught took Yang Lin completely by surprise. He felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, akin to a mountain crushing an egg. Alarmed, he hastily halted his steps and raised his hand in a frantic attempt to defend himself. Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? Yang Lin exclaimed in a fit of rage, unable to fathom why Murong Xiaoxiao would choose this moment to strike against him, despite his unwavering efforts to win her favor, humbling himself at every turn. She now turned against him for the sake of a stranger. How could he possibly endure this? The onlookers around them were thoroughly captivated by the unfolding drama. Wow, what's happening here? Is this a love triangle? One murmured. It shouldn't be, right? Just look at Yang Lin. He is merely a sycophant. While Murong Xiaoxiao seems to be enamored with Mu Chun, this situation is indeed complicated. Yet, it was evident that if Murong Xiaoxiao and those from the Heavenly Palace joined forces, Yang Lin might find himself in dire straits. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their eyes glued to the intense confrontation, eager not to miss a single moment. Undeterred by Yang Lin's accusations, Murong Xiaoxiao widened her beautiful eyes and glared at him defiantly, her voice ringing clear and fierce. What do you want? Is the person I admire someone you can bully? Fine, fine. I suppose this time, I am simply unlucky. Yang Lin retorted angrily. Just wait, you two. I refuse to believe she can protect you both in this entire secret realm. Before his words had fully dissipated, Yang Lin turned to leave, seemingly unwilling to linger any longer. Did I permit you to leave? At that moment, Mu Chen's voice broke through, soft yet thunderous, echoing in Yang Lin's ears. As a disciple of the Heavenly Palace, he could not let this provocation go unpunished. Failing to teach a lesson would tarnish their reputation. Yang Lin halted abruptly, incredulity washing over him as he turned back. He had let Mu Chen off the hook. Could it be that he was now seeking his own demise? Huh, did you see that? Your little lover doesn't he seem to appreciate your efforts? Yang Lin taunted, his fear evaporating, replaced by exhilaration. In that case, let you both perish together. With that, a golden longsword materialized in Yang Lin's hand, its blade radiating a brilliant light, seemingly imbued with boundless power. With a swift motion of his arm, the golden sword shot forth like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the air towards Mu Chun and Qin Luoxue with overwhelming force, a testament to Yang Lin's full might. However, in the face of such a fierce assault, Mu Chun and Qin Luoxue remained remarkably composed. They didn't even flinch, as if Yang Lin's attack was beneath their notice. After all, to them, Yang Lin's peak spiritual cultivation was hardly a concern, insignificant in their eyes. Just as Yang Lin closed in on Ye Chen, the latter suddenly launched his counterattack. With a fierce shout, he proclaimed, "Great Wilderness Finger." In that instant, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth were shaken by his fierce roar. In the sky above, an enormous finger materialized as if descending from the heavens, embodying divine retribution with unparalleled might and the power to annihilate all in its path. Aimed directly at Yang Lin, this colossal digit, reminiscent of a mountain, shimmered with a disquieting radiance, seemingly capable of effortlessly rending the void and obliterating any obstruction before it. Yang Lin was utterly unprepared for Ye Chen's sudden and terrifying assault. He scarcely had time to react, hastily redirecting his own attack, channeling all his strength into his weapon, and striking fiercely at the immense finger. However, regardless of Yang Lin's desperate attempts to fend it off, the finger remained immovable, as solid as forged steel. It advanced towards Yang Lin with an irresistible force, ultimately hovering menacingly above his head. In that suspended moment, time appeared to freeze, and every gaze was fixated on the finger, anticipating the fate it would bestow upon Yang Lin. At last, with a thunderous crash, the finger descended with tremendous force upon the ground. The impact was beyond imagination, causing the earth to tremble violently, as though it might be torn asunder by the sheer power. The very spot where Yang Lin stood was transformed into a vast chasm, the surrounding soil upheaved by the force, creating a cloud of dust that billowed into the air. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom the magnitude of the finger's might. A single strike had wrought such terrifying destruction. What kind of divine power is this, so formidable? Faced with such a catastrophic blow, I could scarcely muster a thought of resistance. It was utterly horrifying. Surely, he cannot have been crushed to death by this single strike. The crowd, their faces awash with shock, collectively turned their gaze toward the dust-laden ground, as if hoping to discern the fate concealed within the swirling debris. Even the remaining disciples of the Yang family looked on with grave expressions, their hearts brimming with dread and unease. They dared not approach to assess the situation, opting instead to remain hidden among the throng, fearful of becoming embroiled in the calamity themselves. Yang Lin, the scion of a family that had invested heavily in his cultivation, would spell dire repercussions should he perish. Yet, any attempt to intervene would likely lead to their own demise. As moments ticked by, the dust began to settle. Gradually, the scene on the ground came into sharper focus. As the haze lifted, the crowd gasped in horror, for Yang Lin's body lay utterly flattened, resembling a mass of mush. Bloodied and unrecognizable, undeniably deceased. Good heavens, it has truly become a semblance of sludge. This man, was it Ye Chen, is incredibly formidable. The Yang family would undoubtedly go mad upon learning of Yang Lin's demise within the ancient secret realm. The onlookers, confronted with this grisly tableau, felt a chill of trepidation wash over them. Chapter 50. The Mysterious Palace. Truly, he is a man of my choosing. The Celestial Palace, is it? Once this concludes, I shall seek you out. A faint, enigmatic smile graced Murong Xiaoxiao's lips, seemingly indifferent to the farcical scene unfolding around her. With elegant poise, she turned and departed, accompanied by the disciples of the Hahuan sect. Meanwhile, Qin Luoxue and Ye Chen walked side by side, gradually fading into the distance. As they left, the previously serene atmosphere erupted into chaos. Other cultivators surged forward, their gazes fixated like ravenous wolves on the shattered weapon lying in the pit. After all, it was a celestial-grade weapon. Despite its ruined state, its worth remained substantial, enough to exchange for a considerable sum of spirit stones. That weapon is claimed by me. Do not dare to snatch it away. A cultivator exclaimed impatiently. Who do you think you are? Witness my shadow kick. Another retorted defiantly. Haha, observe as I. The monkey, pilfer the peach. Yet another cultivator joined the fray. In an instant, the scene devolved into utter chaos, as individuals jostled against one another, some even rummaging directly in the pit, seemingly unwilling to relent until they had secured the weapon. All of you, step aside. This belongs to the Yang family. How dare you covet it? A sudden roar pierced the air, as a disciple of the Yang family emerged from the crowd. How is it that just moments ago, when your young master was slain, you dared not show yourselves, yet now you have the audacity to shout? Indeed, repeat that if you dare. Do you not believe we could collectively eliminate you? The other cultivators, far from retreating, responded with even greater arrogance. The Yang family members appeared visibly intimidated by this turn of events, exchanging anxious glances before ultimately opting for silence. Once the other cultivators had dispersed, they cautiously approached the pit. The already mangled Yang Lin seemed to meld with the earth beneath him, as if the two had become one, indistinguishable from each other. The remnants of Yang Lin's form were now obscured by the soil, revealing no trace of distinction unless scrutinized closely. Faced with such a grim sight, they found themselves at a loss. ultimately resigned to storing the amalgam of mud and Yang Lin's remains within their storage rings. At that very moment, within the confines of the Yang family in the eastern domain, an earth-shattering wail erupted. This cry resonated like thunder, reverberating throughout the Yang estate, compelling all to take heed. My son, who possesses such audacity to strike down the unicorn child of the Yang family? This was the voice of Yang Ju, seated at the head of the family. His countenance twisted with fury as he fixed his gaze upon the shattered soul tablet of Yang Lin before him, his eyes aflame with rage. I shall undoubtedly unearth the culprit. Those who dare to slay my Yang family's unicorn child shall face my wrath. I will extract their soul and illuminate the heavens with their anguish. Yang Ju declared through gritted teeth, his voice echoing throughout the Yang estate, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. At this moment, within the ancient secret realm, more and more entrants continued to arrive as time progressed. Upon the emergence of the disciples, the Yang family was enraged to learn that they had been slain by Mu Chun and Qin Luoxue. Consequently, these disciples were executed in secret by Yang Ju. Subsequently, a group of disciples, having reached the pinnacle of the transformation spirit realm, was dispatched into the secret realm. However, these individuals had been forcibly elevated to this peak through the use of potent drugs, their lifespans tragically limited to less than a month. At this juncture, a radiant beam of light pierced the heavens within the secret realm. Look, that light heralds the arrival of opportunities within the secret realm. Let us hasten, exclaimed a voice. Treasures have manifested. They are undoubtedly mine. The crowd hastily pursued the direction of the phenomenon. Where the anomaly had appeared was once a tranquil wilderness, now transformed into a cacophony of activity. Numerous cultivators, drawn by the reports of this extraordinary event, flocked to investigate. Upon their arrival, they were left awestruck by the sight before them. Not far away stood a resplendent palace, above which floated a young divine beast, a phoenix. It radiated a dazzling light, akin to a rainbow spanning the heavens, rendering onlookers speechless. Goodness, is this not the ancient secret realm? How could a divine beast like the phoenix possibly be here? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The crowd buzzed with disbelief at the sudden appearance of this mythical creature. Yet, as they marveled, the phoenix underwent a transformation. Its body gradually became translucent, ultimately morphing into a plant resembling the phoenix itself, drifting towards the palace below. Behold, the phoenix has changed. It has transformed into a plant resembling a phoenix. Someone gasped. What divine beast? This is clearly the phoenix immortality herb. Another individual proclaimed excitedly. Incredible, such a wondrous item. If I could consume it, might I not rejuvenate my body and regain vitality? Someone thought greedily. However, amidst the excitement, one individual suddenly discovered he could no longer fly. Oh no, I can't ascend, he cried in panic. Others attempted to take flight, only to realize they, too, were grounded. Wait, there's a restriction. Approaching the phoenix immortality herb renders one unable to fly. Someone exclaimed with sudden understanding. Despite this revelation, the thrill among the crowd remained undiminished. After all, this was the legendary phoenix immortality herb. Even possessing a single leaf could potentially alter one's fate. Thus, even though no one could approach it at present, no one was inclined to depart from the scene. The gathering throng continued to swell. At this moment, Qin Luoxue and Mu Chun arrived fashionably late, gliding over the heads of the crowd towards the center. As they drew near, the onlookers gazed upward. Upon reaching a certain proximity, they too felt an oppressive force, gradually descending. Those are the two from the celestial palace. Are they the ones who killed our young master? Once we acquire the phoenix immortality herb, we shall deal with them, some whispered. Unbeknownst to Mu Chun and Qin Luoxue, they had become the targets of the Yang family. Attempting to breach this restriction is futile. It is better to patiently await its disappearance. Based on my observations, it will vanish in no more than 7 days. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals ceased their focus on the spectacle and began to meditate and rest. 7 days later, a grand endeavor awaits. Shiji, shall we proceed? Qin Luoxue inquired. She produced a fist-sized orb, a breaking band pearl, which she had exchanged for contribution points within the sect. It is a one-time use item capable of dispelling any restriction. Let us go. As the two approached the palace, a towering gap in the barrier materialized before them. They exchanged a glance and stepped inside. By heavens! Am I seeing things? How did they get in? One exclaimed. Quickly, charge in. The barrier has faltered. The treasures belong to me. A loud bang echoed. Wait, how did they enter? Chapter 51. Hurry and inform the sect's powerful members. Not good, they possess a breaking band pearl. I thought such items were no longer being refined. A terrified cultivator shouted. They've already entered. If we wait until the 7th day, they will have plundered the treasures within, and we may not even get a single hair. Another cultivator said anxiously. Do not panic. Quickly, Inform the young master that someone has breached the palace. Someone decisively commanded. In a flurry, numerous cultivators scattered like startled birds, each seeking the might of the sect to claim their share. Meanwhile, within the palace, as the two individuals entered, the interior began to unfold before their eyes. The grand hall was remarkably spacious, supported by 18 colossal pillars, devoid of any superfluous decoration. These pillars bore intricate and ancient carvings, seemingly imbued with boundless mysteries. In the center of the hall stood an extraordinary elixir resembling a phoenix, quietly taking root in the void. This elixir emanated a peculiar energy wave, instilling a sense of its immense vitality. The divine phoenix immortal elixir. Upon sighting this elixir, both individuals gasped in astonishment. They had initially believed the hall itself to be a rare treasure, only to discover it concealed such a priceless elixir. They attempted to approach, eager to pluck the immortal herb. Within the heavenly palace, tranquility reigned. As the opening of the ancient secret realm approached its third day, disciples remained diligently occupied. Some toiled to earn contribution points, while others immersed themselves in cultivation to enhance their prowess. Amidst this bustling crowd, one individual stood out remarkably. That was Ye Chen. He reclined languidly on a chaise, relishing the gentle massage from Ji Lingwei while listening to the enchanting melodies played by Su Qingyao. Should outsiders behold this scene, they would undoubtedly be envious. Yet this was merely Ye Chen's everyday existence. Though these two women performed the tasks of servants, their cultivation levels quietly ascended. The reason for this was undoubtedly Ye Chen's casual guidance, coupled with the abundant spiritual energy permeating the heavenly palace. For Ji Lingwei and Su Qingyao, each of Ye Chen's words was akin to enlightenment, greatly benefiting them. Now, Su Qingyao had reached the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. With a breakthrough imminent within days, Ji Lingwei has transcended the realm of transformation, successfully stepping into the third tier of sainthood, a feat she had previously deemed unattainable. With the elevation of her cultivation, her loyalty to the sect has intensified. Should anyone dare to speak ill of the sect in her presence, she would undoubtedly charge forth without hesitation to deliver a blow. Meanwhile, within the trial tower, a starkly different scene unfolds. Many disciples, their eyes bloodshot and hair disheveled, evidently bear the marks of a grueling battle. Most find themselves ensnared at the 4th level, struggling to break through. Only a handful manage to barely reach the 5th level. Yet they too cannot endure for long. At that moment, within the 5th level of the trial tower, a tremendous surge of energy erupted suddenly, akin to a volcanic eruption, shaking the very fabric of space. This energy coalesced into a magnificent celestial blue lotus, which swiftly blossomed, radiating dazzling light that illuminated the entire 5th level of the trial tower as brightly as day. This unexpected spectacle left all the disciples outside the tower utterly speechless, their astonishment palpable as they gazed upon the celestial lotus, their hearts brimming with awe. As they marveled, the 6th level of the trial tower gradually brightened, as if awakened by the radiance of the lotus. Goodness, someone has reached the 6th level. A voice exclaimed in disbelief. Who could it be, exhibiting such prowess? Murmured others in hushed tones. That lotus must belong to Senior Sister Qingli, one speculated. Beneath that celestial lotus, I feel so insignificant. The other could effortlessly extinguish me as one would an ant, another lamented. In that moment, all disciples were rendered speechless by this astonishing display, their gazes fixed upon the lotus, hearts swelling with profound reverence. Yet, the celestial lotus did not linger for long. It soon began to subside, its brilliance gradually retracting until it ultimately vanished into the void. Witnessing this, the shock within their hearts lingered, refusing to dissipate. After a while, the light of the 6th level dimmed as well, and tranquility returned. At that instant, a figure clad in a flowing green gown emerged from the trial tower. Her steps were light, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. It is Senior Sister Qingli, the crowd exclaimed, hastily bowing in respect. Qingli offered a slight nod in acknowledgement of their gestures before, like a gentle breeze, she vanished from their sight. I find myself somewhat envious of them. Not only do they achieve breakthroughs with remarkable speed, but their strength is also unparalleled, and their beauty is akin to that of an ethereal goddess, seemingly flawless, one lamented. Feeling a sense of inadequacy, what is there to envy? They are extraordinary beings, and how can we ordinary individuals compare? Another replied. Nevertheless, do not be too disheartened. After all, there are always those more capable than ourselves, and those less so. You are entirely capable of competing with the other disciples within the sect, or perhaps engaging in friendly sparring with the members of your own family. Just yesterday, I returned to my family to participate in the grand competition. Oh, you found the time to attend the family contest yesterday? Pray, enlighten me about the circumstances. Haha, you would never guess. I fought with one hand tied behind my back and my feet restrained, Yet not a single opponent could best me. Everyone gazed upon me with envy. And in that moment, I felt invincible. Hearing your words, I suddenly believe I too can achieve such feats. All right, I shall charge forth and continue to embrace trials, striving to enhance my strength. When talent is lacking, one must compensate with effort. Meanwhile, Qingli, unable to contain her excitement, bade farewell to her master with her pots and pans in tow, setting off towards the ancient secret realm. Witnessing Qingli's departure, none were more delighted than Xiaobai. Ha ha, I can finally live freely. Boo-hoo. Xiaobai wept openly, gazing at her master's departure, appearing as if she could not bear the separation of master and servant. Outside the enigmatic palace, the number of cultivators grew ever larger. Powerful figures from great factions had also arrived. However, most were merely there to observe the spectacle, while a select few believed themselves sufficiently skilled and prepared to seize opportunities from these prominent powers. Chapter 52. The Light of Annihilation. This barrier cannot be breached. We can only await its natural dissolution. The speaker was a saintess from the Kanglin's sacred land, who shook her head in resignation, seemingly powerless against the barrier before her. Just then, a boisterous laughter echoed from the heavens, mocking the impotence of the gathered crowd. Ha! Worthless humans, behold the might of the wolf shouts. As this arrogant voice resounded, the onlookers turned their gazes skyward, witnessing a horde of wolf demons racing towards them like a tempest. These wolf demons were unlike ordinary ones. Each bore a singular vertical eye upon their foreheads, exuding an eerie aura. Is that the three-eyed Azure Wolf clan? How did they come to be here? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. This is the meteorite domain, human territory, not a place for your demon kind. Another retorted indignantly. Nevertheless, Wolf Shaos dismissed their concerns with a hearty laugh, proclaiming, in this vast world, there exists no place the three-eyed Azure Wolf clan cannot tread. With that, Wolf Shaos led his kin, akin to a swirling black vortex, directly before the barrier. He cast a derisive glance at the assembled crowd, then abruptly raised his head, causing the vertical eye on his forehead to radiate a ghostly green light. Immediately, a peculiar wave of energy surged forth like lightning, crashing towards the barrier. Yet, the barrier merely quivered slightly under the impact, showing no signs of breaking. Wolf Shao's expression darkened, clearly caught off guard by the barrier's formidable resilience. Reluctantly, he intensified his efforts, the ghostly green light becoming increasingly brilliant, but still, there was no change in outcome. Is that all? The saintess of Kanglin's sacred land taunted. As the anger of Lang Xiao surged, ready to erupt, the mysterious palace's barriers began to dissolve as if stripped of their power, accompanied by a deep, resonant sound. The once closed grand doors slowly creaked open, and a figure emerged like a specter, gliding gracefully from within. Behold, it was Qin Luoxue from the celestial realm. A voice rang out, and the previously raucous crowd fell into an immediate hush, all eyes magnetically drawn to her presence. The moment Qin Luoxue stepped out of the palace, she felt countless fervent gazes piercing her like a rain of arrows, evoking an uncomfortable sensation throughout her body. Upon closer inspection, she found herself surrounded by a sea of heads, with countless eyes fixated on her like ravenous wolves, their greedy stares seemingly intent on devouring her whole. In that instant, being scrutinized by so many made Qin Luoxue feel a chill run down her spine, as if she were being pricked by thorns. Hand over the treasures you acquired within, and we shall allow you to leave. A low voice suddenly resonated from the crowd. Following the sound, she beheld a tall man force his way through the throng, his strides steady and powerful, each step echoing in the hearts of those around him. This man was none other than Lang Xiao, who approached Qin Luoxue, his sharp eyes scrutinizing her like a hawk surveying its prey. Undeterred by Lang Xiao's intimidation, Qin Luoxue retorted coldly, if you desire it, you must first prove your capability. Turning her gaze back towards the hall where Mu Chun remained, she sought to buy her junior brother some time. Lang Xiao's expression darkened at her words, and with a cold snort, he declared, seeking death, forcing my hand, world annihilation. As his words fell, a fissure appeared on his forehead, revealing a single emerald vertical eye that slowly opened. This eye, reminiscent of a demon's gaze, emanated a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Suddenly, the vertical eye unleashed a beam of green light that tore through the void, imbued with an overwhelming essence of destruction, racing straight toward Qin Luoxue. Witnessing this spectacle, the assembled cultivators were left in stunned disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity as they beheld the green beam. This is the innate divine ability of the three-eyed green wolf clan, Light of Annihilation, they murmured. It was said that only a three-eyed green wolf with over 90% bloodline purity could awaken such a power. This was a strike worthy of a sage. The uncertainty loomed. Would the female cultivator from the celestial realm withstand it? After all, she too belonged to the human race. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd, with exclamations of astonishment rising and falling like the tide. Qin Luoxue, however, no longer held back. With a subtle flick of her jade hand, countless elixirs materialized like raindrops, densely suspended in the air, radiating a faint glow. She regarded these elixirs with an impassive expression, as if they were mere trifles. Then, without hesitation, she waved her hand, and the elixirs, as if drawn by an unseen force, surged toward the blinding beam of light. At the moment when the elixir collided with the beam of light, a series of crisp sounds echoed through the air, followed by an explosion of colors as they burst apart, transforming into dazzling energy reminiscent of fireworks. In that instant, the entire world was engulfed by the sudden brilliance, blinding to the point where one could scarcely open their eyes. The radiance was so intense that it enveloped everyone, as if they were transported to a realm solely composed of light. In this fleeting moment, all existence seemed to vanish, leaving only the infinite glow and a profound silence that sent shivers down the spine. Everyone lost their hearing, as if the entire world had been muted in that singular moment. "Oh no, I can't see," someone cried out in panic. "What on earth did she just throw?" Another voice trembled with uncertainty. As the collision occurred, countless cultivators found themselves ensnared in a vortex of light, severed from the outside world, left to wander aimlessly in this soundless void. Even the usually composed saints and holy maidens were unable to maintain their calm, their hearts shaken by the unprecedented spectacle, losing their customary poise entirely. However, just as the crowd succumbed to panic, some began to gradually regain their senses of hearing and sight. They first detected a faint buzzing, which swelled into a cacophony of gasps. "I can see. My vision is returning." As the light gradually receded, clarity returned to their sight, revealing the astonished expressions of one another and the scene that had been obscured by the brilliance. Everything around them remained unchanged, save for the two figures suspended in the air, their appearance now somewhat tragic. The two knelt weakly in the void, propping themselves up with a single hand, their garments mostly obliterated by the earlier impact. "Damn it. I am the most promising heir of the three-eyed blue wolf clan in 10,000 years. How could I be brought to such a state by a mere girl?" With that, Lang Xiao transformed into his true form, a massive blue wolf emerging in the void, charging once more towards Qin Luoxue. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him: to devour her. Chapter 53, The Reunion of Three. The Feast of the Wolf. As she beheld the fearsome beast advancing towards her, each step it took felt like a weight upon Qin Luoxue's heart. With the creature's approach, an overwhelming aura surged forth, crashing over her like a tidal wave. This pressure emanated from Lang Xiao in his true form, its strength nearing the third level of the Saint realm. The terrifying intensity of this presence made it difficult for Qin Luoxue to even breathe. "I cannot perish. I have yet to repay my master's kindness," she silently vowed, enduring the discomfort within her body as she gradually rose from the ground. Steadying herself with one hand on the earth, she retrieved a pill from her bosom and unhesitatingly swallowed it. As the elixir slid down her throat, it instantly transformed into a warm current flowing throughout her body. As the effects of the elixir began to manifest, Qin Luoxue's injuries started to heal at a visibly astonishing rate, her previously chaotic aura gradually stabilizing. "Divine transformation," she exclaimed softly. In an instant, her aura erupted forth like a volcanic eruption, continuously ascending, achieving the pinnacle of the first level of the Sage realm and entering the initial phase of the second. She ultimately halted when her aura reached the early stages of the third level of the Sage realm. Meanwhile, the multitude of cultivators below were utterly astonished by this astonishing spectacle. How could Qin Luoxue possess such formidable secret arts? Two sages, truly remarkable for their youth. It was surprising that they had attained such strength at such a tender age. However, despite both being at the Sage realm, it was evident that Lang Xiao was somewhat stronger. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed, and Lang Xiao, like a flash of lightning, leaped before Qin Luoxue, raising his sharp claws as if a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, and struck fiercely towards her. The powerful force swept through Qin Luoxue's flowing hair, making it dance wildly in the wind. She swiftly raised her long sword, positioning it before her to counter Lang Xiao's onslaught. In an instant, their contact produced a thunderous sound, as if the very space around them trembled. The immense impact distorted the surrounding void. Lang Xiao was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? She can withstand such a ferocious blow, bolstered by her secret arts?" Yet, Qin Luoxue merely responded with a cold smile. "Heh, everything is possible." With that, she swung her long sword fiercely, engaging in a new round of fierce combat with Lang Xiao. Boom! The sounds of intense collisions echoed like rolling thunder through the air. Each strike unleashed powerful shockwaves, creating ripples that spread outward in the atmosphere. However, despite Qin Luoxue's valiant resistance, as the battle with Lang Xiao persisted, she gradually found herself at a disadvantage. There was little she could do. She had only just stepped into the sage realm, and compared to those who had cultivated for decades, her strength naturally lagged behind. Moreover, she was not particularly adept at combat, having spent most of her time focused on alchemy, with little opportunity to learn formidable techniques or swordplay. Consequently, faced with Lang Xiao's ferocious assaults, Qin Luoxue could only passively defend. In an instant, she was sent reeling from one of Lang Xiao's strikes, staggering backward until she crashed violently against the palace behind her. Seizing this opportunity, Lang Xiao's eyes glinted with a fierce light as he opened his gaping maw, aiming directly for the top of Qin Luoxue's head, seemingly intent on swallowing her whole. This scene left the multitude of cultivators below utterly dumbfounded. My heavens! Lang Xiao is so powerful. Who could possibly stand against him? Is there truly no strong contender in our Starfall domain? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, the emotions of the crowd were exceptionally complex. On one hand, they desired for Qin Luoxue to relinquish the opportunities contained within, while on the other hand, they were adamant that such fortunes should not fall into the hands of others, especially not into the grasp of someone from the demon realm. However, at this critical juncture, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd. With a commanding voice, she cried out, "Stop!" The newcomer was none other than Qingli. In this moment of peril, a blue lotus materialized as if conjured from a dream, swiftly enveloping Qin Luoxue, serving as an unyielding shield that thwarted the fatal blow. Yet, the events transpired so rapidly that Lang Xiao had no time to react. As he stood there, astonished by the scene unfolding before him, another furious shout echoed like thunder. "Dare to harm my senior sister? You must be seeking death." Accompanying this outburst was a figure racing forth from the palace, surrounded by ethereal dragon and phoenix apparitions, exuding an overwhelming presence that was truly awe-inspiring. In an instant, this figure hurtled toward Lang Xiao like a cannonball, and with a fierce punch imbued with boundless strength, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth were about to be torn asunder. A resounding crash reverberated through the air as Lang Xiao, akin to a kite severed from its string, was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily into a distant peak and stirring up a cloud of dust. This astonishing spectacle left all present in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Good heavens, could this be one of the three esteemed disciples of the Heavenly Palace? Are they all saints? No. Why do I sense a lingering aura of dragon and phoenix within him? What is happening here? Each disciple from the Heavenly Palace seems more formidable than the last. How does the Heavenly Palace cultivate its disciples? Is it too late to join? Unlike the astonishment of the crowd, the Three-Eyed Wolf clan found themselves utterly bewildered. Surely the sun won't be harmed. Whoever dares to harm our clan's son, the Heavenly Palace shall await its demise. What nonsense is this Heavenly Palace? Once our revered ancestor emerges, we shall devour your so-called Heavenly Palace whole. In an instant, the members of the Three-Eyed Wolf clan began to threaten vehemently. Meanwhile, Qingli gazed longingly at the transformed Lang Xiao, tears of frustration welling in her eyes. She had yet to experience the taste of wolf meat at the saint level. Junior brother, junior sister, subdue these demon clan members. Today we feast on a grand stew. With that, she was the first to charge toward the multitude of wolf demons below. Halt! We are of the Three-Eyed Wolf clan. Our patriarch will not spare you. Son, save me. Do not kill me. I am willing to be your steed. In no time, the multitude of wolves was vanquished completely. With a thunderous roar, Lang Xiao ascended from the ground into the void. Witnessing the demise of all his kin, he transformed into a massive wolf, fear gripping his heart. 3 saints, no less. And youthful saints at that. If he descended, his death would be certain. Chapter 54. Who dares to strike? Especially the young woman clad in a flowing azure gown, who seemed almost eager to devour him alive. A hint of unease stirred within him. Mu Chen hurriedly asked with concern, "Sister Luoxue, are you all right? Have you been injured?" Luoxue took a deep breath, striving to calm the turmoil within her heart, and replied with forced composure, "I am fine, no need to worry." "Very well, witness how I vanquish this fiend." Mu Chen roared, instantly transforming into a streak of light, charging towards Lang Xiao. His speed was akin to a tempest, ghostly and elusive, leaving onlookers scarcely able to perceive his form. In the blink of an eye, Mu Chen appeared before Lang Xiao like a specter. One hand shot forth with the swiftness of lightning, silently plunging into Lang Xiao's side. "Ah!" Lang Xiao let out a sudden, anguished scream, his body trembling violently. Disbelief etched upon his face. Yet, before he could react, Qing Li's sword descended upon him like a deluge of wind and rain. Lang Xiao's heart sank. He hastily attempted to evade, but it was far too late. With a thunderous crash, Qing Li's blade cleaved into Lang Xiao, bisecting him in an instant. Blood sprayed forth, and Lang Xiao's cries echoed through the air. Witnessing this scene, Lang Xiao was engulfed in terror. Without hesitation, he ignited his vital essence. Exerting every ounce of strength to flee with the remaining half of his body, a pitiful semblance of a once mighty figure, hastily escaping the ancient secret realm. Alas, only half remained. Qing Li wiped the corner of her mouth, unhurriedly retrieving her grand cauldron to prepare a warm bath for the wolf demon, ready to pluck its fur. Meanwhile, on the ground, all factions and rogue cultivators fell into a profound silence. Lang Xiao had been severed in half and had become another meal. The audacity of the heavenly palace was truly outrageous. Ye Chen slowly approached the palace, the magnificent structure gradually diminishing before him, until it resembled a delicate trinket that he effortlessly absorbed into his being. This astonishing spectacle left all present in a state of disbelief, particularly those from superpowers, sacred places, and ancient clans. Their gazes ignited with fervor, even tinged with a hint of crimson, as if something within them had ignited a fire of desire. These individuals pondered secretly, reflecting on the sheer tyranny of the heavenly palace, which had not even spared a drop of broth for them. Such a precious opportunity, monopolized by the denizens of the heavenly palace, stirred envy in their hearts. However, just as the crowd began to stir, Ye Chen surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over them like a cold bolt of lightning, and he coldly declared, "Today, I challenge anyone to make a move." His voice, though not loud, thundered like a clap of lightning in the ears of the crowd, causing many cultivators' hearts to tremble, their previously restless emotions instantly subdued. It was only then that they realized two other saints stood beside Ye Chen. Faced with such a formidable presence, they, mere spirit transformation cultivators, would be courting death by advancing. In that moment, the expressions of numerous cultivators grew markedly clearer, their minds no longer clouded by the allure of so-called opportunities. After all, compared to life itself, no amount of opportunity was worth a fleeting moment's notice. Nevertheless, a small faction of cultivators remained fixated on that opportunity, their eagerness palpable as they seemed unwilling to relinquish their aspirations. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the entire venue, the tension reaching a crescendo as if a tempest were imminent. In this stillness, the holy sons exchanged glances, and in unison, they discreetly formed intricate hand seals, emanating a formidable pressure that felt as oppressive as dark clouds threatening to engulf a city. As Ye Chen and his companions huddled closely together, one individual could no longer contain his inner turmoil, bellowing, "Eliminate them, and seize the elixir of immortality." This outburst acted as a catalyst, igniting the atmosphere in an instant. Countless cultivators erupted like ignited powder kegs, unleashing a barrage of potent spells that surged toward the three disciples of the heavenly palace like a tempest. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Ye Chen merely furrowed his brow, betraying a hint of disdain. With a cold snort, he muttered to himself, "How impatient they must be." No sooner had he spoken than he casually raised his hand, conjuring a palace that enveloped all within its confines. He then extended a finger toward the oncoming throng and languidly uttered 6 words, "Great Wilderness Finger, Prison Sky Palm." Accompanied by his proclamation, an immense shadow of a finger and palm erupted through the air with the force of a mountain. Wherever these manifestations passed, all spells crumbled like fragile paper before an unyielding force, dissipating without a trace. The onslaught of numerous cultivators was rendered inconsequential against this terrifying power, disappearing as if swallowed by the sea. The finger and palm shadows, imbued with the might of an avalanche, struck fiercely into the crowd. In that moment, anguished cries erupted in a cacophony, a relentless chorus of despair. Countless cultivators were sent hurtling away by this overwhelming force. Some perished on the spot, their bodies sprawled lifelessly upon the ground. The magnitude of this strike was so astonishing that only those formidable beings who had also attained the sacred realm could barely withstand such a cataclysmic blow. How infuriating! A voice roared, as if the very world trembled in response. "Daring to act while I am at my most jubilant, how intolerable!" Suppressed with the blue lotus. With her furious exclamation, a colossal blue lotus suddenly materialized above the heads of the assembled. This lotus, resplendent in emerald hues as though sculpted from jade, emanated an aura that instilled dread. Those cultivators ensnared beneath the blue lotus felt its terrifying pressure, their faces paling as if plunged into an icy abyss. In their terror, they discovered that the teleportation talismans in their possession had become utterly ineffective, failing to activate. These cultivators had initially dared to act, confident in their ability to escape. However, in that moment, their retreat was brutally severed. Instantly, fear consumed the hearts of these powerful figures, and they disregarded everything else, scattering like headless flies in frantic desperation. Even venerable holy sons and divine daughters could not help but turn tail and flee, forsaking their identities and dignity in the face of impending doom. Identity and reputation. Can they truly eclipse the value of life? Despite their overwhelming numbers, they appeared as fragile as ants before the terrifying prowess of the two individuals, utterly powerless to resist. Some who were slightly slower to flee did not even have time to utter a cry of despair before being struck down by that dreadful force, meeting their demise in an instant. Those not embroiled in the conflict watched the scene unfold with a sense of relief, their hearts secretly gripped by fear. Chapter 55. Awakening. The ancestor of the celestial palace glancing at the surrounding cultivators, each one stood frozen in place as though ensnared by a binding spell, none daring to take a single step forward. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Ye Chen's lips as he turned to the two individuals beside him. Their eyes met in a moment of unspoken understanding, and they moved in unison. In a flash, Qingli reached out, her hand like lightning as she seized the fur of the wolf, pulling with great force and uprooting a significant clump of its hair. Moments later, the trio cast aside the wolf flesh into the cauldron. Then, Qingli retrieved exquisite jade vials from her robe, each containing divine source water. Without hesitation, she poured the crystalline liquid into the cauldron, watching it cascade like a waterfall, splashing droplets everywhere. Next, she produced precious Dao tea leaves and various rare treasures from her storage ring, each item shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight, their worth immeasurable. Yet Qingli showed no hesitation, tossing each one into the cauldron as if they were mere ordinary ingredients. Finally, she covered the cauldron, and the flames beneath surged dramatically, engulfing the entire vessel in a searing blaze. Heavens! They truly intend to consume the flesh of the Wolf Prince. This was the scion of the three-eyed blue wolf clan. Did they not fear retribution? A gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd, disbelief palpable in the tone. They had already severed half of the Wolf Prince's corporeal form, even if they refrained from consumption. The three-eyed blue wolf clan would surely not let this transgression go unpunished. Another voice echoed in agreement, revealing shock. Moreover, observe the materials they are utilizing: divine source water treated as ordinary water, and the Dao tea leaves, along with the 3 immortal flowers. Truly, the disciples of the celestial palace are extravagant. One individual lamented, envy glimmering in their eyes as they regarded Qingli and her companions. After a brief interval, the cauldron began to emanate an extraordinary aroma, reminiscent of a pristine spring, intoxicatingly delightful. The surrounding cultivators inhaled the fragrance, their cultivation momentarily stirred, involuntarily swallowing, the sound echoing in their throats. Seeing that the time was right, Qingli lifted the cauldron lid. Instantly, a wave of steam surged forth, and the tender wolf meat, infused with the essence of various rare treasures, released an aroma that was utterly mouth-watering. Qingli and the 2 others each filled a bowl and, without reservation, began to feast heartily. Each of them radiated warmth as their internal spiritual energy surged like a lively spring, hinting at a potential breakthrough in their cultivation. The surrounding cultivators watched in envy and trepidation as Qingli and her companions reveled in their meal. As a multitude of cultivators shook their heads and departed, the legends of the Heavenly Palace surged forth like a tidal wave. The name of the Heavenly Palace resonated throughout the entire secret realm with the force of thunder. Particularly, the renown of its elite disciples soared to unprecedented heights, leaving the celestial beings of the sacred land far behind. Even the inner disciples of the Heavenly Palace were met with enthusiastic greetings from others. However, with moments of brilliance also came a cascade of troubles. At this juncture, within the three-eyed blue wolf clan, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. The half-lifeless figure of Lang Xiao lay before the elders of the clan, his wounds grotesque and terrifying, blood gushing forth and staining the ground beneath him a vivid crimson. While the elders exerted every effort to heal him, Lang Xiao's condition stabilized. Yet, even in such agony, his eyes remained filled with malice and hatred. He fixated on the heavens, as if he could pierce the endless void to behold the location of the Heavenly Palace. And then, with all his might, he bellowed, "Heavenly Palace, I shall ensure you pay for your blood debts in kind." His voice echoed throughout the clan, as if the entire world could hear his wrathful roar. The brows of several elders furrowed deeply as they beheld Lang Xiao's pitiable state, their hearts brimming with indignation. They were uncertain of the true nature of the Heavenly Palace's power, yet the fact that their clan's prodigy had been so brutally beaten ignited their fury. What kind of force is the Heavenly Palace? This grudge cannot go unanswered. Where is our clan's dignity? One elder thundered in anger. Indeed, our prodigy has been so grievously harmed. A complete recovery will take at least a year or more. The Heavenly Palace must be eradicated. Another elder concurred. This matter cannot be approached recklessly. We must first understand the Heavenly Palace and discern its strength. If necessary, We will annihilate them directly, cautioned another. You are too cautious. I propose we send our ancestors with the quasi-imperial artifacts. I refuse to believe that a recently emerged power can contend with such might, insisted another elder. That may not be so simple. The divine source water recently sold at the Wanbao building, which I learned at great expense, is being sold by the Heavenly Palace. A force capable of offering divine source water surely has several ancestors sealed within, another warned. Moreover, if we make our intentions known, the human factions may not acquiesce and could very well obstruct us. At this, silence enveloped the assembly. Clan leader, I have conceived a plan. We can awaken the ancestors and have them wield the quasi-imperial artifacts to swiftly confront the Heavenly Palace. The elixir of immortality and the divine source water would be sufficient for our ancestors to advance and break through to the quasi-imperial realm, one elder proposed. This plan has merit. With the strength of those two ancestors, coupled with the quasi-imperial artifacts, success seems feasible. Even if other human factions discover our intentions, they will likely allow for a swift retreat, another elder mused. Should we fail, however, the three-eyed blue wolf clan may face annihilation. The black gold tiger clan has long been eyeing us, and had it not been for our possession of quasi-imperial artifacts, they would have already attacked. In the current state of the three-eyed Qinglang clan, only two venerable ancestors remain, both of supreme realm, with not a single quasi-emperor among them. They rely solely on their quasi-emperor artifacts to maintain a semblance of deterrence against petty threats. Very well, let us take a gamble. Summon the disciples at once. I shall awaken our ancestors. After they emerge, the clan shall seal itself to prevent any surprise attacks. Understood, clan leader. With a plan in place, all members sprang into action. Clan leader Lang Xiaodian made his way to the ancestral grounds. I beseech the ancestors to awaken and confront the enemies. As his voice echoed, a low rumbling emanated from the depths of the ancestral land, as if an ancient behemoth were on the verge of awakening. Shortly thereafter, two formidable presences surged into the sky, and the venerable ancestors slowly materialized. Towering in stature, they exuded an overwhelming aura, warping the air around them. What disturbs our slumber? One ancestor rasped, his voice laden with the weight of countless years. Lang Xiaodian hurriedly stepped forward and recounted in detail how Lang Xiao had been grievously injured by the celestial cultivators. Upon hearing this, a chilling glint of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the two venerable ancestors. Useless, they coldly chided, disappointment etched across their faces. Yet, upon learning of the existence of the immortal elixir and divine source water, a flicker of greed crossed their expressions. With the immortal elixir, they could further advance and no longer languish in this ancestral abode. Prepare the divine source for our recovery. Once we are restored, we shall set forth to annihilate the celestial palace. At once, Lang Xiaodian exclaimed, filled with excitement, as he hurried to procure the divine source, bringing it to the ancestral cave for the two venerable ancestors to absorb and restore their strength. In an instant, all spiritual energy within the three-eyed Qinglang clan began to converge towards the ancestral grounds. Chapter 56. Two ants to annihilate. As darkness enveloped the sky, a profound stillness lay outside the celestial palace. Under the cloak of night, two figures stealthily emerged. They moved cautiously around the majestic structure, meticulously observing every intricate detail of the grand edifice. These two elders were formidable beings of supreme realm, their powers unfathomable. Their sole objective was to breach the celestial palace's formation or find an opportunity to infiltrate it, unleashing a massacre within. However, the formation of the celestial palace took them by surprise. It appeared utterly flawless. Despite having circumnavigated nearly half the structure, they found no weak points or vulnerabilities in the formation. This left the two elders feeling somewhat vexed. One could not contain his frustration, exclaiming, "What a ridiculous formation! It seems more formidable than any we have within our clan. Blame these wretched humans for inventing such troublesome contraptions." The other elder concurred, "Indeed, if not for the commotion that would arise from breaking the formation, I would be tempted to cleave this accursed barrier in two." Despite their dissatisfaction, they persisted in their patient search for a means to dismantle the formation. After all, they had gleaned some insight into the wealth hidden within the celestial palace on their journey, aware that it was likely brimming with treasures and secrets. If they could seize it, not only would they break through to the quasi-emperor realm, but perhaps even the title of emperor would not be a distant dream. Mission: annihilate the two ants outside the sect. Reward: one lottery draw, a meager consolation. Ye Chen transmitted a message to Luo Chu, stating that the two thieves outside had been dealt with. "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately," came the reply. By Luo Chu expressed her displeasure, though it was not directed at Ye Chen, but rather at the two individuals outside. It was rather bothersome to be abruptly awakened from a restful state to undertake a task, which naturally dampened her spirits. Outside the heavenly palace, two elderly men suddenly felt a violent tremor coursing through their bodies, as if the very world was shaking intensely at that moment. They were gripped by terror as they realized that an overwhelmingly formidable aura, capable of shattering the heavens, surged towards them like a raging tide. "Oh no, we've been discovered." One of the old men screamed in fear. "We must flee. This power far exceeds our capabilities. We cannot withstand it." The other old man, equally panicked, exclaimed, "Damn it! Wasn't this supposed to be merely a newly emerged force? How can such a terrifying Imperial might exist here?" A chill of dread enveloped them. And without a moment to spare, their minds were consumed by a singular thought: escape this dreadful place. Just as the notion of flight took root, the suffocating aura reached them in an instant, crashing into their bodies like a violent flood. With a resounding boom that echoed through the air, the two men were violently shaken, and in a moment, they erupted like bombs, disintegrating into countless fragments and dust that scattered through the atmosphere. All that remained at the scene was a solitary blood-red spear, standing forlornly in place. Bai Luo Chu approached expressionlessly, casually collecting the spear, a quasi-imperial artifact, into her possession. As the reverberations of the explosion gradually faded, the world outside the sect returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. "Master, the matter has been resolved. And I have acquired a quasi-imperial artifact," Bai Luo Chu reported to the sect leader with an unusual calmness, as though everything that had just occurred was entirely within her control. "Very well. You may take your rest. There is no need for such exertion." Ye Chen nodded. It seemed as though eliminating two supreme beings was as trivial as squashing two ants, hardly worth mentioning. Indeed, in the heavenly palace, the demise of two supremes was hardly significant. Bai Luo Chu shot him a glance in response. Meanwhile, within the territory of the three-eyed blue wolf clan, the elders were gathered, fervently discussing how to allocate the numerous resources brought back by their ancestor after annihilating the heavenly palace. Their faces radiated excitement, as if they could already envision the day their ancestor would break through to quasi-imperial status, leading them to unify the nearby major demon clans and restore the glory of ancient times. However, at that moment, a small wolf pup burst in like a whirlwind, shouting, Leader, something terrible has happened." His voice was laced with terror, sending chills down the spines of those present. Seeing this, Wolf Hal Tion frowned, abruptly halting his discourse with an expression of displeasure. "You little rascal, explain yourself. What do you mean something terrible has happened?" The small wolf pup stood there, panting heavily, his body trembling slightly, eyes wide with fear. "The patriarch has revealed that the presence of the two elders within the clan has dissipated." His words, though finally articulated, struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving all present in stunned silence. For a moment, the room was enveloped in an eerie quiet, broken only by the heavy breaths of the young wolf cub reverberating in the air. Quickly, to the place where the soul tablets are kept. Wolf Xiaotian was the first to react, urgency lacing his voice. As if awakening from a dream, everyone rose hastily, rushing toward the location of the soul tablets. Upon their arrival, the sight before them plunged their hearts into despair. The two soul tablets, once whole, lay shattered into countless fragments upon the ground. "It truly is broken. It's over. The heavens intend to annihilate our three-eyed blue wolf clan. How could this be? The elders did not even manage to breach the heavenly palace with the imperial artifact. Do we have any hope left?" Witnessing such despondency among his kin, Wolf Xiaotian felt a pang of sorrow. Yet, as the clan leader, he could not allow his people to lose hope so easily. Taking a deep breath, he forced a calm demeanor and declared, "Do not panic. What does it matter if we have lost the elders? We still possess the divine son. He carries the bloodline closest to that of the first-generation elder. If we nurture him well, we shall avenge this wrong in due time. For now, let us not speak of this matter. We must ensure outsiders remain unaware of our loss and act as if nothing has occurred." His words, akin to a ray of dawn piercing through the darkness, instilled a glimmer of hope in his clanmates. Several elders, previously adrift in despair, were jolted back to awareness, as if awakened from a nightmare. Indeed, they murmured, "We still have Wolf Xiao, bearing the bloodline closest to the first-generation elder." The first-generation elder was a true emperor. Although Wolf Xiao had sustained injuries from disciples of the heavenly palace within the secret realm, recovery was not an insurmountable challenge given the clan's deep reserves. Henceforth, if we diligently cultivate Wolf Xiao, we shall surely take our revenge. The elders envisioned a future where more elders would emerge, and even the imperial artifact, no, the supreme imperial weapon, would eventually be theirs. With this realization, the weight upon their hearts lifted almost instantly. Chapter 57, The Great Scoop. The divine son of the Holy Land has defected. Everyone had speculated how the three-eyed blue wolf clan would retaliate against the heavenly palace, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. Yet this major development slipped through their fingers. just as they wallowed in disappointment. An unexpected and intriguing piece of news emerged from the eastern domain. The divine son of the undying Holy Land, Ye Chen, had betrayed his sect and vanished without a trace. This was indeed monumental news. Even more astonishing was the fact that this announcement had been made by the undying Holy Land itself. The moment the news broke, the eastern domain erupted with fervor, causing a tremendous stir. Moreover, this information quickly reached the neighboring Starfall domain, igniting widespread discussion. It is crucial to understand that the Divine Son is the future heir of a holy land, a pivotal figure meticulously nurtured by the sect. The ramifications of such a sudden betrayal are undeniably profound and immeasurable, especially the undying Holy Son, who not only betrayed but also successfully evaded his pursuers, has now sought refuge within the desolate expanse of the Starfall domain. This act has undoubtedly poured a bucket of scalding oil onto an already boiling public discourse, igniting a frenzy of speculation. Countless cultivators have displayed immense interest in this topic, eagerly joining the discussions, with a plethora of conjectures and narratives emerging. Wow! Have you all heard? The undying Holy Son, Ye Chen, from the neighboring domain has actually betrayed us. Indeed, I heard the same. Initially, I found it hard to believe, but it seems to be true. Moreover, I've heard that Ye Chen has fled into our barren state. It must be true. I even heard that the master of the undying Holy Land intended to marry his daughter to Ye Chen, but Ye Chen refused, which led to his betrayal. No, that is not the version I heard. I was told that the daughter of the Holy Land's master was rather coarse in appearance, and Ye Chen could not tolerate such an insult, prompting his defection. Haha, you are all mistaken. I have insider information. I heard that the undying Holy Master actually has a fondness for youthful beauty and had his eyes set on Ye Chen, hoping to spend his life with him. Naturally, Ye Chen would not consent. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Oh dear, can you all cease this nonsensical chatter? I have credible sources. I was informed that the Holy Son of the undying Holy Land suddenly activated a remarkably powerful bloodline. The undying Holy Master, driven by greed, sought to usurp this bloodline, only to be discovered by Ye Chen, which incited him to betray the Holy Land in a fit of rage. It is said he has been on the run for several months and was recently spotted in the barren state. The Holy Land truly is inept. At this moment, a disheveled figure appeared at the foot of Heavenly Palace Mountain. His gaze was hazy, sustained only by a flicker of resolve. Yet, after all this time, he found it increasingly difficult to hold on. From a young age, he had entered the undying Holy Land, where the master, Tang Shan, had showered him with affection and care. However, in the end, his own family was annihilated by Tang Shan. The reason was that Ye Chen possessed the undying bloodline. Being a descendant of the undying emperor, this bloodline grants a lifespan that could exceed that of ordinary individuals by twofold, even 3 or 4 times. Thus, the undying Holy Master coveted his bloodline, hoping to transfer it to himself, perhaps gaining a sliver of insight to transcend the emperor's realm, while also cultivating a continuous source of blood to sustain the aging ancestors, granting them another life. Now, with the undying bloodline fully awakened, it was time to reap the rewards. Ye Chen had managed to escape, thanks to his harvest from various secret realms over the years. Was the outcome already predetermined? Why then must I endure the cruelty of knowing the truth? A wave of sorrow surged within Ye Chen, his steps faltering, his pace growing ever slower. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, several figures appeared like phantoms in the sky, several miles away, silently observing. This is the domain of the Celestial Palace. Although they hail from the sacred land, they dare not act too recklessly. After all, the strength of the Celestial Palace seems to grow in tandem with the might of its adversaries. With merely a handful of sacred kings, they would likely struggle to contend with such power. Suddenly, one of the cultivators seemed to sense something, abruptly pointing towards the direction of the Celestial Palace and exclaiming loudly, "I have sensed Ye Chen's location. It lies just ahead." Upon hearing this, the others turned to follow his indication, yet as they discerned the location, a collective silence enveloped them. The Celestial Palace? Surely he hasn't entered the palace, has he? One person murmured, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. What should we do? Should we report to the sacred land directly, or should we first assess the situation? Another hesitantly inquired. That damned Ye Chen. From where on earth did he acquire such an extraordinarily long-distance teleportation talisman? It has left us scurrying about like headless flies. Someone lamented indignantly. After a brief discussion, they ultimately resolved to investigate further. Let us proceed and take a look. If the opportunity arises, we'll seize him immediately. If all else fails, we can report to the sacred land later. One suggested. Agreed. Let it be so. The others chimed in unison. Thus, they reluctantly sped towards the Celestial Palace. Inside the celestial palace, beneath the Enlightenment tea tree, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in Ye Chen's mind, jolting him awake from his slumber. He instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth, as if remnants of drool still lingered. Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes. The morning sun filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle and warm glow upon his face. He squinted, adjusting to the light, and then gradually stretched his body, letting out a great yawn. As he moved, the rocking chair resting on the grass began to sway gently, as if in response to his languid stretch. Ye Chen sat up, basking in the warmth of the sunlight, his mood exceptionally buoyant. Another disciple has come to my doorstep? He mused, a smile gracing his lips. It had been a while since he had accepted a disciple, and he found himself somewhat yearning for the experience. He glanced at the system's location indicator and discovered that the disciple seemed to be at the foot of the mountain. Contemplating for a moment, he felt too lethargic to move and decided to delegate the task of accepting the disciple to the vice sect master, by Luochu. Luochu. Ye Chen's voice resonated in by Luochu's mind. Imbued with a hint of laziness, a disciple has arrived outside the sect. Please bring him before me. By Luochu, who was attending to some matters within the sect, promptly responded with respect, yes. No sooner had she spoken than her figure flickered and vanished from within the sect. Chapter 58. The fourth disciple, Ye Chen. In the next moment, she materialized outside the sect, standing before the fallen Ye Chen. After surveying the surroundings, she murmured softly, "This must be the one the sect master mentioned." Her gaze fell upon Ye Chen, scrutinizing him from head to toe, before unexpectedly grasping the collar of his garment and lifting him as one would a chick, leading him towards the sect. The sudden turn of events left the pursuers from the undying sacred land, still at a distance, utterly astonished. What on earth? Ye Chen has been taken inside, one exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. The others mirrored his shock, momentarily at a loss for words. What should we do now? Someone anxiously inquired. Shall we go demand him back? Yet, this suggestion was quickly met with vehement opposition. Demand him back? Are you out of your mind? Another replied in terror. That is the heavenly palace. To seek him back would be akin to courting death. The group exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity of their predicament. The name of the heavenly palace resonated like thunder throughout the Starfall domain, its power unfathomable. Faced with such a formidable entity, they, mere sacred kings, stood no chance whatsoever. We must return and inform the Lord. They unanimously agreed, though their hearts were heavy with reluctance. It was far better than losing their lives. After all, the rumors surrounding the heavenly palace were truly extraordinary, instilling a fear that forbade them from provoking it lightly. To retrieve someone from the heavenly palace would likely necessitate the presence of a supreme elder dispatched by the Lord. Should the heavenly palace refuse, they could easily turn hostile and annihilate them. Beneath the wisdom tea tree, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Bai Luochu arrived with the feeble Ye Chen, bringing him to the shade of the tree. Ye Chen appeared drained of all strength, lying limply on the grass. His eyes clouded as they gazed at the two figures before him. His mind was awash with questions. Just moments ago, he had so much to ask. Yet before he could utter a word, he had been abruptly taken to this location. Determined not to show any weakness, Ye Chen exerted himself, pushing against the ground with his hands, laboriously transitioning from a prone position to kneeling. Despite his lingering frailty, he endeavored to appear somewhat more alert and turned his gaze toward Ye Chen in the rocking chair. Ye Chen was also observing him, their eyes locking in a moment of connection. Ye Chen's gaze was sharp and profound, as if it could pierce through Ye Xian's innermost thoughts, revealing all of his secrets. Name, Ye Chen. Realm, peak of transformation. Talent, 100. Physique, undying body. Background, born into a minor family under the jurisdiction of the undying sacred land. He was marked at birth by an extraordinary phenomenon. Upon discovery by the undying sovereign, it was revealed he is a descendant of the undying emperor, possessing the bloodline of immortality. His family was eradicated to seize this bloodline, and having been discovered, he fled the sacred land. After perusing Ye Xian's information, Ye Chen reclined leisurely in the rocking chair, as if all this were of no concern to him. His features remained as tranquil as a placid lake, undisturbed by any ripples, much like an ancient mountain steadfast against the elements. He displayed little interest or astonishment regarding the so-called Imperial blood, for he and the inner elders of the heavenly palace alike possessed such blood within their veins. To him, it was not a rarity. In stark contrast to Ye Chen's composure, Ye Chen, under his penetrating gaze, began to feel increasingly restless. His heart brimmed with trepidation and unease, as he pondered the mysterious elder's intentions for bringing him to this place. At last, Ye Chen could no longer suppress his curiosity. He rose to his feet and, with respectful cupped fists, inquired of Ye Chen, "Elder, I am Ye Chen. Might I ask why you have brought me here?" Ye Chen smiled faintly. seemingly anticipating Ye Chen's question. Instead of providing a direct answer, he countered, "Is the undying sacred land fixated on your undying imperial blood?" Upon hearing this, Ye Chen felt as though struck by lightning. His body trembled violently, and his complexion turned ashen, devoid of color. He gazed at Ye Chen with wide eyes. Disbelief etched across his face as he stammered, "Elder, how do you know of this? Are you also after my bloodline? Imperial blood? It is of little consequence. I shall not concern myself with it. Since you are aware of the pursuit by the undying sacred land, why have you brought me here, unafraid of their wrath?" Ye Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone serene as he replied, "Wrath? Huh, you, my young friend, do you truly believe I, of the heavenly palace, would fear explaining myself to any sacred land?" At these words, Ye Chen was once again struck by disbelief, his body quaked, and his eyes widened in astonishment. The heavenly palace? This is truly the heavenly palace, the one that has recently gained such notoriety. Just as Ye Chen was engulfed in shock, Bai Luochu timely interjected. "The esteemed individual before you is none other than our sect's leader. The leader of the heavenly palace?" Ye Xian's body trembled anew, his excitement surging like a tidal wave. He could scarcely fathom that he had inadvertently stumbled into the heavenly palace and encountered its leader. This felt like a surreal dream. It was said that the leader's direct disciple had caused chaos in the secret realm, even vanquishing the wolf sky of the three-eyed Qing wolf clan, who had yet to retaliate against the heavenly palace. Now, with the leader bringing him into the heavenly palace, what could it signify? Was it the imperial blood? Others seemingly disregarded it. What could he possibly possess that would attract attention? His appearance? But he was a male, and indeed, there were those more handsome than he. Or perhaps it was his innate talent. As Ye Xian's thoughts spiraled, Ye Chen spoke directly. "Ye Xian, would you be willing to join my sect and become one of my disciples?" What? Ye Xian was momentarily taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. He quickly turned to face Ye Chen, realizing that his ears had not deceived him. Without a second thought, he knelt upon the ground, his heart racing with excitement as he proclaimed, "Sect leader, I am willing to join the heavenly palace. Please accept me." Having reached a point of desperation, he found no one daring to harbor him for fear of incurring the wrath of the undying sacred land. "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my fourth direct disciple." Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction. Disciple Ye Xian pays respects to master. With 3 resounding bows, his forehead struck the ground. And at that moment, the system's reward notification chimed in unison. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, 10 bottles of beginner upgrade elixir. Reward, the Immortal Sutra. Reward, 1 Emperor summoning card. Beginner upgrade elixir, a potion that can enhance the next minor realm below the transformation spirit without any side effects. Each bottle contains 10, ineffective once the transformation spirit is reached." Chapter 59. Is there a path to death in the Celestial Palace? Remember this technique well. Without waiting for Ye Xian to respond, he continued, "Take Ye Xian down to recover." "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." Beginner upgrade elixir? Does that imply there will be intermediate and advanced versions? Never mind, no need to ponder too much. Ye Chen contemplated for a moment and suddenly conceived an idea. He swiftly conveyed his thoughts to Yun Shu. Half a month later, the grand inaugural Outer Sect competition will commence. His voice resonated like a great bell in Yun Shu's ears, clear and powerful. At that time, the sect leader will personally grace the event, witnessing this intense contest. His words conveyed the significance and anticipation surrounding this competition. The top 3 participants will receive exceptionally generous rewards. He paused briefly. They will be awarded 10 upgrade elixirs with no side effects, which can directly enhance their cultivation to the next minor realm below the transformation spirit. Furthermore, he continued, the top 3 will also receive free entry to the Burial Soldier Valley. Lastly, he mentioned the Enlightenment tea, with each participant receiving 1 pound of this rare tea. As for the disciples placing 4th to 10th, they will receive corresponding rewards, 5 upgrade elixirs, and half a pound of Enlightenment tea each. Should this outer sect competition succeed splendidly, it will be held annually henceforth. Upon receiving Ye Chen's notification, Yun Shu did not dare to delay, promptly employing the sound transmission technique to relay the news to the esteemed elders of the outer sect. Upon learning that this was a direct decree from the sect leader, the elders hastened to disseminate the details of the upcoming competition to every outer sect disciple without a moment's hesitation. Thus, the news of the outer sect competition spread like wildfire throughout the entire outer sect, becoming the focal point of attention. This announcement swept through every corner like a tempest. Whether in the training rooms, the dining hall, or the disciples' dormitories, fervent discussions about this impending grand event filled the air, especially the rewards for the top 10, which ignited excitement among all disciples. These were not mere rewards, but rather coveted treasures of extraordinary value. Have you heard? Our outer sect is holding its first outer sect competition in half a month. One disciple excitedly informed his companion. And if you rank in the top 3, you'll receive 10 upgrade elixirs with no side effects, along with 10 pounds of Enlightenment tea and entry into the Burial Soldier Valley. Wow, is that true? His companion's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of sheer astonishment. That Enlightenment tea, a treasure even coveted by those on the verge of becoming emperors. We can actually obtain half a pound, or even a whole pound. Indeed, another disciple approached, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed, "Our sect leader is exceedingly generous, bestowing such an abundance of Enlightenment tea leaves as rewards. Surely, no other sacred grounds could match this. I can already envision the intensity of this grand competition." In an instant, the outer disciples were ignited with enthusiasm, each one eager to showcase their skills in the upcoming contest and seize those alluring rewards. Indeed, how true. If one could fortuitously secure a spot among the top 3, not only would they obtain that invaluable Enlightenment tea, but they would also earn the opportunity to enter the Burial Soldier Valley. Such a dream come true. Once acquired, the future would undoubtedly shine brightly, limitless in potential. With a stroke of luck, one might even possess an Imperial weapon. All right, brothers, let us strive together. There remains half a month until the competition begins. I must retreat and cultivate diligently. Even if I ultimately fail to break into the top 10, I am determined to make my mark in this contest, ensuring that everyone remembers my name. This competition presents a splendid opportunity for me to showcase my prowess. I have been reluctant to use these 50 contribution points, but the moment for them to manifest their worth has finally arrived. I shall transform them all into my strength. In that moment, all outer disciples fervently dedicated themselves to self-improvement. Yet, a shocking piece of news began to circulate throughout the Starfall domain. A grave incident had occurred. The Celestial Palace had accepted the traitor Ye Chen from the Undying Sacred Land. What? Ye Chen had actually become a disciple under the Celestial Palace's master. The Celestial Palace declared that Ye Chen had joined their ranks, warning that anyone who dared to harm a member of the Celestial Palace, regardless of their identity, would face annihilation of their lineage. This news spread like wildfire across the Starfall domain, even reaching the eastern region, creating an uproar. It is essential to note that Ye Chen is a traitor of the Undying Sacred Land, which had publicly announced his betrayal long ago. Yet, at this critical juncture, the Celestial Palace not only took Ye Chen, but also pledged to protect him. Was this not a blatant challenge to the Undying Sacred Land? Consequently, a flurry of speculation and discussion erupted, with many pondering the true intentions of the Celestial Palace and how the Undying Sacred Land would respond. Given the strength and prestige of the Undying Sacred Land, would they not dispatch supreme or even quasi-emperor level experts to eliminate the Celestial Palace? Upon receiving the news of Ye Chen's acceptance into the sect, the Undying Sacred Land erupted like a powder keg. Did they truly believe the Undying Sacred Land was as easily bullied as the three-eyed Blue Wolf clan? The higher-ups of the Undying Sacred Land roared in fury, their voices echoing like thunder throughout the sacred grounds. If Ye Chen is not immediately surrendered, the Celestial Palace shall have chosen the path to destruction. We will initiate a war of extermination against them. This declaration, akin to a declaration of war, was hurled mercilessly toward the Celestial Palace. The news spread through the Starfall domain and the eastern region like a whirlwind, causing a great uproar. People were astonished and engaged in fervent discussions regarding the unyielding Sacred Land's adamant stance. Goodness! The unyielding Sacred Land is threatening to initiate a war of extermination against sects right from the start. How ruthless! One exclaimed in disbelief. What secrets does Ye Chen possess that could incite such fury from the unyielding Sacred Land, prompting them to consider a war of annihilation? Another queried with perplexity. In an instant, myriad speculations and rumors regarding Ye Chen and the unyielding Sacred Land surged forth, enveloping the Starfall domain and eastern region in this unexpected tempest. Could a conflict truly erupt? It has been ages since a sacred war has occurred. One mused, clicking his tongue in astonishment. This is indeed unpredictable. Although the Celestial Palace is a nascent sect, it has only recently begun to make its mark. While the unyielding Sacred Land is an established entity with profound heritage and formidable strength, they may have long coveted the resources of the Celestial Palace, merely waiting for a fitting pretext. The emergence of Ye Chen has conveniently provided them with an impeccable justification. Wow! Another marveled. I hadn't considered that possibility. It certainly holds merit. I've heard that the resources within the Celestial Palace are abundant, almost overflowing. Without a legitimate claim, other factions might be envious, eager to partake. But now, they are approaching under the guise of dealing with a traitor, thus making it difficult for other factions to openly intervene. Chapter 60. Then let the war commence within the majestic Celestial Palace. Tranquility reigned supreme. Ye Chen lay languidly in a rocking chair, his eyes gently closed, reveling in the offerings of those beside him. His leisurely demeanor epitomized that of a pampered young master. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Chu stood respectfully by his side, dutifully relaying messages from the outside world. Upon hearing the unyielding Sacred Land's vehement demand for Ye Chen to return Ye Chen, accompanied by threats of initiating a war of extermination, a slight smirk curled at the corners of Ye Chen's lips, revealing a trace of disdain. A war of extermination? He softly repeated, as if he had encountered the most ludicrous jest. Did the unyielding Sacred Land still possess any living emperors? In all likelihood, they could muster no more than a quasi-emperor at best, supplemented by a few supreme imperial artifacts, yet they dared to boast of annihilating the celestial palace? Observing their bravado, Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively, stating nonchalantly, "Do not pay them any mind. If they truly dare to wage war, then the unyielding Sacred Land need not exist any longer." Bai Luo Chu promptly responded, "Yes, Sect Master." The celestial palace remained as serene as ever, devoid of any bustling disciples. However, this was not due to a lack of presence, but rather because all disciples were congregated in various training grounds, diligently cultivating, seemingly detached from the mundane world and unaffected by external influences. In stark contrast, the atmosphere within the unyielding Sacred Land was one of fury. The higher-ups, upon realizing that the celestial palace had shown no response to their overtures, were instantly incensed. They had initially believed that, given the unyielding Sacred Land's formidable reputation, the celestial palace would certainly acquiesce and willingly surrender Ye Chen. Yet now, the heavenly palace exhibits such disdain towards them, a profound affront to their dignity. How could they possibly endure this? It is crucial to remember that the undying Sacred Land is an immensely powerful entity, having produced true emperors in this continent, which force has not previously treated them with utmost respect, even reverence. Yet, now there are those who dare to audaciously trample upon their necks. A blatant violation of their honor. Arrogance. It is utterly preposterous. The undying sovereign, Tang Shan, seethed with fury within the main hall of the Sacred Land, striking the table with force, his eyes wide with indignation as he bellowed. Do they truly believe we would not dare to initiate a war of annihilation against their sect? They offer us not even a response. Witnessing the sovereign's rage, the elders within the hall echoed his sentiments, expressing their profound dissatisfaction and anger towards the heavenly palace. Indeed, sovereign, the heavenly palace must think we lack the courage to wage a war of annihilation, hence their brazen behavior. One elder, filled with righteous indignation, proclaimed, "If we concede in this matter, we shall undoubtedly face scorn from countless sacred lands in the future. We must assert our authority, making it known to all that the undying Sacred Land is formidable." Precisely, the dignity of the Sacred Land cannot be insulted, another elder vociferously agreed, advocating for the commencement of the War of Annihilation to establish the renown of the undying Sacred Land. "Sovereign, let us engage in battle," yet another elder urged. "The matter concerning Ye Chen can no longer be delayed. Should his undying bloodline be absorbed by those from the heavenly palace, our ancestor may not withstand this century. Indeed, sovereign, the world is already in turmoil. If we fail to establish our formidable reputation now, we shall inevitably be scorned by other sacred lands." The speaker's expression was grave, their tone resolute, clearly convinced of this necessity. Subsequently, several other esteemed elders concurred, their opinions remarkably aligned, seemingly dismissing the heavenly palace as an equal adversary. Upon observing this, Sovereign Tang Shan fell silent for a moment, his brow furrowing in contemplation. However, after but a brief reflection, he resolutely made his decision. "In that case, let us commence the War of Annihilation, utterly subduing the heavenly palace to demonstrate the might of the undying Sacred Land, ensuring that all outside know the heavenly palace has embarked upon a path to demise." Tang Shan's voice resonated powerfully, exuding determination and authority. With the issuance of this command, the elders of the undying Sacred Land immediately sprang into action, swiftly entering a state of intense preparation for battle. They busily and methodically mobilized various resources, readying themselves for the imminent fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, news of the undying Sacred Land's preparations spread like wildfire, the shockwaves of this revelation leaving all in astonishment. Goodness, they are truly going to engage in battle. This is no trivial matter. A war between sacred lands? What monumental grievances must exist for them to resort to such extremes? How terrifying. I must travel to the wasteland to witness this extraordinary battle with my own eyes. Otherwise, my life would be for naught. People buzzed with speculation, filled with both curiosity and trepidation regarding the impending clash of the sacred lands. Across the vast expanse of the eastern domain, countless cultivators found themselves engulfed by an overwhelming sense of curiosity, yearning to witness firsthand the earth-shattering battle that was imminent. Despite their fervent anticipation, none dared to venture deep into the wild continent to observe the clash up close. After all, the scale of such a confrontation was colossal, and the residual force it would unleash could easily obliterate those thrill-seekers who dared to draw near. Thus, these practitioners could only remain at a safe distance, carefully observing the fierce struggle from a vantage point where they could still glimpse the heavenly palace. In stark contrast to the cultivators from the eastern domain, the local practitioners of the wild continent made an entirely different choice. Most of them opted to flee the area, with even those within the heavenly city departing without hesitation. Particularly, the lower-ranked cultivators exerted every ounce of their strength to escape, fearful that any delay might expose them to the devastating repercussions of the impending battle. They understood all too well that once the Sacred Land War erupted, its might would far exceed what they could endure. Consequently, upon the announcement of the Sacred Land War, the cultivators of the wild continent reacted like startled birds, hastily retreating in all directions. "Master, please, just hand me over. I do not wish to bring trouble upon you," Ye Chen implored, kneeling on the ground with a face full of concern. He had been engrossed in his cultivation for the past few days, detached from the outside world. And it was only now, upon concluding his training, that he learned of the sect's intention to confront the undying sacred land on his behalf. Observing Ye Chen's kneeling form, Ye Chen smiled gently, reassuring his disciple, "Do not worry. The undying sacred land is but a minor concern. There is no need for fear." A minor concern? Ye Chen's pupils constricted slightly, pondering when the sacred land had become so undervalued in the eyes of others. However, seeing his master's calm demeanor led him to believe that the heavenly palace possessed its own formidable foundation. After all, how else could they have access to upgrade elixirs devoid of any side effects? Even the Tao Enlightenment tea was awarded by the pound to disciples, a commodity that even the undying sacred land lacked in such quantities. Chapter 61. Departure outside the heavenly palace. As news of the undying sacred land's declaration of war spread, more and more cultivators converged upon the vicinity like sharks sensing blood in the water. These individuals hailed from all corners of the realm, some as lone wolves while others journeyed in groups. Their motivations varied. Some sought merely to witness the spectacle, while others hoped to seize an opportunity amidst the chaos. Regardless of their intentions, they gathered in the desolate mountain range, where the heavenly palace was situated. "Is this truly the territory of the heavenly palace?" One cultivator marveled. "Even the ambient spiritual energy here rivals my ancestors' cultivation grounds." Another echoed in agreement. "Indeed, the last time I visited, this was a barren wasteland. Who could have anticipated that the appearance of the heavenly palace would transform it into a sacred ground for cultivation?" Absolutely. The spiritual energy wafting around here is more potent than what I have encountered in the finest sects. Yet another cultivator exclaimed, "Look at these common spiritual herbs scattered on the ground. They have surpassed the century mark." A monk suddenly pointed at the spiritual herbs on the ground, exclaiming, "These are mine. Do not snatch them." Upon witnessing this, other monks immediately surged forward in a frenzy to seize the herbs. "What a splendid place. Truly a magnificent locale," one monk lamented, expressing his conviction that training here would yield exceptional results. "My friends, I must retreat for a breakthrough. Should the people from the Eternal Life Sanctuary arrive, please remember to call for me." Another monk excitedly informed his companions before eagerly seeking a secluded spot to begin his seclusion and cultivation. Some monks who had arrived early were reveling in the rich spiritual energy, discussing the desolate mountain range as if it had already become their private domain. Although this place was still some distance from the heavenly palace, those who had visited before could already sense the changes in the environment. Some monks even took the opportunity to cultivate, urging their companions not to forget to summon them, fearing they might miss the action should a conflict arise. At that moment, an extraordinary scene suddenly materialized in the void above the heavenly palace. The spectacle was ethereal, evoking astonishment in all who beheld it. The area where the phenomenon occurred radiated with light, dazzling like the sun. Runes flickered within the brilliance, seemingly imbued with boundless secrets and mystical power. What could this mean? Had someone attained enlightenment? Or had another broken through a barrier? The crowd buzzed with curiosity and speculation regarding the unexpected occurrence. However, before they could grasp the situation, a cascade of phenomena began to unfold in the void. Some of these manifestations resembled resplendent fireworks, others appeared as enigmatic whirlpools, and some seemed like ancient runes pulsating with life. More astonishingly, along with these phenomena, a thunderous tribulation descended. Striking bolts of purple lightning tore through the void, accompanied by deafening roars. Yet, at the very moment the tribulation appeared, a colossal, illusory hand descended from the heavens, effortlessly dispersing the lightning. This hand seemed to possess infinite power, rendering the tribulation utterly powerless in its presence. Goodness! Goodness! The onlookers gasped, mesmerized by the scene unfolding before them. What is happening at the Heavenly Palace? Is the phenomenon free of charge? The Heavenly Palace is becoming increasingly mysterious. The crowd was profoundly awestruck by the manifestations at the Heavenly Palace, their hearts swelling with reverence. Yet, they remained unaware that, for the Heavenly Palace, such occurrences were utterly ordinary. To those within the palace, these phenomena and tribulations were hardly remarkable. Only by truly joining the Heavenly Palace could one appreciate its true magnificence. Within the palace, manifestations and tribulations frequently transpired. For instance, an elder or disciple might leisurely savor enlightenment tea, only to suddenly attain insight or even directly break through their realm. Such moments of enlightenment and the phenomena they spawned were commonplace in the Heavenly Palace. The inhabitants of the Celestial Palace have grown accustomed to the extraordinary occurrences, for every disciple within has manifested their own unique phenomena. They now engage in a competition to see who can conjure the most remarkable manifestations, a notion once deemed inconceivable. While those within the sect harbor no concerns, the Xianyunzong and the Great Qin dynasty are filled with trepidation. For instance, upon learning of the undying sacred land's intentions to strike against the Celestial Palace, the new leader of Xianyunzong, Qin Shaoling, hastened through the teleportation array to the Celestial Palace. Upon her arrival, she finally comprehended the reasons behind the presence of the ancestral figure and sect master Su, as well as their willingness to remain. Were it not for the needs of Xianyunzong and the ancestral prohibition, she might have unhesitatingly chosen to stay. After all, the environment here is enchanting, with picturesque scenery that captivates the heart and lingers in the mind. Yet, reality is often unforgiving. Beyond the demands of Xianyunzong and the ancestral decree, other factors hinder her desires. Another piece of news emerged. The Great Qin dynasty had also sent a contingent of formidable warriors to the Celestial Palace, arriving merely half an hour later than those from Xianyunzong. The sudden appearances of these two factions stirred the tranquil surface of the lake, causing ripples of speculation and doubt among the minor forces of the wasteland. This is utterly laughable. Aren't the strongest among them merely saints? In such a fierce battle, their presence is nothing more than cannon fodder. It's tantamount to courting death. Indeed, it seems like a blatant invitation to demise. Their eagerness to rush into danger baffles the mind. Such vassal forces, when their masters are in peril, feel compelled to engage in battle unconditionally. Should they prevail, all is well, but if they falter, they perish alongside their masters. The crowd's reaction to the actions of these two factions was rife with mockery and disdain, deeming them utterly foolish and reckless. However, they could never have anticipated that Xianyunzong and the Great Qin dynasty were not coerced into this venture, but rather came of their own volition. Even more astonishing was the revelation that within the Celestial Palace, these two factions not only encountered no peril, but also thrived in comfort, indulging in lavish feasts while their cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace. Within the undying sacred land, hundreds of warships ascended, making their way toward the Starfall domain. Instantly, their passage captured the attention of countless factions. Look at all those warships. Isn't that the insignia of the undying sacred land? Are they embarking on a mission to annihilate the Celestial Palace? A battle is imminent. We must follow closely. This spectacle cannot be missed. Indeed, many cultivators called upon their friends to accompany them in pursuit of the warships. The undying sacred land, however, paid no mind to the throngs trailing behind. Rather, they slowed their pace as if deliberately waiting for them, signaling to all that they intended to destroy the Celestial Palace. Chapter 62. The Ascendant Emperor for this expedition against the Celestial Palace, aside from leaving a few elders to guard the sacred land, even the Ascendant Emperor ancestor has mobilized. It can be said that the sacred land currently possesses little in terms of formidable warriors. Moreover, the only supreme artifact, the Undying Fan, is carried by the ancestor himself. With such a formidable assembly and equipment, even the early-stage emperors could be encountered. The collective effort to subdue a newly established celestial palace, deploying such a multitude of powerful beings, feels somewhat excessive. Were it not for the intent to instill fear in the wicked, the ancestors and Imperial weapons would not have ventured from their sacred grounds. As for the deployment of so many battleships, it is rumored that the Celestial Palace possesses boundless resources, and they have come to procure supplies. Hundreds of battleships loomed above, suspended in the sky as if time itself had come to a standstill. These colossal vessels resembled moving mountains, their massive hulls exuding a weighty sense of oppression that even altered the hues of heaven and earth. The aged battleships bore the scars of countless fierce encounters, whispering tales of their tumultuous past and the intertwining of history. As the enormous shadows blotted out the sun, the cultivators waiting below could no longer contain their excitement. Erupting in jubilant cries, they VE arrived. Finally, we VE caught up. These immortal battleships are magnificent. Each one must be worth a fortune. Quick, let us ascend and take a closer look. Perhaps we might even glimpse a quasi-emperor or a supreme imperial weapon. In an instant, many cultivators soared into the air like birds, heading straight for the battleships, swiftly reaching an altitude level with the vessels. As they ascended, the scene on the decks of the immortal battleships gradually unfolded before their eyes. There, countless disciples of the sacred land stood tall and imposing, clad in uniform attire, impeccably organized. At the helm of each ship stood either supreme beings or holy kings. Goodness, there are several living supreme beings here, as well as numerous holy kings and sages. Surely, all the powerful entities of the immortal sacred land have emerged. Someone gasped in astonishment. Do you think there might be other concealed powerful beings within the immortal sacred land? If we seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on their stronghold and then swiftly retreat, wouldn't it lead to a great fortune? Another individual suddenly proposed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Don't be delusional. With their protective array, even if you assailed it for a century, you might not breach it. A nearby person promptly doused his enthusiasm with cold reality. At that moment, a sudden gasp rippled through the crowd. Look! Who is that ancient figure surrounded by those powerful beings? As the crowd turned their gaze, they beheld an aged man in black, encircled by numerous elders. The old man appeared extremely frail, as if the weight of time had etched deep lines across his face. His emaciated frame suggesting that a mere gust of wind could topple him, dressed in long black robes that merged seamlessly with his surroundings. He was not easily discernible without careful observation. Black-robed elder, a member of the immortal sacred land. I recognize him. He is the quasi-emperor Xian, who roamed the 9 nether continent 50,000 years ago. This exclamation reverberated through the crowd like a clap of thunder, leaving many in astonishment as they gazed at the powerful figure from another sacred land, whose face reflected disbelief at the revelation. Quasi-emperor? The term spread through the crowd like a pestilence, rapidly igniting a sense of disbelief among the people, whose breaths grew increasingly hurried. A sharp gasp pierced the silence, echoing hauntingly in the still atmosphere. Is it true? Is there really a quasi-emperor in the 9 nether continent? Voices of skepticism arose in a rising chorus, as individuals began to murmur and exchange whispers. Could it be possible for a quasi-emperor to live for so long? Some shook their heads in doubt. For while a quasi-emperor possesses formidable strength, they are not immortal. Their lifespan is inevitably finite. Surely, he must have sequestered himself in the divine source liquid, which can slow the passage of time, proposed one individual, offering a potential explanation that eased the concerns of a few. Nonetheless, many remained utterly speechless, gazing in awe at the enigmatic elder, a surge of ineffable emotion swelling within them. Good heavens! The Holy Land is indeed terrifying, possessing even the resources of a quasi-emperor. No wonder they dare to challenge the heavenly palace, one person remarked, their tone laced with trepidation towards the might of the Holy Land. As the crowd gradually ascended into the sky, the name of the Xian quasi-emperor spread like wildfire among the cultivators. Whether they were familiar with his reputation or entirely oblivious, all were struck by the resonance of his name. In that fleeting moment, the name Xian erupted like a tempest, stirring a considerable uproar. Xian? That name rings a bell. I recall it from ancient texts. Someone exclaimed. It was said that he had lived an unparalleled life, maintaining an unblemished record against powerful adversaries during the early days of the Emperor's era. Truly a legend in his own right. Is he really that formidable? The heavenly palace is surely in dire straits, encountering such a formidable foe. They may be facing inevitable doom. Indeed, the heavenly palace is bound for destruction. After all, not every holy land has a living quasi-emperor at its helm. Especially a newly established one, another added. Perhaps this era will truly become that of the undying Holy Land. Gasps of astonishment and reflections echoed amongst the crowd, as many began to secretly contemplate whether to send their most talented heirs to the undying Holy Land for cultivation after this great battle. For to learn under such a powerful quasi-emperor would undoubtedly lead to boundless achievements. As the fervent discussions unfolded, the denizens of the undying Holy Land commenced their own actions. Xian quasi-emperor sat with an air of ease upon his throne, and with a sudden sweep of his expansive sleeves, an overwhelming aura surged forth like a tidal wave. The supreme beings surrounding him, sensing this formidable presence, quickly recoiled as if avoiding a venomous serpent, not daring to show even a hint of negligence. Gradually, Xian quasi-emperor rose to his feet, his stature instantly transforming into one of towering majesty, as though he stood above the very heavens and earth. He gazed down upon the heavenly palace with cold, piercing eyes that radiated an unparalleled dominance. With a gentle wave of his arm, a resplendent, multicolored feather fan soared from the cabin, hovering gracefully above his head. As the vibrant feather fan made its appearance, the surrounding space seemed to tremble under its radiance. An overwhelming force sweeping in like a cataclysmic tide. The very fabric of the atmosphere began to convulse violently, as if on the verge of shattering. This was the Undying Fan, the paramount artifact of the Undying Sacred Land. Not only did this fan possess the power to annihilate worlds, but it also epitomized the supreme authority and glory of the Undying Sacred Land. Under the command of the Xian Imperial Sovereign, the Undying Fan began to emit a dazzling array of five-colored divine light, surging forth like a relentless tide, relentlessly washing over the void. The void appeared exceedingly fragile in the face of such formidable power, fissures spiderwebbing across it in rapid succession. Witnessing this spectacle, the assembled powerful figures could not help but gasp in awe, their hearts profoundly shaken. They privately mused that should they inadvertently encounter this five-colored divine light, not even a trace of ash would remain, as they would be swiftly consumed by this terrifying force. Amidst the tense yet expectant gazes of the crowd, the Xian Imperial Sovereign suddenly issued a sharp command, break. In an instant, the Undying Fan erupted with 5 resplendent beams of divine light, shooting downward towards the celestial palace like meteors cleaving through the night sky. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers aghast, their faces etched with disbelief as they beheld the 5 beams of divine light. In the blink of an eye, these 5 beams darted through the layers of mist like 5 agile dragons, hurtling towards the celestial palace with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, within the celestial palace, Bai Fuzongzu spoke respectfully. This time, allow me to confront the enemy. I hope you will not contend with me. Before her stood a woman clad in white, the deputy sect leader of the celestial palace, whose strength surpassed that of Yin Shu. Bai Luo Chu smiled gently, waving her hand. Yin Shu, your fighting spirit is commendable. In that case, go forth and meet this adversary. A flicker of excitement flashed in Yin Shu's eyes as she quickly accepted the order, her form vanishing in a swift leap. Though her cultivation had been restored to the realm of the Emperor, she had yet to possess an imperial weapon. The Undying Fan in her opponent's possession piqued her interest significantly, as she had previously encountered the Undying Emperor and was well aware of the fan's might. Particularly, the 5 beams of divine light, upon contact, would not only diminish one's cultivation but also corrode the flesh, rendering defense nearly impossible. Surrounding her, light flowed like water, enveloping her in a brilliant aura. In her grasp, a powerful stream of spiritual energy converged, coalescing into a long sword in the blink of an eye. This sword radiated a resplendent glow, its blade inscribed with shimmering runes resembling the stars in the night sky, exuding a heart-pounding force. At that moment, the 5 beams of divine light roared forth like 5 ferocious dragons, sweeping across the heavens with unparalleled pressure, seemingly intent on tearing the world asunder. The next instant, Yin Shu found herself outside the celestial palace. As Yin Shu appeared, the previously boisterous scene fell into an eerie silence, all eyes drawn irresistibly to her presence. Look, someone has emerged. Is she courting death? This is the 5-color divine light. Should she be struck, her flesh would likely be corroded in an instant, sealing her fate. Is that truly the inner sect elder Yin Shu? Could she possess the strength to contend with a quasi-emperor and the supreme imperial weapon? Many recognized Yin Shu at a glance. After all, there were only a few elders within the heavenly palace, and while their identities may have been somewhat unclear, Yin Shu was distinctly remembered, for she had orchestrated the entire process when the heavenly palace began accepting disciples. Yet, in this moment, Yin Shu stepped forward with an astonishing confidence, braving the terrifying might of the supreme Tao, a sight that left many incredulous. Did she not comprehend the formidable nature of this supreme imperial weapon? The members of the Undying Holy Land, witnessing Yin Shu's reckless bravery, erupted into derisive laughter. Is there truly only one elder of merit in the entire sect? They've sent her to her doom. I wager that the so-called master of the heavenly palace, upon encountering our quasi-emperor ancestor and the supreme imperial weapon, would flee in terror, abandoning all hope. Without the emperor's presence, did she truly believe she could measure herself against us and the supreme imperial weapon? It was akin to striking a stone with an egg, a certain demise. Quasi-emperor Xian scoffed disdainfully, intensifying his power to fully activate the Undying Fan. In an instant, the already turbulent 5-color divine light erupted as if ignited by gunpowder, unleashing a more terrifying wave of energy. This force surged forth with the might to devastate the heavens and the earth, barreling towards Yin Shu. At that moment, all cultivators sensed the overwhelming strength emanating from the divine light. Those nearby felt as if they could be crushed at any moment and hastily retreated. However, at this critical juncture, Yin Shu did not flinch. Rather, a glimmer of excitement flickered in her eyes. With a sudden flourish of her sword, a beam of sword light shot forth like a meteor, colliding directly with the divine light. In an instant, the sword light and divine light clashed with a thunderous roar, filling the air with dazzling sparks, resembling a resplendent fireworks display. The onlookers felt a sharp pain in their eyes, as if scorched by the blinding brilliance, leaving them momentarily dazed. Yet, before they could recover from this stunning spectacle, Yin Shu's figure appeared before Xian like a wraith. She raised her hand and gently grasped the undying fan, as if it were merely an item within her possession. The fan, which had been erupting with ferocity, instantly lost all its power as if it had encountered its nemesis, shrinking rapidly as if its very soul had been drawn away, eventually settling obediently into Yin Shu's grasp. As she regarded the undying fan, her eyes sparkled with uncontainable delight. Meanwhile, the spectators and members of the undying Holy Land, having regained their composure, were left utterly astonished. Behold, everyone! How did the undying fan come into her possession? This is indeed a supreme imperial weapon. How could she so effortlessly grasp it? Who is this Yin Shu? Is she a sovereign, perhaps? Otherwise, how could she casually seize such a formidable imperial artifact? Could it be that this imperial weapon is merely a counterfeit? In that moment, the onlooking cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before them. They found it hard to believe that a living sovereign still existed in this world, preferring instead to entertain the notion that the imperial weapon was a sham. Even the elders from the undying Holy Land stood in utter astonishment, unable to comprehend why their ancestor would bestow an imperial weapon upon the heavenly palace. The crowd exchanged perplexed glances, their faces etched with skepticism, and ultimately, their gaze fell upon the ascendant Emperor Xian, for it was he who currently wielded the imperial artifact. Ancestor, why did you give the imperial weapon to them? Ancestor, swiftly take action to eliminate her. Ancestor, this is our undying Holy Land's imperial weapon. Bring it back. Faced with the elders' inquiries, Xian was nearly choked with rage, his countenance darkening in an instant as he bellowed uncontrollably. You incessantly shout and fuss. Do you think I am unaware that this weapon belongs to us? Am I to simply gift it away? Have you all lost your senses? It has been seized from me, and I cannot retrieve it. A collective shock coursed through the crowd, their astonishment palpable. How could the opponent possess such power without their awareness? For heaven's sake, stop dawdling. Join me in reclaiming the imperial weapon. Xian urgently urged once more. Chapter 64. Who dares to challenge me? With a fierce shout, the elders dared not delay even a moment longer. They unleashed their full might, directing their efforts towards the undying fan in a desperate attempt to summon it back. Yet, no matter how fervently they tried, the undying fan merely quivered slightly, refusing to return to their grasp as they had hoped. Upon witnessing this, Xian felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. He pondered deeply. What was the mystery behind the undying fan? Why was it so difficult to summon back? However, before he could muster his strength again, Yin Shu suddenly let out a light laugh, proclaiming, "Once it enters my pocket, it belongs to me." As her words faded, she raised her hand and gently swept it, instantly severing the connection between the undying fan and the undying Holy Land as if cut by a razor-sharp sword. Oh no! The link to the imperial weapon has vanished. Me too. The members of the undying Holy Land gasped in alarm, taken aback by how effortlessly Yin Shu had severed their bond with the undying fan. Having finally obtained this supreme imperial weapon, she had no intention of relinquishing it. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, she commenced a secondary refinement of the undying fan. Her hands deftly executed intricate gestures, and waves of profound energy surged forth from within her, flowing into the undying fan like an unstoppable torrent. The ethereal essence swiftly coursed through the undying fan, instantly enveloping its original aura and transforming it into a weapon uniquely belonging to Yin Shu. Meanwhile, the denizens of the undying Holy Land, after considerable effort, found themselves unable to re-establish a connection with the undying fan, regardless of their exertions. Their expressions darkened, filled with anxiety. They were acutely aware that their adversary possessed the strength of a quasi-emperor and had the means to manipulate imperial weapons. They had underestimated the situation. The imperial weapon must not be lost. It was imperative that they reclaim it. Indeed, how could they face the ancestors of the Holy Land otherwise? This was a disgrace for the undying Holy Land. The crowd could only look anxiously at the quasi-emperor Xian, fully understanding that only he could salvage this dire predicament. Quasi-emperor Xian was keenly aware of their expectations. He cast a deep gaze downward and resolutely ascended into the air. His figure appeared diminutive amidst the vastness, yet simultaneously grand, as if he bore the hopes of the entire undying Holy Land upon his shoulders. He understood that his mission was to safeguard the Holy Land, And now was the moment to fulfill his duty and demonstrate his might. Standing proudly in the sky, his aura was as formidable as a mountain, rendering it difficult for others to gaze directly upon him. His eyes blazed like torches, sweeping over the gathered multitude below, seemingly locking eyes with each individual. The elders below appeared to sense the poignant atmosphere, kneeling in unison and calling out, "Ancestor." Their voices echoed through the heavens and the earth, imbued with reverence and reluctance. This mournful and resonant cry intertwined in the air, and quasi-emperor Xianzong, hearing these heartfelt exclamations, felt a wave of emotions surge within him. He glanced back, and memories of his youth flooded his mind, when he was vigorous and triumphant, sweeping across the continent, overpowering a generation of prodigies, and becoming the focal point of admiration. That era was his glorious epoch, a time when he roamed unchallenged, invincible. Now, as time flowed relentlessly and the years slipped by, he realized that this age was no longer his. Upon this realization, a wave of desolation surged within him. His figure seemed to freeze in time, suspended in the air. Opposite the distant Yinshu, he understood that for someone to so effortlessly seize the imperial weapon and audaciously declare themselves as the emperor, she must at the very least be a quasi-emperor, likely at her peak. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he knew that the outcome of this battle might only lead to death. Yet, he felt no inclination to retreat. Despite being fully aware of the arduous and perilous road ahead, even if it might lead to his demise, he charged forward with unwavering resolve. In that moment, he felt as if he had returned to his youthful vigor, the pinnacle of invincibility, triumphant in every battle. That fervent ambition surged within him once more, compelling him to unleash a defiant roar into the vast expanse. "Who in this world dares to contend with me?" This roar reverberated like thunder, echoing through the heavens and earth, stirring the hearts of all who heard it. A chilling aura of terror surged forth like a tempest, rapidly spreading in all directions. Its might as overwhelming as the collapse of the heavens, instilling fear in the hearts of countless cultivators. In an instant, he vanished, transforming into a streak of light, hurtling towards Yinshu with a speed akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, determined to reclaim the supreme imperial weapon. However, a subtle smile graced Yinshu's lips as she gently waved the fan in her hand, seemingly dismissing the presence of the Xuanzong quasi-emperor. "Let me show you the true power of this undying fan," she murmured softly. Her voice, though barely audible, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. As her words fell, she flicked her wrist, and the fan swept through the air, unleashing 5 resplendent beams of divine light that shot forth like arrows, aimed directly at the Xuanzong quasi-emperor. These beams traveled with astonishing speed, catching up to him in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the Xuanzong quasi-emperor was enveloped by the aura of the supreme imperial weapon, leaving him unable to evade the oncoming attack. Overcome with dread, he unleashed his most terrifying divine ability, exerting every ounce of strength to escape this peril. Despite being in the twilight of his life, with a few hundred years still ahead, he was unwilling to relinquish his existence so easily. Yet, even as the Xuanzong quasi-emperor reached his utmost velocity, the 5 beams of divine light pursued him relentlessly, akin to maggots clinging to flesh. In mere moments, they struck his back with a resounding crash, causing the void to tremble violently, as if the very world quaked in that instant. The Xuanzong quasi-emperor, as if struck by an immense force, crumbled like clay underwater, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered through the air. In his final moments, he could not comprehend why, despite both being quasi-emperors, Yinshu's prowess surpassed his own. Moreover, this was his own undying sacred land's supreme imperial weapon. Could it truly have turned against him? Unbeknownst to him, the undying fan was under Yinshu's control, wielded with the might of an emperor, though she had not revealed her true power. The onlookers, unaware of this, presumed Yinshu to be merely another quasi-emperor, just like the Xuanzong quasi-emperor. Witnessing the scene unfold, the crowd was left in utter shock. What? He just died? How could the opponent withstand it so effortlessly while our ancestor could not? Is this imperial weapon truly that formidable? Ancestor, what a tragic end you have met. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. The members of the undying sacred land were engulfed in panic, losing the joviality they had once possessed. All that remained was an overwhelming sense of dread. Quick, turn back. Can you even wield this? If not, step aside and let me take charge. We must flee. Our ancestor is gone. The imperial weapon is lost. The sacred land is doomed. Chapter 65. One man's annihilation of a sacred landum? A voice resounded with an icy disdain, filled with authority. What place do you think the heavenly palace is? You think you can come and go as you please? This inquiry reverberated like a thunderous bell, causing discomfort in the ears of all present. Perhaps that old fool prefers solitude. Why not accompany him? As the words lingered in the air, two swift sounds pierced the silence. The undying fan seemed to be imbued with life, whirling rapidly, its surface shimmering with dazzling divine light, hurtling towards the assembly at the undying Holy Land. "Quick, activate the formation," someone shouted in terror, their voice laced with despair and helplessness. "What are you doing? Are you paralyzed with fear?" Another voice roared, attempting to rouse those shrouded in dread. "You useless fools. Block it for me." Someone else bellowed in rage, but all was already too late. In an instant, the divine light emitted by the undying fan cascaded down like raindrops, crashing violently against the hastily erected energy shields. The once formidable barriers crumbled under the onslaught, proving as fragile as mere paper. In the blink of an eye, they were engulfed. Under the rampage of the divine light, these once majestic warships disintegrated into dust, scattering into the void. The scene turned eerily quiet. The spectators, who had been chattering and pointing moments before, now stood as if frozen in time, mouths agape, yet unable to utter a sound. Even the sound of their swallowing echoed sharply in the oppressive silence, as if the entire world had been reduced to that singular noise. Who could have imagined that this legendary supreme weapon possessed such overwhelming might? So many sovereigns and sages found themselves utterly powerless before it, unable to mount even a semblance of resistance. The crowd dared not even breathe, fearful that the sound of their inhalations might provoke Yin Shu's ire. Yin Shu merely cast a casual glance over the throng, yet that gaze plunged them into a chilling abyss, sending shivers down their spines. Her eyes were cold and merciless, akin to a reaper from the depths of hell, instilling a profound dread. The onlookers felt as though they had become the targets of death itself, their hair standing on end, beads of cold sweat trickling down their backs. However, Yin Shu paid little heed to these spectators. Her gaze traversed the crowd, resting upon the void before her. With a gentle wave of her right hand, a spatial passageway materialized in the air. This portal appeared as a dark fissure, unfathomable in depth, exuding an aura of mystery and immense power. At the far end of the passage, the silhouette of the undying Holy Land could be discerned. It was an imposing cluster of architecture, pavilions and towers arranged in harmonious disarray, evoking a sense of solemnity. Yet, the undying Holy Land now seemed eerily silent, devoid of any vitality. Witnessing this scene, the gathered cultivators grew tense, their heartbeats quickening involuntarily. They gazed wide-eyed at the spatial passage, their hearts brimming with shock and fear. Goodness, the mastery of space is extraordinary. It can traverse tens of thousands of miles. If she strikes from the heavenly palace, she could annihilate our entire faction. Do you think the recent downfall of the three major sects was orchestrated by the heavenly palace? It's possible. The last incident was only a short distance away. Not even half as far. The astonished gasps of the crowd echoed through the air, utterly captivated by the formidable prowess exhibited by Yin Shu. Her voice resonated through the spatial conduit, reverberating within the undying sacred land. The undying sacred land's incursion into the celestial palace was to be extinguished this very day. Though her tone was not loud, it penetrated the ears of every individual with crystalline clarity. The voice was frigid, devoid of any hesitation or compassion, akin to a judgment from the depths of hell, sending shivers down spines. At that instant, the inhabitants of the undying sacred land seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, collectively raising their gazes toward the vast expanse of the sky. "What on earth is happening?" someone murmured softly, a look of skepticism etched upon their face. "Could it be that the celestial palace has arrived?" Another speculated, tension lacing their voice. "Surely not. With our esteemed emperor ancestor presiding and the ultimate imperial weapon in our possession, how could we possibly fail?" Yet another voiced their doubts, seemingly incredulous at the prospect. In an instant, a cacophony of conjectures and discussions erupted among the throng, their hearts brimming with uncertainty. They could not fathom that their ancestors, armed with the ultimate imperial weapon, could be vanquished. Surely, it must be some sort of prank. Soon, the remaining powerful figures ascended into the sky, eager to discover the source of the voice. If they could locate it, there would be dire consequences. However, no sooner had they taken flight than a fan suddenly materialized above the undying sacred land. Is that the undying fan? How could it appear out of nowhere? Where are the ancestors? Just as confusion reigned, an elder tasked with guarding the soul tablets hurried over in a fluster. "All the soul tablets of the Holy Master have shattered." Boom. This revelation instantly resonated in the minds of all present. Before they could fully process this news, the undying fan erupted in a brilliant blaze, wreaking havoc across the entire undying sacred land. In a single strike, the inhabitants were reduced to mere dust. Even the sacred land itself lay in ruins, with only a few structures remaining. Had it not been for deliberate restraint, the entire place would have been reduced to ashes. Yin Shu conjured a colossal hand, reaching forth to grasp the sect's treasury, uprooting it along with the underlying spiritual veins and various resources, all vanishing into the void. Although the sect was not lacking in resources, when they are forcibly bestowed upon you, there is little one can do. Even retrieving a few items for personal use would be advantageous. In an instant, the explosive sounds from the undying sacred land reverberated outward. Nearby factions hastily approached, and upon witnessing the aftermath of destruction, disbelief washed over them. This is the undying sacred land, isn't it? I must be mistaken. The undying sacred land has been obliterated? Quickly, let us see if there is anything of value. Finding just one item could lead to fortune. Hurry. Spread the news of the undying sacred land's possible annihilation by the celestial palace. In a heartbeat, the news of the undying sacred land's demise at the hands of the celestial palace swiftly spread. All who heard this information were left in a state of shock. Outside the celestial palace, Yunshu casually discarded the resources from the undying sacred land at the foot of the celestial mountain, stowed the undying fan within her dantian, and proceeded to report to the sect leader. Meanwhile, those outside, observing the slowly closing spatial conduit, began to grasp the unfolding reality. A sacred land has been effortlessly obliterated? The crowd felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Historically, there had been battles among sacred lands, and even in victory, they emerged battered and bruised. Yet, here was a single individual who had vanquished an entire sacred land. At this moment, the onlookers were enveloped in profound reverence towards the heavenly palace. Some smaller factions, previously harboring grievances over the heavenly palace disciples' actions against their own, now abandoned any thought of rebellion, paralyzed by fear and the dampness of their trousers. Indeed, the new generation has surpassed the old. No sacred land can lead an era. Chapter 66. The Outer Sect Competition. Strike at will, unafraid of life and death. In that fleeting moment, even the spies from other sacred lands felt a tremor within their hearts. They were acutely aware of the strength of the sacred lands. Yet when compared to the heavenly palace, there might seem trivial. Swiftly, they must report to the glazed Saint Master that the Starfall domain has undergone a seismic shift. The heavenly palace is the true sovereign, and he should abandon any misguided aspirations for its resources. To have so effortlessly eradicated a sacred land, executed by merely a grand elder, one can only imagine how terrifying the strength of the sect leader must be. It is likely that within the 9 nether continent, no power surpasses that of the heavenly palace. Before long, those who had merely come to spectate hastily vacated the sphere of influence of the heavenly palace. As news spread like wildfire, all sacred lands and ancient forces gasped in astonishment. They quickly cautioned their disciples to avoid provoking anyone clad in heavenly palace attire, advising them to keep as far away as possible. Meanwhile, numerous cultivators who had fled the wilderness region out of fear returned upon learning of the heavenly palace's triumph. With various factions issuing directives, the reputation of the heavenly palace burgeoned throughout the Starfall and eastern domains. Unexpectedly, in an era where the emperor remained hidden, a sacred land as formidable as the heavenly palace had emerged. Presently, the mightiest sect in the eastern and Starfall domains is none other than the heavenly palace. Hurry, let us pay homage to the supreme sect. What? Someone has already set out? No, I cannot lag behind. Ancestor. Huh. The entrance to the ancestors' retreat has been opened? A note. I have gone to pay homage to the supreme sect. Do not worry about me. Quickly, announce that from now on, we are but hounds of the heavenly palace, severing all ties with the undying sacred land, and expel that rebellious scion. He is no kin of the Chen clan. Countless forces and loose cultivators across the Starfall and eastern domains hastened towards the heavenly palace. Some sought to become familiar faces, while others sought a solid foundation. Unquestionably, they all aimed to witness the dominion of the two realms, the heavenly palace. At this moment, within the heavenly palace, no one would have anticipated that merely annihilating an undying sacred land would elevate it to the status of the foremost sect in the Starfall and eastern domains, drawing others to pay their respects and curry favor. However, as time passed, today coincidentally marked the day of the heavenly palace's inaugural outer sect competition. The disciples were not particularly interested in the happenings beyond their domain. What they cared most about was whether they could showcase their prowess today and catch the attention of the sect elders or the sect master for guidance. In the square, there existed a massive platform suspended in midair, crafted from various rare metals by an inner sect elder. Even those at the pinnacle of the semi-emperor realm could not inflict a scratch upon it, making it an ideal battleground. At this moment, the outer disciples had already entered the arena, each claiming a spot and settling down with their own stools. In their hands, they held an assortment of spiritual fruits distributed by the heavenly palace, which they had collected from the sect's affairs office before their arrival. All the elders had taken their designated seats, and even the supporting sect master of the Xianin sect and the formidable figures from the Great Qin dynasty were among them. They gazed at the Enlightenment tea before them, their eyes gleaming with desire. These past few days, their water had been divine source water, and their tea, Enlightenment tea. One could achieve a new realm and a new understanding each day. At the elder's side, the Sect master of Xianin called out, "Is there no need to guard the gate today? How generous of you, Sect master. My cultivation is on the verge of reaching the peak of the sage realm." This was a dream he had never dared to entertain. "Ha ha, elder, I have stood watch for so long, yet I have never seen you come to offer assistance." He replied, "Cough, cough. Elder, I simply feared I would usurp your position," she confessed. Though she had become so enamored with her new surroundings upon arriving at the heavenly palace that she had almost forgotten that her elder was merely a menial elder of the heavenly palace. Had she not just seen him, she might have completely overlooked it. "Yin Shu, Elder Danimo has arrived." The crowd quickly rose to pay their respects. One was the grand elder of the inner sect, and the other was a master alchemist deeply engrossed in his craft, producing pills in such abundance that they were nearing the point of overflow. Vice Sect Master Bai has also arrived. The crowd once again bowed in reverence. He was the second strongest in the heavenly palace, typically reclusive, only emerging for significant events. At that moment, the outer disciples began to trickle in. Ye Chen suddenly appeared at his seat, flanked by two individuals, one on each side, resembling formidable guardians. Apart from Ye Chen, who was currently in seclusion to break through. Everyone else had arrived. "Let us commence," Ye Chen instructed. "Understood," Yun Shu replied with a fist salute, then turned to face the combat platform below, proclaiming loudly, "In this competition, you may unleash your full strength without concern for injury or even death, with the Sect Master present, even if your soul remains. You shall be granted a new body. The competition will cease only when 10 of you remain. Do you understand?" Her voice resonated throughout the square, clear and penetrating every disciple's ears. She then produced several thousand bottles of elixirs, placing them nearby, ready for assistance. The disciples, filled with excitement, shouted their understanding. The vast platform was ample for their battles, and the disciples surged into the air, each flying in different directions. All began to remain cautious of those around them, though some grouped together while others ventured alone. Upon landing, some found themselves besieged by 4 or 5 adversaries. Yet, they were not to be trifled with. One targeted an opponent, striking fiercely, determined to take at least one down with him, even if it meant sacrificing half his own body. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, a disciple exclaimed in frustration, "5 individuals, and yet you neglect defense, relentlessly pursuing me. Have you lost your senses? Indeed, I have forsaken my caution. If I cannot secure a ranking today, then neither shall you." Some disciples stood at the edge of the platform, fending off ambushes from those behind, while simultaneously intercepting others attempting to ascend from below. After all, with fewer competitors, their chances of attaining a higher rank would increase. "Old gal, we are brothers. Please, cease this," implored a cousin. "If you descend, I might improve my position. I apologize." "Ah, you remember this." In an instant, disciples surged upward while others continuously fell from above. Each disciple who plummeted possessed a pill capable of healing even the gravest of wounds. Remarkably, even those who had lost half their bodies saw their flesh regenerate. Witnessing this spectacle, those who had been besieged began to emulate the fallen. Whoever instigated the assault became the target of their collective ire. They disregarded outside attacks, focusing solely on one adversary, determined to drag them down together. Some lost arms, others their feet, and some even their heads. Had it not been known that this was merely the outer sect competition, one might have thought a vendetta from a rival faction had ensued. Years later, a saying would echo throughout the Jiyo continent, leaving many convinced. Those from the heavenly palace fear not death, and they seem impervious to harm, as if they possessed an inexhaustible supply of elixirs for rapid recovery. Chapter 67. 3 against 7, the advantage is mine? The battle raged on fiercely, with 500 to 600 individuals remaining on the platform, each exerting themselves to showcase their prowess and skills. The cacophony of battle cries and howls resonated, as various supernatural abilities collided, painting a vivid yet brutal tableau. Fight! The long rainbow pierces the sun. Indestructible Vajra technique. Mysterious wind body technique. Golden thunder spell. In an instant, the platform was filled with an array of formidable supernatural powers, clashing with dazzling brilliance, overwhelming the senses. Yet, even amidst such ferocity, not a single disciple faltered or uttered words of surrender. They gritted their teeth, enduring the onslaught with unwavering resolve, even if their condition became unbearable. Some disciples, having been cast off the platform, could only pound their chests in despair, lamenting their lack of strength or unfortunate circumstances of being beset by multiple foes. From the main seat, Ye Chen surveyed the disciples. His presence seemed to cast an invisible weight upon the battlefield. Despite the intensity of combat, The disciples remained acutely aware of Ye Chen, their focus unwavering. Upon realizing they were under the scrutiny of their patriarch, they exerted themselves even more vigorously, yearning for his approval. At that moment, a piercing sword light surged into the sky, akin to lightning illuminating the night, instantly overshadowing the surrounding brilliance of supernatural abilities. The wielder of this sword light was a young disciple, his gaze as steadfast as granite, his posture as upright as a green pine. As he wielded his long sword, it danced like a dragon emerging from the sea, exuding an overwhelming majesty. The brilliance of his sword light swept through the arena, effortlessly dismantling the attacks of the other disciples, akin to fragile blossoms ravaged by a tempest. At that moment, another disciple, akin to a spectral apparition, unleashed a peculiar shadow technique. His form dissipated like mist, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye, as though he had never existed. As the onlookers stood in astonishment, phantoms emerged from all directions, rushing toward the swordsman with the ferocity of a tempest. These shadows moved with astonishing speed, their onslaught relentless, leaving no room for evasion. Yet, in the face of such fierce assault, the swordsman remained remarkably composed. His eyes gently closed, he gripped the hilt of his sword firmly, and a radiant golden aura enveloped him, resembling a protective shield. When the shadows collided with the golden light, a crisp sound rang out, reminiscent of steel striking steel. The golden luminescence stood resolute as a rock, repelling all shadows without a single flaw. The onlookers, comprising the less experienced disciples, were instantly stirred, their fervor ignited by the spectacle, cheers and applause echoing throughout the square. They were awestruck by the intensity of the battle and the remarkable skills displayed by the disciples. Ye Chen subtly nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction with their performance. He recognized their diligence and their calm determination in the face of formidable adversaries. As time passed, the conflict intensified. Some fought fiercely enough to send opponents flying, while others, even if overmatched, resorted to self-detonating their weapons. There were those capable of summoning thunder to unleash indiscriminate attacks upon all present. Gradually, only 10 contenders remained on the stage, some paired up in 3s and 2s, while others stood solitary, yet all maintained a respectful distance from one another, as if each were an isolated island, undisturbed by the others. The ability of these individuals to rise above thousands bore testament to their exceptional skills and strength. Upon witnessing the remaining 10 contestants, Ye Chen nodded approvingly. Even when faced with the precipice of life and death, none uttered the word surrender. The eliminated disciples, despite their fierce struggles on stage, where life and death hung in the balance, immediately returned to their amicable demeanor once the contest concluded, harboring no resentment from the earlier clash. This exemplified the noble demeanor and character expected of the disciples of the heavenly palace. They were merciless to their foes, yet equally unyielding towards themselves. At this moment, one disciple stood resolute on stage, his left arm broken, yet he clutched his long sword firmly with his right hand, unwavering as he continued the contest. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now down to the final 10. Among them, the greatest threat loomed from the one capable of summoning thunder, known as Lei Xiao, alongside the valiant Ye Chen, who, despite wielding his sword with only his left hand, remained fearless, and the elusive Ing Heng, who seemed to meld seamlessly into the shadows. The speaker surveyed the surroundings, his sharp gaze sweeping over each individual present. If we aspire to break into the top 3 ranks, we must unite and collectively confront these 3 formidable foes. Otherwise, we may regrettably find ourselves halted within the top 10. What do you all think? No sooner had he finished speaking than someone responded loudly. I concur. Let us first join forces to eliminate those 3, and then we shall contend for the top 3 positions. I agree. Count me in. In an instant, the 7 responded in unison, their opinions surprisingly aligned. Having reached a consensus, they swiftly took action without hesitation, charging towards Lei Xiao, Ye Chen, and Ing Heng like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. It seems they intend to join forces against the 3 of us. Confronted with the onslaught, Lei Xiao's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. He swiftly formed hand seals, and the clear blue sky was abruptly shrouded by ominous clouds. In the blink of an eye, thick bolts of lightning surged forth, striking the assailants with the ferocity of a constricting serpent. Meanwhile, although Ye Chen had lost his left hand, his spirit remained undiminished. He wielded his sword single-handedly, facing several attackers head-on, his strikes sharp and relentless, akin to a torrential storm, leaving them utterly defenseless. As he advanced, the assailants were forced back, unable to withstand his brilliance. In the shadows, Ing Heng moved like a specter, seamlessly blending into the darkness. He navigated through the crowd with grace, launching sudden ambushes and then vanishing without a trace, leaving his opponents bewildered and unable to defend themselves. Despite their numerical advantage, the attackers found themselves at a disadvantage against the overwhelming strength of the trio, struggling to gain the upper hand. God of Thunder descends. Lei Xiao bellowed, brandishing his spear, as arcs of lightning surged around him, and a phantom composed of electricity materialized behind him. This electric apparition charged into the throng, its thunderous force sweeping over the assailants. In an instant, cries of agony erupted as several attackers were struck by the lightning, hurtling backward, their bodies charred and energy depleted. "Retreat, quickly!" an attacker shouted, urgency lacing his voice. Just then, a shriek pierced the air, as one individual fell victim to a devastating blow. Seizing the moment of chaos, Li Liangshan flicked his sword, transforming it into a glimmering arc, and like a flash of lightning, he thrust it towards an assailant's throat. The attacker, caught off guard by Li Liangshan's sudden strike amidst the turmoil, was momentarily paralyzed with shock. He hastily raised his sword to defend, but the force of Li Liangshan's attack was overwhelming. With a resounding clang, his weapon was violently knocked aside. Without losing momentum, Li Liangshan's blade surged forward like a venomous serpent, piercing directly into the assailant's chest. The attacker staggered back, shaken by the fierce blow. Simultaneously, Ing Hang's figure flitted through the shadows like a wraith, continuously moving with remarkable speed. His movements were extraordinarily swift, rendering his true position almost impossible to discern. Suddenly, Ing Hang appeared behind one of the assailants like a specter. The attacker had yet to sense Ing Hang's presence when a sharp pain struck his back. The dagger in Ing Hang's hand pierced the assailant's back with the ferocity of a lightning bolt. The attacker could barely emit a cry before collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic melee of 10 had determined its top 3 contenders. Li Liangshan, Lei Xiao, and Ing Hang exchanged glances, and Lei Xiao suddenly spoke up. "Do you still wish to fight, or shall you come at me together?" His voice was icy, exuding an air of formidable confidence, as if victory was already within his grasp. Ing Hang's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied, "I shall not contend for first or second. Third is quite satisfactory. You may continue your duel." His tone was casual, seemingly unfazed by the battle. Yet, deep down, Ing Hang understood that he was likely no match for either of them. The onlooking disciples were abuzz with excitement. Senior Lei Xiao's Thunder God descent is simply magnificent. I tried to learn that technique, but mine merely conjures a small thunderball with little power. Master Ing Hang appears and vanishes like a wraith. I wish to learn that too. I still prefer Li Liangshan as a sword cultivator. How splendid he looks wielding a sword that brings frost to 14 states. The disciples fantasized as if they were the ones on the stage. "We shall determine the victor with a single strike," Lei Xiao declared, his expression as solemn as water, his voice deep and resonant. "Agreed," Li Liangshan replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. The moment their words fell, their auras surged like a volcanic eruption, rapidly intensifying. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to solidify under the weight of their formidable presence, creating an invisible barrier that separated them from the outside world. "Thunder God is upon me," Lei Xiao roared, his body quaking as he was enveloped in dazzling lightning. These bolts danced like silver serpents, crackling with sound, making him appear as a thunder god descended from the heavens, exuding immense power. At that moment, the spear in his hand was invigorated by the lightning, its tip shimmering with blue arcs, emanating a heart-stopping aura. With a swift motion of his arm, Lei Xiao thrust the spear forward like a flash of lightning, unleashing a thick bolt of lightning that soared like a dragon, charged with a cataclysmic force, directly aimed at Li Liangshan. Yet, Li Liangshan showed no fear in the face of such a formidable assault. He bellowed, a sword to cleave the heavens. As his voice resonated, he swung his sword with great vigor, unleashing a fierce sword energy. This surge of energy soared forth like a rainbow piercing the sun, brimming with an endless sharpness, directly meeting the thick bolt of lightning. A tremendous roar echoed as sword energy collided with lightning, erupting in a blinding flash of light. This radiance was as dazzling as the sun, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. In the moment when the brilliance erupted, Li Liangshan's sword shone with a dazzling radiance, transforming him into a streak of sword light that surged towards Lei Xiao with the speed of a bolt. Upon witnessing this, Lei Xiao let out a furious roar, causing the surrounding lightning to surge violently around him. These bolts of electricity intertwined and coalesced into a colossal sphere of thunder, enveloping him completely. With a thunderous boom, the sound reverberated, causing the ears of the onlooking disciples to ache, and some of the weaker ones were sent staggering backward by the shockwave. As the light gradually faded, the onlookers focused their gaze, revealing Lei Xiao bracing himself against the ground, a ghastly wound visible on his chest, blood gushing forth from the injury. Li Liangshan, on the other hand, knelt on one knee, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Both combatants were injured, Yet the victor was clear. Struggling to rise, Lei Xiao, despite the bitterness in his eyes, clasped his hands in acknowledgement, saying, I concede, Li Liangshan, your strength is indeed superior. Li Liangshan rose as well, returning the gesture. I appreciate your sportsmanship. Brother Lei is also formidable. At that moment, Ing Hung approached with a smile, stating, both of you were exceptional. This victory rightfully belongs to Brother Li. The surrounding disciples erupted in enthusiastic applause, cheering for the thrilling battle. Senior Brother Li is truly remarkable. That sword strike was utterly invincible. Indeed, Brother Lei is not to be underestimated. This contest was exhilarating. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Elder Lin Tian ascended the platform, distributing pills to everyone. Thank you, Elder Lin. The disciples quickly consumed the pills, recovering from their injuries. Within moments, not only had their wounds healed, but even severed limbs were restored to their original state. Their reckless determination in battle was undoubtedly fueled by the presence of the Sect Master. Now, as they glanced towards Sect Master Ye Chen, who offered them a warm smile and a nod, they felt that all their efforts were worthwhile. Soon, Elder Lin Tian announced, in this competition, the 10th place goes to Li Gang. Disciple present. Li Gang trembled as he stepped forward to receive his award, barely able to contain his excitement. He had never imagined he could stand out among thousands. 9th place, Su Qing. Disciple present. A girl, around 18 or 19, approached Lin Tian, standing tall and bowing respectfully. The eliminated disciples looked on with envy, especially the one who finished 11th, wishing fervently that it could have been them up there. Ing Hung took 3rd place. Lei Xiao 2nd, and Li Liangshan claimed the 1st. May you all continue to strive forward and uphold the honor of the Heavenly Palace. Yes, we will remember your words. The disciples clasped their fists in response, while the onlooking disciples brimmed with envy, silently vowing to emulate their example and train diligently. Chapter 69. Renowned figures visit the Heavenly Palace? Observing the solitary figure of the elder in charge of the miscellaneous disciples, Ye Chen suddenly realized that there seemed to be a lack of such elders. Contemplating to himself, he pondered that it might be time to recruit additional miscellaneous elders to ensure more effective management. As he pondered, a voice suddenly resonated beside him. Master, there are several individuals outside the sect who claim to be from the superpowers of the eastern region. They wish to pay a visit to our Heavenly Palace. Bai Luochu softly conveyed to Ye Chen as she approached. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen felt a flicker of surprise. Superpowers from the eastern region? What could have prompted their unexpected visit to the Heavenly Palace? Oh, a visit? How intriguing. A faint smile graced Ye Chen's lips. In that case, let them in. Seeing the master nod in consent, Bai Luochu promptly turned and instructed Elder Lin Tian to escort the visitors into the Heavenly Palace. Upon reaching the sect's entrance, Lin Tian discovered that several members from prominent superfamilies had also arrived, all of whom were peak Saint Kings. He sent a message, Deputy Master. The guests have been successfully received. There are not only those from the eastern region, but also forces from our Starfall domain. Lin Tian provided a brief report. Upon receiving this news, Bai Luochu dared not delay and immediately relayed the information to Ye Chen. Upon hearing it, Ye Chen felt a surge of curiosity. Why were so many guests visiting simultaneously, and why did they all bring gifts? After a moment of contemplation, he utilized his divine sense to probe the situation of these visitors. To his astonishment, he found that there was quite a number. Let them in. Outside the Heavenly Palace, while the guests awaited, another group of visiting forces arrived. These factions hailed either from the Starfall domain or the eastern region. In a short span of time, more than a dozen superpowers had gathered at the gates of the Heavenly Palace, their numbers considerable. Each of these factions was undeniably a superpower in its own right. However, despite their status as regional dominators, they seemed rather inconsequential when compared to the Heavenly Palace, which had emerged as the foremost sect in both the Starfall domain and the eastern region, its strength surpassing that of other sacred lands. In reality, none of these factions possessed a true supreme powerhouse among them. Their classification as superpowers was merely a result of wielding means capable of contending with supreme beings, allowing them to precariously enter this echelon. Their visit to the Heavenly Palace was primarily aimed at familiarizing themselves, but more importantly, they sought to become affiliated with the Heavenly Palace. Given the current stature and strength of the Heavenly Palace, aligning with them would be akin to securing a powerful ally. Anyone considering an affront against them would have to think twice. Even sacred lands would tread carefully. Why has the Heavenly Palace not yet responded to us? Is it possible they look down upon us, considering their evident strength? One of them lamented, I hope the Heavenly Palace will deign to see us. It would be preferable to avoid any offense in the future. Another sighed, regrettably, we overlooked the opportunity to have our disciples accepted by the Heavenly Palace, instead sending our talents to the undying sacred land. Now, those gifted disciples have turned to ashes. as the numerous factions anxiously awaited at the foot of the heavenly palace. Even with the gates wide open, they dared not cross the threshold. Should they be perceived as intruders, the consequences would be dire. After a prolonged wait, one of them finally spoke up. Elder Lin, this is but a small token of our appreciation. May I inquire when we might have the honor of visiting? Indeed. Elder Lin, we have crossed paths before, and here we are, each one of us bowing and scraping before Lin Tian, offering trinkets. Yet, Lin Tian merely cast a glance and declined their offerings. In times past, such items would have been considered rare treasures, but now, with his elevated perspective, he finds them unworthy. Furthermore, how could the sect harbor corrupt individuals? One must first govern oneself. Take these back. Do not think to bribe me. Whether the esteemed sect leader receives you is beyond my purview. Follow me instead. Lin Tian felt a quiet joy in his heart. He recognized several of these individuals had once regarded him with disdain. Who could have anticipated that they would now approach him with such reverence? Ah, yes, our apologies. Indeed, we should not conduct ourselves as we do in the outside world. What? The sect leader has consented? Hee, I must admit, I feel somewhat anxious. Reminiscent of my earlier encounters with my master. Suddenly, everyone present felt a shiver, a mix of tension and excitement. After all, any elder capable of annihilating a sacred ground with a mere thought would surely inspire awe. How much more so the sect leader? With trepidation, they followed closely behind Lin Tian. This, what was once mere rumor, now proven true. The spiritual energy is abundant, and a mist of vitality envelopes the air. The weeds lining the path are of medicinal quality, and the stones beneath their feet are indeed of imperial grade, more extravagant than the tale suggested. My word, I feel as though my very cultivation is loosening in this place. To see is to believe. The environment here surpasses even that of my secluded retreat. I wonder if the Celestial Palace still accepts new members. I, an old man, wish to contribute to its glory. Look at these structures. A subtle pulse emanates from them, causing my heart to race. What on earth is this? The group followed Lin Tian cautiously, careful not to trample the spiritual herbs lining the path. Although they were esteemed ancestors in their own homes, within the Celestial Palace, they were no different from a mere servant elder. Moreover, they stood before the foremost sect of the two realms. If today they could secure a place for their descendants in the Celestial Palace, their family status would surely rise. However, upon entering, they realized that Lin Tian, once their inferior in cultivation, had now matched their levels, prompting them to question whether their younger generations might make any real progress in such a setting. They sensed that remaining in the Celestial Palace, amid such splendid surroundings, could facilitate their own advancement. Who knows how long it would take for their descendants to flourish? After all, it is often said that while one may endure hardship for their children, one should not suffer oneself. Having endured so much in the past, it is time for them to reap the rewards of their labor. Yet, they wondered if the Celestial Palace would still accept servants. Although they were somewhat advanced in age, their management experience and wisdom would surely ensure their effectiveness. As they pondered these thoughts, they had already arrived at the Sect Square, where numerous elders and disciples remained gathered. Upon noticing Elder Lin's sudden entrance with the group, all eyes turned toward them. Suddenly, they felt an immense pressure that sent a shiver through their entire bodies. They had not anticipated the sheer number of individuals present. Were they all here to welcome them? It seemed unlikely. It appeared that some sort of event was taking place. Yet, the gaze of these onlookers, when they cast a glance in their direction, induced an inexplicable heart palpitation. Chapter 70. I am willing. Could it be that these individuals possessed such formidable cultivations that, aside from a few, the rest were indistinguishable to them? It was inconceivable that the elders of a sect would employ treasures to conceal their cultivation levels. Or perhaps their powers were indeed far beyond their own. Was it truly necessary to mobilize such a multitude of powerful beings for a mere disciple competition? Even the deployment of one or two saints would have been impressive enough. This place was unquestionably a sanctum among sanctums. In an instant, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines, daring not to meet the gaze of these individuals, each of whom could obliterate them with ease. This was indeed the true essence of a holy land, embodying the strength it ought to possess. The disparity between superpowers and sacred lands was staggering. Their attention soon gravitated towards Ye Chen, seated at the prominent position. To their astonishment, the leader of the foremost sect across both domains appeared so youthful. While powerful beings could alter their appearances, the vitality of youth exuded by this young man was something that those of their elder years could not hope to match. Especially the kind of wisdom that comes from the passage of time, which was easily discernible. Greetings, Sect Master. The crowd immediately bowed in reverence. Please, no need for such formalities. Guests, take your seats. Ye Chen gestured with a grand sweep of his hand. The assembly felt an invisible and irresistible force lifting them. In that moment, they were struck with awe. Was this the formidable power they had sought in their lifetimes? Once they regained their composure, they did not dare to sit immediately. Instead, they produced their offerings one by one, commencing their introductions. Sect Master, I am from the Xianyuan family of Tsangzhou. This is our family's unique blood pattern dragon jade bai, crafted from dragon blood cold jade. When the holder channels their techniques, it can invoke a strand of Xianyuan dragon qi sealed within the jade, significantly enhancing physical strength and capable of intimidating lower-tier beasts. I present this to you, Sect Master, in congratulations on your ascendance as the foremost sect of both domains. An elder from the Xianyuan family presented one of the last remaining 100 pieces of the dragon blood pattern jade bai. This type of jade was notoriously difficult to mine. Although it was a form of jade, its hardness rivaled that of materials used to forge supreme artifacts. After all, the Heavenly Palace was an immense entity. Without presenting something rare, they would likely be dismissed. Little did he know that, while such items were indeed rare, they were not in short supply for the Heavenly Palace. For there was little that money could not resolve. If there were, it simply meant that the funds had yet to be secured. Sect Master, I am from the Zhao family of Mazhou. One after another, individuals, as if fearing they would be outdone, eagerly presented their meticulously prepared gifts. These offerings were diverse, ranging from precious elixirs and rare artifacts to exotic spiritual herbs, and even some enigmatic ancient texts and extraordinary treasures. The multitude of disciples witnessed this spectacle, and a swell of pride surged within them. For these individuals were, to them, none other than illustrious figures of great renown, hailing from various regions as the esteemed ancestors of their respective factions. However, in the present day, in their eagerness to present treasures to the Celestial Palace, these individuals, who usually hold themselves in high regard, are now competing fiercely, almost to the point of physical altercation. Yet, despite their fervent desire to offer their gifts, none of the elders of the Celestial Palace stepped forward to receive them, leaving the once jubilant crowd feeling suddenly awkward and uneasy. They exchanged glances, at a loss for how to proceed. At that moment, Ye Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile as he softly uttered, "There is no need for gifts, esteemed guests. Please keep them to yourselves." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe their ears. After all, the meticulous efforts they had invested in preparing their gifts were intended to garner the recognition and appreciation of the Celestial Palace. Yet, Ye Chen's words evidently rejected their goodwill. However, there was a rationale behind Ye Chen's statement. The Celestial Palace had recently vanquished the undying Sacred Land, a formidable force with millennia of heritage. Now, all the treasures of the undying Sacred Land lay discarded at the foot of the mountain, and any disciple within the Celestial Palace could take any item they wished by merely contributing a certain amount of merit. In comparison, the gifts being offered by these individuals seemed rather insignificant. The crowd, akin to frostbitten eggplants, appeared to have their spirits drained. "Since you are here, let us enjoy a cup of tea before you depart." Ye Chen casually gestured, and the tea on the table floated towards the assembly. The guests were taken aback by this gesture. After all, it was the leader of the foremost sect in the two realms personally serving tea. Even if the Celestial Palace did not accept their offerings, they could still boast about this experience. "Who among you has tasted the tea served by the Lord of the Celestial Palace?" "I have." However, as the tea touched their hands, the guests were once again thrown into disarray, their astonishment akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Is this the Enlightenment tea? Is this what the Celestial Palace offers to its guests?" No. I have never even had the chance to smell it, let alone drink it." Could it be that the Celestial Palace has discovered the Enlightenment tea tree? In an instant, they resembled Zhu Beiji devouring ginseng fruits, overwhelmed by excitement. "Is this truly the Enlightenment tea? I feel as though my comprehension of the great Tao has deepened. I never expected to have the fortune of tasting Enlightenment tea. I have truly progressed." The expressions of excitement among the crowd were palpable. Meanwhile, Ye Chen instructed Yun Shu, "From now on, handle any future visitors yourself, and also recruit some servant elders. If you encounter uncertainty, consult by Luo Chu." "Yes, Master," she replied. Just moments ago, the crowd had worn expressions of satisfaction. But upon hearing about the recruitment of servant elders, they all set down their teacups, halting their savoring of the experience. Master, what do you think of us? We are at the Saint King realm. Might we apply for a position? If not, we would be willing to serve as servants," one individual said earnestly. The others quickly chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. "I too can serve. I am also at the Saint King level." While the disciples looked on in astonishment, the others were already accustomed to such occurrences. "It is not impossible, but you must remember that the elder of servants does not permit you to enter for mere leisure, nor to elevate yourselves above others. You are required to fulfill the same duties as the other servants. and your remuneration consists solely of a monthly allocation of 1 tael of Enlightenment tea and a vial of sacred elixir. What? This is the treatment afforded by the elder of servants? Everyone felt as though they had arrived in paradise. I am willing. I am willing. Do not compete with me. I wish to labor in the sect until my dying breath. Has Ye Chen perhaps been too generous? What are the prices outside like that? Such meager resources incite such fierce competition. At this moment, he felt a bit bewildered. These individuals are, after all, the ancestors, or even the founders of significant factions. How can they appear so naive? He even thought that 1 tael of Enlightenment tea was insufficient and added another vial of sacred elixir. Yet, in the end, it still proved to be overly generous. Chapter 71. The young man in green. Very well. Then, you shall be the ones. Wait a moment and follow Lin Tian, who will arrange everything for you. Thank you. Sect Master. The leaders present were immediately taken aback. As long as they could enter the heavenly palace, they would gladly accept the role of a servant elder, or even that of a mere servant. Moreover, the remuneration was so generous. They could all sense that here, in this place of cultivation, any living being could not only reach the sacred realm, but even attain the supreme realm. Furthermore, they had come not merely to cling to power, even without remuneration. They would be content to remain. Yin Shu, you are to announce to the outside world that the heavenly palace is recruiting stewards with no age restrictions. But cultivation must not be lower than the sacred king level, with 300 positions available, limited to 3 days. If there are already servants, then stewards must also be appointed to handle daily affairs, manage new disciples, allocate resources, and a host of other matters, relieving the elders of such burdens. The elders need only focus on nurturing their disciples. As for whether those recruited might harbor ulterior motives, it matters little. As long as they remain within the sect for a considerable time, their thoughts will inevitably be influenced by the Heartstone. Moreover, Lin Tian, you shall henceforth be responsible for the assessment of servant disciples. Those who pass the assessment may be promoted to outer disciples. Outer disciples who reach the spirit transformation level and pass the assessment can become inner disciples. Ye Chen issued a series of commands. Yes, I shall attend to this immediately. Ye Chen, having seen this, nodded and melded into the void, disappearing from sight. After Ye Chen departed, Yin Shu began disseminating news to the outside world. In no time, the Starfall Domain and Eastern Domain learned of the Heavenly Palace's recruitment of stewards, and each was filled with excitement, with ancestors who typically secluded themselves emerging from their retreats. Ancestor, come out quickly, do not remain in seclusion. Buzz. The formation dissipated, and the great doors swung open swiftly. You had better bring good news, otherwise I shall show you whether my fist is as formidable as a sandbag. Ancestor, the Heavenly Palace is recruiting stewards, with only 300 positions available, limited to 3 days. We are not far from the Heavenly Palace. We can reach it in less than 2 hours. What? The Heavenly Palace is recruiting again? You should have said so earlier. This is a waste of time. I am leaving. Ancestor, the Heavenly Palace is recruiting stewards, requiring cultivation at the Sacred King level, with limited spots. First come, first served. What? Such good fortune exists. Ha. The Celestial Palace, the old man has arrived. In an instant, the entire Starfall Domain and Eastern region erupted in excitement, as countless powerful beings of the Sacred King realm surged toward the Celestial Palace like a tidal wave. These strong individuals emerged from their secluded cultivation or bid farewell to their kin, while even some who were still in meditation were roused by their clansmen. For if others attended and you did not, when selections were made, you risked being overshadowed by other families, leading to a gradual decline in your own lineage. At that moment, the skies were filled predominantly with sacred kings, a testament to the unparalleled allure of the Celestial Palace, which had become the sanctum of sanctums in the hearts of young cultivators from both realms. Simultaneously, the ancient secret realm unexpectedly closed its doors ahead of schedule. A wave of repulsion surged through the crowd, inciting a frenzy as they began to snatch whatever they could find. After all, once inside the secret realm, one would emerge from the same place, leaving no fear of being obstructed. The entire realm became a whirlwind of activity. Curiously, it seemed as though news of the Celestial Palace's direct disciples and inner sect members had not been heard in a long time. Indeed, it was as if they had vanished entirely. Goodness, I have encountered those inner sect disciples before. They were like famished specters. Yes, I encountered them as well. They consumed the meat broth without saving any for us, leaving nothing behind. In contrast to the direct disciples of the Celestial Palace, who genuinely looked down upon such things, the inner sect disciples were indifferent, claiming whatever they laid their eyes upon. On another front, Jian Jinghong led numerous junior disciples, each of them replete with treasures, their faces adorned with smiles. Fellow disciples, let us depart. All right. As the repulsion intensified, even those reluctant had no choice but to leave. The scene shifted to the core area of the ancient secret realm, a tranquil and mysterious locale, where a young man clad in blue stood silently. His figure stood out starkly against the desolate backdrop, as if he were intrinsically linked to this secret realm. It was noteworthy that, at this moment, the ancient secret realm should be devoid of any presence. This place was fraught with unknown dangers and enigmas, where even those of the supreme realm dared not tread. Yet here stood a young boy, unperturbed, his very existence a riddle. Before him hovered an ancient mirror, crafted from a mysterious purple metal, intricately engraved with a myriad of archaic runes, though the mirror bore some imperfections. These runes flickered with a faint glow, seemingly whispering the boundless mysteries they contained. The ancient mirror emitted a powerful and enigmatic aura, instilling a sense of awe. The young man gazed intently at the mirror, his eyes reflecting curiosity and warmth. He slowly extended his hand, gently brushing the surface of the ancient mirror. At the moment his fingertips made contact, the mirror quivered slightly, radiating a peculiar light. The radiant light rippled across the ancient mirror, and suddenly, vivid scenes began to emerge within its depths. These images unfolded like a cinematic reel, narrating a breathtaking tale. At the center of this narrative stood a youth, his visage obscured, who grew alongside a small mirror. Eventually, the mirror underwent a profound transformation, and the youth wielded this ancient relic as he traversed the myriad realms, engaging in fierce battles. His figure darted like a bolt of lightning, instilling terror in all adversaries who crossed his path. The unfolding scenes left the youth in azure garments utterly astonished, as he felt an undeniable connection to the formidable and fearless figure depicted. The ancient mirror seemed intricately linked to the youth in ways beyond comprehension. You are him. Yet you are not. In that moment, the mirror imparted a divine thought. He sensed the mirror's emotional journey from elation to despair. What constitutes him? What is not? The youth pondered in confusion. After a moment of silence, the divine thought resonated again. You bear a semblance of the Master's essence. Yet you are not the Master himself. The youth furrowed his brow, his heart brimming with uncertainty. The mirror continued. He once wielded me as a weapon, conquering the realms. But a cataclysmic war ensued, resulting in the Master's demise. Sensing the Master's essence within you, I resonated with your presence and beckoned you forth. Chapter 72, 3,000 Stewards. For reasons unknown, an indescribable feeling stirred within the youth. Young one, strive diligently. May you honor the Master's renown. For his name is Emperor Chun Yuan, and I am the Chun Yuan mirror. As these words echoed, the Chun Yuan mirror transformed into a dazzling stream of light, surging directly into the youth's being. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming force flood into his body, catching him off guard. He could distinctly sense this power coursing through his meridians, clearing blockages and widening pathways, while previously obscure energies became fluid. Ultimately, the Chun Yuan mirror settled within the youth's consciousness. Just as he reveled in this extraordinary sensation, he suddenly noticed that the secret realm, whose existence was shrouded in mystery, began to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. The surrounding scenery grew hazy, and the once clear mountains, rivers, and pavilions gradually dissipated into the ether. Alarmed, the youth hastily sought to exit the secret realm. Meanwhile, at the gates of Heavenly Palace Mountain, an increasing throng gathered. Unlike the previous occasion of accepting disciples, this assembly consisted solely of formidable beings who had attained the Saint King level. These powerful figures stood or sat, some meditating in silence, others engaged in hushed conversations. Yet all shared a singular focus on the gates of Heavenly Palace Mountain, seemingly awaiting an event of great significance. Within the Heavenly Palace, all remained tranquil and orderly. The disciples remained unaffected by the commotion outside the mountain gate, diligently continuing their practices or awaiting new task announcements at the Task Pavilion. The Task Pavilion, one of the most significant places in the Celestial Palace, issued a variety of tasks daily. Some were simple, others challenging, yet regardless of their nature, they were eagerly seized by the disciples as soon as they appeared. After all, completing tasks not only yielded generous rewards but also elevated one's status and reputation within the Celestial Palace. At that moment, the door of the Task Pavilion creaked open, and a figure emerged, clutching a scroll that evidently contained a newly released task. Mine. Haha, I got it. The crowd could only watch in envy. Finally returned. Jian Jinghong sighed, taking in the ambience of the Celestial Palace. The environment here is truly splendid. Suddenly, Jian Jinghong seemed to sense something. He retrieved a communication talisman and discovered a message inscribed upon it. Grandson, I have gone to seek the ancient legacy of the Sword Clan in the Sword Domain. I have redeemed the key to that legacy. Consult the elder at the Task Pavilion to retrieve it. Remember, cultivate diligently. Tears welled in Jian Jinghong's eyes. His grandfather's relentless pursuit for the family's legacy weighed heavily on him. and he vowed not to disappoint his grandfather's expectations. Meanwhile, the other inner disciples returned to their respective cultivation chambers. Within the main peak's disciples building, the figures of Qingli and her companions gradually coalesced. Their forms became increasingly defined, each exuding a more refined aura, as if they had undergone a profound transformation. Just then, a relaxed little white creature lounging on the ground sensed a familiar presence approaching, its master, Qingli. The creature trembled involuntarily, its previously carefree demeanor now tinged with unease. As an ominous premonition surged within it, the thought of the impending life it might face filled it with dread. The little white creature began to entertain wild thoughts, even contemplating whether to help its master capture other dragons, hoping that might divert her from desiring its flesh. After all, the pain of being vivisected was excruciating, and the mere thought sent shivers down its spine. "Little white, do you miss me?" A voice, devilish in tone, suddenly whispered in its ear. 3 days swiftly passed. At the foot of the celestial mountain, a sea of elderly figures gathered, some requiring assistance to stand, their breaths so frail that they could depart this world at any moment. Only a few appeared to be middle-aged, though not as many as during the last recruitment. Those present were the patriarchs of various influential factions. This influx was only possible for those factions near the wild continent. Those from afar could only lament their absence. Alas, could there be too many people? At least 100,000 are here, all vying for 300 spots. I wonder if this old man will manage to secure one. Ah, young ones, you have countless opportunities ahead of you. Could you not allow the elder generation a chance to occupy a position? I truly yearn for the post of steward in the heavenly palace. Haha, dear elder, as we age, it is time for us to retire and enjoy our twilight years. Opportunities should be afforded to the youth. Who would have thought that one day, I would find myself competing for a steward's position in a sect? Why does no one compel you to return? It would be so much better for you. Ahem, I merely express my sentiments. Do you understand? The current youth truly seem oblivious to propriety. Look, an elder is approaching. As they conversed, Yin Shu emerged from the heavenly palace. Esteemed guests, the recruitment of stewards is quite straightforward. As long as one possesses sufficient cultivation, entry is granted. However, we currently have 100,000 applicants, and only the most exceptional will be selected. A middle-aged man respectfully inquired, "Dare I ask, great elder, how will the selection be made?" After all, the individual before them was capable of annihilating a sacred ground, and these holy kings dared not act rashly. Numbers alone could not vanquish such a formidable force. No matter how many came, they would simply become fodder. This is the heart-testing stone. One can gain entry by passing its trial. With a casual gesture, Yin Shu activated the heart-testing stone at the foot of the Sect's mountain. It began to tremble, emanating a mysterious aura that enveloped the crowd. Before long, under the influence of the heart-testing stone, it was revealed that 3,000 individuals qualified. Among them, several had even reached the supreme realm. Furthermore, these 3,000 candidates were impeccable. Anyone with even the slightest flaw had been eliminated. For instance, those who were somewhat older or lacking in mental agility were dismissed. Yet, there remained 3,000 candidates, which was tenfold what the sect leader had mentioned. What to do? Could there really be more stewards than disciples? Such a situation would be unprecedented for any sect. With no other option, Yin Shu could only contact by Luo Chu. After deliberation, they concluded that a larger pool of candidates might prove beneficial, as the sect leader might later wish to recruit more disciples, and they could find themselves short-handed. At that moment, the long-awaited system once again issued a task. Task issued: recruit disciples again. The sect is growing stronger, yet the number of disciples remains insufficient. Upon completion, rewards include 1 unconditional weapon upgrade, 1 emperor summoning card, 1 million various basic cultivation resources, 3 lottery draws. Upon seeing this, Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. An upgrade for the weapon would mean the chaos cauldron could ascend to become a celestial artifact. He immediately messaged Yin Shu, instructing her to inform the heavenly palace of the impending recruitment. Chapter 73. A youth's aspiration to leave his homeland. All of you have passed the trial. Our sect has decided to expand its recruitment, and you are all accepted. Follow me into the sect. Yin Shu's voice resonated in the ears of the crowd, akin to celestial music. The chosen 3,000 individuals were overwhelmed with exhilaration, their faces radiant with joy, as though they had struck a grand prize. They closely followed Yin Shu's footsteps, fearful of being left behind. This scene incited envy among those nearby. Those who were not selected could only watch wistfully, their hearts heavy with disappointment and regret. Ha! My ancestor has been chosen. My ancestor has become a steward in the heavenly palace. A young man excitedly exclaimed, his voice echoing through the crowd. Hee, my ancestor is now also a steward in the heavenly palace. Another individual echoed in agreement, a triumphant smile gracing their face. To aspire to the greatness of our ancestors, at last, I have awaited this day. It seems that a few thousand years truly is the right time to venture forth. Another person sighed with a sense of nostalgia, as if the success of their forebear was tantamount to their own. However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. For those who were not selected, their sentiments were entirely opposite. They watched helplessly as the 3,000, under Ye Chen's gaze, formed an orderly procession into the sect, their hearts swelling with sadness and disappointment like a tidal wave. They shook their heads, lamenting their misfortune, consumed by profound despondency. Why? What makes that old fellow superior to me? Why was he accepted while I was not? I shall henceforth be looked down upon returning. I must instruct my clan to avoid provoking the Chung family. It is over. For this opportunity, I sacrificed everything, yet why was I rejected? A chorus of lamentations arose, for they were not less than others. The fact that even the attendants of the heavenly palace could not be selected left them feeling humiliated upon their return. Fortunately, some ancestors, gazing at the distant heavenly city, contemplated staying longer, pondering that perhaps if they lingered, they might encounter another recruitment by the heavenly palace. Just then, Ye Chen paused, her tone shifting. The sect master has decreed that in 6 months, the heavenly palace shall again accept disciples. All who meet the age requirements are welcome to apply. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Who would have thought that those not selected would have a second chance for their descendants? It seems that the aspiration to see their progeny succeed is still valid. My descendants shall not be inferior. They must gain entry into the heavenly palace. Even if I cannot enter, my offspring must succeed. What if my ancestor can pull some strings and bring me in? Upon returning, they must vigorously nurture their offspring, striving for entry into the heavenly palace within 6 months. In that moment, whether spectators or those who failed to be selected, all bowed to Ye Chen before soaring back towards their respective clans. The previous gathering was mostly comprised of small families and minor factions, but now, with the prestige of the heavenly palace, it is likely that factions of equal standing will send their disciples as well. Soon, all the young individuals across both realms were abuzz with excitement. This time, I must gain entry. Last time, I was merely a step away from success. That step felt like a divine punishment, obstructing my progress. Now, I shall surely overcome it. Reflecting on past choices, regretting being a head of a chicken rather than a tail of a phoenix, they vowed, this time, I shall strive to be the tail of the phoenix. Speaking of which, is the heavenly palace truly accepting disciples? Has it been such a short time since their last recruitment? Does the heavenly palace possess such a multitude of elders? Are there ample resources available? If I go, will resources be withheld? Such narrow-mindedness. This time the heavenly palace is recruiting 3,000 attendants. And do you recall the undying sacred land? Their resources are deemed unworthy by the heavenly palace, discarded at the foot of the heavenly palace mountain. As long as one is a disciple of this sect, with a certain contribution value, one can freely acquire items. Why wait any longer? I must not linger in idleness. I will diligently cultivate, and we shall meet again in 6 months. Heavenly Palace, I am on my way. My father declared that as long as I can enter the Heavenly Palace, he wouldn't object even if I resided in the Red Chamber, changing companions daily, and would cover all expenses. Little Hong, little Zhu. In a brief moment, legends of the Celestial Palace began to circulate throughout both realms. From its inception to the current recruitment of disciples, numerous accounts have been compiled into volumes, with each young individual seemingly possessing a copy. Particularly, the steps involved in joining the Celestial Palace have been meticulously detailed. The criteria for selection are not based on cultivated strength, but rather on latent potential. Consequently, affluent families have commenced a fervent acquisition of any resources available in the market that could enhance one's aptitude, leading to a dramatic inflation in prices. Meanwhile, those from impoverished households remain at the bottom, preoccupied with the pressing question of what to eat tomorrow. The Celestial Palace is situated in the desolate region of Starfall Domain. For smaller factions located far away, unable to afford the long-distance teleportation arrays, the only option is to embark on night voyages aboard flying vessels. For them, the journey is extensive, requiring nearly half a year to reach their destination. Many ambitious youths, eager to prove themselves, bid farewell to their families and set forth to the Celestial Palace, fueled by a sense of newfound maturity and the desire to bring honor to their clans. Father, I have grown up. When I achieve greatness, you shall enjoy a life of comfort. Xiao Qian, wait for me. Once I become a disciple of the Celestial Palace, I shall return to marry you, and your parents will no longer stand in our way. Ah Chun, I will wait for you. Child, go forth. Do not worry about your grandfather. My health is robust, just a slight cough. My greatest wish is to see you married and have children. Even if we do not attain greatness, as long as you are well, that is enough. Rest assured, grandfather, I will undoubtedly enter the Celestial Palace. There must be life-saving elixirs within. On that day, countless individuals departed from their familiar surroundings, embarking towards the unknown. Did they feel a sense of uncertainty? Were they aware that success was not guaranteed? Some traveled eastward, clad in tattered garments, crammed into a small flying vessel designed for 500, yet accommodating over 700 souls. Others journeyed southward, driven by the youthful ambition to leave their hometowns, vowing not to return until they had made a name for themselves. Many even emptied their savings to purchase tickets for flights to the desolate region. They were willing to sacrifice everything for the hope that their children would have a better life than their own. Of course, most of these individuals belonged to minor factions or impoverished backgrounds. In contrast, the wealthy had different means of travel. Some utilized the teleportation arrays for extended periods, consuming an unfathomable number of spirit stones. Others, finding the teleportation exhausting, opted for luxurious private vessels, leisurely traversing millions of miles, indulging in exquisite meals prepared by top chefs, while simultaneously enjoying the scenic views. Undoubtedly, while this was a comfortable journey, it also required a greater expenditure of spirit stones. At this very moment, within the He Sect, located several million miles from the Celestial Palace, a woman draped in delicate gauze occupied the main seat. The fabric, as light as a cicada's wing, appeared as if a mere breeze could whisk it away. Through this veil, one could faintly perceive her flawless skin, as smooth and luminous as sheep-fat jade. The woman parted her crimson lips, her voice gentle and melodious, akin to a celestial melody. Xiao Xiao. Are you certain that the physique of Ye Chen, a direct disciple of the Celestial Palace, would greatly benefit your dual cultivation? Standing below, Murong Xiao Xiao nodded slightly and replied softly, indeed. Her voice was somewhat low, tinged with hesitation. Chapter 74, Expansion of the Sect. The woman furrowed her brow and continued, Xiao Xiao, if your intentions are for the benefit of the sect, there is no need for such self-sacrifice. I have long regarded you as my own daughter. You need not endure any hardship. Once I achieve the pinnacle of supremacy, the Dideo sect will no longer dare to force you into marriage with their young master. Upon hearing this, Murong Xiao Xiao felt a warmth in her heart. Yet she bit her lip and resolutely replied, Master, I am not sacrificing myself. I genuinely care for him. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, resembling a ripe apple, both bashful and endearing. Since that is the case, I shall no longer stand in your way. The Heavenly Palace is currently accepting disciples. You may attempt to join. Thank you, Master. The younger generation from both realms was now abuzz with excitement over the Heavenly Palace's enrollment. All was as usual in the Heavenly Palace. Though elderly figures with white hair were a common sight, despite their status as stewards, they found themselves competing for tasks alongside the laborers. It was a strange reality for them, as the environment was simply too splendid. Even as sacred kings, their cultivation naturally surged, even without daily practice. Yet, if they chose to refrain from cultivation, it would take them several millennia to advance a minor realm. However, by actively training, this duration could be significantly shortened. They feared that the sect might deem them useless, wasting resources while being supported. Thus, they began to take the initiative to seize tasks. The sect's stairway was cleaned every couple of hours, and the buildings were immaculate, leaving the labor disciples astounded. If they are doing the work, what are we to do? Will we be expelled? They wondered. Yet, in such a favorable environment with opportunities for advancement, they were determined not to be cast aside. This steward. This is the work I completed. What work? Whoever is seen doing it, that is who did it. What was happening? Were people now competing for tasks? The development of the Heavenly Palace was flourishing. Atop the main peak, Ye Chen continued to relish life, as always, observing the ever-growing sect. A smile of contentment graced his lips. He recalled the arduous journey he had undertaken to find disciples. Now, there was no need for him to intervene, as countless individuals sought to join. Congratulations to the host for developing the Heavenly Palace and gaining the recognition of the people from both realms. Reward, Spirit Beast Garden. Reward, 100 Qingmu Spirit Fruit Trees, flowering every 100 years, fruiting every 100 years. The first consumption extends life by a century, gradually diminishing until the effect is nullified. Reward, 100 Ryu Flame Fruit Trees. The fruit contains a trace of solar power. Long-term consumption enhances fire affinity, with a slight chance of obtaining a solar divine body. Reward, 110,000-year elixirs. Reward, 100 Qingxin Fruit Trees. Consuming Qingxin fruit can reduce the likelihood of falling into demonic paths, ensuring clarity of spirit. Reward, Sect Expansion Card. Soon, the voice of the system faded away. Upon seeing these rewards, Ye Chen felt quite pleased, especially with the Spirit Beast Garden, where signing a contract would grant him a mount. In the future, every disciple within the sect would possess a mount of their own. Uncertain of the day when the Heavenly Palace would ascend to become the mightiest domain of the 9 Nether Continent, Ye Chen pondered whether he might transcend into an immortal, unparalleled through the ages. After all, even emperors, regardless of their extensive lifespans, are bound by mortality. Only immortals can endure throughout eternity. Contemplating this, Ye Chen raised his hand to extract his first reward, the spirit beast garden. As it materialized, it floated above his palm, resembling a diminutive orb akin to a miniature celestial body. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he discerned that the interior of the orb encompassed approximately 50 million square kilometers, teeming with countless spirit beasts, some soaring through the air, others swimming in the depths of the earth. He designated this uninhabited mountain peak as the Beast Master Peak, a secluded realm. Next, Ye Chen directed his attention towards the other rewards, particularly the card for doubling the scope of the Heavenly Palace. He silently invoked its power. Instantly, the boundaries of the sect expanded imperceptibly, without alarming a single soul. To an outside observer, everything appeared unchanged, yet the servants and workers sensed a difference. Tasks that could be completed in half an hour yesterday now inexplicably required a full hour. Some, skeptical of their own abilities, believed it to be mere laziness on their part, only to discover upon further inspection that the sect's expanse had indeed increased. The Heavenly Palace was transforming into a miniature world. Ye Chen also sought a suitable location for the fruit trees, planting them all at once. They began to absorb spiritual energy, growing at a significantly accelerated pace, likely to blossom and bear fruit in half the usual time. What is happening? I feel as though my cultivation has made me foolish. Has the sect truly enlarged? You have not lost your wits. It has genuinely expanded. The distance of 10 steps has transformed into 15. It seems the sect leader has employed formidable magic to achieve this expansion. I just observed from outside, and nothing has changed in appearance. Only within our sect has there been a transformation, resembling a small world, outwardly diminutive but vast within. The original peaks have also risen during this renovation, and rather than diminishing, the concentration of spiritual energy has shown an upward trend. Look, has our servant master's domain not sprouted several new peaks? Are these perhaps designated for our habitation, freeing us from residing at the foot of various mountains? Indeed, we finally have a home of our own. With the expansion of the sect, the servants grew increasingly exhilarated, eager to familiarize themselves with their newly transformed sanctuary. O esteemed elder, pray tell, what purpose does this Beast Master Peak serve? This is the newly inaugurated Beast Master Peak, teeming with countless spirit beasts. For a contribution of 1,000 points, one may enter to seek a spirit beast that suits them. Spirit beasts. Mounts. The disciple's eyes sparkled with excitement. For within the two realms, possessing a fitting spirit beast mount symbolizes both status and strength. 1,000 contribution points is somewhat steep, yet I must strive to earn it. The disciple clenched his fists, filled with determination. It is worth noting that acquiring contribution points within the Heavenly Palace is no trivial endeavor. Such rewards are not easily obtained. They demand immense effort and time. However, as this news spread like wildfire throughout the Heavenly Palace, the disciples ignited with fervor, their spirits soaring. The disciples, who were once traversing the trial tower, now seemed to have discovered a newfound source of motivation. Each of them was brimming with excitement, eagerly preparing to take on various tasks to earn those precious contribution points. Not only the disciples, but even the elders in charge, upon hearing this news, felt a thrill of anticipation stir within them. After all, they had cultivated for so long, and many had yet to obtain a spirit beast. This was undoubtedly a tremendous temptation for them. At this moment, Ye Chen stood atop the main peak, gazing down at the entire Heavenly Palace. He sensed the vigorous energy blossoming within the sect, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. This was merely the beginning. The future of the Heavenly Palace had a long journey ahead. He firmly believed that the disciples of the Heavenly Palace would undoubtedly emerge as the strongest presence in the 9 nether continent. Chapter 75. The Ominous Phenomenon. The emergence of the Beast Emperor's Tomb Master. Come and taste my new dish, the everlasting dragon meat stew. I have meticulously prepared it. This dish's primary ingredient was the thigh meat generously contributed by Xiao Bai, along with the everlasting elixir and other exquisite parts from various magical beasts. With a beaming smile, Qing Li carried a steaming pot of culinary delight, darting towards Ye Chen like a joyful little bird. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai, nursing its wounds, lamented internally. It could hardly fathom that its master, this demon, had returned only recently to once again set its sights on its own body. How could a dignified Holy King-level beast have become mere fodder for another's recipe? Moreover, it was of the inexhaustible variety. What was even more unacceptable was that this everlasting dragon meat stew had been designated for Xiao Bai to taste first. Though undeniably delicious, it felt profoundly odd to consume its own flesh. Xiao Bai was utterly speechless. The everlasting elixir was a coveted divine potion sought after by countless individuals. In the outside world, its worth was immeasurable. Yet here, it was treated as an ordinary condiment. Wasn't this a gross misappropriation of resources? Oh, I must savor this everlasting dragon meat stew thoroughly. The flavor is indeed delightful, splendid. After tasting a spoonful, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction, extolling Qin Li's culinary skills. Before long, Qin Luoxue and others began to arrive one after another. Senior sister, what new recipe have you concocted this time? Qin Luoxue's eyes sparkled with curiosity upon seeing the pot of delicacies on the table. This is my latest creation, the everlasting dragon meat stew. You all must try it. Qin Li enthusiastically introduced, urging everyone to dig in. The three, unable to contain their eagerness, swiftly picked up their chopsticks, each taking a piece to savor. In an instant, a rich aroma enveloped their mouths, the exquisite taste entrancing them utterly. Expressions of astonishment adorned each face, clearly indicating their immense satisfaction with the flavor of the everlasting dragon meat stew. Senior sister, this flavor is simply intoxicating. The dragon meat is tender and succulent, each bite seemingly alive with the power of the dragon dancing upon the tongue, coupled with the unique flavors of the elixir of immortality and other mystical beast parts. They intertwine to create an indescribable and exquisite taste that blossoms in the mouth. Mu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, this dish is simply extraordinary." Ye Chen nodded in agreement, his mouth full of dragon meat, mumbling incoherently, "Sister, it's truly delicious. Moreover, I feel my spiritual energy surging rapidly after consuming this dragon meat." Ye Chen observed the two devouring their meal and chuckled, reminding them, "It is indeed delectable. But do not overindulge. Your current strength is insufficient to fully digest the spiritual energy within this dragon meat. Excessive consumption may backfire and burden your bodies." "Yes, master." The disciples replied in unison, each departing to assimilate this meal akin to a celestial remedy. Suddenly, a notification from the system rang out, interrupting the tranquil moment Ye Chen was enjoying. Upon checking the location in the prompt, his eyes widened in surprise. It was in the Western Desert Domain. Ye Chen's brow furrowed deeper as he silently lamented, "The Western Desert Domain? That's a million kilometers away." Lying in his rocking chair, he gazed at the lush leaves of the Enlightenment tea tree, pondering for a brief moment. "Very well, I shall make the journey myself," he mused. Though such matters could easily be delegated to a subordinate, he realized he hadn't ventured out of the sect in quite some time, making it a perfect opportunity to explore the Western Desert Domain. With this thought, Ye Chen's spirits lifted slightly. He felt that remaining within the sect had become rather monotonous, and an adventure might bestow upon him fresh inspiration and experiences. Thus, he left a note for Bai Luochu, informing her of his impending departure, and without hesitation, he tore through the fabric of space, vanishing from the heavenly realm. In the Western Desert Domain, situated near the Beast Domain, towering trees loom like a primordial forest. This area is seldom traversed by humans, almost desolate. Its proximity to the Beast Domain and the dense forest render it a realm fraught with danger and the unknown, dissuading any from daring to delve deeper. Yet, amidst this seemingly tranquil forest, a shocking event occurred. A section of the forest suddenly collapsed, revealing a mysterious formation. This formation appeared somewhat damaged, and through its incomplete sections, a faint entrance could be discerned. At the entrance stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words "Devouring Heaven Demon Toad." Despite its unassuming appearance, this entrance now emanated an overwhelming aura, surging skyward like a torrential flood. This energy painted a breathtaking scene in the air. A colossal black vine stretched across the sky, extending for miles as if linking heaven and earth. Surrounding this black vine, countless demonic creatures wailed, their voices intertwining to create a terrifying and awe-inspiring spectacle. The sight of the black vine and the cacophony of the myriad demons was strikingly prominent across the sky. The emergence of this phenomenon immediately captivated the attention of numerous powerful factions and races on the fringes of the Western Desert Domain and the Demon Domain. They instinctively sensed the overwhelming aura and hastily abandoned their prior engagements, racing toward the scene with great urgency. Before long, a multitude of human and demon forces congregated outside the valley, each side occupying their respective positions, poised in a tense standoff. "Humans, it is evident that this is the tomb of our demon emperor. You ought to depart swiftly," one faction declared. "What do you mean ours? This is clearly within the borders of the Western Desert Domain, making it rightfully ours." "You have overstepped your boundaries," another retorted. "In my view, let us rely on our respective strengths. Whoever obtains it shall claim it," a third voice interjected. "Agreed. Is this truly the tomb of the sky-devouring demon toad? I never anticipated it would be interred here. But wait, why does the phenomenon manifest as a black vine? What is amiss?" Is there not the sound of myriad demons wailing? That is undoubtedly the innate divine ability of the sky-devouring demon toad, its gaping maw narrowing the heavens, devouring the cosmos whole. As explanations began to circulate, the crowd gradually comprehended that this tomb belonged to a great demon emperor. They started to relay messages back to their respective factions. As news of this location spread, the Western Desert Domain was instantly set abuzz. Countless powerful beings from sacred grounds hastened to the scene, particularly those from superfactions nearest to the demon emperor's tomb, who could not restrain their eagerness to arrive ahead of the holy beings, hoping to seize a share of the treasure. Chapter 76. The perilous Imperial tomb and the mysterious vines. Suddenly, a faint tearing sound resonated through the void, as if some force were forcibly rending something apart. As the sound intensified, a fissure gradually materialized and expanded at an astonishing rate. Within that rift, a violet figure flickered into view. Once the fissure fully opened, the figure was revealed in its entirety before the crowd. Clad in resplendent purple robes, she appeared ethereal, like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Following her were several attendants dressed in white. Though their beauty was somewhat overshadowed, they were undeniably striking. The shapes of these women, accentuated by their exquisite garments, were alluring and graceful, enough to stir the hearts of onlookers with but a single glance. The violet-clad woman possessed eyes as cold as a frozen lake, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, instantly conveying that she was not one to be trifled with. Her beauty intertwined with an air of aloofness, creating a unique aura that rivaled even the disciples of the Sect of Joy, known for their enchanting arts, perhaps surpassing them. Particularly notable were her delicate neck, as white as snow and sculpted like jade, and her waist, so slender it seemed a mere gust of wind could topple her. Yet, this seemingly fragile woman exuded an aura of unapproachability, akin to a snow lotus on a lofty mountain, beautiful to behold from a distance, yet untouchable. As the crowd beheld her appearance, their expressions collectively shifted, clearly recognizing her identity, and an involuntary dread surged within them. Yet there are some who wish to strip away that frigid exterior, yearning to uncover what lies beneath. Of course, this is merely a thought, none dare to speak aloud. To their astonishment, it is indeed the people of the ZY Palace. How could they have suddenly appeared here? A voice in the crowd exclaimed. Look at the woman at the forefront. She appears to be none other than the palace master, Zining Shuang. But isn't the ZY Palace situated far atop the icy plains? How could they have arrived here so swiftly? Another voice echoed in confusion. Indeed, it is she. Just look at her purple attire and her breathtaking beauty. Who else could it be but Zining Shuang? An onlooker marveled. As the crowd observed, they hastily parted ways, unwilling to show any sign of disrespect. The ZY Palace is a renowned holy ground, wielding the ultimate imperial weapons. After all, in the era before the great emperor's birth, those who possessed such weapons were akin to imperial forces. Moreover, the arrival of Zining Shuang, the palace master, instilled a deep sense of caution. Years ago, the passing of the ZY Palace's ancestor sent shockwaves through the Western Desert Domain, akin to a bombshell. Some seized the opportunity, attempting to bring the ZY Palace to its knees. However, they could never have anticipated that Zining Shuang would not be a mere plaything. With the ultimate imperial weapon in her grasp, she descended upon the world like a war deity. Wherever her sword light traversed, the very heavens seemed to freeze, and space itself could not withstand her formidable power, fracturing under the weight of her might, leaving behind a trail of icy rifts. The sound of her blade resonated like trembling stars, instilling fear in all. Those invaders were reduced to mere ice sculptures in the wake of her strike. This battle catapulted the ZY Palace into the limelight, reaffirming its formidable reputation. No one dared to harbor ulterior motives thereafter. Now, as Zining Shuang stands at the forefront, her presence casts a heavy pall over the atmosphere. Yet she regards the others with indifference. Even the multitude of demon tribes before her seem insignificant in her eyes. The lingering aura of her previous battles still sends shivers down spines. In this moment, both factions are awed into silence by her overwhelming presence. None dare to utter a word. It is worth noting that although these demon tribes are fierce, they are not reckless enough to disregard their lives. After all, the legendary master of the ZY Palace reached the pinnacle of supremacy over a century ago, and the extent of her current strength remains a mystery. Zining Shuang's gaze, sharp as a flame, scrutinizes the formation laid out before her. This formation is evidently set by the demon tribes. However, due to their lack of expertise in the art of formations and the erosion of time without maintenance, it is likely that this formation is now on the brink of collapse. Even a full-force strike from a supreme being could potentially obliterate it. Yet, the true dangers concealed within this formation remain unknown. Thus, Zining Shuang refrains from a hasty assault, opting instead to observe. However, others are evidently less patient. Fearing that the arrival of more individuals would diminish their share, some, seeing the ZY Palace members in action, eagerly commenced their assault on the formation. Under the relentless onslaught of numerous powerful beings, a corner of the formation was breached, prompting both humans and demons to rush towards the shattered segment. Yet, many cast furtive glances at Xing Shuang, who remained unperturbed, allowing them to enter without a word. Observing her lack of intent to intervene, the crowd proceeded boldly into the breach. Huh, who would have thought Xing Shuang would not obstruct us? The treasure is all mine, exclaimed one. Nonsense. This belongs to our demon clan. What use do you humans have for it? Retorted another. As they reached the entrance of the Imperial tomb, a heated dispute erupted between humans and demons. Had it not been for Xing Shuang's presence, it is likely they would have descended into chaos. Just as a human saint and a demon saint stepped into the tomb, a formidable aura surged forth from the entrance. The two newly entered saints were instantly transformed into a mist of blood, drawn into the tomb by an overwhelming force. This sudden turn of events sent a chill through the onlookers, causing them to halt in their tracks. What is happening? Is a saint truly so easily slain? Is the Imperial tomb that terrifying? I am fortunate to have hesitated. Otherwise, I too would have met my end here. At that moment, fear gripped the crowd, extinguishing any inclination to rush in for treasure. Those nearest to the tomb's entrance stared at the dark void, feeling an unsettling chill. Suddenly, one individual, unable to halt in time, collided with the entrance. Ah, damn it, he exclaimed, as once again, a cloud of blood mist was sucked into the dark abyss. The faces of those closest to the entrance turned pale. Had it not been for the earlier victim's sacrifice, they too would have likely been consumed. However, this time they discerned that it was a mass resembling vines that absorbed the blood mist. Upon escaping, one individual glared at the others with contempt. Had it not been for their superior numbers and slightly higher cultivation levels, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate them. I know what that black vine is. It is a creature from another realm, the infamous 10,000 devouring demon vine. Fragments of memory from my bloodline surged forth, revealing knowledge of this entity. The crowd murmured in unease at the mention of an otherworldly being, a term that often evokes dread due to its association with the unknown, the most terrifying of all concepts. This recollection stirred within them echoes of an ancient, dark history. While records existed, they were scant and often dismissed as mere folklore. For the events occurred so long ago that few could believe them, just as the now extinct parrot would be regarded with skepticism if spoken of centuries later. So too did the memories of the violent incursions from other realms during the age of the 9 nether continent and the myriad worlds resurface in their minds. The entire universe has plunged into a state of immense turmoil, embroiled in an unprecedentedly brutal war that has ensnared all living beings. Even formidable entities like the Great Emperor tragically falling in battle. Among the chaos, the 10,000 devouring demon vine emerges as an extraordinarily unique flora from another realm. It is neither beast nor bird, but a demon plant born from the primordial chaos. Its essence consists of countless intertwining dark green tendrils, reminiscent of demonic tentacles. Grotesque and terrifying, this demon plant possesses a horrifying ability to consume various substances, flesh and blood, spiritual energy, and even imperial weapons cannot evade its insatiable appetite. Objects devoured by it are deconstructed and transformed into nutrients, nurturing its relentless growth. When the 10,000 devouring demon vine first arrived on the 9 nether continent, it was merely an inconspicuous seed. In the heat of battle, no one initially regarded such a plant with any significance, deeming it trivial. However, none anticipated that this seemingly weak flora would one day erupt with astonishing power. It silently transcended the realm of the Great Emperor, emerging with a terrifying strength capable of confronting mid-phase Great Emperors directly. Ultimately, it was annihilated under the onslaught of several Great Emperors. Yet, to their astonishment, another vine remained. Its cultivation unknown. Was it a supreme, a semi-emperor, or perhaps even a great emperor? As the aura emanated from it, everyone was taken aback. Even Xing Shuang was startled. If this vine was merely a supreme, it would be manageable, but if it were a semi-emperor, she felt uncertain about her ability to subdue it. All she could do was watch as it gradually broke through the Imperial tomb into the outside world. Fearing that no one would be able to stop it, she could only hope that this vine was not the same as the previous one, which had required the combined efforts of several great emperors to slay, a feat that even with the utmost imperial weapons would not guarantee success. With these thoughts, Xing Shuang's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of concern for her forthcoming actions evident upon her visage. She turned to her maidens, her gaze sweeping across them, and spoke in a clear, melodic voice. You shall wait outside. I shall venture in to gauge the depth of this vine's cultivation. As her words faded, Xing Shuang raised her hand and waved. A beam of violet light shot forth from her palm. The light twirled in the air for a moment before transforming into a sword of crystalline clarity, exuding a faint violet cold glow, the extreme path Imperial weapon. The Zixiao I Soul sword, which she always carried. The blade, resembling condensed starlight and icy brilliance, was translucent and exuded an icy chill. A faint purple mist enveloped the sword, as if composed of countless ice crystals, imparting an ethereal sensation. The chilling aura emanating from the blade sent shivers down spines. The sudden appearance of the extreme path Imperial weapon elicited gasps from the onlookers. That is the Zixiao I Soul sword of the Ziwei Palace. Someone exclaimed. The fact that she bore such a precious treasure raised concerns about the Sect's vulnerability to potential ambushes. Another individual, with a worried expression, remarked, "It seems we are destined to miss the Imperial tomb this time." Others sighed in agreement. When the purple Sky I Soul sword made its appearance, everyone was struck with astonishment, their faces as pale as if they had encountered something exceedingly terrifying. Zining Shuang raised her hand and grasped the purple Sky I Soul sword, charging directly towards the Imperial tomb. However, just as she was about to reach it, a figure suddenly dashed down from the sky with the swiftness of a black lightning bolt, positioning itself firmly in front of her. The speed of this figure was so remarkable that the crowd had no time to react before he landed steadily before Zining Shuang. This was a man with a partial horn on his head, who obstructed Zining Shuang's path and coldly declared, "Zining Shuang, the swallowing heaven demon toad is a matter of my demon clan's emperor, it concerns you not. Depart this place at once." His voice resonated through the valley, shaking the spirits of those from other factions. Upon recognizing the appearance of this man, the crowd gasped in shock. He appeared to be the leader of the Xianyuan demon flood dragon clan, Jiao Ming. The horn atop his head seemed to be truncated. Why do they seem at odds? I perceive that Jiao Ming regards Zining Shuang as a nemesis, one commented. Haha, you juniors must be curious about how Jiao Ming lost part of his horn. Allow me to enlighten you. Are you aware of Jiao Ming? He once harbored feelings for Zining Shuang and wished to take her as a concubine. Alas, Zining Shuang deemed him unworthy. Do you think Jiao Ming could swallow this humiliation? Certainly not. Thus, a cataclysmic battle unfolded, a scene that was truly earth-shattering and soul-stirring. In the end, not only did Jiao Ming fail to win Zining Shuang's affection, but she also severed one of his horns. Just look at how awkward he appears now, with that missing piece atop his head. You know only part of the tale, but not the whole. Let me share further. In truth, Zining Shuang possesses a remarkably unique constitution known as the pure heart source body. Those endowed with this physique act as natural purifiers, shielding those around them from the encroachment of malevolent thoughts. As for Jiao Ming, the Xianyuan demon flood dragon clan has a flaw. They are prone to succumbing to demonic influence. Upon witnessing Zining Shuang's extraordinary constitution, he naturally became enamored. After all, if he could secure Zining Shuang, he would no longer need to fear the torment of malevolent thoughts, would he? Unfortunately, he underestimated her prowess. Zining Shuang is no mere weakling to be manipulated. Once this news spread, the crowd erupted in hushed murmurs, cautious to discuss quietly lest they attract Zining Shuang's ire and provoke her wrath. However, given her cultivation level, how could she possibly not overhear their discussions? Yet, she had no time to concern herself with the chatter of ants. Facing Jiao Ming, who wielded the ultimate Imperial weapon, she tightened her grip on her own weapon. Chapter 78. The revival of the ultimate Imperial weapon. Just as Zining Shuang endeavored to advance, Jiao Ming suddenly positioned himself in her path, obstructing her progress. Upon witnessing this, Zining Shuang had no choice but to halt, her gaze coldly fixed upon Jiao Ming. Jiao Ming, this is not the Imperial tomb of your Xianyuan dragon clan, but rather the final resting place of the supreme devil Tunshin. Your blatant interference is rather presumptuous. Her voice, reminiscent of celestial melodies from the heavens, flowed gracefully and resonated deeply within the heart. The dulcet tones caressed the eardrums like a gentle hand, stirring ripples of emotion in the depths of one's soul. Coupled with her breathtaking beauty, she was utterly unforgettable, evoking a yearning desire to possess her. Even Jiao Ming, upon hearing her voice, found his breath quickening, his gasps noticeably heavier than before. Yet, casting a glance at the Imperial tomb behind him, he unwaveringly summoned his ultimate Imperial weapon, the Xianbing demon spear. The spear, as dark as obsidian, appeared enveloped in a layer of frost, adorned with intricate, crisscrossing cracks of ice, resembling a masterpiece of exquisite artistry. With the Xianbing demon spear in hand, Jiao Ming, his visage impassive, declared, "It is a demon, and I too am a demon." Thus, the tomb of the supreme devil Tunshin naturally pertains to me, Jiao Ming. His voice resonated with authority, imbued with an undeniable gravitas. Upon witnessing Jiao Ming's resolute stance, Zining Shuang's expression darkened slightly, her previously aloof demeanor intensifying. The atmosphere thickened with tension, both wielding their ultimate Imperial weapons, locked in a standoff, neither daring to strike first. Yet, all were acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. At that moment, a section of the void began to distort, and suddenly, a handsome, yet somewhat languid man emerged from the warped space. The unexpected appearance of the man startled the onlookers. Damn, that gave me quite a fright. I thought something ghastly had escaped from the Imperial tomb. But how did he manifest? Some kind of resurrection? It doesn't resemble any spatial teleportation we've witnessed. They murmured in confusion. Among them, Zizong Shuang fixed her beautiful gaze intently on the man who had emerged from the distorted void. Instead of departing immediately, he surveyed his surroundings as if searching for something. Simultaneously, Jiaoming furrowed his brow, a sense of unease settling in. Both he and Zizong Shuang could keenly sense that the recent spatial rift had been torn apart by the man's bare hands. Such a capability was not something the average person could master. Even those who had attained the sage realm might struggle to rend space so effortlessly. Moreover, the man's method appeared superior to theirs, as they sensed no signs of spatial disturbance. Could it be that his strength surpassed theirs? Or was he adept in the domain of space? Jiaoming regarded Ye Chen warily. He couldn't help but ponder whether this man had also come for the Imperial tomb. After all, the treasures within were immensely alluring to anyone. With this thought, Jiaoming silently tightened his grip on the Xianbing demon spear, preparing for any potential assault from the stranger. Emerging from the void, Ye Chen discovered a gathering of individuals, among whom two wielded supreme Imperial weapons. The collective gaze of the group fell upon him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Yet, his purpose was merely to seek a disciple. As long as they did not interfere with him, their intentions were of no concern. Observing the location provided by his system, he noted it was in close proximity. Upon reaching the designated spot, he was taken aback to find it utterly deserted. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently entered a tomb. How had this young man managed to do so? Ye Chen felt a surge of urgency and hastened towards the Imperial tomb, fearing that if his disciple met with demise, his journey would have been in vain. Good heavens, he has entered. Does he not fear the myriad devouring vines? Could he possibly be a supreme being himself? As Ye Chen stepped toward the tomb's entrance, the spectacle rendered the onlookers speechless. Particularly, Jiaoming trembled, an unsettling dread swelling within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself forward like a shooting star, intent on preventing Ye Chen from entering the tomb. However, just as Jiaoming was about to reach the entrance, Ye Chen seemed to sense a disturbance behind him. He turned slightly, his gaze casually sweeping over, coincidentally locking eyes with Jiaoming. In that fleeting moment, chaos erupted. On the other side, Zizong Shuang launched an assault. The purple frost ice blade in her hand erupted with dazzling cold light, unleashing a terrifying sword aura directed at Jiaoming. A jolt of alarm surged through Jiaoming. He could distinctly sense the formidable power contained within that strike. He dared not hesitate. Swiftly wielding his mysterious ice magic spear to block the oncoming sword energy with tremendous force. The clash resonated with a thunderous sound, sending sparks flying and causing the entire entrance to tremble from the sheer might. Furious, Jiaoming glared at Zizong Shuang, bellowing, Zizong Shuang. Before his words could fully escape, he swung the ice spear in a tempestuous flurry towards her. Zizong Shuang, however, merely smirked subtly, evading his attack with grace while calling out, "Fellow cultivator, I shall hold him off. Do remember to share some benefits with me. Why would I need your assistance in holding him off? If provoked, I shall not hesitate to eradicate you all." With that, he stepped into the Imperial tomb. Zizong Shuang was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly entered? Shouldn't they have joined forces to eliminate this demon and subsequently explored the tomb together, dividing the spoils? After all, as the most beautiful woman of the Western Desert domain, how could he merely cast a glance her way? Did he not appreciate her alluring figure? Why the haste to enter the tomb? It was known that many admired her. At least 99% of the males in the Western Desert domain were enamored with her. He was the first man to regard her with disdain, she mused. Nevertheless, she resolved that as long as the treasures of the tomb did not fall into the hands of the demons, it mattered little. Should the demon race gain possession, an invasion of the Western Desert domain would inevitably ensue. The two combatants exchanged blows repeatedly, neither gaining the upper hand. Furthermore, as Ye Chen ventured into the Imperial tomb, it seemed that the otherworldly creatures remained undisturbed, causing a sense of urgency to envelop him. Prolonging this standoff could very well mean losing any potential advantage. Hastily, Zhao Ming retreated, distancing himself from Zizong Shuang. "If you wish to fight, then let it be so. I shall awaken." With a thunderous roar, a terrifying aura surged forth from the Xianbing demon spear. Chapter 79. Clash of Imperial Weapons. Observing this, Zizong Shuang dared not exhibit any sign of negligence. She quickly summoned the Zixiaoai soul sword. In an instant, two formidable Imperial weapon auras clashed in the void, distorting and shattering the surrounding space, creating deep spatial rifts. It is worth noting that this is incomparable to the supreme Imperial weapons crafted by the great deities. Good heavens, this has escalated. The Imperial weapons have awakened. We must flee. What madness! I am merely 600 years old, still youthful and not yet ready to meet my demise. At that moment, the cultivators who had been contemplating how to enter were taken aback. One unfortunate soul, inadvertently drawing near to a spatial rift, was promptly consumed, leaving their fate unknown. Jiao Ming, wielding the revived Xianbing demon spear, charged towards Zining Shuang like a demonic deity, each step causing the void to tremble. Zining Shuang, holding the Zixiaoai soul sword, moved gracefully to meet him. With a deft flick of her wrist, the sword emitted sharp rays of icy brilliance, slicing towards Jiao Ming. With a furious roar, Jiao Ming brought down the Xianbing demon spear with formidable force, the spear's glow colliding with the icy radiance, erupting in a dazzling explosion of light. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, the entire forest having already been reduced to nothingness. The ground beneath them became coated in a thick layer of frost as a result of their fierce struggle. Ultimately, neither of them were true emperors. They could only tenuously wield a fraction of their might, and their spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. Both appeared pale, clearly exhausted from the exertion. In unison, they ceased their combat, retracting their Imperial weapons, as the formation at the entrance of the Imperial tomb shattered completely under the residual force of their assaults. Moreover, the tomb itself seemed to be vanishing into the void, somehow manipulated by an unseen force. Zining Shuang cast a glance at Jiao Ming before plunging towards the Imperial tomb. She sensed several powerful beings approaching, equally formidable as herself, and they hailed from the demon domain. It was clear that escape was no longer an option. Her only chance for survival lay in finding that young man and joining forces with him. As for the terrifying 10,000 devouring demon vine, with the protection of the supreme Imperial weapon, there remained a glimmer of hope. However, should she become ensnared by the demon race, it would spell her doom. Thus, without hesitation, she surged towards the Imperial tomb. Oh no! Jiao Ming silently cursed, his expression shifting dramatically, his brows furrowed tightly, his gaze fixed ahead as he witnessed Zining Shuang, like a phantom, swiftly entering the Imperial tomb. Without a moment's hesitation, he followed closely behind. Simultaneously, other powerful demon race beings reacted, closely pursuing them. Yet, who could have anticipated that the very moment they stepped into the Imperial tomb, a chilling aura would suddenly envelop them, inducing a sense of dread. Before they could comprehend their surroundings, a terrifying sword aura, seemingly capable of freezing the very void, surged toward them. With a sudden gasp, Zining Shuang expelled a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning ghastly pale, her once enchanting visage now bearing the marks of exhaustion. How despicable to launch a sneak attack, Jiao Ming thought, his pupils contracting sharply, a curse bubbling within him. Without a moment to ponder, he swiftly swung his Xianbing magic spear, transforming it into a swirling vortex of darkness that met the dreadful sword energy head-on. A thunderous roar erupted as the fearsome sword aura collided violently with the Xianbing magic spear, creating an earth-shattering cacophony. In an instant, the ferocious energy rippled outward, forcefully expelling Jiao Ming and several powerful members of the demon clan from the Imperial tomb. At that moment, the Imperial tomb itself seemed to be stirred by this overwhelming force, suddenly trembling violently. Subsequently, it descended into the void as if grasped by an invisible hand, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Jiao Ming bellowed, his face contorted with rage as he glared at the direction of the Imperial tomb's disappearance, his heart brimming with resentment and fury. Zining Shuang, one day, I shall subdue you and make you my slave, serving me, Jiao Ming. He ground out, his eyes glinting with anger. This is disastrous. The Imperial tomb has vanished. How could it be taken by the human race so easily? The demon clan warriors roared in unison, their voices echoing through the void, filled with wrath and bloodlust. Instantly, all the demons turned their crimson, bloodthirsty gazes toward the humans, ready to unleash a one-sided massacre. The interior of the Imperial tomb was dim, with the entrance surprisingly damp. As they ventured deeper, the air grew increasingly arid, the walls adorned with various star stones serving as illuminating decor. Continuing further, they discovered 3 passageways. Zining Shuang chose the rightmost one. Inside, she encountered only the corpse of a toad and a dark green plant thriving upon its decaying flesh. The long-dead body exuded an overwhelming Imperial aura, making it impossible for her to approach. That plant, thriving upon an Imperial corpse, could only be the 10,000 devouring demon vine. Meanwhile, on the other side, the young man in green, following the guidance, arrived at a storage chamber. It was filled with various elixirs and weapons. However, upon his touch, the elixirs crumbled into dust, and the weapons met the same fate. Only a shattered mirror shard in the corner remained intact. The dust fate mirror flew from within him, merging with the shard, finally restoring itself to its former glory. It was the dust fate mirror that had guided him from the ancient secret realm to this desolate western domain. Young one, I shall enter a period of slumber. Take good care of yourself. The voice of the dust fate mirror echoed softly. Senior, but how will I escape? As a mere spirit transformation realm cultivator within the Imperial tomb, isn't that tantamount to seeking death? The young man in green replied, urgency tinging his voice. Rest assured, you shall find a safe passage out, and perhaps even other opportunities await you. Ye Chen was also making his way toward the position of the youth clad in green. Upon catching sight of the boy, he promptly checked the youth's information. Name, Dongfang Xingchen. Realm, 3rd stage of spirit transformation. Qualification, 100. Physique, dust fate body. Background, possessing the dust fate body, naturally able to wield the power of causality. Capable of attracting good fortune and averting misfortune. He obtained the dust fate mirror in the ancient secret realm and, guided by it, arrived here in search of a missing shard of the mirror. Soon, the details of Dongfang Xingchen appeared before him. Could this young man be the opportunity the elder spoke of? Indeed, being able to enter the Imperial tomb surely meant he surpassed me by an immeasurable margin. Meanwhile, Ye Chen gradually retracted the system panel. Do you wish to take me as your master? Ye Chen asked, his gaze calm, hands clasped behind his back as he looked at the youth. May I inquire who you are, senior? Dongfang Xingchen did not rush to agree or refuse. He was unaware of the other's identity. I am the master of the Heavenly Palace. Boom. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Xingchen was taken aback, revealing an expression of disbelief. He was aware of the Heavenly Palace, having visited the Starfall domain. Yet, this place was several tens of millions of miles from the Heavenly Palace, and he had relied on the dust fate mirror to reach such a distant location. But what was the master of the Heavenly Palace doing here? Was it for the Imperial tomb? Surely he couldn't have come solely to accept disciples. That would be far too leisurely. Chapter 80. Dongfang Xingchen. Upon learning that the other was the master of the Heavenly Palace, Dongfang Xingchen could hardly contain his excitement. Before him stood the master of the Heavenly Palace, the most powerful sect in the 2 realms. He never imagined he would have the fortune to meet him, let alone be considered as a potential disciple. Disciple Dongfang Xingchen pays respects to master. With that, he knelt and bowed thrice. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, 1 Emperor Summon card. Reward, Sword Forest, a place infused with boundless sword intent, allowing rapid comprehension of sword principles. Reward, 1 Sect Spiritual Energy Enhancement card. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be my 5th disciple. Rise, Ye Chen said with a gentle smile, helping him to his feet. Once upright, Dongfang Xingchen asked, Master, shall we depart now? Not in haste, Ye Chen replied with a chuckle. He sensed there were intriguing things within this place, and regarding the invasion from another realm, he was not yet informed enough to leave so quickly. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the passageway. Startled, Dongfang Xingchen hid behind Ye Chen. Soon a figure, bloodied and clad in tattered purple garments that barely concealed her modesty, staggered into view. Fellow cultivator, it's me. Quickly, save my life. Upon seeing the light ahead, it was the same youth from before. Ziqing Shuang's face brightened, and she exhaled heavily. However, her legs buckled, and she began to fall toward Ye Chen. With a thud, she made intimate contact with the floor. At once, black lines appeared on Ziqing Shuang's forehead. What was this man thinking? Seeing her, a delicate lady, about to fall, he should have rushed forward to catch her. How could he let her tumble? Truly, he lacked romantic sensibility. A hero saving a damsel in distress was beyond him. Surely no woman would be enamored by such behavior. Master, it appears she has fallen. Should we offer her assistance? Suddenly, Dongfang Xingchen inquired. Fellow Taoist, why do you not lend a hand? At this moment, Ziqing Shuang slowly lifted her head, casting a lingering gaze at Ye Chen. Oh, I had thought you wouldn't stumble. Considering your strength, Ye Chen remarked, arms crossed, his tone indifferent. Ziqing Shuang responded, can you not see my severe injuries? You fail to grasp the advantage you've been given. No wonder you remain single. It's infuriating. Wiping the dirt from her face, she revealed an exquisite beauty that momentarily left Dongfang Xingchen entranced, his heart racing. Ye Chen, too, was taken aback. Previously, he had only stolen a hasty glance while preoccupied with searching for his disciple. He had not anticipated that only Bai Luochu could rival her beauty. Ziqing Shuang, with her usual cool demeanor, seemed to possess a touch of playful charm. Her delicate features and fair skin, adorned in tattered purple robes, exuded an unusual allure. Akin to a peony battered by rain, though its petals were marred and muddied, Its inherent elegance and nobility shone through fiercely, captivating all who beheld her. Yet Ye Chen regarded her calmly, devoid of any desire, as if he had transcended worldly concerns. Meanwhile, Zijing Shuang observed Dongfang Xingchen's reaction with satisfaction, though she found Ye Chen's demeanor somewhat displeasing. After all, she had never encountered anyone capable of remaining composed in such close proximity to her beauty. Yet now she had, and she pondered whether he might lack certain capabilities. Zijing Shuang produced a medicinal pill and swallowed it, then cupped her hands toward Ye Chen. Fellow Taoist, I am Zijing Shuang, the master of Ziyue Palace. May I inquire your name and propose that we explore the Imperial tomb together? No need, Ye Chen replied, not waiting for a response as he led Dongfang Xingchen toward the passageway. Observing this, Zijing Shuang hurriedly called out, Fellow Taoist, there are otherworldly beings here, as well as Imperial corpses. With our semi-Imperial cultivation, we may not be able to approach them. Shall we not join forces? We can share the spoils equally. Unnecessary, Ye Chen replied coolly. With his strength, he had no need to collaborate with others. His current interest lay solely in the otherworldly beings present. What differences existed between this realm and his own? As for the so-called Imperial corpse, what was there to admire about a mere corpse? Unfazed by his dismissal, Zijing Shuang resolved to follow closely behind him. In the chamber where the Imperial corpse resided, a small space of several hundred square feet was adorned with countless treasures embedded in the walls, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. At the center lay a colossal creature, several hundred feet in length, its body pitch black with barbed spines along its back, eyes tightly shut, resembling a slumbering toad. Above it, a dark green vine-like plant absorbed the energies of its surroundings. As the group entered, a terrifying Imperial aura surged forth, threatening to crush them. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance. Otherwise, they would have surely spat blood. Zijing Shuang clutched the supreme Imperial weapon in her hand, her chest quivering slightly. She then turned to Ye Chen, cautioning him, be careful, this is Imperial might. Although this toad has been dead for who knows how long, its Imperial aura still lingers. Without an Imperial weapon, you cannot hope to contend with it. Ye Chen was taken aback. How do you know I cannot contend? Is it not possible that I could approach the toad and strike it a few times? However, he had to admit, she did appear rather capable. Observing her half-dead state, he generously offered, this pill can heal your injuries, take it. Ye Chen then turned his attention to the dark green vine atop the toad's head. This is an exquisite healing elixir, Zijing Shuang exclaimed, gazing at the pill that hovered before her. Quiet, it is merely a small pill, why such astonishment? Ye Chen queried, puzzled. What do you mean, merely a small pill? How many people on this continent can concoct such a thing? I dare say, no more than a handful. Besides, I have never consumed one before, Zijing Shuang replied, ceasing her exclamations and swallowing the pill. As it slid down her throat, it immediately released a potent aura of life, tirelessly mending her internal wounds. In mere moments, she felt completely restored. Experiencing the effects of the elixir, Zijing Shuang sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you, my friend. Let us proceed. As the trio drew ever closer to the toad, the dark green vine suddenly stirred and grew, lunging towards them. This is the 10,000 devouring demon vine. Not good, it is attacking again. Quickly flee. This thing cannot be severed. Zijing Shuang's warning was cut short as she witnessed a scene she would never forget. The vine, which seemed unperturbed even by the pressure of Imperial corpses, halted just an inch from Ye Chen, as if bound by an unseen force. In the next moment, the vine began to fracture from the top, inch by inch. Retreating towards its end, the vine appeared anxious, severing itself and leaving a segment behind, desperately siphoning nutrients from the toad's body. Chapter 81. Please stay. My friend Zijing Shuang was utterly bewildered by this spectacle. She required a supreme Imperial weapon to resist Imperial might. Yet the individual before her not only showed no fear of such power, but also subdued the otherworldly creature without lifting a finger. How powerful could he be? At the pinnacle of semi-emperorship? Or perhaps a true emperor? Impossible. If there were an emperor, the entire continent would surely be aware. Who is he? Why does such a formidable and vibrant being still exist on this continent? The power to devour? It can even consume emperors. How intriguing. Ye Chen gazed intently at the dark green vine, a slight smirk playing on his lips, unperturbed by the unfolding events. Yet, in the next moment, the Imperial corpse stirred, its pitch-black eyes opening wide. Life. It has come to life. Zijing Shuang pointed at the awakened Imperial corpse, her face a mask of shock. The Imperial corpse slowly rose, emanating a terrifying aura that distorted the very space around it. Zijing Shuang instinctively recoiled a few steps, gripping the supreme Imperial weapon tightly, her gaze fixed warily on the Imperial corpse. Ye Chen, however, remained calm, observing the Imperial corpse with a glint of contemplation in his eyes. He advanced slowly, causing the tendrils to quiver incessantly, the Imperial corpse trembling in tandem, as if in fear of Ye Chen's approach. With a mere gesture, Ye Chen seized the otherworldly creature along with the Imperial corpse in his grasp. Witnessing this spectacle, Zining Shuang felt a tempest surge within her. To effortlessly subdue a living Imperial corpse was a feat she would not dare attempt, even wielding an ultimate Imperial weapon. In an instant, she channeled a spell, halting the creature's quivering. A vivid scene unfolded before her, a vast expanse of starry sky, teeming with vibrant celestial bodies, pulsating with light. Soon, a colossal entity emerged within this cosmic realm, taking root among the stars, but in mere moments, the once shimmering stars fell into a profound silence. Amidst this tableau, 7 or 8 figures suddenly materialized, launching an assault on the otherworldly creature. As they clashed, the surrounding stars were reduced to mere dust, the aftermath of their battle shattering the surrounding star domain. "Ah, it hurts," Zining Shuang suddenly cried out, blood tears streaming from her eyes. At that moment, Ye Chen snapped back to reality, noticing the dire state of both individuals. Dongfang Xingchen had long since succumbed to unconsciousness, lying on the ground, while Zining Shuang clutched her head, moaning in agony. Observing her distress, Ye Chen pointed casually, and the pain in her mind vanished without a trace. "Thank you for your assistance, Taoist friend. I shall not look any longer. You may continue," Zining Shuang said, shaking her head in fear. To witness even a glimpse of the battle between emperors was unbearable. Should she continue watching, she might never escape this Imperial tomb. "Very well," Ye Chen replied with a nod. "It is your choice whether to watch." Though she claimed she would not look, the allure of an Imperial battle was too tempting to resist. She stole a few furtive glances, and it seemed all was well. She gazed openly, ready to shut her eyes at the slightest discomfort. Their battle raged on, the stars around them reduced to nothingness under the shockwaves of their conflict. Just as they were engrossed in the spectacle, the figures in the void suddenly turned their gazes upon them, as if transcending endless time and space to scrutinize them closely. Feeling a pang of anxiety, Zining Shuang instinctively took a few steps back, nearly crying out. Sensing her unease, Ye Chen waved his hand, dispelling her trepidation. To him, the powers of those figures were nothing extraordinary. The beings in the starry expanse seemed oblivious, displaying confusion before resuming their battle. With this, Zining Shuang felt a measure of relief, though she no longer focused on the Imperial conflict or the otherworldly creature. With a towering figure to shield her from calamity, should she be forced to confront an emperor, it would mean all hope was lost. Better to await her fate. Her curiosity about Ye Chen deepened. How could this young man shield against the gaze of emperors without even revealing an ultimate Imperial weapon? As she observed the profile of Ye Chen, her thoughts drifted, and her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Before long, the battle in the starry sky intensified, with powerful emperors falling one after another. Until this chaotic starry sky, filled with the power of emperors, the battle concluded only after the demise of 6 great emperors and the severe wounding of 2 others, resulting in the annihilation of the otherworldly creature. Upon witnessing this, Ye Chen's interest waned. His purpose was to comprehend the true strength of that otherworldly being. It appeared formidable, yet he pondered whether such power was typical among its kind or merely an exception. Unbeknownst to him, this creature was universally reviled in its own realm. It consumed everything in its path as long as energy was present, destined to bring about annihilation. Moreover, it possessed limitless potential for growth. However, it bore a significant flaw. Prolonged periods without energy consumption would lead to a gradual regression in its cultivation. Its mind was inundated with thoughts of destruction, brutality, and insatiable hunger. Resembling a war machine devoid of independent thought, seemingly born solely to devour all. With a firm grip, Ye Chen crushed the bodies of the emperors and the otherworldly creature into dust, leaving no chance of escape. "My friend, have you finished reading?" he inquired. Noticing the slightly flushed face of Zining Shuang, his curiosity piqued. "Is your injury still not healed?" She replied, slightly bashful. Ye Chen nodded and roused the unconscious Dongfang Xingchen, leading them outward. "Disciple, awaken, it is time to depart." Upon hearing the call, Dongfang Xingchen rose from the ground. Confusion etched on his face. What happened to me? He vaguely recalled a sudden darkness enveloping him, after which he could remember nothing further. Before he could inquire further, his master had already stepped outside, prompting him to hastily follow in Ye Chen's footsteps. Zining Shuang, seeing this, also trailed behind. Within the Imperial tomb, all treasures had long since succumbed to the ravages of time, reduced to ashes, and what remained of value had been destroyed by Ye Chen. Now, the Imperial tomb drifted aimlessly through the void, its location a mystery to all. After a few steps, Ye Chen noticed his companions had kept pace and seamlessly tore through the void. In an instant, They found themselves amidst the snow-capped peaks of the Tianyuan mountain range in the western desert domain. Is this the Tianyuan mountain range? I didn't expect to arrive so close to the Jiwei Palace, Zining Shuang exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Even she, at the peak of her imperial cultivation, would require half a day to traverse such a distance, yet they had arrived in mere breaths. The sheer speed was astonishing. Casting a glance at the departing master and disciple, Zining Shuang extended an invitation. My friend, as the day wanes, why not stay at my Jiwei Palace for a night? It would be my honor to host you. Very well, Ye Chen replied with a smile. I look forward to enjoying the scenery of other places. Please, follow me. Zining Shuang beckoned as she led Ye Chen and his disciple toward the Jiwei Palace. However, at that moment, a figure clad in pure white suddenly materialized in the air. Her form was ethereal, as if she could take flight at any moment. Yet a look of urgency graced her face. The young maiden possessed a statuesque figure, her curves subtly suggesting allure and inviting contemplation. Her presence was akin to a radiant beacon, captivating the attention of all around her. The gazes of onlookers gravitated towards her, particularly when they noticed the exposed skin that compelled them to steal glances. Yet, Ye Chen merely cast a fleeting glance before swiftly diverting his gaze. His eyes remained calm as still waters, seemingly disinterested in the captivating scene before him. In stark contrast, Dongfang Xingqian's reaction was markedly more pronounced. His gaze lingered on the maiden for a brief moment, only to be overtaken by a sudden flush of color on his face, as if his innermost thoughts were laid bare for all to see. The cause of this reaction lay in the tattered white garment she wore, once pristine and snow-white. It was now in shambles, as if it had endured a fierce battle. Through the torn fabric, glimpses of her delicate undergarments and skin as exquisite as white jade could be discerned. Upon the sudden appearance of this maiden, Zi Tsungshuang's pupils dilated in shock. She was evidently taken aback by the girl's arrival, even appearing somewhat flustered. Without a moment to spare, Zi Tsungshuang swiftly cast a spell to intercept the figure suspended in midair. Who dares to obstruct me? The maiden exclaimed. Yet, upon recognizing her, she leapt into Zi Tsungshuang's embrace, weeping, Master, Master, sob. Zi Tsungshuang gently stroked the girl's hair and adjusted her clothing, offering comfort. There, Schwerer, what has transpired? The maiden ceased her sobbing and began to explain, Master, grave news. We are under siege by the demonic clan Jiaoming. The Grand Elder exerted great effort to send me out. I was just preparing to seek help. Zi Tsungshuang's brow furrowed, her tone icy. What? The demonic clan? This is intolerable. It seemed that they had entered the Imperial tomb while their enemies had not, seizing the opportunity to retaliate against their sect while it lay vulnerable, devoid of high-level combatants. My friend, I regret to inform you that I cannot stay the night. Zi Tsungshuang regarded Ye Chen with a serene expression as she took Li Shui and ascended into the air. Watching their departure, Ye Chen shook his head and followed suit. So, when others kindly offer you shelter for the night, you must lend a hand when they are in distress. With this thought, he swiftly caught up with Dongfang Xingqian. My friend, you. Zi Tsungshuang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Ye Chen follow her. Then her face brightened with joy. With nothing pressing to attend to, I shall go and see. Ye Chen nodded with a smile. The Jiaoming clan possessed formidable imperial weapons. Their assault could very well result in significant casualties within the palace. It remained uncertain if other powerful entities from the demonic clan had arrived. For if the Taitianxiang tribe had also joined, the Ziwei Palace would surely face dire circumstances. Even if he returned, it would likely take time to resolve the situation swiftly, should other factions or reinforcements from the demonic clan arrive. The Ziwei Palace might very well meet its demise due to his actions. However, if Ye Chen were willing to assist, this predicament could undoubtedly be resolved. For he had the power to obliterate even imperial corpses, and she could hardly believe that the demonic clan could rival such strength. Upon considering this, Zining Shuang felt a sense of reassurance. At least the figure of Ye Chen before her became increasingly appealing. Within mere moments, the four of them arrived near the Ziwei Palace. Here, there were no towering trees to obstruct the view, only the pristine white snow and numerous mountain peaks. Among them, 6 peaks encircled a grander central peak, each adorned with varying structures, all of which exhibited a uniform white hue, easily overlooked unless closely examined. However, the pristine snow was now marred by splashes of vivid red blood, with numerous corpses strewn across the ground, both of the demon race and the human race. An atmosphere of grim slaughter permeated the air. In the sky directly before the Ziwei Palace, thousands of powerful beings had gathered, with the formidable Jiao Ming at the forefront. In this moment, he wielded an ultimate weapon, launching an assault on the crumbling protective array of the palace, which was riddled with cracks. Surrounding him were thousands of demon warriors, effectively encircling the entire Ziwei Palace. Witnessing Jiao Ming manipulating the ultimate weapon, The onlookers were filled with exhilaration, eagerly anticipating the shattering of the array to rush in and engage in pillaging and slaughter. After all, human cultivators were akin to precious elixirs for them, their consumption promising an enhancement of power. With a resounding crash, Jiao Ming activated the Xianbing demon spear, unleashing a fierce assault upon the protective array below. Instantly, the spear erupted with terrifying flames, striking the array with a cacophony of cracking sounds. The elderly women sustaining the array were sent reeling, spewing blood as they fell backward. The demon warriors erupted in ecstatic shouts, clamoring for blood, relishing the thought of consuming high-grade blood delicacies. I shall devour them one by one, all of them. How crude. We shall take them back, wash them, and then simmer them slowly in a pot. Look at you, a snake-wolf demon, trying to imitate humans. How troublesome. It would be far more satisfying to consume them whole. The shell of this turtle is tougher than we demons. What of our Xian Gui clan? Do we need to practice? Haha, humans are so disunited. Once the ZY Palace falls, we shall gradually devour the other sects, transforming the Western Desert into our demon paradise. I find the members of ZY Palace quite appealing. They are far more attractive than our demonized tigresses. I shall bring a few back. It would be quite the unique experience. The surroundings transformed into various beast forms, incessantly discussing how to devour the humans within the ZY Palace. This conversation sent shivers through the hearts of those inside the palace. Death itself was not the greatest fear. The terrifying prospect of being consumed by these demons loomed large. They would rather destroy their own bodies than allow the demons to prevail. Jiao Ming, observing that he was but a final strike away from obliterating this protective shell, grinned widely. Raising the Xianbing demon spear, he brought it down with tremendous force. It was over. Within the ZY Palace, as the Xianbing demon spear emanated an overwhelming and chilling power, the faces of countless disciples turned as pale as parchment. Even the revered elder could not help but feel a tremor of dread, a sense of despair spreading like a plague among the crowd. They seemed to witness the protective array crumbling before the terrifying force, as fragile as paper, shattering into countless fragments. The demon clan would then pounce like famished tigers, ready to devour them whole. Amidst this suffocating tension, one of the elderly women suddenly closed her eyes, her lips quivering slightly. In the next moment, although her voice was low, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The palace master possesses a supreme imperial weapon that can restore the ZY Palace. When the formation shatters, we will fight to the death to hold back the demons and buy you time. Remember, do not look back. Run straight ahead, as far as you can. The old palace master has entrusted her to assist the new palace master. It seems I must refrain from further words. It appears I shall accompany you soon. Dear Palace Master. Chapter 83, An All-Out Assault Boom. With a thunderous roar, the formation was instantly torn apart into countless shards, rendered completely useless. The once fearsome visages of the demon clan now contorted into sinister grins. Kill. With this furious shout, the demons surged forward like hungry beasts, their singular target being the humans ensnared within the array. However, at this critical juncture, a chilling command reverberated like thunder. Halt. This voice, akin to the thunder of the heavens, bore an overwhelming pressure that made the demons tremble. Following this, a violet figure raced forth, moving with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible, a mere blur in the air. Before the demons could react, a beam of violet sword light sliced through the sky like a rainbow piercing the sun, striking directly at the foremost demons. With a series of soft thuds, those demons had no time to even scream before being reduced to mere dust, not a trace left behind. This sudden turn of events filled the demons with shock and fury. They widened their eyes, filled with dread as they beheld the violet figure. Boom. As the violet figure emerged above the ZY Palace, the crowd erupted in cheers. The palace master has returned. We shall not perish in cowardice. Let us retaliate and annihilate this pack of beasts. I yearn to feast on their flesh and drink their blood. Upon witnessing the arrival of Ziqing Shuang, the morale of the ZY Palace surged. The previous despair instantly ignited into fervor. Several elderly women took the lead, soaring into the air like birds, swiftly joining Ziqing Shuang. The other disciples rallied as well, each entering a state of readiness, their weapons gleaming ominously as they prepared for battle. Haha, Ziqing Shuang. I didn't expect you to emerge so soon. It's the perfect time to hand over the Imperial Tomb's legacy. The face of Jiao Ming displayed excitement, while he regarded the followers behind Ziqing Shuang, such as Ye Chen, with disdain. Suddenly, a brazen voice echoed. Haha, Ziqing Shuang, relinquish the Emperor's legacy, and I shall grant you a swift end. A man with a long nose, wielding a spear, appeared. Upon seeing him, Ziqing Shuang's expression changed dramatically. The leader of the Taitian Xiang clan, Xiang Qiong, and the Lai Tian spear. Haha, Ziqing Shuang, let us see how you escape this time. Zhao Ming seemed to envision himself seizing Zining Shuang and acquiring the legacy of the great emperor, thereby unifying the demon clan and ascending to the exalted status of the demon emperor. The assembled demons, responding to his command, prepared to take over Zihua Palace. Thousands of powerful demons, upon receiving the news, felt their previous anxieties dissipate, and they surged towards Ye Chen, Li Shui, and others who stood behind Zining Shuang. Observing this, Zining Shuang displayed no sign of concern. Rather, a glimmer of delight flickered across her features. It appeared that these demons might be about to encounter a formidable opponent, and perhaps Ye Chen would unleash the supreme imperial weapon and vanquish them all in an instant. On the other side, Li Shui and the elders of Zihua Palace, witnessing the palace master being detained, braced themselves for a desperate fight. As for Ye Chen and his companion, they held no expectations, merely viewing them as potential suitors of the palace master. After all, the palace master had been pursued by countless admirers over the years, and they had long since grown accustomed to it. Nevertheless, they approached respectfully, imploring, "Friend, we hope for your assistance. In the aftermath, Zihua Palace shall certainly have its rewards." Before they could finish their plea, a colossal cauldron manifested from Ye Chen's palm, growing ever larger until it enveloped all the approaching demons within its confines. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The members of Zihua Palace collectively gasped in astonishment. This was a cauldron of the level of a supreme imperial weapon. They had not anticipated that the palace master's suitor would possess such formidable strength. Remarkably, he had captured 5 sovereigns, 100 saints, and thousands of demon beings in one fell swoop. It was splendid. Zihua Palace would not be annihilated. From the elders to the disciples, not a single soul refrained from cheering. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming and Xiang Qiong, who had been observing the spectacle, were left bewildered. This was not how they had envisioned the outcome. Shouldn't it have been the human race that was overwhelmed by their demon kin? How had the tables turned? They had not anticipated the presence of a powerful figure wielding a supreme imperial weapon among the crowd. A miscalculation indeed. However, what did it matter? Their fury remained unabated. Those captured were, after all, the majority of the formidable beings from their clans. In an instant, Zhao Ming and Xiang Qiong were enraged, their eyes blazing crimson. Release them. Otherwise, what does it matter if you wield an imperial weapon? I shall surely annihilate you. With that, they disregarded Zining Shuang and the great emperor's legacy. Prioritizing the capture of Ye Chen, they unleashed the might of their supreme imperial weapons. Each thrust of their spear and polearm bore the devastating force to obliterate the heavens and the earth as they charged towards Ye Chen. "Friend, be cautious." Zining Shuang's expression shifted as she prepared to intervene. The other disciples swiftly retreated. Such a confrontation was beyond their capabilities. To engage would only result in their demise. Ye Chen regarded them with disdain, the cauldron radiating an overwhelming light as a more terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings. With a wave of his hand, the cauldron trembled violently, and a cascade of runes flickered to life as the chaotic cauldron hurtled towards Zhao Ming and Xiang Qiong. The two quickly swung their supreme imperial weapons to defend against the onslaught. A thunderous clash erupted, the shockwave from the collision distorting the very fabric of space. At that moment, the cauldron unexpectedly expanded, descending upon them like a great mountain. Zhao Ming and Xiang Qiong were utterly astounded. Exerting their utmost effort to activate the supreme imperial weapons in their grasp, erecting a protective shield. However, the might of the great cauldron was overwhelming, causing the shield to fracture instantaneously. With a resounding crack, the shield shattered, and both were drawn into the cauldron. The two supreme imperial weapons slipped from their control, attempting to escape into the void. Yet, Ye Chen did not afford them the opportunity, swiftly suppressing them. In that moment, the entire assembly was left in shock. Meanwhile, within the chaotic cauldron, the myriad of demons incessantly assaulted its confines, yearning for escape. "Damn it! How can we be so unfortunate? Chief, when will you rescue us?" The crowd urged. "Let us shatter this cursed cauldron." "What a joke! Do you think you can break a supreme imperial weapon? Then what shall we do? Wait for death." The demons within the cauldron began to bicker, fear arising in the face of the unknown. "Look, it seems someone is coming." The demons raised their heads, spotting two figures in the sky, Zhao Ming and Xiang Qiong. "Haha, I told you the chief would not abandon us. Here he comes to save us." They marveled. "I never imagined the chief would be so formidable, swiftly dealing with the foes outside to rescue us. Chief, let us hasten our exit and indulge in the spoils." The cacophony of voices from the demons was jarring to Zhao Ming and Xiang Qiong, who remained oblivious to the pallor that had overtaken their faces. Chapter 84. The heat of disrobing silence. "Cease your clamor," Xiang Qiong bellowed. He could not fathom how, despite both sides wielding supreme imperial weapons, two on their end and merely one on his, they had been so swiftly subdued. Was it an inauspicious day for him to venture forth? Curse it, this is all Jiao Ming's fault, boasting of possessing the legacy of a great emperor. Yet here we are, empty-handed, uncertain of our escape. In that instant, the demons seemed to grasp the reality. Could it be that our chief has been captured? Are we to perish here? Panic spread among them. No, I have just what a concubine. If I am not around, won't that benefit another demon? Break free. The demons reverted to their original forms, launching a frenzied assault on the chaotic cauldron, yet to no avail. The cauldron remained unscathed. Outside the chaotic cauldron, all individuals sheathed their weapons, preparing to express their gratitude for the elder's assistance. They discovered Ye Chen casually toying with the two supreme imperial weapons, eliciting envy from the onlookers. If I possessed a supreme imperial weapon, I would cherish it daily. After a cursory examination, it appeared that these two supreme imperial weapons were not particularly extraordinary, lacking the potency of his own chaotic cauldron. While they held no practical use for him, they could serve as rewards for his subordinates. Thus he stowed them away. Zicheng Shuang was left in a state of astonishment upon witnessing this scene. These were not his supreme imperial weapons. How could he so easily claim them? Could it be that in such a brief span, the supreme imperial weapons had submitted to him? Her own Zixiaoai soul sword had only been accepted after gaining its acknowledgement, allowing her to readily store it. While she knew Ye Chen was powerful, could he truly be so formidable? Zicheng Shuang gazed at Ye Chen, biting her lip, and made a decision that defied her ancestral teachings. He approached Ye Chen and knelt before him, respectfully proclaiming, "Senior, I am willing to bring the Jiwei Palace to submit to you, and I hope you will accept us." Upon hearing these words, the elders of Jiwei Palace were momentarily stunned, but soon remembered something and also knelt down, expressing, "We are willing to submit and earnestly request that you accept us." Ye Chen was taken aback. Not only had he gained a disciple, but also an entire sect? Though it seemed somewhat distant, considering the potential for the sect's growth and the inevitable submission of other forces. He thought it would suffice to set up a formation here later. Thus, he agreed. "Very well, but should there be any treachery, I am capable of extinguishing you at will. Remember, from this moment forth, Jiwei Palace shall be an affiliated sect of my heavenly palace." Upon hearing Ye Chen's agreement, Zining Shuang became exhilarated. As for the consequences of future betrayal, she pretended not to hear. Betraying was not in her nature. After all, the imposing figure that had acted in the imperial tomb, coupled with the recent display of strength, had elevated Ye Chen's stature in her eyes to an immeasurable height. He might very well be at the pinnacle of a quasi-emperor, merely a step away from becoming a true emperor. As a follower of such a young and powerful quasi-emperor, she felt no shame. Rather, if her ancestors were to learn that she followed a future emperor, they would surely be overjoyed. "Yes, Sect Master," Zining Shuang replied with palpable excitement. "As night falls, shall I take you to dine?" Although cultivation could render one independent of food, the snacks within the sect were spirit meals that could enhance one's cultivation. "There is no need. We shall dine here," Ye Chen responded before anyone could react, wondering where the food would come from. In the next moment, a snow-capped mountain was summoned by Ye Chen and cast into the chaos cauldron. With a flick of his finger, a roaring fire ignited. The onlookers outside pondered, what are they doing with a snow mountain? Surely they do not intend to freeze us to death. Is it growing warm? Do they know we cannot be frozen and aim to roast us instead? Suddenly, they realized the glacier was melting. They intended to feast upon them. "Chief, save us." Before the words were fully uttered, the beast was scorched, its body turning crimson as it hunched over. In an instant, the creature within the cauldron wailed in agony, yet those outside could hear nothing. Meanwhile, the disciples of Jiwei Palace covered their mouths, astonished. "The sect master is using an imperial weapon to cook for us. How extravagant." They had never imagined that an imperial weapon could serve such culinary purposes. An hour later, everyone gathered around the chaos cauldron, each holding a piece of meat. Despite the cauldron's modest size, it remained abundantly filled. "This fish is delightful. The bones separate effortlessly, and the meat comes away easily. The pig's trotters are even more fragrant. Rich, but not greasy, utterly delicious. Oh, this giant shrimp, its claw is larger than I am. What a feast." One by one, the disciples of Jiwei Palace reveled in their meal, their bodies glowing with radiance, flushed and warm. Oblivious to their appearances, they began shedding excess clothing, leaving behind only scant coverings. As they felt the brisk wind while savoring the hearty meal, their cultivation began to loosen and flourish, entirely disregarding Ye Chen and Dongfang Xingchen, lost in the bliss of exquisite flavors. Even the elders within the Ziwei Palace indulged heartily, for within this gathering lay the presence of both quasi-emperor and supreme demonic beasts. A rare treasure for them. Perhaps this opportunity might facilitate a breakthrough to the supreme realm. However, Zining Shuang observed the scene with a touch of embarrassment. The disciples seemed oblivious to their surroundings, disregarding the presence of two gentlemen. Ye Chen merely glanced around. While the beauty was indeed striking, it was nothing extraordinary. The current tableau resembled a beach from a previous life, populated by over 1,000 stunning women clad in bikinis, all possessing remarkable beauty and figure. In stark contrast, the disciple Dongfang Xingchen had retreated to a secluded spot, clutching meat, eager to indulge without an audience. Master, this piece is from the flesh of the dragon, Zining Shuang announced, approaching Ye Chen with the offering. Her gaze glimmered with delight, growing ever more pleased as she studied him. Li Shui, a disciple accompanying her, sensed something amiss with her master, who had never before exhibited such demeanor. Could it be that her master's heart had stirred with affection? This notion echoed persistently in her mind. Ye Chen nodded, accepting the meat from Zining Shuang and savoring it slowly. It was evident that it lacked the culinary finesse of his eldest disciple's cooking. Meanwhile, at the position occupied by the disciples of Zy Palace, a large patch of snow had melted, revealing black earth unseen for millennia. I have broken through to the sage level. Who would have thought this meal would save me a century of hard cultivation? Another exclaimed. I have also advanced several levels, from the 3rd to the 7th stage of transformation. Who would have imagined that I could also take a step further? With the opportunity to break through to quasi-emperors soon, the disciples, disregarding decorum, leaped and bounded in the snow, causing the white drifts to tremble. It was astonishing that a single meal could rival the efficacy of elixirs. However, considering that the beasts within possessed at least transformation-level cultivation, with some reaching quasi-emperor status, their reactions were understandable. After all, high-level demonic beasts were treasures to human cultivators. Chapter 85, Side Effects Ding. Congratulations to the host for expanding the celestial forces once more. Reward, Imperial level formation, Demon Extermination Array. Reward, 10,000 drops of life liquid. 1 drop can extend life by 1,000 years. Ye Chen glanced at the notifications, then dismissed them without further thought. The night passed in silence. Upon awakening from his meditative state, Ye Chen prepared to return to the heavenly palace with Dongfang Xingchen. At this moment, Zining Shuang learned of his imminent departure and accompanied him, along with disciple Li Shui and several elders, to bid farewell. She suggested using the Zy Palace's warship, but Ye Chen politely declined, instead helping them to replace it with an Imperial level formation. He also installed a teleportation array within the Zy Palace and provided them with a Heavenly Palace token. In the future, they could utilize this array and token to reach the Heavenly Palace directly in times of need. Having concluded, Ye Chen stepped into the array with his disciple Dongfang Xingchen. We bid farewell to our esteemed leader. The crowd hurriedly clasped their fists and bowed. As they watched the figure vanish, Zining Shuang felt a pang of reluctance, staring intently at the spot where Ye Chen had disappeared until someone nudged her and whispered in her ear. Master, the head of the sect has departed. Do you hold any affection for him? As Zining Shuang realized the implications of her disciple's teasing gaze, her cheeks flushed with rare embarrassment. She quickly adopted a stern expression and retorted, Do not speak nonsense. Are you not occupied? Go assist the elders with the aftermath. Very well, I shall take my leave. Li Shui flashed a knowing smile at Zining Shuang. Observing the mischievous grin on Li Shui's face, Zining Shuang couldn't help but ponder, am I that transparent? Not long after Ye Chen's departure, news began to circulate in the Western Desert Domain regarding the Zy Palace's acquisition of the Emperor's legacy. Have you heard? Zy Palace's Zining Shuang has obtained the legacy of the Demon Emperor. No wonder. The last time I saw a group of demon clans heading towards Zy Palace, I hastily retreated. It is rumored that the formidable Jiao Ming and Xiang Qiong, accompanied by numerous demon warriors, invaded Zy Palace. They have yet to emerge. They must have perished. Damn it. Jiao Ming and Xiang Qiong sought to monopolize the Emperor's legacy, but who would have anticipated their demise at Zy Palace? We must reclaim what rightfully belongs to our Demon Emperor. At this moment, all other sacred sites in the Western Desert Domain, along with the demon clans, were fixated on Zy Palace. The legacy of the Emperor is an irresistible temptation for any faction. Who would not aspire to become an emperor, invincible in the world? Yet, no one dared to take the initiative to assault Zy Palace. Prior to this, news had reached that the Xinyuan Magic Jiao clan and the Tatian Elephant clan suffered losses as their chieftains fell at the hands of Zy Palace, granting the palace a temporary reprieve. Within the Heavenly Palace, Ye Chen stepped out alongside Dongfang Xingchen. Dongfang Xingchen surveyed the opulent sect and the extraordinary environment, feeling as if he were floating in a dream. He had only heard tales of the Heavenly Palace's grandeur, yet this experience far surpassed his expectations. Had it not been for the request of his esteemed predecessor, Chun Yuan Jing, to locate its fragmented body, he would have sought to visit the Heavenly Palace immediately after emerging from the secret realm. To his astonishment, he was granted entry without undergoing any trials. A delightful surprise indeed. Take your time to familiarize yourself with the sect. Arrangements for accommodation and sect attire will be made for you. Yes, master. I shall take my leave. Dongfang Xingchen nodded and withdrew. Junior brothers and sisters, come and taste the delicacies I've just learned to prepare, Qingli exclaimed, beaming as she approached Qin Luoxue and the others with a platter exuding an enticing aroma. Qin Luoxue glanced at the dish, which indeed looked delectable. Yet a thought crossed her mind. She smiled gently and declined. Sister, I appreciate your kindness, but I have just eaten to my fill. Please allow the junior brothers to enjoy these. Qingli, undeterred by the rejection, cheerfully replied, very well. Since you are already satisfied, let us reserve these delights for the junior brothers. She then turned her gaze towards Mu Chun and Ye Chen, continuing, Mu Chun, Ye Chen, come and sample your sister's culinary skills. Mu Chun and Ye Chen exchanged glances, both hesitating. As Mu Chun was about to speak, he suddenly caught sight of Qingli's gaze, which seemed to devour him whole, causing him to hastily retract the words that were about to escape his lips. Ye Chen found himself in a similar predicament, though he intended to express that he was not particularly hungry. The intensity of Qingli's stare compelled him to wisely remain silent. Noticing the absence of conversation from both, Qingli smiled and said to Ye Chen, Junior brother Ye, why not sample your senior sister's culinary skills? Upon hearing this, Ye Chen inwardly lamented, for he had no desire to be the first to taste this food. Thus, he quickly retorted, Senior brother Mu, you are my senior by age. It is only proper that I defer to you. Understanding Ye Xian's intent, Mu Chun's lips curved into a subtle smile, neither entirely pleasant nor displeasing, as he replied, Oh, so it seems it is I who lacks courtesy. Very well then. Since junior brother is so considerate, I shall leave all of this for you to enjoy. Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Mu Chun to respond in such a manner. With Mu Chun's eyes glinting with mischief, Ye Chen felt a twinge of trepidation. He had no wish to offend this senior. He hastily clarified, Senior brother Mu, that was not my intention. I merely thought you should sample it first. Fine. I shall taste senior sister's cooking. With Mu Chen's enigmatic expression lingering, Ye Chen resolutely closed his mouth, his demeanor akin to one facing imminent doom, prompting a collective gasp of concern from onlookers. At that moment, a melodious voice interrupted. What are you all doing, senior brothers and sisters? The group turned to see Dongfang Xingchen standing nearby, a smile gracing his features. Ye Xian's eyes lit up, and he eagerly waved, exclaiming, Junior brother has arrived just in time. Come, try the delectable dishes crafted by senior sister Qingli. Dongfang Xingchen approached with enthusiasm, observing the visually appealing platter. A smile crept onto his lips. Without a hint of hesitation, he picked up a pair of chopsticks and sampled a piece. He chewed thoughtfully, a satisfied expression emerging. The flavor is quite good. The others gathered around, bombarding him with questions. Junior brother, how does it taste? Are you feeling unwell? Dongfang Xingchen replied with a grin. It tastes wonderful, nothing feels. However, before he could finish, his expression shifted dramatically. His abdomen swelled rapidly, akin to an inflated balloon, accompanied by a series of embarrassing flatulence. Pardon me, esteemed senior brothers and sisters, I must take my leave. With that, he vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing this, the others exchanged glances. Relieved they had not partaken, for they would have been the ones in disgrace. This incident traces back a few days, when Qingli was unexpectedly selected by a tome of culinary arts at the Universal Techniques Pavilion. This tome, a cookbook of sorts, was peerless, representing the realm of dark cuisine. The dishes crafted from its recipes produced side effects. For instance, Qin Luoxue, after one encounter, was left with green fuzz covering her face. Mu Chun, after tasting, found his body devoid of hair, with unsightly spots appearing. Ye Chen, after his ordeal, experienced a relentless nosebleed, even with his immortal bloodline. Such reckless consumption was unwise. Despite the presence of severe side effects, the ability to temporarily enhance combat power and improve the efficiency of spirit energy absorption is undeniable. These side effects are undesirable. I cannot allow Master to consume this, muttered Qingli. Chapter 86. Comprehending the sword intent, gazing into the system space. Another opportunity for a draw awaited, alongside a card for summoning a great emperor and the construction of a sword forest. With a sense of anticipation, the draw commenced. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 million snow crystal lotuses, a rare treasure for cultivating spirit beasts. Ye Chen regarded the reward with a sense of satisfaction and promptly deposited it into the sect's treasury. With a mere thought, the void before him was rent asunder, and a figure emerged from within. This was a man clad in a pristine white robe, holding a whisk, his posture upright, and his demeanor exuding elegance. His arrival seemed to shatter the stillness of the space, infusing the entire scene with vitality. The man approached another figure and came to a halt. Bowing respectfully as he spoke, I, Dao Zun, pay my respects to the sect master. His voice resonated with a deep warmth, evoking an air of reverence and humility. Dao Zun lifted his gaze to meet the sect master's, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. He had anticipated a leader of advanced years and vast experience, yet was taken aback by the youthful visage before him, seemingly no more than in their early 20s. However, what astonished him further was the potent aura emanating from the sect master, surpassing even that of an 8th-tier great emperor. Ye Chen regarded Dao Zun with an expressionless countenance, offering a slight nod before gesturing dismissively, stating, "You may leave." His tone was calm and detached, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Acknowledging the command, Dao Zun promptly replied, "Yes, sect master." He then slowly rose, his form gradually becoming indistinct, until he seamlessly melded into the void, as if he had never existed. Ye Chen's gaze shifted to a short distance away, where a dense sword forest was projected. Each tree stood as if forged from steel, subtly radiating a formidable sword intent. In the next moment, with a thought, Ye Chen set the sword forest into motion. It appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, gradually relocating to an open space, slowly materializing before him. At the entrance of the sword forest, a rich sword intent emanated, seemingly narrating its extraordinary nature to all who approached. Ye Chen's voice resonated throughout the sect. A new opportunity within the sect, the sword forest, requires a contribution of 700 points to gain insight into the sword intent. His words were clear and resonant, echoing in every corner of the sect. This proclamation landed like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating immediate ripples of excitement. The entire sect erupted in fervor, disciples eagerly whispering and speculating. An opportunity? This is indeed a rare chance. They exclaimed. Where is the sword forest located? What is its purpose? The name sword forest itself suggested a connection to swords. Surely, a visit would reveal its mysteries. Charge forth. This new opportunity is mine to seize. Before long, numerous disciples gathered at the entrance of the sword forest. Even before entering, they could feel the dense sword intent washing over them like a tangible wave. Oh my! Accompanied by a gasp of astonishment, a person exclaimed with a beaming expression, "I feel as though I have grasped what sword intent truly is." His voice stirred a commotion among the crowd, drawing their gazes toward him. Standing at the entrance of the forest of swords, he radiated an aura of confidence and exhilaration. "I have comprehended it," he called out again, his tone brimming with excitement and joy. At that moment, he casually swung the sword in his hand, and in an instant, a searing flame of sword energy erupted forth, soaring into the air like a dragon of fire, roaring as it passed. This spectacle left those around him utterly astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld the fiery sword energy. "Wow, Brother Lin is truly remarkable," someone marveled. To achieve such a breakthrough at the entrance is nothing short of genius. Others nodded in agreement, casting envious glances at him, while some quietly speculated how he had managed to comprehend sword intent in such a brief span of time. "I have made up my mind," the focal individual suddenly declared loudly. "I shall enter to comprehend the sword intent first, and then proceed to the spirit beast garden." His resolution resonated with some in the crowd, prompting them to reconsider their original plans. Should I save my entry for the spirit beast garden or venture directly into the forest of swords? One person muttered to themselves, their expression conflicted. Yet, others could no longer suppress their inner impulses. They shouted, "No, I cannot hold back any longer. I must enter and learn the alluring sword intent." Amidst the chaos, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, it's Brother Jinghong. He has arrived. He has gone in. How long do you think it will take him to grasp the sword intent?" The crowd debated. As soon as Jinghong stepped into the forest of swords, a tidal wave of overwhelming sword intent surged toward him, enveloping him instantly. The richness of this sword intent felt almost tangible, flowing from all directions and causing his heart to tremble involuntarily, a glint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Is this the flame sword intent? He pondered deeply, sensing a fierce and domineering aura pulsating within the sword intent, as if an inferno were burning invisibly, intent on incinerating all in its path. Soon after, another, more sinister and enigmatic sword intent penetrated his awareness. This was the devouring sword intent, radiating a frenzied predatory nature, as if it could absorb all surrounding power to amplify itself. Yet most striking to him was the chilling and pervasive aura of the slaughter sword intent that permeated the air. This sword intent was bone-chilling, imbued with the weight of countless blood-soaked battles, each thread infused with an unyielding resolve to sever all that stood in its way. Possessing an innate affinity for swordsmanship, Jinghong's perception of sword intent surpassed that of ordinary individuals. At this moment, standing at the entrance of the forest of swords, He felt an abundance of powerful and unique sword intents, as if he had discovered the most suitable soil for his growth. The sword bones within him quivered in response. A surge of indescribable fervor boiling within his chest, compelling him to immerse himself immediately and blend with these sword intents. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm his tumultuous emotions, and slowly stepped forward. With each step, the fallen leaves beneath his feet emitted a delicate crunch, resonating with exceptional clarity in the tranquil sword forest. Just as he had taken only a few steps, an unexpected transformation occurred. A piercing sword intent, refined to its utmost, erupted from the side with the swiftness of lightning, accompanied by the sharp whistle of air being torn apart, resembling a tangible black lightning bolt aimed directly at his brow. Jian Jinghong reacted with remarkable speed. Almost instantaneously upon sensing the oncoming sword intent, the long sword at his waist emitted a resonant hum, as if it had developed a spirit of its own. With a swift flick of his wrist, the sword was unsheathed with a crisp sound, and a brilliant sword light instantly flared, positioning itself flawlessly before him. Clang! The collision between the sword intent and the sword light produced a thunderous roar akin to the clash of metal, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy that radiated outward. Jian Jinghong felt a violent tremor coursing through his arm, and a dull ache blossomed in his palm, compelling him to exclaim, "Such formidable sword intent!" This killing sword intent was 100-fold more refined than what he had perceived moments prior, imbued with an indomitable ferocity, as if it sought to sever both his sword and his very being. Yet, in that fleeting moment of impact, the chilling and resolute essence embedded within the sword intent, along with the profound insights born from countless battles, surged into his mind like a torrent breaching a dam. Visions flickered through Jian Jinghong's consciousness, a battlefield drenched in crimson sunlight, littered with endless corpses and warriors wielding long swords advancing fearlessly, each swing infused with a murderous intent to cleave through all. He sensed his comprehension of the killing sword intent transitioning from a vague awareness to a palpable clarity. It was an instinctual understanding of slaughter, a relentless pursuit of the art of the cut. The blade's edge resonated with the essence of life and death, capable of shattering the heavens with a single strike. It felt as though a long-sealed door was gradually creaking open before him, revealing an entirely new world of swordsmanship that he had never encountered. Jian Jinghong's gaze sharpened. His grip on the hilt tightened, and his fervor surged within him. The profound foundation of his sect seemed to hold infinite secrets. Just when he believed he had unraveled the depths of his sect, new wonders continually emerged. Outside the sword forest, numerous disciples had gathered, anxiously awaiting and speculating about Jian Jinghong's circumstances within. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, a colossal surge of red sword intent flashed past the entrance, eliciting expressions of shock from the onlookers. Had that been the killing sword intent? Indeed. The momentary glimpse of that sword intent made me feel as though my blood had frozen. What a treasure this place is. To comprehend such mastery for merely 700 contribution points is an extraordinary value. Thank goodness I didn't heed my friend's suggestion to leave, otherwise I would have regretted it immensely. Meanwhile, disciples began to enter the spirit beast garden, drawn by the emergence of the sword forest. No, I just earned 1,000 contribution points to acquire a striking mount for myself. I cannot be distracted by the sword forest. An impressive mount is my true passion. Within the spirit beast garden, at this moment, the sisters Li Jixia and Li Nianxiu had also entered. Within the spirit beast garden, various ethereal creatures dwell, and they do not attack humans bearing the celestial palace token. Instead, they approach, seeking gentle caresses. Sister, look at this ironbeak eagle. It can reach the 5th tier in adulthood. And over there is the flame elephant, capable of attaining the 6th tier. As for this beautiful moonlit deer, my affection for you is boundless. I wonder if you would consider forming a bond with me and venturing forth together. I am male, as you can see from my robust antlers. Please do not bite me. I apologize, but my feelings are sincere. Would you agree to a pact with me? Little chick, cease your fiery breath. Do not scorch me, and I shall not disturb you further. No, there are places you should not bite. As they ventured deeper, the presence of humans dwindled. A mist enveloped the surroundings, and the grass beneath was glistening with dew. Nevertheless, they pressed on, until suddenly, the sound of delicate hooves reached their ears. A dozen young dragons frolicked upon the verdant grass, with the foremost one adorned in silver scales shimmering like moonlight, its single horn radiating a soft golden glow. With each step, the ground seemed to tremble ever so slightly, echoing a dragon's subtle resonance. It was a cloud-patterned dragonfoal. Li Nianxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she restrained her exhilaration, gently tugging at her sister's sleeve. I have heard that upon reaching maturity, they can attain the 8th tier, with a rare chance of achieving the 9th. Let us give it a try. Li Jixia stepped forward, addressing the lead silver-scaled dragon foal with a clear voice. I am Li Jixia, here to seek a companion, willing to share life and death together. The silver-scaled dragon foal paused, its amber vertical pupils scanning the two sisters. It exhaled 2 puffs of white mist, its hooves making shallow impressions in the ground. The dragon foals behind it became restless, some flicking their fin tails, while others emitted low growls, clearly dismissing the 2 young women. The lead silver-scaled dragon foal spoke with a voice as cold and hard as metal. What makes you think you, with such low cultivation, can protect our descendants? Lin Yinxiu, undeterred, revealed her cultivation level. I am at the peak of spirit transformation. I wonder if that is sufficient. Oh, I did not anticipate such cultivation at such a young age, it remarked, but before it could finish, 2 small dragon foals, each about half a human's height, suddenly broke away from the group. One, with a molten gold coat, nuzzled the lead silver-scaled dragon foal, while the other, dark as ink with a tail tipped in crimson tufts, tilted its head to observe Li Jixia. The golden-scaled foal gently nudged Li Jixia's palm, while the dark-scaled one brushed its snout against the hem of Lin Yinxiu's garment. The silver-scaled dragon foal furrowed its brow and called out sharply, "Golden sphere, ink shadow, come back." However, the 2 small dragon foals did not budge. Instead, Golden Sphere affectionately licked the tips of Li Jixia's fingers, while Ink Shadow wrapped its tail around Lin Yinxiu's wrist. The silver-scaled dragon foal watched this scene for a while before letting out a deep sigh, its golden light dimming slightly. Very well, since they are willing. It seems fate has intertwined our paths. It lifted its hoof, gesturing towards the depths of the garden. Follow me. Li Jixia and Lin Yinxiu exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise and delight. Golden Sphere began to joyfully circle around Li Jixia, while Ink Shadow, shedding its shyness, affectionately nudged the back of Lin Yinxiu's hand. The 2 sisters hurriedly matched the pace of the silver-scaled dragon foal, while the smaller foals trotted alongside them. Jin Tuan occasionally turned its head to whisper something to Mo Ying, prompting Mo Ying to gently swat it with its tail. The crisp sound of hooves echoing in the mist. Dear friends, I hope you remain true to your original intentions and allow them to grow up safely. The silver-scaled dragon foal expressed with reluctance. Li Jixia patted Jin Tuan beside her and nodded earnestly. Rest assured, esteemed elder. My sister and I will treat them with sincerity and will not betray your trust or that of Jin Tuan. Jin Tuan seemed to understand, nuzzling her arm with its head and emitting a soft, rumbling sound. Suddenly, Mo Ying leaped up, bringing a dew-kissed green leaf and gently placing it in Lin Yinxiu's hair, making the young girl giggle with delight. Observing their camaraderie, the silver-scaled dragon foal also relaxed its guard, leading the group through the enveloping mist. A platform paved with green stones came into view. At its center stood a towering jade monument, inscribed with ancient symbols that shimmered with ethereal light. This was the contracting stage. The silver-scaled dragon foal halted before the jade monument, its voice returning to its previous sternness. According to the regulations of the Spirit Beast Garden, any spiritual claimant must establish either a master-servant contract or an equal contract. In a master-servant contract, if the master dies, the servant will perish as well. However, this is not the case with an equal contract. Li Jixia gently stroked Jin Tuan's mane and lifted her gaze to the silver-scaled dragon foal. Esteemed elder, my sister and I wish to sign an equal contract with them. Since it acknowledges me, I cannot regard it as a servant. Lin Yinxiu promptly defended the Mo Ying that was nudging her palm. Mo Ying is affectionate towards me, and I too wish to treat it as an equal. Jin Tuan, seemingly understanding, nudged the jade monument with its nose, while Mo Ying gently whinnied at the silver-scaled dragon foal, the red tips of its tail quivering slightly, as if to express its intent. The silver-scaled dragon foal gazed at the determined expressions of the 2 little dragon foals, and then at the sisters' clear eyes, revealing a look of satisfaction. It lifted its hoof and stamped heavily on the jade monument, causing the symbols to glow brightly. An equal contract requires the essence of both parties as a catalyst. Are you certain? Without hesitation, Li Jixia bit her fingertip, letting a droplet of blood fall upon the jade monument. Jin Tuan swiftly used its hoof to pierce its front paw, the crimson droplet merging with hers, transforming into a golden ray that penetrated their foreheads. Lin Yinxiu followed suit, and Mo Ying eagerly leaned forward, the blood seeping from its dark scales mingling with hers, coalescing into an inky light that entered their bodies. The symbols on the jade monument gradually faded, and a half-dragon mark appeared on the foreheads of the 2 sisters and the little dragon foals simultaneously. In that moment of completing the contract, a soft, slightly milky voice echoed in their minds. Master, Master, I wish to see the world outside. Chapter 88. A letter from Grandfather Look. Brother Jinghong is coming out. A shout drew everyone's attention. Sword Jinghong approached slowly from a distance, emanating a chilling aura, as if he had just emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, shrouded in a thin veil of crimson mist. How terrifying. I feel as if Brother Jinghong is a murderous fiend risen from hell. Someone trembled as they spoke. What nonsense are you spouting? Another quickly retorted. Brother Jinghong has merely comprehended the essence of the sword of slaughter. Hearing the discussions among the crowd, Jian Jinghong's footsteps faltered momentarily as he cast a glance at his fellow disciples. In the next instant, the crimson sword intent surrounding him abruptly contracted, vanishing without a trace. However, despite the disappearance of his sword intent, the deep red hue in Jian Jinghong's eyes did not entirely fade. Those fiery orbs, akin to blazing flames, swept over the onlookers, sending a chilling sensation coursing down their spines, as if they were being scrutinized by the specter of death, instilling a profound sense of dread. Once Jian Jinghong turned to depart, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. It has scarcely been an hour since senior brother Jinghong entered, and he has already comprehended the killing sword intent. That is remarkably swift, one disciple exclaimed in awe. Indeed, senior brother Jinghong possesses innate sword bones, which naturally allows him to grasp the sword path with greater alacrity than us. Coupled with his talent and diligence, it is entirely reasonable for him to achieve such rapid comprehension of the killing sword intent, another chimed in. Truly impressive. I, too, wish to enter and see if I can grasp some formidable sword intent, yet another eager disciple declared. Meanwhile, within the spirit beast peak, Li Jixia and Li Nianxiu emerged slowly, trailed closely by the two dragon steeds, Jin Tuan and Mo Ying. As these two dragon steeds appeared, they shone like radiant pearls, instantly captivating everyone's attention. The cloud patterns adorning their bodies were as resplendent as the evening sky, each strand of their fur shimmering with an enigmatic glow. And upon closer inspection, one could discern a layer of delicate scales glistening brilliantly. My goodness, is that a cloud-patterned dragon steed? I never imagined I would encounter such a legendary spirit beast in the spirit beast garden. This is a future 8th-tier spirit beast, simply astonishing. These dragon steeds are so adorable. I desperately wish to stroke their fur. In comparison, my large black chicken is utterly mundane. The disparity is too vast. Oh dear. Please don't peck at me. I promise I won't speak ill of you anymore. The crowd buzzed with excitement, lavishing praise upon the two dragon steeds. As for those disciples who had previously hesitated, witnessing this spectacle finally stirred their inner impulses, prompting them to take action. Some hurriedly rushed towards the spirit beast garden to select their own spirit beasts, while others made their way to the sword forest, hoping to comprehend a sword intent suited to themselves. At that moment, Bai, the little spirit creature, observed the other disciples acquiring their spirit beasts and suddenly had a brilliant idea. It quickly dashed to Qing Li's side, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Master, I noticed there is a spirit beast garden within the sect, and I heard it is filled with an abundance of spirit beasts. Would you like to take a look? Looking into Bai's expectant eyes, Qing Li smiled gently and replied, I am well aware of what you are thinking, Bai. However, the spirit beasts there are not for consumption. As she spoke, she lightly tapped Bai on the head and then retrieved an object from her pocket, presenting it to Bai. Here, this is for you. When Qing Li unveiled the item before Bai, its eyes sparkled with delight, a glimmer of greed flashing within. Master, is this truly a snow crystal lotus? Are you really giving it to me? Bai's voice brimmed with disbelief and joy. Qing Li smiled gently, nodding as she spoke. Indeed, this is the snow crystal lotus. A gift for you. Xiao Bai trembled with excitement, carefully accepting the snow crystal lotus as if cradling the most precious treasure in the world. Master, you are truly wonderful. With this snow crystal lotus, I am certain I can transcend to the supreme realm. Xiao Bai exclaimed with enthusiasm. Observing Xiao Bai's elation, Qing Li's lips curled into a faint smile. Then go and cultivate diligently. I hope you can achieve your breakthrough soon, she said. Xiao Bai, filled with joy, prepared to enter seclusion, but in that moment, Qing Li's next words plunged its spirits into despair. By the way, I have yet to taste the flesh of a supreme realm beast, coincidentally. There is a dish that requires it, Qing Li remarked nonchalantly. Xiao Bai, once brimming with delight, suddenly felt hesitant upon hearing Qing Li's words. Glancing at the snow crystal lotus in its hands and then back at Qing Li, it began to appreciate the carefree days spent within the secret realm. Jian Jinghong, having comprehended the sword intent of slaughter, had yet to share this good news with his silver-haired grandfather. However, it was the grandfather who conveyed a message first. The communication jade token on his wrist suddenly illuminated, and the familiar fluctuation of spiritual power carried the slightly urgent voice of his grandfather, Jian Wuwang. Jinghong, listen to me quickly. Jian Jinghong immediately focused, listening intently as the words from the jade token resonated powerfully, imbued with an uncontainable tremor. According to fragments from ancient texts deep within the Jian clan, the legacy of our ancestor, the great emperor, is hidden in the sacred domain of Luojian continent. The bronze key you carry is the key to unlocking the place of inheritance. Do not delay. Set out immediately. The Emperor's legacy? Jian Jinghong's pupils constricted, the euphoria born from understanding the sword intent swiftly overshadowed by a deeper shock. The Jian clan had once produced an emperor who attained enlightenment, a secret that had only left traces in the family records. And no one had anticipated that a legacy truly remained in the world. He took a deep breath, forcibly calming the tumult within him, and spoke solemnly to the communication jade token. I understand. I shall depart at once. After severing the communication, Jian Jinghong turned to gaze at the mist-shrouded peak of the Sect in the distance. After a moment of contemplation, he made his way toward the Elder Hall. When questioned by the Elder about his destination, he maintained his usual calm demeanor and cupped his hands, saying, Disciple has encountered a bottleneck in the sword path and wishes to venture out for training. The Elder, seeing his composed expression, offered a few words of caution and granted his request. Jian Jinghong bowed in gratitude. As he turned away, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes. Luojian Continent. Sacred Domain. The Jian clan would surely rise completely in his generation, resonating throughout the entire Geo continent. With ambition concealed, I shall forge a path to our ancestors' legacy. Chapter 89. The Spring of Mu Chun outside the gates of the Heavenly Palace. The lingering chill of the morning mist enveloped a graceful figure appearing before the guarding disciples. Dressed in a water-red silk gown, adorned with intricate patterns of delicate Hahuan flowers, she stood elegantly at the foot of the white jade steps. Her graceful figure moved with an air of nonchalance, her eyes sparkling with a playful charm as she addressed the disciple at the gate. Please convey my regards. Stating that Mu Rong Xiao Xiao of the Hehuan sect has come to pay her respects to Brother Mu Chun. Looking for Brother Mu Chun? Please hold on a moment, the gatekeeper promptly announced. This message reached the inner sanctum just as it was overheard by Qin Luo Shui and her companions. Oh, is that the Mu Rong sister from the Hehuan sect we encountered last time? Qin Luo Shui raised an eyebrow, nudging Mu Chun beside her. What's going on? Someone's come to see you. Qing Li sensed a secret being kept from her. Indeed, both Ye Chen and Dongfang Xing Chen added, their faces alight with curiosity. Qin Luo Shui stroked her chin and chuckled. I can't say much, but you might want to ask the person in question. Her gaze shifted to Mu Chun in the distance, and she deliberately raised her voice. Mu Chun, your visitor, Mu Rong's sister, has come to see you. Aren't you going to meet her? Brother Mu Chun, you haven't entangled yourself in any romantic debts during the last expedition, have you? Qing Li teased. Brother, you should go out and meet her. It wouldn't be polite to leave her waiting. They all chimed in, their chatter growing lively. The Hehuan sect was notorious for its matters of love, and her special visit inevitably stirred the imagination. Yet, Mu Chun remained stationary, a frown creasing his brow, embarrassment creeping across his features. Stop with the nonsense, he coughed lightly, attempting to maintain a serious demeanor, though his voice lacked conviction. I'll go take a look. Perhaps there's a legitimate matter at hand. A legitimate matter? Sister Qing Li laughed, even more heartily. I recall that the Hehuan sect is quite distant from us, and we aren't particularly familiar with them. What legitimate matter could there be? Besides, she specifically came to find you. Mu Chun felt a throbbing at his temples. He was nearly overwhelmed. Stealing a glance at the gate, he locked eyes with Mu Rong Xiao Xiao, who playfully winked at him. The lively smile sent his heart racing, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze, his ears flushing with heat. I will go take a look, he muttered, turning towards the gate, his steps noticeably quicker than usual. While behind him, his fellow disciples chuckled softly. The laughter only intensified his embarrassment, and he fervently hoped that when they finally met, Mu Rong Xiao Xiao would indeed have something of substance to discuss. Brother Mu Chin's reaction clearly indicates he has something to hide, Ye Chen mused, stroking his chin with an expression of revelation. No wonder I often found him lost in thought alone. It seems he has smitten. Dongfang Xing Chen nodded in agreement. Disciples of the Hehuan sect are known for their ardent passions. The manner in which Mu Rong's sister has sought him out suggests her intentions are genuine. As they continued their lively banter, Ye Chen emerged from the hall, his celestial robe brushing against the stone steps, his gaze sweeping over the group with an air of indifference. What is all this commotion about? Qin Luo Shui, quick on her feet, approached with a smile. Master, a sister from the Hehuan sect has come to visit Brother Mu Chun, and we were just encouraging him to go greet her. Ye Chun's gaze fell upon the faintly blushing ears of Mu Chun, a glimmer of understanding flickering in his eyes. Ah, this is indeed a fortuitous occurrence. As Mu Chun reached the gate, he heard Qing Li calling out behind him, Brother, why aren't you ushering her in? We are eager to hear about this legitimate matter. His steps faltered, his ears growing even warmer. Upon encountering Mu Rong Xiao Xiao, she appeared as charming as ever, holding a delicate brocade box in her hand. Senior Brother Mukin, this is the spiritual honey from our Hahuan sect. Do sample it, and let me know how it tastes. Mukin accepted the box with somewhat stiff fingers, mumbling, "Oh, thank you. There's no need for thanks between us." Morong Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled, her voice as soft as cotton candy. "When will you have time, senior brother? I would love to invite you to visit the Hahuan sect." "We can discuss that later," he replied. "But tell me, do you like me?" she inquired. Mukin stammered, struggling to articulate a response. This was far more challenging for him than any battle. Observing his hesitation, Morong Xiaoxiao smiled even more brightly, as if she had uncovered a secret. Her peach blossom birthmark glimmering with mischief. "It's all right if you don't answer, senior brother. I have plenty of time to wait." Just then, Qingli and the others approached the mountain gate, with Qin Luoxua playfully extending her tone. "How can junior sister Morong stand outside after coming such a long way? Come in and rest with us." Morong Xiaoxiao glanced sideways, responding smoothly, "Then I shall impose." With that, she naturally leaned a half-step closer to Mukin, a gesture that made Ye Chen and the others gasp in surprise. Mukin felt increasingly uncomfortable with her proximity, but could not push her away in public. He could only lead the way, enduring the lively conversation between Qin Luoxua and Morong Xiaoxiao, every word drawing attention to him, making him feel as if his back was drenched in sweat. Upon reaching the main hall, he was taken aback to see Ye Chen seated in the prominent position. It seemed as though a golden aura enveloped him, causing Mukin to feel breathless and his legs to tremble, as if he were facing divine majesty. Not daring to look up, Morong Xiaoxiao composed herself, offering a respectful greeting. "Junior Morong Xiaoxiao, I have long admired the esteemed reputation of the Tiangong sect. I have come to seek a favor from you, esteemed elder." "Oh, what favor?" Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. "I wish to stay at the Tiangong sect for a while and seek guidance from senior brother Mukin on my cultivation. Might you grant me this request?" Morong Xiaoxiao spoke earnestly, yet her eyes subtly darted towards Mukin, a hint of playful mischief in her gaze. At this proclamation, the hall fell silent. Qin Luoxua and the others stifled their laughter, while Mukin felt as if he had been struck dumb, opening his mouth yet unable to utter a word. Ye Chen observed Morong Xiaoxiao's candid eyes and then glanced at Mukin's flushed ears, chuckling softly. "In that case, let Mukin show you around the sect." "Thank you, esteemed elder." Morong Xiaoxiao immediately beamed, turning to Mukin and winking, her expression akin to that of a victor. In the days that followed, with her eloquence and vivacious spirit, Morong Xiaoxiao not only bonded with Qingli and the others, but also won the favor of the elders and deacons within the sect. However, for Mukin, it was a daily torment. While practicing swordplay, she would watch him with spiritual fruits in hand. During meditation, she would bring him tea brewed with her own hands. Even during meals, she would sit beside him, constantly addressing him as senior brother, leaving him flustered and distracted. It was not that he wished to reject her, rather. Just days earlier, his father had revealed that his mother was not dead, but had been taken back by the Shangwan family from the Holy Domain. After sending that message, he lost contact with his father, filling his heart with worry. Finally, on the 5th day, Mu Chun sought out Ye Chen, saying, "Master, I wish to embark on a journey of experience." Ye Chen, seemingly anticipating this, replied leisurely, "Oh, where do you wish to go?" "I wish to venture to the Holy Realm," Mu Chun exclaimed eagerly. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Luoxua and the others squeezed in, with Qingli smiling and saying, "Master, we also wish to accompany junior brother Mu Chun. It would be a perfect opportunity to witness the world outside." Morong Xiaoxiao immediately peeked out from behind Qingli, declaring, "I want to go too. Wherever senior brother Mu Chun goes, I shall follow." Mu Chun, observing the scene, heard Ye Chen laugh heartily. "Very well. Remaining in the sect will not cultivate true strong warriors." 3 days later, 6 individuals stood at the mountain gate with their bags, as the cloud boat was already prepared. Unbeknownst to them, an elder was quietly following behind. "Senior brother, why are you in a daze?" Morong Xiaoxiao handed him a sachet, saying, "This is made from the powder of the Hahuan flower. It wards off insects and evil spirits, so take it with you." Mu Chun hesitated for a moment upon seeing the sachet embroidered with intertwined lotuses, but ultimately accepted it, feeling the unique fragrance of Morong Xiaoxiao envelop him, causing his ears to subtly redden. Qin Luoxua, with keen eyes, noticed this and nudged Qingli, and the two exchanged knowing smiles. The cloud boat ascended slowly, carrying them toward the Holy Realm. Chapter 90. Journey to the Holy Realm. For experience. Upon entering the Holy Realm, they were enveloped by the abundant spiritual energy surrounding them. However, Qin Luoxua furrowed her brow slightly, gathering her sleeves as her gaze swept around. "Is this truly the Holy Realm? It seems rather ordinary," she remarked. Beside her, Dongfang Xingchen nodded in agreement, his tone laced with clear skepticism. "Indeed, the cultivation environment here pales in comparison to that of our sect." He casually released a strand of spiritual energy, tracing an arc in the air. "Look at the concentration of spiritual energy. It's at most 30% higher than our outer sect training grounds, and compared to the inner sect, it is hardly noteworthy. The two whispered to each other, their faces etched with disappointment. Before their arrival, they had speculated that it would be like a paradise, only to be met with profound disillusionment upon witnessing the reality. Little did they know, this seemingly ordinary land was already part of the 9 nether continent. Not to mention ordinary sects, even the most prestigious forces, which have endured for millennia, might exhaust their resources and still not be able to create such a naturally endowed treasure. Yet, having grown accustomed to being enveloped by intensely rich spiritual energy, they failed to appreciate the natural elegance flourishing before them. However, before their murmurs could settle, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the distance. Boom! Everyone turned in unison to see a blinding red light explode in the sky, resembling a burning sunset cascading in midair. Following this, a cerulean light tore through the clouds, accompanied by a whistling sound, crashing forth. The moment the two forces collided, the entire sky seemed to tremble, and the ground quaked slightly. It's a clash of divine powers, someone exclaimed, shock flashing in their eyes. This energy was at least that of a saint-level practitioner engaged in battle. The discussions of Qing Luoxue and Dongfang Xingchen came to an abrupt halt, their expressions of disappointment swiftly replaced by curiosity. At that moment, the leader, Qingli, narrowed her eyes and raised her hand to signal for silence. Her voice resonant, let us proceed to investigate. Before her words had fully dissipated, she had already darted forward, her garments billowing like azure clouds. The others hastily followed, their footsteps quickening as they rushed towards the direction from which radiant bursts of light emanated. Upon their swift arrival at the battleground, they discovered a considerable gathering of cultivators. At the center of the crowd stood an elderly man and a young one, facing each other. The young cultivator wore an expression of arrogance, as if the entirety of existence were beneath his notice. In stark contrast, the elder appeared quite disheveled, with numerous sword wounds marring his chest and a gaping bloodied hole in his right shoulder. Clutched tightly in his hand was a token inscribed with the formidable characters of Tongxianling. It was evident that the fierce clash they had just witnessed had transpired between these two individuals. However, the battle had concluded, with the outcome clearly favoring the young man, leaving the elder as the vanquished. At that moment, the surrounding onlookers buzzed with incessant chatter. Who would have thought? The Tongxianling has truly emerged in this world. It is no wonder that the esteemed disciples and divine maidens of the major sects have come forth. One exclaimed in awe. Indeed. Just look at the falling immortal mountain range. It has drawn countless formidable beings. I have heard that several hundred Tongxianlings have already been discovered, another echoed. This Tongxian secret realm has not manifested in tens of thousands of years. It is said to conceal supreme celestial techniques, yet alas, no one has ever truly comprehended its mysteries, a third lamented. However, I have heard tales of individuals who once grasped the Imperial law and subsequently ascended to become mighty emperors whose names resonated throughout the world. Someone interjected. Regrettably, it seems we are not destined for such fortune, another sighed. Look at that unfortunate elder. He has run afoul of the divine scion, Feng Yuxia. His prospects appear grim, one remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Had he been more astute and surrendered the Tongxianling willingly, he might have preserved his life. Now, it seems he is destined for a grim fate. Indeed, the powerful factions are truly formidable. Anything they desire is assuredly theirs, leaving no opportunity for others, another agreed. Just observe the situation. They act as they please, disregarding everyone else. Alas, such is the harsh reality, for they possess both background and strength. We mere mortals can only spectate, unable to intervene, someone reflected. Yet, the defeated elder is indeed pitiable. He has labored diligently to reach the late stages of the saint realm, only to be bested in a single move by someone in the mid-stages. The disparity is staggering. Verily, geniuses are distinctly different. They can defeat those several realms above them with a mere strike. The crowd continued to murmur, their voices filled with astonishment. In the center of it all, the elder's mouth was stained with blood, his visage contorted in pain, clearly suffering grievous injuries. In stark contrast, the young man standing before him remained unscathed, his attire pristine and untouched. The young man before them was none other than the infamous son of the divine, Feng Yuxia. At this moment, Feng Yuxia gazed down with an air of haughty disdain at the bloodied man, his eyes brimming with contempt. He sneered, "Kneel and prostrate yourself before me in apology, then take your own life on the spot. Perhaps, in light of your pitiful state, I may spare your lingering soul." A dreamer indeed. The elder's body quivered violently, blood splattering from his lips. Even if I were to bestow this token upon another, I would never grant you such a favor. With that, he raised the token high, proclaiming, "Listen well, I possess a transcendental token, which I trust you all understand the significance of. Whoever desires it, I shall bestow it upon them." At this declaration, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Countless individuals stirred with ambition. However, Qingli and her companions remained unfazed, for such tokens were of little scarcity within their heavenly realm. Yet, others harbored different thoughts. The timing of this secret realm's opening was shrouded in mystery, and its creator remained unknown. All that was certain was that entry necessitated the transcendental token. Those who entered could grasp a unique divine ability suited to them, presenting an unparalleled opportunity for ordinary individuals to alter their destinies. Just then, a remark from the son of the demon-slaying sacred land, Feng Yuxia, doused the fervor of the crowd like a bucket of cold water. "I am Feng Yuxia of the demon-slaying sacred land. Let us see who dares to contest me." Upon hearing these words, the crowd trembled in unison. The sacred land was notorious for its ambiguous morality, acting purely on whim. Angering them could lead to dire consequences. Should their ancestors intervene, they would annihilate entire sects without remorse. They had no qualms about the notion of might triumphing over right, as long as victory was assured. Chapter 91. Who do you bid to kneel? As Feng Yuxia's voice faded, all present were paralyzed by fear, their fervent gazes extinguished, retreating like startled rabbits to observe in silence. The elder watched this unfold with a heavy heart, a profound sense of desolation washing over him. He recognized the futility of his situation. "Enough, enough," he finally murmured, letting out a resigned sigh, and carelessly tossed the transcendental token into the crowd as if discarding refuse. The token arced gracefully through the air, prompting the crowd to scatter as if fleeing a plague, terrified of the trouble it might bring upon them. However, fate seemed to revel in mischief. The token, as if guided by unseen hands, landed squarely before Qingli and her companions. Without hesitation, Qin Luoxue reached out and claimed the transcendental token. For her, it was illogical to refuse something so fortuitously offered. Yet those around her were left dumbfounded, astonished that anyone would dare to seize the token in such a tense moment. Who was this brave soul? Such audacity! Alas, what a pity for that beautiful visage, for she might soon find it at risk of being torn away. Truly, she was unaware of the peril that lay ahead. The last time the holy land of demon slaying eradicated a formidable power remains vividly etched in memory. It is astonishing that there are still individuals so oblivious to their own mortality, daring to provoke this group of malevolent beings. A chorus of gasps and murmurs arose from the crowd, as they exchanged whispers and speculations. All eyes were drawn to the 6 extraordinary figures standing in the open space, who appeared strikingly out of place, akin to cranes among chickens. Observing these 6, the crowd shook their heads in dismay, seemingly lamenting their impending fate. At that moment, the elder suddenly erupted into laughter. His mirth rang out, jarringly incongruous amidst the tense atmosphere, prompting a wave of bewilderment. Yet, before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, the elder's form began to waver and dissolve into an ethereal apparition. Upon witnessing this spectral figure flickering in the void, Feng Yuxia bore no trace of surprise. As if he had anticipated this occurrence all along. Maintaining his aloof demeanor, he slightly lifted his gaze, and with a languid motion, his elongated fingers rose, curling momentarily before abruptly splaying open, directing a fierce sweep towards the void. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to be seized by an invisible force, only to burst forth with tremendous ferocity. A dark, ink-like power surged from his palm, accompanied by a piercing shriek that rent the air, leaving fissures in its wake. With a resounding crash, violet-black light patterns frantically spread through the void, resembling a massive net that had suddenly tightened, ensnaring the ephemeral shadow. The already unstable figure faltered under the onslaught of the shockwave, its hazy outline sharpening into clarity. In the next heartbeat, it was as if an unseen fist had struck it with brutal force, producing a sound akin to shattering bones. As it was forcefully expelled from the rift in the void, crashing heavily to the ground, there lay the elder, crumpled and curled, evidently shaken to his core by the might of that force. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxia merely cast a glance at the figure on the ground, the residual power at his fingertips still quivering, his expression remaining unperturbed, as if he had merely brushed away an annoying speck of dust. This display of power left the assembled crowd in utter astonishment. Silence enveloped them as they gaped in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Yet, Feng Yuxia did not pause in his actions. His gaze, sharp as an arrow, fixated on Qing Li and the others. A cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his voice laced with an undeniable pressure. "Bow your knees. Should you dare to stand straight, I shall deny you even the chance to beg for mercy." Upon hearing these words, those surrounding him trembled involuntarily, as though they had encountered a formidable force bearing down upon them. However, after this brief moment of shock, the crowd quickly regained their composure, adopting a spectator's demeanor. They quietly observed the confrontation between Feng Yuxie and Qin Li, speculating on the potential outcomes. After all, for most onlookers, as long as this conflict did not involve them directly, witnessing the unfolding drama was rather entertaining. Yet, when they heard Feng Yuxie's declaration, doubts crept into their minds. Could it be that they had misheard? Regardless of his status as a divine progeny, in their eyes, he was merely another contender, one they believed they could contend with. The elderly man evidently exhibited signs of frailty, raising questions about his true capabilities. Hey, that seemingly weak fellow. Whom did you claim would kneel? Mu Chen remarked disdainfully, his tone dripping with contempt for Feng Yuxie. While Mu Chen often appeared submissive in the presence of women, he displayed unrelenting ferocity and authority when confronting adversaries. At that moment, Mu Rong Xiao's gaze was entirely captivated by Mu Chen. Her eyes sparkled with affection, as if he were the sole inhabitant of her universe. Over the past few days, she had followed Mu Chen closely and was pleasantly surprised to find her own cultivation had unknowingly progressed. Witnessing this domineering side of Mu Chen only intensified her feelings for him, surging within her like a tidal wave. Senior brother Mu Chen, she playfully called out. Leaning closer to him, the sudden proximity nearly caused Mu Chen to stumble, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. Feng Yuxie's expression darkened at the humiliation he suffered. His face could have dripped with water from its sudden gloom. Very well. Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of offending me. With that, a dark beam of light shot forth from his hand, sweeping toward Qin Li and the others. Sister, brothers, retreat and rest. I will handle this. Before he finished speaking, Mu Chen had already arrived at the heart of the battlefield. Without hesitation, he declared, Great Wilderness Finger. A dazzling light erupted from his fingertips, akin to a blazing sun, radiating immense pressure and destructive force as it surged toward the dark beam. But that was not the end. Mu Chen then bellowed, Heavenly Prison Palm. In an instant, his palm rose like a cloud eclipsing the sun, embodying an overwhelming momentum as it struck down upon the dark beam. These two attacks, one after the other, complemented each other, amplifying their power exponentially. A deafening explosion resounded, and the dark beam, confronted with such apocalyptic energy, was torn asunder, scattering into countless fragments that vanished into the void. The terrifying residual force surged toward Feng Yuxie like a raging tide. Feng Yuxie's expression shifted drastically. He had never anticipated Mu Chen's assault would be so ferocious and domineering. His body trembled involuntarily, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Chapter 92. Is this the quasi-emperor of the Demon Slayer's sacred land? Block it for me. Feng Yuxie's pupils narrowed, and before he could finish his words, he thrust out both arms, summoning a surge of holy essence that roiled like a tempest, hastily forming a dark energy shield. This shield bore the secret patterns of the Demon Slayer's sacred land, a last resort for defense, yet it could only rely on instinct to withstand the impending lethal strike. Boom. The first attack descended like a meteor, causing the shield to cave inward violently, the surface patterns dimming significantly. Almost instantly, the second attack followed, crashing into the faltering shield with the force of crashing waves. With a sharp crack, delicate fissures spiderwebbed across the surface, and in the blink of an eye, what seemed an indomitable defense shattered like fragile glass, scattering glimmering shards through the air. Bang! Feng Yuxie was struck as if by a heavy hammer, his body soaring backward like a severed kite, carving a deep trench into the ground for hundreds of paces before he managed to regain his footing. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat as he forcibly swallowed the blood welling at his lips, his complexion as pale as parchment, his chest heaving violently, clearly indicating that those two blows had inflicted significant internal injuries. Before he could steady his breath, an inexplicable sensation of emptiness erupted from his chest. The feeling was so abrupt, as if his very organs had been instantaneously extracted, leaving behind a chilling void. Instinctively, Feng Yuxie lowered his gaze, only to discover a pronounced indentation where his heart should be, the skin beneath his clothing unnaturally smooth, devoid of the pulsating rhythm of life. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes locking onto Mu Chen in the distance, filled with disbelief and horror. In Mu Chen's palm rested a heart, the size of a fist, rhythmically beating. This heart was pitch black, shrouded in tendrils of dark mist, each pulse emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Ah, Mu Chen mused, examining the dark heart with a nonchalant air. One would not expect such a sinister core from a figure so aesthetically pleasing, with fair skin and striking features. It seems to embody that old adage perfectly. This casual act of extracting a heart struck like a bolt of lightning upon the gathered crowd. Aside from Qin Luoxue, whose expression remained calm, everyone else appeared as though ensnared by an invisible spell, their eyes wide with shock, mouths agape, yet voiceless. In that fleeting moment, no one had perceived how Mu Chen had executed the act, There had been no flashes of light, no energy fluctuations, not even a whisper of wind. And yet Feng Yuxia's heart had materialized in his grasp. What sort of sorcery is this? Someone in the crowd finally broke the silence, their voice trembling. How did that kid suddenly acquire a heart? A black one at that? This isn't amusing at all. A memory stirred within me. I recalled hearing from the elders that those from the demon extermination sacred land had their hearts tainted by demonic energy for the sake of cultivating sinister arts. It appears to be true. Isn't that Feng Yuxia, the scion of the demon extermination sacred land? Has his heart truly been extracted? The ability to extract a heart silently. What if it were used against me? An involuntary hand instinctively moved to my own chest, a wave of cold sweeping through me. As I regarded Ye Chen with eyes filled with trepidation. Could he be that kind of heart-stealing fiend, one who thrives on consuming human hearts for power? In an instant, the crowd, which had been standing at a relatively close distance, seemed to be pushed back by an unseen force, retreating in unison to create a wide expanse around Ye Chen and his companions. Each person held their breath, cautiously maintaining what they believed to be a safe distance, fearing they might become heartless themselves in the next moment. Return my heart. Feng Yuxia's voice emerged, strained and laced with blood, as if forced through clenched teeth. He fixated intensely on the heart within Ye Chen's palm, his countenance contorted with excruciating pain and fury. Although a sage does not rely on the heart for survival, its destruction would precipitate a drastic decline in his cultivation, and the effort required to reconstruct it would demand an abundance of rare materials and time. Such a reckoning he could not simply acquiesce to. Yet, Ye Chen appeared oblivious to his words, gently tapping the dark heart with his fingertips, producing a dull thud. Is it so fragile? It barely trembled before it slowed down. No sooner had he spoken than the dark heart convulsed violently, the surrounding black mist swelling as if it were emitting a silent wail. Feeling the immense agony from the heart, Feng Yuxia could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood, his figure swaying as the murderous intent in his eyes seemed to solidify. Stop! I command you to stop. Did you not hear me? Feng Yuxia's roar was akin to a torn gong, reverberating through the trembling void. The divine demeanor he had once exhibited, as if capable of judging all realms, had vanished, leaving only a furious blaze ignited by pain and humiliation. The crimson fury in his eyes almost tangible. However, Ye Chen remained unfazed, exerting a firmer grip. Yuxia's pupils dilated suddenly, gasping for breath with a hissing sound, as all his anger and resentment were shattered by the agonizing pain. His body convulsed sharply, then slumped like a marionette with severed strings, completely losing consciousness. At that moment, without warning, a gray shadow materialized before Feng Yuxia. It was an elderly man clad in an ancient black robe, the wide sleeves adorned with intricate dark gold patterns. With his appearance, the surrounding air seemed to thicken with a weighty presence, steeped in the passage of time. Is that the quasi-emperor of the demon-slaying sacred land? The onlookers anticipated a spectacle, realizing that these youngsters, without a protector, would likely be tortured to death by the disciples of the demon-slaying sacred land. Rumors suggested they were audacious. Would they not eliminate us as well? The last remark fell like a stone dropped into a cauldron of oil, abruptly silencing the murmurs around them. All eyes fixated on the indiscreet cultivator, their expressions a mix of shock and fear, wishing to silence him. The old man in the black robe, however, paid no heed to the commotion. His gaze first rested upon the unconscious Feng Yuxia, then slowly swept over the members of the heavenly palace nearby. That single glance caused a collective tightening of hearts among the heavenly palace's individuals. Even the slumbering Xiao Bai felt a chill. Yet that was all. Even if he were a quasi-emperor, what could they do? If they wished to depart, the other party could not detain them. The air seemed to solidify. Even the wind held its breath. Everyone anticipated a wrathful response, a one-sided slaughter as the supreme of the demon-slaying sacred land sought retribution for his disciple. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the old man uttered not a word. He silently approached Feng Yuxia's side, glancing at the wound on his chest where blood still seeped. A place where the heart should have been, now vacant. The old man's fingertips brushed over the wound, channeling spiritual energy before lifting the unconscious Feng Yuxia, neglecting to demand the heart that Ye Chen held tightly in his grasp. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, he turned and made a sweeping motion through the void. With a sharp crack, akin to the sound of fabric being torn, the space before them split open like shattered glass, revealing a pitch-black rift swirling with chaotic currents. The elder, showing not a hint of hesitation, leapt into the void along with the body of Feng Yuxia, and in the instant of his disappearance, the fissure quietly sealed itself, as if it had never existed. Only a group of stunned cultivators remained, mouths agape. Chapter 93, The Heart-Digging Old Demon. After a brief moment, the crowd finally comprehended that the quasi-emperor of the demon slayer sacred ground had indeed departed, astonishingly without taking action against them. Could it be that the protector was prohibited from intervening in the cultivation of those they guarded, only permitted to act when the guardian was on the brink of death? Indeed, this seemed to be an accepted truth within the sacred domain. If protectors could intervene at will, how could the younger generation hope to grow? They would merely obliterate each other's most talented disciples at the outset. While this reasoning held some merit, the Demon Slayer's sacred ground was not particularly known for their restraint. Yet, every time they acted, it was to silence witnesses, leaving no evidence behind, and since other sacred grounds had not suffered any losses, no one felt compelled to intervene. Speculation ran rampant among the onlookers. Unbeknownst to them, prior to the protector's appearance, a warning had already been issued. Naturally, they dared not act. The individuals from the Demon Slayer's sacred ground were reckless, yet they were not foolish. With no knowledge of their adversary's identity, they had been suppressed. And against such a formidable presence, escape was out of the question. Had it not been for the divine prince below, one might have considered fleeing outright. Silence lingered in the void for a full 3 breaths, until the rift in the fabric of reality completely vanished, taking with it the last remnants of chaotic energy. The crowd exhaled as if awakening from a dream. Had the quasi-emperor truly left? One individual rubbed their eyes, unable to grasp the reality before them. The quasi-emperor of the Demon Slayer's sacred ground, a figure capable of shaking the sacred domain with a mere stamp of their foot, had departed so quietly, without fury, without retribution, and even failing to demand back the heart of Feng Yuxia. This was more astonishing than the very collapse of the heavens. Another, taken aback, glanced over at Ye Chen and his companions, as if they were viewing some bizarre phenomenon. He had not even laid a finger on these youngsters. Could it be a tenet of the protectors? An elderly cultivator with snow-white hair spoke up unexpectedly, his voice tinged with uncertainty. I have heard it said that disciples of great powers are always accompanied by protectors, who cannot intervene in their trials unless the guardian is truly faced with mortal peril. Indeed, that is the prevailing belief. Someone immediately echoed, as if seizing upon a crucial point. It was an unspoken rule within the sacred domain. If protectors could act freely, what would become of the younger generation's growth? They might as well have the protectors eliminate the most gifted disciples of their opponents right from the start, thus resolving matters in one fell swoop. Nevertheless, despite this logic, soon voices of dissent arose, laced with apprehension. But that is the Demon Slayer's sacred ground. When have they ever adhered to the rules? In recent years, their covert interventions had been numerous. Yet, each time, they executed their plans with meticulous precision, silencing all witnesses. And no one had ever caught them in the act. Moreover, since other sacred grounds had not suffered significant losses, no one had pursued the matter further. The crowd fell momentarily silent, reflecting on the past conduct of the Demon Slayer's sacred ground, and indeed, it was as they surmised. They are arrogant and ruthless, embodying the principle that those who align with them flourish while those who oppose them perish. Today, their seemingly restrained demeanor is so out of character that it sends chills down one's spine. Little do they know, before the emergence of the elder in the black robe, a silent confrontation had already reached its conclusion. As he sensed that Feng Yuxia was in peril and tore through the fabric of space to arrive, a frigid thought, like ancient ice, suddenly crashed into his sea of consciousness. Dare to strike and leave a complete corpse. No superfluous words were uttered, nor was any aura revealed. Yet, it carried an undeniable, absolute pressure, as if the very laws of the universe were rendering judgment. The elder felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. His body covered in a cold sweat, his consciousness trembling. He could distinctly sense that the adversary, without even revealing their presence, had already ensnared his life with nothing but a thought. The disciples of the demon-slaying sacred land are fierce, yet not foolish, unaware of their opponent's identity. They were so easily suppressed. Under such circumstances, not to mention seeking revenge, preserving their own life would be a blessing. In that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind: flee. The farther, the better. Were it not for the consideration that Feng Yuxia was the sacred son of the demon-slaying sacred land, pivotal to the Sect's legacy, he likely would have turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. As for reclaiming his heart, in the face of that chilling thought, even if Feng Yuxia were truly dead, he would simply pretend not to see it. As he watched the figures of Qing Li and her companions gradually dissolve into the mist of the falling immortal mountain range, the surrounding cultivators exchanged glances. Ultimately, no one dared to take a step forward to seize the mysterious order token. Even the quasi-emperor refrained from action. What courage did these scattered cultivators or minor sect disciples possess to approach the token? One middle-aged cultivator, sword in hand, let out a bitter laugh, sheathing his weapon. Even the demon-slaying sacred land had suffered such a silent loss. What good would it do for us to approach? Indeed, someone beside him gasped, their gaze involuntarily drifting towards the direction in which Ye Chen departed, shuddering, especially at the thought of that heart-extracting lad. Who could say whether, in the midst of battle, their own heart might suddenly be wrenched from their chest? Even a genius like Feng Yuxia had not been afforded the opportunity to react. As this remark echoed, a chorus of gasps arose around them. The moniker of the heart-extracting old demon was now more fearsome than the intimidation of the demon-slaying sacred land. After all, the former was a visible bloodbath, while the latter employed an insidious method of snatching hearts from thin air, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. The crowd dispersed reluctantly, each harboring their own thoughts as they vacated this treacherous place. Yet, discussions regarding the conflict spread like wildfire, swiftly carried by the mountain winds throughout the periphery of the falling immortal mountain range. Hey, have you heard? 6 formidable characters have arrived at the falling immortal mountain range, 3 men and 3 women. One of the men possesses an incredibly sinister ability to extract hearts directly. Not just heard, I just fled from there. It is said that the heart-extracting old demon stands 8 feet tall, with 3 heads and 8 arms. When he unleashes his powers, he can forcibly extract the hearts of living beings within 100 meters, consuming them on the spot. Heavens, so sinister? How can one remain in the falling immortal mountain range? No, I must hastily pack my belongings and flee, lest that demon fixate upon me. Whispers and rumors among the cultivators began to ferment, growing increasingly absurd, until tales of green-faced demons refining pills with hearts emerged, scaring many would-be participants of the secret realm into fleeing overnight, fearing an encounter with such horrors. Meanwhile, the group of the infamous heart-digging old demon ambled leisurely through the depths of the falling immortal mountain range. Out there, they have turned you into a monster. Qin Luoxue chuckled softly, her gaze flickering towards Ye Chen beside her. Haha, it seems my elder brother has frightened them to death, Ye Chen remarked with a grin. Ye Chen, with a resigned gesture, replied, I never anticipated this. Beside them, Morong Xiao could not contain her laughter. It appears they are all terrified of brother Ye Chen. The group continued their banter, their steps unceasing. Although the Tongxian order and the secret realm were not as favorable as their own sect, they had come this far and were determined to explore further. Chapter 94. The remnants of the Sword family. The group made their way through the falling immortal mountain range, sweeping aside obstacles, treasures of heaven and earth that seem useless to us. No matter what we see, we claim as our own. Someone has discovered a saint's tomb? No problem. Even if it serves no purpose for us, bringing it back to the sect counts as a contribution, though the sect likely wouldn't appreciate it. It is still a gesture of goodwill. Here lay various demonic beasts, all ripe for the taking. Thus, they moved like bandits, leaving nothing in their wake. The others could only express their grievances, with some clenching their fists, contemplating intervention. Yet, fear took hold, compelling them to retreat as far as they could. Some even printed images of Ye Chen, distributing them to their disciples. It was said that any child glimpsing Ye Chen, even at the tender age of 3, would be frightened into silence. Meanwhile, in the forbidden grounds of Luo Jianzhou, towering peaks jutted towards the heavens, and the heart of the mountain range was devoid of human presence, with only fierce winds swirling stones, howling through the jagged cliffs. Any ordinary cultivator who dared step within would be torn to shreds. Yet at this moment, 2 figures traversed within. The elder in the lead exuded an aura that appeared calm, but whenever the mountain winds swept by, they would peculiarly divert 3 feet around him. This man was none other than Jian Wuwang. Trailing closely behind was a handsome youth, his countenance marked by a coldness incongruent with his youth. His azure robes billowed in the fierce winds, yet his steps were remarkably steady. He was Jian Wuhong, the grandson of Jian Wuwang. As the youth's spiritual energy coursed through him, a latent sharpness emanated, signaling he had reached the pinnacle of spiritual transformation, just a step away from a higher realm. Hunger, activate your bloodline, Jian Wuwang called out, gazing into the emptiness ahead. Yes, grandfather. In the next instant, the strands of imperial blood within Jian Wuhong surged forth. Boom. The earth cracked open, and a tightly sealed stone door gradually rose. Grandfather, is this the place of inheritance recorded in the texts? Jian Wuhong asked, staring at the colossal stone door shrouded in mist at the end of the stone steps, its surface etched with ancient sword patterns. Despite the passage of millennia, the lingering sharp sword intent was still palpable. Jian Wuwang halted, raising his hand to trace a deep scar along the edge of the stone door. His voice imbued with a sense of antiquity. Indeed, this is the resting place of the first-generation emperor of the Jian family. In ancient times, our ancestors wielded unparalleled might to establish this land, reserving the legacy for the true prodigies of the Sword family. Perhaps it was only amidst the life and death crises that the Sword family could arrive, yet tragically, their demise came too swiftly, compounded by the watchful eyes of others, leaving us to wander aimlessly. He turned to his grandson, a glimmer of expectation flickering in his eyes. Hunger, Your mastery of the slashing sword intent has merely grazed the surface. Perhaps you might earn the recognition of our forebears. Jian Jinghong tightened his grip on the sword at his waist, a fervent spark igniting within his gaze. The slashing sword intent is the most tyrannical and challenging path within the swordsmanship, yet it is also the one most prone to lead one astray into madness. Gazing at the groove on the stone door, Jian Jinghong produced the key, inserting it with purpose. In an instant, the ancient sword patterns blazed to life, akin to golden lightning coursing across the stone door, causing the entire mountain range to tremble ever so slightly. With a resounding rumble, the towering stone door slowly swung inward, revealing a space shrouded in chaotic energy. Enter, for all that awaits is your fortune, Jian Wuwang said, patting his grandson's shoulder. Jian Jinghong inhaled deeply and stepped through the stone door. Upon his entrance, the chaotic energies surged forth like a tidal wave, only to be repelled by an invisible, razor-sharp aura, his slashing sword intent instinctively protecting its master. As the surroundings gradually came into focus, he beheld a grand hall shaped like a sword. At its center, upon a high platform, sat a blurred figure. Though merely a remnant of a soul, it exuded a pressure that struck fear into the heart, reminiscent of a sovereign of swords governing the cycles of existence. Youth Jian Jinghong, I pay my respects to my ancestor. Jian Jinghong knelt reverently upon one knee, sensing the familiar bloodline connection emanating from the figure. The entity on the platform slowly opened its eyes, gaze piercing through the ages. When those profound eyes settled upon Jian Jinghong, the previously indifferent expression shifted with surprise. The slashing sword intent, a voice of authority resonated within the hall, laced with astonishment. My descendant has grasped such sword intent in the realm of spirit transformation. Remarkable, truly remarkable. This figure was none other than the first emperor of the Jian family. The sword's sovereign emperor. Jian Jinghong felt a shiver run through him, astonished that his ancestor could see through him so effortlessly. The remnant soul of the sword's sovereign emperor nodded slightly. Before my ascension, I intended to bequeath the ultimate imperial weapon, the heaven-slaying sword, to my successors. Alas, it was destroyed in that fateful battle. Jian Jinghong's heart raced at the thought of the irresistible allure of an ultimate imperial weapon. Yet he had not anticipated that even such a powerful relic could be shattered in battle, an unimaginable confrontation. However, the sword's sovereign emperor's tone shifted, a hint of satisfaction glimmering in his eyes. Since you have comprehended the slashing sword intent, there is another item that would suit you far better than the imperial weapon. With those words, the chaotic energy on the platform coalesced into a radiant sword shadow, which gradually descended into Jian Jinghong's body. In that moment, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through his limbs, as his previously refined slashing sword intent began to flourish wildly, and the spiritual energy within him surged forth like a torrent unleashed. This is the chaotic sword bone, a relic I left behind, capable of embodying the true essence of all swordsmanship in the world, particularly attuned to your path of slaughter. The voice of the sword's sovereign gradually became ethereal, urging the proper use of his power and cautioning against tarnishing the esteemed reputation of the sword clan. As the final word faded into the ether, the figure atop the high platform transformed into shimmering specks of spiritual light, dissipating into the vastness of the universe. Jian Jinghong slowly rose, feeling an extraordinary force within him, one capable of severing the very heavens and earth, alongside an additional bone that had manifested. His tightly clenched fists trembled slightly. Instinctively, he lifted his hand, and to his astonishment, delicate crimson sword light flowed from his fingertips. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, a wave of murderous intent, far more formidable than before, surged from his very marrow, yet it was as docile as a trained companion, showing no signs of losing control. This was the power of the chaotic sword bone. Jian Jinghong murmured, raising his hand to slash at the void. With a whoosh, an invisible sword mark cleaved through the chaotic air, leaving a deep 3-inch scar upon the solid wall of the hall. It is worth noting that this grand hall was forged by the imperial might of the sword sovereign. Even ordinary spiritual cultivators wielding supreme artifacts would find it challenging to leave a trace, yet he accomplished this with a mere casual stroke of sword intent. Even more gratifying was the realization that he had crossed a threshold in his cultivation, reaching the first level of the sage realm. Upon exiting the hall, Jian Wuwang stroked his beard and chuckled. Good lad, you have indeed not disappointed this old man. This aura suggests you have shattered the mirror. It seems the inheritance has been successfully obtained. Yes, grandfather. Let us return to the celestial palace and converse along the way. Shortly after their departure, a man clad in black appeared, murmuring to himself, indeed, there are remnants of the sword clan, and they have acquired the chaotic sword bone. That belongs to me. Chapter 95. The Little Black Mountain in the Starfall Domain, on the desolate continent, The sea of clouds outside the celestial palace seemed to boil with human voices. Gazing outward, the throng of heads was denser than the points of light in the starry river. Numerous families and minor factions traveled great distances to settle in the cities beneath the celestial palace. For brand new cities encircled the celestial palace like colossal whales, constructed from materials drawn from the treasury of the undying sacred land. These cities were expanding at a visibly rapid pace, the sounds of forging echoing day and night. Recently cleared spaces had transformed overnight into bustling marketplaces. Some cultivators jested that in the brief span of a nap, one might miss the birth of 3 new alleyways. Unlike the chaos of the Celestial Palace's initial recruitment of disciples, the current order was astonishingly well-maintained. Clad in silver armor, the Celestial Palace guards patrolled the streets atop their unicorn snow lions. With each chime of their soul-restraining bells, the restless crowd would spontaneously quiet down. These individuals were all stewards of the Celestial Palace, each a formidable presence in the Sage realm. When an uninformed rogue attempted to cut in line to seize a prime spot in the marketplace, they were swiftly repelled by an invisible barrier, landing with an empty pouch of spirit stones, leaving only a jade token inscribed with the words disorderly conduct, confiscated for 3 days' earnings. The level of congestion within the city exceeded all expectations. In a modest room merely 10 square feet in size, it was common to find 7 or 8 cultivators crammed inside, with individuals competing in hushed contests of spiritual energy fluctuations to claim a seat by the window for meditation. To secure solitary accommodation, one would need to pay tenfold the usual price. Even then, the reservation list extended 3 months into the future. Yet, despite this, countless practitioners continue to flock from all directions daily. Some arrive with their families, burdened with their belongings, while others soar through the skies on ethereal birds, seeking a place to land. There are even small families that suspend their ancestral spirit boats outside the city, treating them as temporary outposts. Opportunities for commerce proliferate like wild grass amidst the throngs of people. In the bustling heart of the main street, a modest shop of less than 30 square meters proudly displays the plaque of Wanjin Go. Each day at dawn, its entrance is besieged by eager patrons. The shopkeeper, a shrewd middle-aged practitioner, reportedly spent 30 million spirit stones to secure this prime location. Presently, a single bottle of ordinary qi gathering pills commands a price 50% higher than elsewhere. Nonetheless, the line at the counter often extends around the corner, with some waiting since the early hours to secure a limited purchase of the condensing essence pills. Additionally, there is Wangchen Go, which has also risen prominently in this vicinity. The young ladies within are each as enchanting as celestial beings, clad in garments that tantalizingly hint at their forms. They possess a myriad of skills, capable of alleviating your troubles while simultaneously enhancing your cultivation, ensnaring you in a realm of gentle allure from which one cannot extricate themselves. The stewards of Wanbao Lu were evidently unprepared for such a flourishing scene. Just 3 months prior, they approached with an air of arrogance for an assessment, yet now find themselves humbly seeking connections and using backdoor channels merely to reserve a favorable position. Rumors suggest that the proprietor of Wanbao Lu personally visited, offering to pay double the rent for a 3-story pavilion near the Heavenly Palace, only to be met with a nonchalant refusal from the disciple responsible for shop allocation, who simply advised him to wait in line. This incident, upon spreading, has caused various factions to secretly chuckle, especially with the news that the Heavenly Palace intends to construct a long-distance teleportation array, further solidifying their resolve to establish themselves in this locale. It can be said that this is the most prosperous area between the Starfall domain and the Eastern domain. Once the formation is completed, travel between the 2 domains will save an unimaginable amount of time, and the flow of people could potentially double. Within the Heavenly Palace, an astonishing number of spirit stones, exceeding billions, are delivered daily, yet these treasures lie carelessly discarded in the corners of the palace. Disciples passing by initially express shock, only to later become numb to the sight. Some curious disciples inquire of their seniors why these spirit stones are not stored in the Sect's treasure vault. The reply they receive is that these spirit stones are unworthy of such a repository. What would incite bloody battles in the eyes of outsiders is deemed insufficient for the Heavenly Palace. In an effort to clear these stones, the Sect once introduced a policy allowing contribution points to be exchanged for spirit stones, yet the notice remained unheeded for half a month without a single inquiry. In the distance, the city continues its expansion, and faintly, the sounds of firecrackers celebrating the opening of new shops can still be heard. On this day, the time has finally come for the Heavenly Palace to once again accept disciples. The sky has not yet brightened, yet the area outside the palace is already teeming with people, and it is undeniable that even the faintest sound would draw the attention of hundreds. As dawn fully breaks, several elders emerge from the palace and approach the outer grounds. However, This time, neither the sect leader nor the Grand Elder Yunshu is among them. Only some stewarding elders and an inner door elder make their appearance, accompanied by a few assisting disciples. Each individual has already arranged their seating in anticipation. Once the inner door elder takes their seat, the others promptly follow suit. At this moment, the elder of the inner gate slowly raised his hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together to point at the void. A deep, resonant hum emanated from the depths of the emptiness, as if a colossal beast were awakening behind the clouds. In the next instant, a shadow of a dark mountain gradually descended from the cloud-laden sky, its rocks as black as ink, yet shimmering faintly with a glass-like sheen, instantly obscuring half the sunlit sky. It was the Black Mountain. This was the trial of the Black Mountain. This very mountain. My cousin remarked that while it appeared modest in height, the ascent would nearly cost one their life. 60 zhang. As long as one could reach 60 zhang, entry to the outer gate would be granted. My father proclaimed that with my physique, I could ascend even with my eyes shut. Gasps of astonishment and discussions surged like a tidal wave, transforming the previously solemn crowd into a cacophony of excitement. Some individuals stood on tiptoe, eager to catch a glimpse of the mountain in its entirety. Others clenched their fists, their spiritual energy stirring restlessly within. Furthermore, there were those young cultivators, oblivious to the challenges ahead, who boasted with hearty laughter, 60 zhang. When I climbed the towering spirit mountain back home, I did so for 3 days and nights without a hint of fatigue. This Black Mountain must be a mere playground for toddlers. Before his words could settle, he was interrupted by a weary-looking cultivator beside him, who scoffed disdainfully, "Young one, when you find yourself unable to ascend, do not cry for your mother." As the crowd quieted somewhat, the elder of the inner gate elucidated the rules, then declared the commencement of the trial. "Now the test begins." As the words left his lips, it was as if an invisible gate had swung open, unleashing the pent-up energy of the cultivators like wild stallions. Figures surged forth towards the Black Mountain like arrows released from a bow, some springing forth with the agility of a cat, while others invoked their techniques to soar into the air. Some even dropped to all fours, akin to beasts, charging towards the mountain. The throng of figures ascended the Black Mountain in a frenzy, their competitive spirit stirring the clouds above to hasten their pace. Yet, the majestic Black Mountain stood silently, as if mocking these mortals who dared to conquer it. 60 zhang? 100 zhang? Perhaps it would only be at the moment they set foot upon the Black Mountain that they would grasp the truth. This seemingly ordinary stone mountain represents an insurmountable hurdle for many throughout their lives. Chapter 96. The Celestial Palace accepts new disciples. Boy, to succeed, one must first embrace madness and charge forward with eyes closed. A thunderous roar echoed through the crowd like a great bell. "What the hell? Who just touched my backside? Have you never seen a woman before?" A piercing scream shattered the air. Evidently a woman had encountered an inappropriate advance. "Stop pushing! Stop pushing! I can't touch the ground!" Another voice cried out, tinged with fear and helplessness. "Whose face is smeared with so much makeup? It stuck to my clothes. You scared me half to death. I thought I saw a ghost," complained another, their tone filled with dissatisfaction and disdain. "Little Black Mountain, watch how I effortlessly master you." Yet amid the clamor, some exuded confidence, seemingly assured in their ability to conquer the Black Mountain before them. In that moment, a medley of voices intertwined, creating a raucous spectacle. Amidst the throng of countless figures, each individual harbors their own ambitions and hopes, some driven by the allure of fame and fortune, others seeking to validate their existence, while some merely drift along with the tide. Ultimately, this assembly of souls descends upon the foot of the Black Mountain like a surging tide, charging forward without hesitation, as if the mountain were but a trifling obstacle in their path. The elder of the inner sect observes this spectacle with keen eyes, a contented smile gracing his features as he gazes upon the youthful disciples. He gently lifts the cup of enlightenment tea from the table, savoring a sip that allows the rich aroma to envelop his senses. The onlookers below, witnessing this scene, are struck with envy, their eyes glistening as if afflicted by a malady of longing. They are all acutely aware that in the Celestial Palace, only the finest enlightenment tea is worthy of consumption. Though the gathering is vast, true prodigies remain few and far between. Soon, a few effortlessly ascend to the 60th zhang, yet before they can bask in their triumph, several others swiftly glide past them. Among them is a youth, his breath steady, complexion unflushed, and not a hint of fatigue as he ascends to the 61st and 62nd zhang, seemingly impervious to the mountain's pressure. The lad who had earlier boasted about conquering the Black Mountain now pales, leaning against the rock at 60 zhang, excitement etched across his face, drawing no mockery. Only astonishment from the crowd. Who would have thought he truly managed it? Whispers ripple through the assembly. Whose disciple is that? The once labored breaths of the other prodigies at 60 zhang now widen in astonishment as they fix their gaze upon the slender silhouette. With each upward stride, the pressure of the Black Mountain mounts like an unyielding boulder. Yet, the boy's robe remains unwrinkled, undisturbed by the mounting strain. Could he possess some extraordinary treasure? Some speculate, their eyes flitting to the inconspicuous wooden token at his waist. Meanwhile, the inner Sect elder's fingers pause slightly upon the teacup, a flicker of understanding crossing his gaze. While ordinary disciples strive for speed in channeling their energy, this boy appears to refine each strand of spiritual power, flowing seamlessly without a trace of stagnation. It seems as though something akin to talismanic energy courses through him, explaining his effortless navigation under the weight of the Black Mountain. At this moment, the lad who had boasted about mastering the Black Mountain grits his teeth as he struggles to inch towards 64 Zhang. His face is as pale as parchment, fingers digging deep into the rocky wall. Each inch gained requires 3 labored breaths, yet his eyes shine with fierce determination. Fixated on the figure ahead, that kid is even more formidable than I anticipated. Despite his exasperation, a smile tugs at the corners of his lips. To encounter such a character at the foot of the Black Mountain makes the journey worthwhile. The youth appears to be Chen Mo, the one who was once a genius but chose to forego his dantian to begin anew. Who would have thought he would emerge so strong after his rebirth? Is there still time for me to follow suit? I once mocked him. Will he hold a grudge against me? In that fleeting moment, Chen Mo's silhouette looms like a majestic mountain, capturing the attention of all cultivators present. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the boy reaches 80 Zhang. What does it matter that you ridiculed my decision to abandon my dantian? Now, I too am a disciple of the inner Sect of the Celestial Palace. Who dares to mock me? Chen Mo clenched his fists, sweat pouring down like rain. He halted his steps and turned to glance back. His gaze swept over the young man grinning from 60 Zhang away, then moved past several individuals at 70 Zhang, finally resting on the inner gate elder beneath the Black Mountain, giving a slight nod as if to greet him. The elder nearly spat out the Tao Enlightenment tea he had just sipped. This young man still possessed energy, quite impressive. He set down his teacup, lightly tapping his fingertips on the stone table, the smile of satisfaction on his face deepening. In the Heavenly Palace, it is not solely talent and potential that matter. Various other factors come into play, such as extraordinary perseverance. For those at 60 Zhang, it was about willpower, a relentless spirit, unafraid of life and death, and a refusal to back down. Those who harbored such thoughts found it much easier to rise. Beyond 60 Zhang, talent was also assessed. A higher level of innate ability meant a superior starting point. Although remaining in the Heavenly Palace would gradually enhance one's talent and potential, others would also improve, making all disciples of the Heavenly Palace extraordinary individuals. As the crowd watched Chen Mo ascend once more, exclamations filled the air. Look, he's at 80 Zhang. 90 Zhang. Someone shouted, and all eyes converged upon his figure. At 90 Zhang, surrounded by swirling mists, the outline of the mountain peak could be faintly discerned. The young man paused at 90 Zhang, taking a deep breath. This time, rather than proceeding steadily, he sliced his finger, carelessly drawing symbols in the air. A series of talismans materialized in the void, quickly affixing themselves to his body. Like an arrow released from a bowstring, he surged towards the mountain peak. The air around him was torn apart, producing a sharp, whistling sound, as visible shockwaves of pressure emanated from the Black Mountain behind him. With a soft thud, the young man landed at 98 Zhang. He did not attempt to go further, but chose to rest in that position. He understood that he could not ascend any higher. It was akin to crossing a chasm that would lead to his destruction. Turning around, he gazed down at the throngs of people below, the sunlight casting a youthful radiance upon his face. The young man still at 60 Zhang suddenly burst into laughter, almost in tears. Damn. Now this is what I call mastery. I am convinced. Among the crowd below, countless eyes looked upon the figure with envy. Time passed, and this group eventually completed the Black Mountain test, awaiting the commencement of the second entry test. Among them, an astonishing 5,000 had passed the 40 Zhang mark. Yet over 30,000 had failed to reach 60 Zhang, relegated to the status of labor disciples. Soon, the second round of tests began. As evening approached, the test concluded. Of the 50,000 disciples, fewer than 30,000 remained. The inner gate elder instructed the steward to facilitate the entry procedures for the new disciples while he reported the situation to the grand elder.